A blinding light erupted, followed by a powerful shockwave. Indeed, the clash between two fourth-order transcendent creatures was nothing short of a catastrophe. Yes, we had just called the author and learned that the crocodile had reached the fourth order through the tide of spiritual power. The lava dragon emerged from the dust, roaring, and the black dragon also roared loudly to show its dominance, its eyes radiating ferocity and audacity. Swift as lightning, it lunged and bit the head of the lava dragon, fresh blood splattering in all directions. At this moment, the black dragon felt its confidence drop by about 70%, thinking that only the purple python in this area was of the fourth order. To its surprise, after sensing the spiritual power in the area, it discovered several other fourth-order beings, including its current adversary. Life is never easy, is it? Suddenly, the lava dragon raised its elegant hand, its ultimate claw technique. Instantly, the four claws shone brightly, heated to thousands of degrees Celsius, and it struck a deadly blow to the dragon's neck. Remember, this wound not only inhibits recovery because it's an open wound, but it's also a burn, causing the black dragon to feel as if the pain had doubled. It squinted its eyes and cursed, retaliating against its opponent with its deadly breath. At any distance, any long-range attack has the potential to be fatal to the opponent. One cannot be careless. The lava dragon, with its terrifying body, could not dodge. Even if it was fast enough, it would not dodge, as the attack might fly to the back where its comrades were smoking cannabis, a hymn, absorbing spiritual power. It had to use its sturdy wings as a shield, then stood upright, spreading its wings to disperse the deadly white gas. The nine-tailed fox was observing the opponent from behind. From this angle, the addicted dragon seemed to be more prominent than the lava dragon. Strange, isn't it? And it seemed that the two were having an equal fight. Seeing this, the fox gently flicked its tails. She knew that if the crocodile emperor could fight freely instead of fighting while protecting the rear, it would be easier to decide the battle. But in this situation, it seemed that the battle would be prolonged. The black dragon was indeed not to be underestimated, and the final result was unpredictable. On the boundary of the nine tails, right behind the lava dragon, several cracks had appeared. The lava dragon deliberately stood there to protect everyone. Did you notice? Since the battle with Australith, the nine-tailed fox has made a lot of progress in terms of her own quality, not only in attributes and strength, but also in her character. Her arrogance, impatience, and hatred have decreased a lot, and she is becoming more and more like a true leader with extreme calmness and caution. At this moment, after careful consideration, she decided to join the battle. She roared, "I will fight." But suddenly a voice rang in her head, startling her. "Feel free to absorb the spiritual power." Oh, it was the divine tree that had opened its eyes. Could it have completed its evolution? Over here, the black dragon began to twist its body and roar, preparing to attack. The lava dragon was not inferior, also singing its song into the love song of the opponent. The two dragons roared together, making the divine tree almost deaf. The black dragon swooped down. As it swooped, it shouted, "It seems that if I don't kill you today, you won't let me pass, right?" The lava dragon, with a fierce face, also roared, "Stop talking nonsense." Suddenly a black root shot up from the ground and pierced the space, preventing the two dragons from fighting. The divine tree turned to the crocodile and said, "Crocodile, you should go back to practice, leave it to me." Seeing the divine tree, the crocodile was also shocked. Its aggressive demeanor completely disappeared. The black dragon met the divine tree and roared, immediately wanting to fight. But of course not here. The divine tree threw a punch at its noisy mouth. The divine tree coldly said, "Just follow me, to this place." And the punch just punched the dragon straight into the space crack that the divine tree had just created. Then the root also crawled in, returning the tranquility to this space. Inside, countless beasts were still quietly under the canopy of the divine tree. They were still actively focusing all their spirits on absorbing spiritual power. In the outer space, only the divine tree and the black dragon were left. At this moment, the divine tree had used its spatial roots to transform into a purple python. The black dragon thought it was hallucinating for a few seconds, but finally, it recognized that this purple python was the divine tree. No wonder their breaths were so similar. The divine tree calmly asked, "Has the darkness resurrected?" But for some reason, the dragon took offense. It started to curse with a fierce face. "This kind of thing. You think I will tell you? You have caused me severe injuries and lost the opportunity to upgrade to a real dragon. I just want to kill you right now." Oh, no wonder it was so angry. It had destroyed dozens of cities. The black dragon transformed its anger into power. Its entire body enveloped in a layer of blazing firelight, all its spiritual power erupting. The divine tree watched this scene and sighed. Indeed, this dragon was determined to kill the divine tree, even starting to burn its soul to compensate for the disparity in actual power, truly a stubborn one. Then, the black dragon prepared to spit spiritual power at the divine tree. This move would either kill or severely injure the enemy. It roared loudly. I will roast you in this endless flame of karma. The divine tree calmly said, well, I refuse this kind of thing. Then it twisted its body and easily dodged the deadly flames that swept past. These flames were very strong. They were even constantly colliding with space and creating cracks. Perhaps after a while this place would also break apart. The divine tree looked at this scene and began to worry. It seemed that the plan to get information from this dragon had to be abandoned. It was too stubborn. If it took more time, it would cause the divine tree itself to suffer damage. Having not been able to extract any information, it would be better to quickly return to cultivation. The black dragon on this side continued to be engrossed in its work. It created 3 balls of light. It roared with glee. Haha, it's not over yet. It prepared to throw at the divine tree. The divine tree felt that its plan was unsuccessful, then it also got a bit angry. It shouted, shut up. Suddenly a huge claw stepped on the black dragon to the ground in a blink of an eye. It felt like stepping on a worm. The black dragon was taken aback, like missing a step on the stairs and falling straight to the ground. Fresh blood spurted out. The black dragon quickly guessed that this was the power of the spatial attribute. Indeed, as soon as it stepped into this space, it became a fish on the chopping board. There was absolutely no chance of winning. The divine tree stood in front of the black dragon, using its sharp eyes to look into its eyes. The divine tree said angrily, just with your ability, you also want to kill me? To me, you are just an ant. The black dragon underneath had known its identity. It held a mouthful of blood and said nothing. The divine tree solemnly said again, have you understood? Help me send a message to the dark realm. As soon as these words fell, the dragon suddenly raised its head. It seemed that it still had a chance to live, but suddenly the divine tree changed its tone and said arrogantly, but forget it, become the material for my evolution. The black dragon immediately despaired. At this moment it began to regret its bitter words. Wait for it, Uziyu, my master, the Dark King, will step on you under his feet. A crack sounded, fresh blood splashed out, but it seemed that the divine tree was still squeezing very tightly, until the life signal of this dragon completely disappeared. Killing it once without dying was more than enough. The divine tree absolutely did not want a second time. That would be a silly joke, and in this outer space, the Dark Realm's ability to probe would be very limited. It almost could not detect the emergency signal of the black dragon and come to rescue. The divine tree looked to one side. It shouted, Purple Scythe, are you there? Space was suddenly cut out a neat path. The purple mantis appeared. As soon as it entered, it widened its eyes to look at the dead dragon on the ground. Could it be that the master needed someone to clean up the corpse? The divine tree gently said, eat it. It will help you improve your tendons. Without saying a word, the mantis immediately rushed to open its mouth as big as a dinosaur. The divine tree looked at this younger brother and sighed. Besides the spiritual power from the tide, the purple scythe did not receive anything else. It should have received some blessings from the tide of spiritual power, since after the evolution to the third order, its racial attribute had changed, carrying the ability to absorb the enemy. At this moment the mantis suddenly choked. It was choking. The divine tree was releasing spiritual power and sensing this universe space. Besides the existence of the purple scythe in front of it, it clearly recognized the strong existence of other races. Indeed, in this vast universe there are always hidden surprises. There are always higher mountains. The divine tree suddenly felt that it needed to be more cautious and humble. Even if it overcame the dark realm in the future, there would still be countless things to do. The mantis suddenly roared. Thunderbolts rose around its body. It had leveled up. Indeed, not beyond the divine tree's expectation. The mantis had reached the third order peak for too long. It needed to supplement and improve its tendons by eating the flesh of others stronger than it to fully stimulate the spiritual power breakthrough. Look at this, a very sharp version of the mantis. Abundant spiritual power wrapped around its body. The whole body a strong light of pale blue. End of chapter 208. The divine tree gazes into the distance, towards the galaxies shining brightly in the universe. It begins to ponder deeply, realizing that this universe and Earth are not so different. Both are but cages, housing countless creatures of all kinds. Yet, the divine tree cannot suppress the curiosity welling up within. It yearns to explore everything, to observe these worlds, wondering if they are as beautiful as Earth. It doesn't know, but it seems that it will only be able to do so once it has conquered a few void species, which will explore on its behalf and share their visions with it. Or it must evolve to become stronger, to the point where it can freely traverse the vast universe. The purple scythe has successfully evolved, its body emitting a thin layer of faint purple halo. It quietly waits there for its master's command. Indeed, isn't this mantis also a void species? It even has a lady who possesses space magic, the second ambassador. But unfortunately, this girl has not yet achieved the state of surviving in the vacuum of the universe. Glancing at the purple scythe stats a bit, void royal family, purple scythe, transcendent fourth order, innate talent, evolution, the ability to continually adapt and evolve in different environments, becoming stronger, special ability. Void Claw, able to bypass the vast majority of physical defenses, piercing through the void. Hunting Instinct, able to sense the life force around. Breath of the Sea, able to adapt to the ocean, like a fish. Void Rhythm, capable of void jumping, concealment, disappearing without a trace, including one's presence. Dragon Scales, unimaginable defense, able to mitigate some elemental damage. The Divine Tree squints at this younger brother. After evolving to the fourth order, its body instantly grew to 2 meters and its weight is now comparable to the Earthling Ching Chong. Above all, it has developed exactly as the Divine Tree expected. That is, it possesses all the skills about space. It can survive, it can also hide and assassinate, but the Divine Tree is also a bit worried, because what kind of assassin is 2 meters long and so bulky? It seems a bit inconvenient, right? Imagine it needs to assassinate the Saint of the Ten Nation Alliance, but can't go through his bedroom door because this mantis is too big. The purple scythe tilts its head to look at its master. It seems to have also detected that its master is a bit worried, which makes it worried too. Inadvertently because of its emotion, its deadly breath continuously spreads around. The Divine Tree also feels a bit dangerous. It's true, because among all species, the species with space attributes are very strong. Even can be said to be the strongest according to what the Divine Tree knows. The Divine Tree looks back at the monster's corpse. Now that the flesh and blood have been given to the mantis, it certainly can't waste its soul. What to do with this soul? The soul of the black dragon has gathered into a ball, as big as a human head, but only as small as the palm of the Divine Tree. The Divine Tree silently looks at it, thinking about how to use it properly, knowing that if this soul escapes, the Dark King can resurrect it, or it can resurrect itself. On the other hand, if used properly, it can help the user greatly increase mental strength and spiritual power. After all, this is the soul of one of the most powerful entities on Earth. Xiaoling is sitting on a tree root. She has closed her eyes, entered a meditative state. In this state, she can absorb spiritual power easily and achieve higher efficiency than just sitting still and concentrating normally. Suddenly, a familiar breath appears next to her, calling softly, "Hey Xiaoling." She suddenly opens a beautiful eye to look. It is the Divine Tree in the form of a purple python. It is holding a brightly glowing pale ball in its mouth, telling Xiaoling that although this piece of soul has been burned a bit, it is still the soul of a powerful beast. For Xiaoling it is a treasure. Indeed, when looking into the soul ball, Linger detects a dragon inside. She immediately senses the terrifying power it is emitting. She smiles and uses both hands to hold it. This thing will definitely help her level up immediately. Indeed, right after absorbing, Xiaoling's whole body bursts with enormous spiritual power. Around her appear 2 Susanus, one is a purple bug and the other is a white dragon. Could it be that she can now summon 2 Susanus to fight for her? The Divine Tree is instantly astonished. It seems Xiaoling has successfully evolved to the fourth order. This is excellent. The combat power of Misty Mountain with each member reaching the transcendent fourth order is like a building adding 10 more floors. The light column she creates is a dazzling gold, projected from the sky onto the top of Xiaoling's head. At this moment the dragon and the mantis roar loudly. Then they follow the light and rush down to her, beginning to merge into her body. This is also the process of restructuring the cells in the body ending. At this moment she can use not only the power but also the unique skills of that dragon. On her right ear appears a purple earring, and on the left is a silver earring. Each earring symbolizes a beast she has absorbed. As for what else it has, we still don't know. The evolution process is complete. Xiaoling still closes her eyes and stands still until all the energy streams in her body have completely stabilized. The Divine Tree returns to its original form and approaches Xiaoling to congratulate. She turns around and cheers in happiness. Yes, for Xiaoling, no joy is greater than being with the Divine Tree and becoming stronger. No matter how cold and cruel she is still a child when she is with her master. Suddenly a scene makes the Divine Tree feel a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? It's the white tiger. He's roaring loudly. It turns out the white tiger is also entering the evolution process. His whole body lifts into the air, and a golden light beam shines through. The Divine Tree really doesn't hope the white tiger can evolve in this round, at most reaching third order peak. The Divine Tree even thought being near Xiao Lam had made him more diligent? Not at all. He just plays games with Xiao Lam's younger brother. Only when there is a need to fight does he show up. But the talent and quality of the tiger are too high, coupled with a simple mind has made him one of the easiest individuals to absorb spiritual power and awaken. It's Ching Chong's turn. The dinosaur, the elephant mammoth, and the buffalo demon also start to evolve. This team is, needless to say, very hardworking, especially Ching Chong. Simultaneously, 6 light columns from the sky pour down onto Misty Mountain, creating a magnificent scene. The Divine Tree at this moment feels exuberant. Nothing is better than watching his younger brothers step up to a new height. The Divine Tree has been waiting for this day for a long time. When the main forces of Misty Mountain become the pillars of the world, then he can leisurely think about other things. Of course, he has to kick the Dark King back to his world first. Then there are a few more light columns. hoping that the golden monkey also evolves and becomes a legendary entity like Wukong. Besides, do you guys remember the lucky bird? I hope it also evolves into a truly lucky character. Over here, the continent of Australia, the monsters are roaring madly. They are mostly terrifying reptiles, with all kinds from Komodo dragons to crocodiles. Following the orders of the Dark King, they begin to attack human cities, the first step in subduing this world. The superhuman warriors here have had to brace themselves to fight. They have killed countless monsters, but their numbers are huge, and their side has also been nearly wiped out. This guy, after killing a monster, perches on a rock. He needs to rest, wondering in his head whether this is the final charge of the monsters or not. Behind him is a bustling city, but it has sunk into a sea of fire. 14 cities on this continent have been attacked. The scale of destruction is different, but the place where he is receiving orders to defend has been completely broken. The whole has become a blazing hell. At this moment, he is trying to contact his headquarters. Suddenly, a teammate behind him holding a wounded person calls out loudly, "No, this girl has sacrificed. All the people in his team have sacrificed. Their bodies are piled up behind." The guy cries out in despair. The team leader with lifeless eyes looks at the whole tragic scene. Even though the city has been protected, but his entire team has almost all died. The price is too high. The team leader tells his team member to wipe away his tears, because after all their mission has been successful, that is also the only consolation for the deceased, that their sacrifice was not in vain. Both of them stand in silence, as if bidding farewell to their comrades. The glow of the fire and the fluttering ashes paint a somber picture. A team member asks his leader, "What do we do next?" Before the team leader can answer, a stream of luminescent humic acid suddenly pours down on the team member, instantly dissolving him. If the supermetallic body of the monster Zero is only sealed by this acid, then humans are instantly turned into blood. The team leader watches in horror as the last survivor of his team is robbed of his life in such a way. Then, from beneath the ground, gigantic monsters begin to emerge, their large tentacles writhing, a sight to induce revulsion. The team leader quickly recognizes them as Australiths, the destroyers. His face instantly turns pale, drained of all blood. But damn it, the ground continues to crack open. A vast area shatters into fragments. Countless black heads emerge. My God, can you believe it? It's an army of Australiths. You must know that just one of them has exterminated 80 million humans, pushing the entire planet to the brink of extinction. What would happen if the entire army were to march? At this moment, countless blood-red eyes stare intently at the tiny human figure. Leading them seems to be the Dark King himself, with a vertical eye on his forehead. He roars loudly and, quick as lightning, the fate of the man comes to an end. End of chapter 209. The brilliant golden light. No, those are the spatial cracks created by the divine tree. Inexplicably, they have become so radiant now, continuously emitting omnipotent spiritual power from the tide. And now it's Golden Ant's turn to evolve. His whole body suddenly has a wave of force surging upwards into the sky, golden lightning bolts running wildly on his face and body. Golden Ant is feeling a new strength, extremely robust. The notification screen pops up. The Destiny Emperor Ant bloodline has unparalleled power and continuously strengthens the outer armor. It is a very rare bloodline. The divine tree understands that Golden Ant has now awakened his own bloodline, an emperor, but the word destiny in its name really makes people feel that this guy is a protagonist with a mortal halo and the protection of the god named Author. The divine tree thinks that if this guy is the Destiny Emperor Ant, there must be another one that is the Destiny Queen Ant. Will they mate with each other and give birth to an army of ant warriors? Another thing is that the divine tree continuously receives strange spiritual power signals from Australia. They carry the chaos and smell of the dark. The divine tree guesses that the dark has started to act. Even they are so urgent that they have hastily attacked before the end of the spiritual power tide. Of course, it seems that they are now confident in their own strength, and this action can both destroy humanity and the resistors and seize the spatial cracks, taking away the enemy's opportunity to become stronger. The divine tree raises his finger and counts, knowing that the tide still has some time before it completely ends. The divine tree also guesses that for the time being, this dark will not attack him. Instead, he will go around and destroy. Taking this opportunity, he will also expand his own forces by recruiting or enticing other neutral species. By the way, the black dragon's ability to heal quickly is also due to the influence of the dark in its spirit. It seems that the dark's technique of recruiting or enticing always makes the subject suffer a negative emotion similar to the evil in the mind being amplified. The divine tree is certain that it is going around to gather more forces with its tricks. Indeed, this makes the divine tree headache, because the dark itself is already too difficult to deal with. Xiaoling next to him saw the worry clearly on the owner's face. She hesitated and asked, "Master, are you worried?" The divine tree looked at his daughter. Well, girls are always so sensitive, right? But he didn't speak out his worries, because like last time, that only made Xiaoling more anxious. The divine tree said solemnly. Linger, you are currently controlling 3 human cities, and there is a dark society as a hidden force. You remember to put pressure on them so they can be stronger. Xiao Ling heard this. Although she didn't understand, she still obeyed. The divine tree looked down and whispered to her. The war is coming, and this will be the most dangerous battle for us, Misty Mountain. At this time, Xiao Ling realized that the master was talking about starting a war with the dark, the one who had haunted her master for the past few days. The divine tree squinted and confirmed, yes, he has awakened right in Australia. According to my calculations, he will come here when the spiritual power tide just ends. The voice of the divine tree suddenly slows down. We may lose many companions. No matter how strong we are, we cannot protect everyone when fighting against the dark. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling's face also becomes solemn. She naturally wants to see what kind of creature the dark is that the master is so cautious about, but she puts it aside. Right now, she needs to carry out the master's instructions and quickly build her forces stronger than ever. Indeed, the divine tree's winning formula is simple. To defeat a strong opponent, you need stronger combat power. The divine tree currently does not know exactly how strong the Dark King is. He can only measure the spiritual power of the opponent within a certain radius, generally close, but he is certain of one thing: this demon is never lower than the transcendent 5th order. In the war strategies of mankind over thousands of years, one strategy to probe the strength of the opponent is attack first. So this time the divine tree informs Xiao Ling that he will carry out a surprise attack on the dark. The divine tree squints his eyes, looking dangerous and cold. I will attack first. If it does not react in time, then kill it. Damn it, but this panda is dozing off. His demeanor is really not serious at all. Suddenly his phone rings, his girlfriend is calling. Panda immediately opens his eyes and looks. He says with a sleepy voice, hello baby, my little love. But on the other end of the line, Xiao AI is shouting, why are you only answering the phone now? Something big has happened. She seems very panicked. It turns out she informs Cheesy that the Australith from nowhere has simultaneously attacked many human cities. Nothing makes Cheesy more sober than mentioning this destructive monster. He asks back whether it has reappeared in Jer City. It turns out that it is not, but it appears all over the world. Cheesy is immediately horrified. His mouth agape, the divine tree, and Xiao Ling quietly listen to their conversation. According to Xiao AI, she has observed through her computer and found out, this is Egypt, this is Brazil, this is Paris, all are being attacked. Hey, stop that one. Do not swallow that tower. It is the symbol of all of Europe. The divine tree hears this and his face turns pale. Damn this dark. It's playing too big. The divine tree thought it was wandering around the Australian continent, leisurely destroying houses and recruiting. Who knew it had such a large and terrifying force? In the Free Federation, the superhuman warriors are gradually being defeated. They fall on the streets in an effort to protect the people and evacuate them. Indeed, it is evacuation, not fighting, because these Australith are too domineering. The more they hit them directly, the worse the situation becomes. This experience is from the war in Jer before. People, regardless of rich or poor, all run like crazy. At this moment, life is the most precious. No one has time to bring anything. Just run like that. Behind them, each building is burning and collapsing. The extinction disaster is today. A few brave warriors take on the task of blocking the enemy's advance to extend the time. This is no different from seeking death, but the duty and glory of a heroic warrior do not allow them to retreat, because behind them are the innocent, weak people. The Australith, with a mouth as big as a black hole, begins to gather blood-red spiritual power. Even if it is hundreds of meters away, looking at it is still as big as a mountain. The attack is too fast to surprise the superhumans. Then a stream of deadly spiritual power runs along the ground with a damage radius of hundreds of meters, sweeping everything, turning everything into ashes. Even the people do not have time to evacuate. They die right in that deadly light. Meanwhile, the stream of refugees has jammed the road. Countless cars have been stuck. Damn it. Why haven't they created flying cars for the people yet? A child is screaming in fear when seeing the tentacles of the monster. This family had quickly evacuated as soon as they heard the news, but in the end, they were still stuck here. This Australith continues to open its massive mouth, exhaling a breath that reaps thousands of lives. It is competing at the top of the KPI board that the Dark King has assigned. The situation is no better elsewhere. This is the 10 Nations Alliance, where all the magnificent temples have been turned into ruins by these monsters. Fires are everywhere, and occasionally the chilling, horrifying howls of the Australith echo across the land. The elderly archbishop is trying to encourage his faithful flock. Do not worry, my children of the Holy Spirit. This church is inviolable. No force can touch it. His words ring out with authority, making everyone feel as if their souls are being protected by the Holy Spirit, reducing their worries somewhat. The old man proudly declares that the Holy Son, Bishop, has gone to the battlefield. A living saint like him can surely repel the enemy and protect them. Upon hearing this, the congregation begins to pray, hoping that God will protect them through this great calamity. Suddenly, a tentacle sweeps across the roof of the church, taking the roof with it. Everyone starts to panic, their faith reduced by 90%. A blood-red eye as big as a house is staring at them intently. The people are frozen in fear. Some panic and try to open the church doors to run away, but the archbishop, despite his fear, tries to raise his staff and begins to read the scripture. The Holy Spirit will protect him from this evil demon. But a second later, a laser beam sweeps across, and the old man loses his head immediately. The entire church descends into chaos. Everyone runs for their lives. Those who are slow will be devoured by the beast immediately. Someone is playing dead. But even the dead are consumed by this beast. To fill its belly would probably require tens of thousands of people. This beast eats very carefully. It will bite off its prey before swallowing it, so that there will never be a situation where a superhero cuts open its stomach and crawls out. That trick is too old. And so, the solemn church has turned into a bloody hell. Fresh blood spills far and wide. After finishing its business, the Australith demon slowly departs, leaving behind a quiet building. Its target is, it has no specific target. It just goes wherever there are many people. End of chapter 210. On a scorching day at the United Nations headquarters, the atmosphere inside was incredibly tumultuous. Leaders from all nations had gathered, their countries in a state of devastation. The conference room was filled with uproar, as they couldn't comprehend why the Australiths were wreaking havoc everywhere, causing a horrifying number of casualties. Especially puzzling was when Australia had become so infested with Australiths. The elderly blonde man began to condemn the countries in Australia for their lack of responsibility. For years, they hadn't detected any threats. Wasn't this incompetence? Suddenly, dozens of Australiths appeared everywhere, pushing humanity to the brink of a new extinction, not much different from the marine invasion 3 years ago. As he spoke, his sweat trickled down, knowing that his words held little meaning at this point. But instinct always made him want to blame someone else. Yes, that's human nature. Below, the devastated countries were calling for the United Nations to continue supporting them and even increase their support. Otherwise, their nations would be extinct within a month. At this point, the China Federation became the focus, like a star, because after all, they had coexisted with a terrorist monster for many years, endured countless devastations from the mutant tree, but they still stood firm. Hearing this, the chairman of the China Federation grimaced. They didn't know that the existence of the China Federation was so fragile. Every morning, he would review the map of Misty Mountain. Their peaceful existence was due to an unsigned agreement between the Divine Tree and the local government. He himself knew that the Divine Tree was silently infiltrating everywhere in the Federation, and even many strong men had followed the Divine Tree and were merely acting as human strong men. In general, these people were just a new puppet show, and he decided to say nothing. The chairman of the United Nations called for specific solutions before these Australith laid eggs, or everything would end and humanity would also end. There was a stir below, because according to the information they had, there were 10 Australiths in total, all of which had reached the 4th order, while humanity only had 5 people who had reached this level. It seemed that they still didn't know what was behind the destructive demons, making all their efforts futile. A few people began to discuss trying to coexist with the Australiths like the China Federation did, because after all, their countries didn't even have a 4th order warrior. These words fell into the ears of the chairman of the United Nations, and he immediately turned pale with horror. He had never seen humans negotiate or even lower themselves before monsters just to survive. He angrily shouted, "Are you all insane? The Australith is an intelligent creature. Do you think it will leave any danger behind by letting you live? This is the time when we need to unite." At this point, the chairman of the China Federation finally spoke up, his voice full of stern indignation. If Australia ends, don't dream that any country can continue to exist. At this moment, at the television station of the National Alliance in Australia, even from the outside, one could hear the eerie laughter. Inside, a humanoid figure named Dark Shadow was busily setting up a live broadcast, much to the horror of the employees in the building. The director had no idea who this man was. He just barged in and no one could stop him. Meanwhile, his assistants were deeply concerned, for ever since this guy appeared, they all felt like they were on the brink of death. After studying for a while and vaguely understanding the operation of these devices, Dark Shadow decided to command in a harsh voice, "Help me conduct a live broadcast to the whole world. If anyone dares to run away, I will annihilate the entire city." The employee behind him turned pale with fear upon hearing this. He knew that this guy was not joking, and with the oppressive, suffocating feeling and absolute pressure he brought, they understood that he was not lying about his power. The live broadcast room staff turned to look at the building's director, waiting for his orders. Of course, the old man had no choice. He was sweating profusely, and he nodded. And so, Dark Shadow's voice echoed everywhere on this planet. Some people asked what language he was speaking. I think it was English. On the TV, his hoarse voice rang out, "Humans, can you hear me clearly?" Everyone was surprised by this seemingly unfriendly voice. Was the TV station out of staff, or what? People everywhere began to be curious and continuously access this live news. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the United Nations, an employee rushed into the room, announcing that there was an emergency and asked everyone to immediately open the television news of the Australian continent. Everyone was surprised, but of course, they all opened their phones, and the conference room also opened a large screen. As soon as it was turned on, a strange face appeared. He was as gray as a corpse, bald, and in the middle of his face was a pitch-black eye with blood-red pupils. A few faint-hearted people fell to the ground. The rest were trying to act tough, but their backs were soaked with sweat. Don't ask why. Just by looking into that eye, one could immediately feel their primal fear. Dark Shadow began to introduce himself as Dark Shadow and not a human. He declared that humanity had felt the horror of Australia, but there was one thing humanity did not know, that all Australists were sent by him. Those who heard this immediately felt a chill. Does there exist a being in this world that can command all those destructive demons? Dark Shadow continued, I believe that by now, you all know how much power I have, right? But this is nothing. I still have 50 more Australists, and I will send them all at once. As he spoke, he gave a creepy smile that terrified humanity. Damn it, upon hearing this, many people immediately gritted their teeth in anger. Those in the devastated areas immediately fainted. What? 50 more Australists? This is the apocalypse. Isn't this going too far? Dark Shadow continued to arrogantly declare his forces. In addition to the Australists, I have 1,000 monsters that have reached the transcendent Fourth Order and countless Third Order monsters. We will annihilate all of humanity on this planet soon. As these words fell, the cameraman began to want to run away, feeling guilty for continuing to broadcast the most horrific broadcast in history. But suddenly, Dark Shadow's tone became somber. But I will give you a chance, give you a piece of land and continue to reproduce. Upon hearing this, the politicians and statesmen hurriedly asked loudly, what opportunity? Dark Shadow knew that even the top brass were straining their ears to hear the survival opportunity. He continued to say, that is, attack the divine tree. The people felt strange and somewhat confused. Why was the mutant tree relevant? Even the mutant tree was the belief of some cities, always appearing when humans were in danger. Dark Shadow reiterated, for this was the focus of his broadcast. I repeat, as long as you can erase that tree, you can definitely survive in a corner. Chi Zi showed the divine tree and Xiao Ling on his phone. The mood of the divine tree became complicated. Not understanding why this Dark Shadow was so ostentatious, even thinking of pushing the divine tree to the opposing side with humanity. Suddenly, Dark Shadow's voice calling the divine tree rang out on the screen. Big tree, are you also watching? Remember what you said, that is to defeat me, even if these humans are nothing. But watching you and them fight is also an entertaining show for me, haha. He laughed with his eyes shining with endless death. He was playing with the lives of all humanity. The chairman of the United Nations immediately sank down. He felt that human dignity at this time was not worth an ant. Dark Shadow began to challenge the divine tree, saying that he would come soon, and when he came, he would execute all the divine tree's followers in front of the divine tree. The divine tree immediately frowned. His eyes became sharp and cold, as if he was restraining the destructive beast within him. Dark Shadow ended the broadcast, saying that to prove to humanity that he was not lying, he would let everyone watch a very spectacular fireworks display, along with the entire city being flattened, and so his whole body began to gather countless purple blood light particles, accompanied by a terrifying howl. This howl was caused by the excessive accumulation of spiritual power. His whole body in an instant turned into a light body, and a muffled sound rang out, but the people in the broadcast team were immediately dissolved. Then the building, then the explosion spread to the whole city. People all over the world had lost the signal. The female president tried to find another image of that city but saw nothing. Everything had become ashes. Meanwhile, the chairman of the China Federation remained silent, knowing that the divine tree was in the territory of the China Federation, even though they had fought with the divine tree to the point of skin and bones. But in the end, it was the thing that had kept this place safe, making the whole Federation basically peaceful. He didn't know how to act for a moment, listen to a demon or listen to a tree. Both of these things were not human, but in terms of credibility, it seemed that the divine tree was much better than that strange demon. As for the city where the demon had just been, it had truly become a piece of hellfire. He stood still in the flames, feeling the smell of burning flesh and the crackling sound of the fire burning with a completely emotionless face. Only his eyes were shining with endless death. End of chapter 211. The United Nations continues its meeting, despite the interruption caused by the threat from the Dark Force. Everyone is trying to breathe, to regain their composure. But politicians must find a solution after this meeting, remembering that the Dark Force has given them a choice, to serve him by pointing their guns at the divine tree. As we have said, in terms of credibility, it seems that the divine tree of the Chinese Federation is faring better than that strange, terrifying creature. At this point, choosing the wrong side could lead to the extinction of humanity. After whispering discussions, they each returned to their seats and resumed the meeting. Meanwhile, at Misty Mountain, Xiaoling is questioning the divine tree about the recent event. It knows that humans cannot defeat it, so why did it say that? At this point, the word "it" is put in quotes, referring to a non-human, non-living entity. The divine tree looks down and squints its eyes, saying that perhaps it is still haunted by being defeated by the ancient heroes of humanity in the past, and to prevent that from happening again, it chose to activate two forces that pose a risk to it, to fight each other first. The divine tree secretly thinks that there might be other deep-seated reasons that it doesn't know about, but anyway, the divine tree is extremely cautious before this primordial enemy. Setting everything aside for a moment, the divine tree counts on its fingers and sees that the tide of spiritual power has been going on for 10 days. This tide seems to be lasting a long time, but it also helps the 7 small worlds of the divine tree expand by more than 10,000 square meters in its spare time. The divine tree also tries to use its will to control the special streams of spiritual power in here. Although it was difficult to imagine at first, but then suddenly bingo, it successfully led the streams of spiritual power from this space to another, successfully building mountains and lands in the space of fire. But damn, why does it look like a primitive hell? Then the divine tree uses its intelligence and concentration to create a piece of land suitable for humans. The elemental space of earth uses the space of light to condense light. Then from the element of earth, the divine tree uses light and vitality to create seedlings, and uses the essence of life to make them grow quickly, thus forming a green space like this. Only the space of thunder and the space of ice have not changed at all, probably because these two spaces are too harsh, but it's okay. As long as the beast with corresponding attributes are introduced, then it is their paradise. At this moment, the divine tree suddenly thought of the purple scythe, who was probably wandering somewhere in space, which had also become his new base. The divine tree suddenly felt that the fate of each creature was unique, and blessings or misfortunes could not be predetermined. Just like the purple scythe, if he had not overcome the space insect eating incident, he would have surely died at the hands of the divine tree. Looking back now, it can be seen that the purple scythe is one of the most strategic forces of Misty Mountain, even surpassing the capabilities of the golden ant a bit, of course, in terms of flexibility and one-hit, one-kill ability. What the divine tree needs to do now is to wait for time to pass. These 7 spaces are vast and rich in spiritual power, which is his retreat, a strategic path, like Noah's Ark when Judgment Day comes. At the end of the road, the divine tree and all his allies can curl up and hide in these spaces. And so, the divine tree adjusted his posture, leisurely enjoying the heavy spiritual rain under the space crack. In Australia, a sun? No, it's probably a space crack in the style of the Dark King, who created a horizontal crack instead of one overhead, and all creatures sat still to absorb. Suddenly there was a small call. Kangaroo, who was in a daze, was startled. A man in a purple cloak walked up behind him, only his eyes shone with wisdom. Kangaroo still crossed his arms and looked like a gangster and asked, "What's up?" This man, after releasing his spiritual power around and finding no curious people, asked quietly, "Hey, do you think following the new king is okay? For it, we are just weapons." Of course, this "it" was also put in quotes by him. Kangaroo confidently replied, "It doesn't matter. Whoever gives me power, that person is my king." Kangaroo looked at the sea monsters and continued, "No matter what the king decides, whether to ally with sea monsters or humans, it doesn't matter. Our goal will not change. Anyone who stands in the way will be eliminated." Kangaroo looked far away, seeming very determined, but the man in the purple cloak just silently stared at Kangaroo, as if telling him to be sincere. Kangaroo noticed the judgmental look in his eyes and frowned. "Why are you looking at me like that?" The man turned away and hesitated. "Nothing. It's just that, if it were you before, you definitely wouldn't say such things." Kangaroo also confirmed this. He wouldn't have said such things before. Kangaroo crossed his arms, seemingly with nothing more to defend. Unbeknownst to others, Kangaroo was well aware of the king's issues more than anyone else, but how could he dare to speak out? Meanwhile, he kept a wary eye on the new king. The Dark King, at this point, began to open his eyes. His evil eyes widened, and then his harsh voice echoed, very smooth and clear. He loudly announced, "The tide of spiritual power will end in a week." See, if it were the previous king, he would have been slow and deliberate, making this announcement only after his subordinates had finished bathing and eating dinner. The Dark King continued, "At that time, regardless of the outcome of humanity and the divine tree, we will still sweep everything, as long as we can survive." Clearly, he had promised humanity that if they killed the divine tree, he would give them a small corner to reproduce. But now he was going back on his word in front of his subordinates. Indeed, he was a demon, with no credibility at all. As soon as these words fell, the monsters below began to roar in response, not because they agreed, but because the boss had just declared, so the subordinates had to clap, like a chairman of a country standing in front of a crowd and inadvertently saying, "I need to poop." But the people below immediately clapped in tears. Meanwhile, Kangaroo and the guy in the search suit stood still, showing no attitude at all. Don't think the Dark didn't notice. He had taken everything into his big evil eye, but for him, the roaring didn't mean anything. As long as they followed his orders, they were considered loyal. At the heavenly mountain, the land of light was overflowing. The foot of the divine elephant just stepped into a clear lotus pond. The divine elephant, all white, leisurely walked to the place where two guys were meditating on two high rocks. Looking at this posture, it seemed that the two guys were higher than the divine elephant by a level. The divine elephant spoke in a clear voice and announced, "The darkness, he has arrived." As soon as these words came out, the two guys immediately turned around and opened their eyes, and my guess, these are probably two dragons or seahorses. At this time, under the sea, a creature hundreds of meters long and a whale were rushing into a dark crevice. It was the five-headed snake and the mutant whale of Misty Mountain. They found a huge stone door deep under the sea floor. As soon as they arrived, the door slowly opened. The transport organs made a dull sound spreading in the seawater. Then from inside, an extraordinary light leaked out. The whale looked up. It was strange. Such a bright light did not hurt the eyes of the whale and the five-headed snake. The whale seemed surprised too, exclaimed intermittently, "Here it is." Then both of them entered the brilliant light cluster. At the headquarters of the United Nations, the meeting was still in progress. The consensus was that the demands of that individual were utterly unacceptable. They were expected to fight the divine tree? Even their ancestors couldn't contend with the divine tree. Such a confrontation would result in an immediate 90% reduction in Earth's population, according to the calculations of the UN's advisory board. It seemed humanity was still being complacent. They all agreed on one thing. Currently, among humans, there was not a single powerhouse who could defeat the divine tree or that individual. The disparity in power had become too vast, and the calculated damages were only relative, absolutely not trustworthy. The chairman of the China Federation disregarded the buzzing discussions of his peers, lost in his contemplation. He seemed to be searching for the purpose of that shadow behind all these events. Using the YY method, he discovered that perhaps human existence threatened him. If so, there were two entities threatening him, the divine tree and humanity, right? Indeed, it seemed he had found the answer. The shadow wanted the two threatening entities to fight to the death, and naturally, after both were injured, he would come and swallow everything. The chairman's eyes lit up with wisdom, as if he had made a decision for this time. Of course, this opinion also needed the approval of the majority, so he had to deliver a highly impressive and persuasive speech. But how could he do that when he was just a human, without any mutant power in his hands, and without any concrete evidence that humanity could somehow threaten that individual to present? All he had were conjectures. Just as he was at a deadlock, something outrageous happened, something unprecedented in the history of the United Nations. During their continuous two-day meeting, the divine tree arrived, in the form of a tree-like human. The divine tree had truly come to the meeting, an uninvited guest. End of chapter 212. The colossal roots of the divine tree began to infiltrate the conference room. At this moment, everyone dared not move. Even their breaths were held in check. The entire room echoed with the grinding sound of the roots shifting, clinging to the ceiling, spreading in all directions, then anchoring back to the ground, forming a temporary prison. The politicians could think of nothing else but their own survival. The chairman of the Chinese Federation was chilled to the bone. Calling the divine tree an old friend wasn't wrong, but this situation was somewhat embarrassing for the Federation. After all, the divine tree had established its headquarters deep within their territory. The divine tree leisurely twisted and moved in front of the politicians, taking on a semi-human form. After adjusting its attire, the divine tree scanned the entire room with a sweeping gaze, at least aware that the representatives of humanity's greatest powers were all present. Then, the divine tree began to speak in a clear voice, devoid of any threat. "I am a mutated tree, and I did not wish to meet you in such circumstances and form." As these words fell, the two politicians representing the European nations seemed unable to believe that the divine tree could infiltrate here. They knew that the conference room was surrounded by spiritual isolation devices, and no entity possessing spiritual power could enter. The divine tree used its finger to bring out the device the two had just mentioned, then placed it in front of them and calmly said, "This thing has no effect on me." The crowd below fell silent. It should be known that the room was now filled with the divine tree's oppressive spiritual power. Even though it had tried to suppress its spiritual power to the maximum, it still made the crowd tremble in fear. These people were the heads of a nation, and if they didn't possess a determination and mental strength greater than ordinary people, they would have screamed and run away long ago. A representative from the African Nations Federation quickly spoke up. "Are you afraid that we will ally with the darkness to confront you?" Meanwhile, a beautiful female politician was staring at the divine tree without blinking, and an old man with blonde hair was lost in worry. The divine tree found this amusing, but it looked down sternly as if looking at a group of ants and replied, "You still hold onto the same narrow-minded thoughts as before. All right, let's get straight to the point." The voice of the divine tree became as cold as ice, loudly declaring to the standing crowd, "I am not as cunning as the darkness, so if humanity confronts me, I will annihilate them, leaving nothing behind." Upon hearing this, The politicians felt their limbs go numb, wanting to collapse to the ground. Speaking so bluntly, this creature was clearly not here for a meeting. A few people began to glare at the African representative from earlier, thinking, "Don't be too stupid." The divine tree cast a loving gaze at the chairman of the Chinese Federation, its voice becoming warmer. "The Chinese Federation understands this best." The chairman could only bow his head in silence. Indeed, they had been given a concession by the divine tree, allowing humans and mutated creatures to coexist peacefully. The divine tree continued, "I don't understand why the darkness is targeting humanity, but there is one thing I need to tell you. The last time the darkness was born on this earth, it was eradicated by humanity's own strength. You may remember from earlier parts of the story, Misty Mountain had fought with a few powerful reincarnated ancient heroes and obtained some documents related to humanity confronting a natural disaster thousands of years ago. Perhaps that disaster was the darkness." The politicians were stunned upon hearing this news. While they had been discussing surrender and finding a way to survive and maintain their species in recent days, they never expected that they had defeated such a terrifying monster in the past. Somehow, everyone believed this. They had no doubt about what the divine tree said, which was the advantage of the pressure from a powerful entity. The chairman of the Chinese Federation had been waiting for this statement for a long time. He decided to speak up, his voice firm and full of determination. "What is your purpose in coming here? Surely you didn't just come to tell us that, right?" The divine tree looked at the chairman. The two could be called old friends. It should be known that in the battle at Jera City, when defeating Australith, the divine tree had relied on the cooperation of this chairman, helping the divine tree defeat the enemy with a new generation of condensed spiritual power missile. The two had cooperated very well. The divine tree replied, "We intend to wage war against the darkness. As for you, do as you please, do whatever you like." The chairman asked further, "Are you sure you can win?" The divine tree immediately replied, "If I wasn't sure of winning, why would I fight? This is the indomitable spirit of a warrior. Humanity, due to too much calculation, has fallen into the wrong direction and cannot develop better." This voice was like a slap in the face of all the politicians below. All of them involuntarily fell silent. A few seconds later, the divine tree sighed deeply, or perhaps it was his spiritual power releasing a wave, expressing his boredom with these humans. The divine tree softly said, "I have said what needs to be said. You can stand with the darkness or choose my side. It's up to you." No sooner had the words been spoken than the space began to tremble. The gigantic roots of the divine tree began to withdraw at lightning speed, leaving a large hole in the conference room as the tree departed. The entire meeting fell into an eerie silence, with the chairman of China and other chairmen deep in thought. The divine tree had come to reveal the truth and give them a choice, without any conditions attached. It seemed that if one were a normal-thinking human, they would have made their decision immediately after that, knowing that choosing the wrong side meant extinction. Misty Mountain. The sky was exceptionally clear tonight, and the forest where the divine tree resided was bathed in a soft golden light, looking truly magical. The divine tree adjusted its lazy resting posture, thinking to itself, "That's it with the humans. Now I just need to continue absorbing spiritual power." But not long into its rest, the divine tree's plan to attack the headquarters surfaced again. Indeed, the divine tree had this plan, and it began to calculate the travel time to the headquarters for the attack, cursing the 10+ days it would take. Many asked why the divine tree could travel to the moon so quickly last time, but take so long to go to Australia this time. That was because last time, the divine tree had concentrated all its spiritual power and extended a single space route, whereas for a battle, the divine tree had to walk with its entire gigantic body. Taking 10+ days was not good, as the tide would end in just over a week, which was also when the army of darkness would march to various parts of the world, and the divine tree would not make it in time. Suddenly, space distorted, a familiar feeling. The divine tree knew right away that the system had come. It asked suspiciously, "What brings you to me, system?" The system's clear voice rang out, "It seems you are ready to fight against the darkness, aren't you?" The divine tree sarcastically said, "Would you believe me if I said I wasn't ready?" Then the divine tree suddenly remembered a question it had forgotten to ask last time. "If I lose, what will become of this world?" The system said that the planet would become a dead star due to the massacre between the living and the dead. The divine tree turned pale. Hadn't the darkness promised to let some creatures under its rule survive? It turned out that this guy was a liar, a deceitful demon. The divine tree suddenly had the urge to kill, but held back a bit. The divine tree asked further, "After this planet is dead, can it survive?" Of course, the it in quotation marks, the system replied that it would quickly go to devour another planet, and in the past, Mars was the victim of the darkness. After eating everything, it would go to find another fresh planet. Upon hearing this, the divine tree asked, "What if I win?" The system replied, "You will become an ordinary tree, as all the spiritual power will be withdrawn from this world." What a bizarre situation. The divine tree angrily retorted that if victory meant its own death, Then what was the point of fighting? But the system remained silent, always infuriating others. The divine tree shouted, "You always said I would lose, didn't you?" The system remained silent. At this point, the divine tree truly wished it could punch the system, no matter the cost. The divine tree continued to ask loudly, "Who are you?" The system replied, its voice still cold and soulless, "When the time comes, I will naturally tell you." The divine tree felt like it was misunderstanding something. What did it mean by time? The divine tree cursed loudly, "Damn it, what time? Do I even have a chance to survive until then to wait for this time?" The system then replied, its voice starting to falter, "There is no chance of survival, but there is not no chance, a chance in a moment." Upon hearing this, the divine tree quickly shouted, "What chance? What kind of chance? Tell me quickly." In response to this urgency, the system hesitated and replied, "I can't say. Everything depends on you." Oh, this bastard system really made the divine tree's blood boil. It roared in anger and cursed loudly, "Damn it, can't say? If you can't say, then why did you summon me here? Are you mentally deficient?" The divine tree was immediately expelled, just in time to finish cursing. Indeed, this system could not make friends. It was too eccentric and stupid. The divine tree was now full of anger and didn't know where to vent. It was furious. For several hours, even while enjoying the spiritual power, the divine tree kept cursing for those several hours, "Damn bastard. Calling me to talk nonsense. In the end, it's like saying nothing. Damn it, you jerk." The divine tree used its roots to tap on its trunk, like the habit of tapping on a table. The knocking sound could make it feel a bit better. "You don't want to tell me? Then I will understand it myself, you jerk." End of chapter 213. Xiao Ling returned to the headquarters of the Dark Guild. Sitting on the throne of the spokesperson, she sternly looked down, sweeping her gaze over the entire crowd of subordinates. She noticed that the manpower of the guild had increased significantly over the years. All of them were formidable fighters with awe-inspiring combat abilities. At the forefront was the vampire, who had followed her since he was a mere guard in the supernatural forces of Fire City. Today, he and his subordinates were about to receive an exhilarating directive, which made him grin from ear to ear. Behind him were two beast men, their genes grafted from the most powerful creatures in the world, along with several hundred other strong fighters. In previous episodes, the vampire had led his guild to conquer a rift, from which it could be inferred that they had grown considerably stronger, perhaps all reaching the transcendent third order. Xiao Ling flashed a rare smile. She gently said, "So, everyone is here." On this side, the mighty Luo, he was the first to sign a blood pact with the divine tree. According to the latest information, Luo, after being abandoned and hunted by Luo Nation, had established himself as a king. Among humans, Luo was one of the most reputable fighters, extremely battle-savvy and wise. He was looking down at his army. Tens of thousands of strong fighters were lined up neatly below. According to the directive from the divine tree, it was time for him to launch an attack against the common enemy, darkness. Luo roared, "All warriors from the third order will participate in this battle. The rest must focus on defending the city. Do you understand?" Below, there was a unanimous shout, "Yes." The resounding shout of 10,000 people was awe-inspiring. On this side, the two leaders of the Iron Knight and Dragon Corp of the China Federation were also standing in front of their armies. They were the strongest backbone of this land. This masked man was the leader we often encountered in previous monster defense battles. His army was the nightmare of all monsters before the majority advanced to the second order. He spoke in a steely voice behind the mask. "I know that many of you have gone through life and death to get here, but the situation this time is completely different from usual. This is a joint operation. Even if it means sacrificing your lives, you must complete the mission." Beneath, tens of thousands of supernatural warriors from various cities stood in orderly rows. They crossed their arms behind their backs and shouted in unison, "Yes!" The sound echoing in all directions, stirring the hearts of those who heard it. More than anyone else, they understood that this battle would be the most brutal and desperate, for their enemy was the ferocious Australith. But their warrior spirit was not subdued. A leader of the Iron Knights slammed his large sword down and declared, "This battle, all for glory." The knights behind him, clad in full iron armor, their eyes shining behind their helmets, had been through 1,000 battles. They were not afraid of death. Meanwhile, Cheesy's eldest brother, Blackface, stood on a nearby high cliff. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth and said, "My brothers!" Perhaps Blackface was referring to his brothers below. They were preparing to enter the battlefield together. On the fourth day before the end of the spiritual tide, the United Nations finally agreed to join Misty Mountain in fighting against the darkness, and this desolate scene was in one of the cities attacked by the 10-Nation Alliance. This circular view was seen through a large hole punched in an Australith. Oh my, which strongman could do this? Knowing that Australith has a terrifying defense, The one who defeated it must at least reach the transcendent third peak at the minimum. The saint of the Holy Church of the Tin Nation Alliance was observing the whole scene. It turned out that this arrogant man who often sat crookedly on the golden throne was the one who killed that beast. Indeed, he was not arrogant for no reason. At this moment, a subordinate appeared and flattered. Truly worthy of being a saint, you have exterminated that beast and pacified everything. Before this praise, the saint only frowned. He asked how many casualties? The guy immediately gritted his teeth in anger, bowed his head and reported that 300 people in the Holy Guard had sacrificed, leaving only 8 people. As soon as these words fell, the saint felt a pain in his heart. Just one attack from the first beast had almost wiped out all his Holy Guards. The saint tried to keep calm and gave orders, but his voice could not help but sound a bit sad. Go and gather the survivors. Hearing this, the subordinate was startled. Why gather again? Knowing that the other party did not understand, the saint said, hurry up, a new battle is about to begin. Switching scenes, the ground cracked, buildings were torn apart, cars and chunks of reinforced concrete were sucked together into a huge ball. Yule was creating a giant monster from his pile of scrap. In just a moment, a monster as large as an australith with glowing eyes appeared, ready for Yule to control at any time. It turned out he was resisting the attack of australith. At this moment Yule sighed. Fortunately, there was that spiritual tide, which made him advance his strength to a new height. Otherwise, standing in front of australith, he really couldn't do anything. The scene shifts to Australia, a continent entirely engulfed in flames. 14 countries suffered severe devastation as soon as the darkness emerged, essentially when it ascended the throne of monsters here. Everything descended into chaos, with the death toll alone reaching 300 million people. Countless others were injured or disabled, and the entire civilization was almost reset. But the massacre did not stop. The KPI that the Dark King set for the monsters was too high, causing them to continue hunting humans relentlessly. At this point, anyone who ran slowly would be eaten. After the government forces were disbanded, they drifted back to the countryside, forming guerrilla groups with the people to resist the brutal monsters. However, casualties were inevitable, as the monsters always excelled in defense and attack speed. They easily penetrated the firepower of traditional weapons. In general, weapons such as submachine guns, machine guns, or pistols were truly ineffective. A warrior fired a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. At least this kind of firepower might be able to inflict damage on the monsters. The rocket plunged into the monsters and exploded. It seemed that the dinosaur had its little toe shot off. The guy wondered if he had defeated it, but a second later, a harsh crunching sound rang out. He was bitten into the mouth by a mutant wolf, his life instantly snatched away. Tens of thousands of bullets were fired from the front line of the guerrilla forces, but these Australian monsters were not afraid at all. They still rushed forward crazily. Of course, monsters below the second order could be injured by traditional guns, and the monster side also suffered many deaths. Suddenly, giant claws appeared from the sky. The desert eagles in the Dark Army had appeared. They were trying to break the strongest firepower of mankind. Each one grabbed 2 warriors, lifted them high and threw them down, or directly ate them. The anti-aircraft forces had not yet arrived, so they would use tanks as anti-aircraft forces. At this close range, the tank gun was as painful as a punch from the sky. Many eagles had their heads blown off. Behind this front line was a densely populated area that had not been invaded by monsters. We could see countless bases of the resistance army interspersed with houses. Underneath the bomb shelters, children and young people have now become the priority for shelter over the elderly, as they bear the role of reproduction in the future. The children just wanted to go outside and breathe some fresh air. They wondered if the army had driven away the monsters. Suddenly, the steel door shook, as if something was crashing into it. Everyone was terrified. Could it be that the monster had captured the city and was attacking them? The next second, the door was thrown open and crushed a person. Fresh blood splashed out, a very tragic scene. The blood turned green because of the law, you know. Appearing before the crowd were 2 bipedal monsters, a mutated dream cow and a mutated mountain lion. Their eyes lit up as they looked at their prey in front of them. The scene was so tragic that the artist decided not to paint it. In another refuge, a man was anxiously holding his phone. He walked around dozens of times, but there was no signal at all. Perhaps all the signal towers on the ground had been destroyed. The dangerous thing was that the food reserves here were about to run out. They needed a plan to move elsewhere. Meanwhile, everyone around was exhausted. They were all pulled out from large fires or ruins. Their vitality had long been exhausted. This young man who evacuated early was gritting his teeth and complaining that the government was useless. Then the signal came back. The 2 young people opened their phones to see. A horrified face discovered that on the ground, the news announced that a country had been completely wiped out by monsters. Now, the whole of Australia only had 13 countries left, and this was only the 5th day since the darkness was reborn. The reconnaissance helicopter was still risking its life to record precious footage in the war zone. Meanwhile, the news was still ringing out. The military forces of mankind cannot organize defense, let alone counterattack and rescue. So the government continues to call on people to self-defend and hoard food. These meaningless words rang out, and the people immediately fell into despair. Without a frame, the people who tried to find food or move to a refuge were immediately eaten by the mutated wolves. Anyone who didn't know would think this was the Nine Tails of Misty Mountain. Perhaps this impersonator would soon be dealt with by the big sister of the Misty Mountain. End of chapter 2:14. At this moment, in a nation on the continent of Australia, under a sunset as red as blood, a military transport aircraft had completed its mission of soldier transportation and lay silent on the airfield. Beside it, tens of thousands of soldiers stood in perfect formation, all silent as the grave. The commander, in his military uniform, after a moment of contemplation, resolutely stood before his troops and began to declare, "These days, everyone is risking their lives on the front lines. I know many of you have lost loved ones, friends, because the people need us. Like you, both my son and daughter have fallen on the battlefield against Australith." His voice suddenly paused for a second, then powerfully rang out again. "There are still many people trapped in various cities waiting for our rescue. Each subsequent mission will be a dead end. Are you ready to carry out these missions, even if it means sacrificing your own lives?" His heroic declaration was immediately answered with a resounding chorus that shook the heavens and the earth. "Ready." And then, the commander's order echoed, "Depart." Hundreds of military helicopters began to take off, collectively carrying tens of thousands of young soldiers to the battlefield, some of whom had not even found love yet. At Misty Mountain, the fissure continued to pour out endless spiritual power, but it seemed that the fissure was getting smaller and smaller. Now, the fissure was only about several meters wide. The divine tree opened its eyes, then immediately squinted to observe this fissure. The divine tree knew that this tide of spiritual power seemed to be ending soon. Based on the rate of the fissure's contraction, it seemed there was only one day left. Thus, the war was very near. Thinking of this, the divine tree began to lift its roots, preparing to act. In a country being invaded by the beasts of the Australian core, these mutated rhinoceroses began to attack a shelter. The rhinoceros species was originally gentle in nature, but after joining the Australian core, they were ready to kill at the command of the Dark King. The people inside had observed these beasts through surveillance cameras. They knew that the beasts had tracked their scent here, but they still clung to hope in the super thick steel door. As long as the door was sturdy enough, they would be safe. All the people were extremely tense at this moment, sweating profusely. No one dared to speak for fear of making a sound to attract the beasts. Suddenly, a red-eyed rhinoceros sniffed the air, sensing something amiss. It immediately pointed its sharp snout at the steel wall in front of it. The people inside were terrified. "They're getting closer." Then heavy collision sounds echoed. Each collision shook the door violently. After a few times, it started to crack. Could it withstand the dozens of tons of force from the rhino's charges? Inside, a bearded old man held his daughter in his arms, his angry eyes staring through the door. The frightened little girl clung tightly to her father, incessantly calling Baba. Just then, a rhino, teased by its peers, hurled itself at the door, creating a loud noise accompanied by the sound of shattering. The people immediately bent their knees and ran. Their reflexes were indeed professional. This red-haired guy seemed to have experience, telling everyone to stay away from that door and run to the other door, to escape outside opportunistically. Sure enough, the mutated rhinos appeared next. They roared terrifyingly, their red eyes bloody. The first people who saw them were immediately scared to death. A few unlucky ones were directly trampled to death. They began their massacre, opening their large mouths and biting any human nearby. Because the crowd was too large, some people couldn't retreat in time and could only become prey for the rhino monsters. The rhinos' roars got louder and louder, noisier and noisier, as they kept charging in. The old man carried his daughter and ran with the crowd. In fact, this father had always been vigilant, ready to run with his child at any movement. Therefore, he managed to escape with the first group of people. The fleeing crowd screamed. Everyone showed a face of horror. It was indeed a desperate run. The bearded old man still had a gloomy face. His eyes were bloodshot. He held his daughter and kept running, without complaining a word. Perhaps the old man knew that complaining would only interrupt his breath and make his body more tired. Damn it! Just as they ran to the emergency exit, two huge, mutated wolf heads poked down from above. They breathed their foul breath into their faces. Their eyes glowed with a bloodthirsty, deadly light. The crowd stood frozen in fear. Now they couldn't advance or retreat. Behind them, the rhinos were chasing. In front of them, the monster wolves were blocking the way. The wolf in front began to open its mouth to bite. The crowd screamed in panic. Everyone ran in different directions, running chaotically. Only the old man holding his daughter stood still there, seeing two streams of people running in two directions in the tunnel and starting to jam. Indeed, they were like fish on the chopping board. The old man only truly felt completely trapped at this moment, feeling that he and his daughter had no way out. He didn't mind dying himself, but his daughter still had a future ahead of her. Thinking of the bitter truth, the old man could only grit his teeth. Then, the two wolves in front of them truly advanced and devoured the first people. A horrifying scream echoed once again. The terrified little girl could only tightly close her eyes and cling to her frail father. The father's heart pounded with fear, and at this moment, his only wish was that even if he had to die, please save his daughter. At the most critical moment, a series of semi-automatic rifle shots rang out deafeningly. Firepower poured onto the faces of the mutant wolves, blasting their heads to pieces. Their advance was immediately halted. The army had arrived. The brave soldiers moved forward while pulling the trigger, creating a powerful rain of firepower. Then, the soldiers opened a path for the civilians to escape from this place. Meanwhile, other soldiers were still enthusiastically shooting and reloading. They might not be able to completely eliminate the enemy, but in this confined space, they could certainly slow down the large enemy steps because they couldn't dodge the bullets wrapped in spiritual power. The civilians escaped outside and ran as if flying. The successful evacuation of the civilians, a string of 6 grenades was thrown into the tunnel. The explosion shook the ground. A red flame spurted from the cave mouth. Thus the monsters were completely buried inside. At this moment, at the place where the refugees were gathering, a huge cargo plane was landing. These guys immediately shed tears. Finally, after so much hardship, they didn't have to die here. The plane slowly stopped, and the civilians boarded the plane one by one. Unfortunately, this plane couldn't carry everyone. The soldier ordered them to stop because the plane had reached its limit. This guy immediately became disappointed and asked when the next flight would be. The soldier, with a haggard and gloomy face, finally stuttered out, This is the last flight. Then the government will drop spiritual power bombs to cause a big fire around the city to prevent the monsters from advancing to other cities." Then the soldier paused for a few seconds and continued, "All the remaining people here will die in this city." Of course, this included him as well. As these words were spoken, the entire crowd fell silent. No, deathly silent. Then, a few people couldn't accept this reality. Among them were children of all ages. An old man held his daughter tightly, trembling. He didn't tremble before, but now that they were safe on the plane, he started to shake violently. "It's okay, my dear. We're on the plane now," he reassured her. The old man had lost his wife and had silently vowed never to lose his daughter. But looking down below, a woman was holding a newborn baby, her desperate eyes filled with tears as she looked up at the plane. The old man dared not look any further, but then an elderly man suddenly spoke in a trembling voice, "I won't go." He gave up his spot for the newborn baby. The young mother was shocked to hear this. The old man said he had lived long enough, and a few more years wouldn't make much difference. It would be better for the baby to get on the plane. And so, the newborn baby, with the face of a 20-year-old man, and his mother took the old man's place. The old man, trembling, slowly returned to the ground. Could the artist please make the baby's face look a bit more like a newborn's? End of chapter 215. The rescue plane is completing its final preparations for takeoff. The people above and below are still looking at each other in a standoff. I thought there would be a scramble, but there was none. The quieter they became, the more silent they were. After the old man gave up his seat for the mother and child, the two young men also gritted their teeth and decided to stay, leaving their seats for the children. Then more people, dozens of them, decided to stay. Not because they didn't want to live, everyone wanted to live, but just a good seed from the old man was sown. It would sprout into a beautiful forest in people's hearts, where noble sacrifices would bloom brilliantly. The boy, seeing this, was worried for those who gave up their seats. He, with tearful eyes, stuttered, But won't you guys?" The guy who just gave up his seat shouted, "Stop dawdling. Get on quickly, or I'll regret it." At this moment, the big-mouthed monsters began to roar and rush over. Angry at being trapped in the fiery basement earlier, they had to struggle to escape. The soldiers on one side began to shoot to hold back the monsters, while on the other side, they told the plane to take off quickly, as they could not hold the enemy for long. The boy, injured on his head, was looking at the plane with regretful eyes. It seemed he was alone. Standing in front of the departing crowd was the bearded uncle. The uncle was also looking at the boy, not understanding why he couldn't take his eyes off the kid. His eyes carried regret and anger. The uncle kept staring, as if he saw himself somewhere in those eyes. The uncle understood that his fate had come. The old man was sweating all over his face, put his daughter down. Sweat began to pour out on his tormented face and said to his daughter, "Xiao Min, grow up well, take good care of yourself." The little girl understood that her father was saying his last goodbye. She tried not to cry. Her father said, "Dad will pick you up later." He lied. A tear fell involuntarily, knowing that this goodbye would be forever. Then he hugged his daughter and shouted, "Hey kid, come here. I'll give up this spot. And the plane closed its cargo door, the engine roared, the remaining people fell silent, watching the last rescue flight. It's okay. The uncle had his daughter rescued. He had sworn that as long as his daughter was safe, right? So he won't regret it. The plane really left. The big guy started crying and said, I don't understand why I gave up my seat. I don't want to die either. Damn it. Others also showed regret. Standing before death, everyone would be like that, right? Like if given a choice again, they would still do the same. The old uncle just watched the plane getting further and further away and thought to himself, I can't go. I just hope you live well in the future. Everyone else also watched the plane flying higher and higher. Suddenly the plane exploded. Damn, what the hell is that? The old uncle saw his vision light up brightly. The people below were horrified. The plane exploded. The whole sky and earth were full of smoke and dust. They saw two green tentacles wriggling in the sky. It was the culprit that shot down the plane. The uncle immediately stood still as if planted. His face sank into despair. His only consolation was destroyed right before his eyes. The people here hadn't had time to sigh when they were horrified by the roars on one side. These monsters had finished slaughtering all the soldiers protecting them. They were hesitating to move towards the last civilians. An officer shouted, Run quickly, while the remaining soldiers continued to shoot like crazy. These guys are too high level. Their bullets can't do anything. They can't even scratch them. But these bullets made them furious. They roared and rushed faster and faster. The frontline warrior was immediately killed by a monster piercing him with its claws. The remaining people continued the long-distance running for life contest. This tragic scene is so familiar, isn't it? No matter, they have experience anyway. Suddenly someone didn't run but went to pick up a sharp steel bar. It was the bearded old uncle. He had jumped on top of a monster and was about to stab this steel bar down. He went crazy. His face became extremely fierce. He jumped high and blocked right in front of the rushing monster, making the monster also startled. The steel rod immediately pierced straight into the monster's eye. Fresh blood splattered out. The uncle pushed the rod deeper and deeper. His mouth continuously screamed, Die, die, die. Tears also flowed out, in his head. Only the image of his little daughter smiling brightly like a flower remained. These beasts had no right to take away that tiny consolation. The uncle cried loudly and screamed, Give me back my daughter, give me back my daughter. But right after that, a sharp claw swiped. Over, the old uncle was immediately knocked away. His steel rod also broke into several pieces. This blow, the uncle was sure to die. He fell down and hit his back on the ground. The fall was too high, causing internal injuries, and fresh blood also spurted out of his mouth. The ground suddenly trembled nonstop. Then an australith rose from the ground. Two blood-red eyes began to look around along with countless green tentacles wriggling like amit insects. It turned out it was the one that shot down the plane earlier. At this time the monsters naturally all stood in front of the uncle. It seemed the uncle was the last person here. Perhaps they wanted to interrogate him why he dared to hurt their monsters, and would kill him in the most brutal way to avenge. At the same time in the sky, the government began to drop heavy fire bombs around the city. They would blockade the entire city to prevent the monsters from overflowing to other cities. Behind the uncle's back began to explode and blaze. The entire city shook due to the shock. A circle of blazing fire encircled the entire city. The uncle was completely motionless but still conscious, knowing that this time he would really die here. There was no chance of survival, right? But would anyone avenge me? Anyone will do. Kill these bastards. The uncle used all his life strength, picked up his iron rod and took a stance. He would hit the last golf swing. Just looking at his posture you could tell he used to be a successful businessman. The monster rushed crazily. It would devour him. This guy was the one who poked its eye. The uncle screamed. Fresh blood spurted out from his mouth. But the scream still sounded very fierce. Die, die, die. A punch as big as a car rushed over and hit straight into the monster's face, immediately causing it to dislocate its jaw and become silent. Don't say the uncle had awakened his strength. The monster was even punched and flew dozens of meters away, only hurt it in pain. The remaining monsters were shocked. Who punched so strong, you guys? Just saw a white wing of an angel spreading out very gracefully. The uncle at this time was still standing still in stance. Unbelievable. The white tiger roared to show its power. Its target this time was the monster behind, the disaster Australith. Australith knew this guy came to find it. Indeed, it also issued a proud look to challenge the white tiger. The white tiger began to roar loudly. Spiritual power all over the body erupted. The white tiger stood in front of the corpse of the monster earlier. Damn, didn't expect to punch one and this monster died right away? Too strong, my brother. The white tiger full of pride, blue eyes shining brightly. The third eye has also opened. Let's see how strong the white tiger will be after evolving. Let's wait until tomorrow, everyone. The white tiger was seen squinting its eyes and roaring as per the procedure. Then its front legs stomped hard on the ground, lunging forward. On this side, The bewildered beasts also rushed up in unison after a second, all the beasts showing a brutal and eerie demeanor, determined to teach this stranger a lesson with their muscular strength. Bingo! The white tiger changed its strategy, attacking from a distance with the breath of the forest lord. The beasts, who were rolling up their sleeves for close combat, were instantly incinerated in that deadly spiritual breath. At this moment, a cold mouth opened to the left of the white tiger. Damn it, this guy intended to bite and then run away. This could be a rabid bite, but the white tiger had time to swing its claws, tearing the carotid artery of the cunning beast with a single swipe. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. The boss behind, seeing this scene, immediately swung up his tusks and rushed towards the white tiger. It should be known that Australith is a disaster beast capable of both long-range and close combat, and it can even transform. The white tiger took a defensive stance and spread its wings, while the tusks were already rushing in front of it. Taking this hit was like taking dozens of heavy punches, enough to render the white tiger incapable of fighting. At a certain high level, victory or defeat is only a matter of a moment. Suddenly, a small guy rushed over from somewhere. His left hand threw a fiery punch, his mouth screamed, "Die, you beast!" Then a strong collision right at the beast's mouth, causing it to be pushed back, trying to regain balance. No way. Australith was really knocked off its roots, lying flat on the ground. Who punched so hard? It could only be the panda. The guy was all excited, his whole body burning brightly. You could see the panda had changed a lot from before. If it was before, he would meet Australith with a full body attack. But now, just one punch was enough. You can't blame the Australith beasts. Over there the Snail King or the Dark King are too poor, unlike someone who owns thousands of liters of life essence. Cheesy excitedly shouted, "This time I won't lose." All right, switch to the panoramic view. A spider's foot had stepped forward. The pair of Cheesy and the white tiger were in their sights. It should be known that this is still the territory of the Dark King. A stranger invades. Immediately a team of dozens of other powerful beasts appeared. Cheesy and the white tiger looked over. Oh dear, the enemy is numerous and not weak at all. There are spiders specializing in stun. There are kites attacking from the air. There are tankers. There are ADs and probably mages too. The panda immediately grimaced, wondering why there were so many of them. And when they arrived, he immediately felt nauseous because they reeked of human blood. Cheesy suddenly felt a surge of anger rising in his chest. But suddenly a loud sound of breaking glass echoed, shattering the tense atmosphere. Indeed, because the atmosphere would become even more tense, the main forces of Misty Mountain continued to appear on the battlefield. The nine-tailed fire queen, the ice bear, the demon buffalo, and the white tiger's half-brother, the demon spider. The nine-tailed fox growled. Her eyes lit up with a deadly, terrifying glow. Come on, kill them all. At Misty Mountain 2 days ago, the crack was only a few meters wide. The spiritual power that escaped was no longer significant. It was the third spiritual tide that had almost ended. You could see the 7 spaces of the divine tree were still regretful, catching the last drops of spiritual power. All the beasts at this time had also awakened from their meditative state. They were respectfully gathering in front of the divine tree, waiting for new instructions. The divine tree spoke in a deep voice. The spiritual tide will end in a few hours, then we will go to the Australian continent. This is our 3rd total war with this continent. But this time is different, because our enemy is stronger than ever. The divine tree paused for a second. Its eyes narrowed and its voice became stronger. If we lose this time, we will completely disappear from this world. So, we must do whatever is necessary to win this battle. As soon as these words were finished, the entire Misty Mountain army began to roar, causing the sky to shake. What's that? Are there a few monkeys shaking their butts? Perhaps the artist didn't have time to draw before the supersonic but shaking speed. The divine tree looked serious and somewhat worried. Of course the divine tree would be worried, because this was the first battle, a battle where the enemy was assessed to be more numerous and stronger. Who could not be worried? Then the divine tree said it would open up space and you go into it. Remember which space corresponds to your quality, then go into that space. Then it will take you from space to Australia. Yes, he this time used his third eye to teleport a group to another place. That's also why he had to use 7 spaces from 7 mysterious seals brought out and crazily absorbed spiritual power. How strong this third eye is now, only the divine tree knows. Space opened up, a large circular gate with distinct colors, each color representing a different attribute, and thus, the beasts of Misty Mountain divided themselves to enter their corresponding spaces. In Australia, a piece of fire burned red across the sky. This place, after being bombed by the government, had become a real hell. A beast was using its nose to sniff, perhaps out of habit, or wanting to find the enemy's den. At this moment, Australith was seen lying still on the ground. The 9-tailed fox stood proudly on its face. The Misty Mountain army with a lightning-fast attack had completely crushed the opponent, as clearly no one was injured. Cheesy was standing on a high rock and observing all directions. Did Ching Chong find that the old man had stopped breathing? Somehow the old man's iron stick had disappeared and was replaced with a wooden stick covered in blood. The old man had really died. Ching Chong knew that this man had fought bravely and lost too much blood. It was a pity for a brave human. The elder nine-tailed sister turned around and ordered everyone to move. The beasts here have been wiped out. Let's quickly go to their other base. At this moment from the sky, the chilling sound of shattering glass echoed. Huge tree roots were piercing the sky and awkwardly descending. The scene was terrifying. It felt like the sky was about to collapse. It turned out to be the divine tree collecting scrap. The corpses of the Australian beast army were taken by the divine tree. Of course, these corpses were very useful to the divine tree. The divine tree peeked through that gap. Seeing Australith had been quickly defeated, it sighed in its head. So they defeated Australith so quickly. They have indeed developed quite a bit. The divine tree was too modest. Perhaps Misty Mountain was much stronger than the divine tree imagined. In the China Federation, a shocking intelligence report just reached the chairman. Sir, the mutant tree has disappeared. Oh my god. What? The Scout Force commander reported that Misty Mountain was now all fog. The mutant tree was no longer there, and even all the beasts had disappeared. As soon as he reported, his face fell, as if he had lost a money box. Yes, the monster that defended the entire China Federation was gone. The chairman immediately fell into deep thought, then understood that the divine tree might have taken action. At this moment in the Free Federation, the intelligence department was also reporting to the president about the appearance of an extremely terrifying spiritual force in Australia. The president was terrified, thinking that it could only be the Dark Lord summoning his mutant beast forces again, but it didn't seem right. The head of the intelligence department then added that the China Federation had also reported the disappearance of the mutant tree. The old president immediately thought of the possibility that these two events were related. Oh dear, did the mutant tree fight with the Dark Lord? But this also overturned all the knowledge of the president. How the hell did this tree get there in such a short time? He held his head in horror and felt he was on the verge of depression. How could this be? How could something like this happen? The president was so panicked because a creature capable of moving super fast or instantaneously and carrying destructive power is a death sentence for the entire Free Federation in particular and mankind in general. Over the years, the Free Federation has always been the sharp spearhead of mankind with the most advanced machines and science and technology. They have not yet been able to do this. Hearing this news, he knew that mankind had officially become fish on the chopping board. The divine tree, with its critical eyes, was squinting with hostility. In front of the divine tree was the boss Australith, also known as the Dark Lord, whose huge tusks were wriggling enthusiastically. And here is the leg of the divine tree. The Dark Lord, seeing his friend coming, greeted him with a cold, dry voice tinged with a bit of sarcasm. Finally, you've arrived, mutant tree. Just saw the divine tree in the form of a human-like tree, stepping out of a round space gate. His chest was also glowing brightly. From this angle, the divine tree looked like it was stepping out of heaven with a bright halo. The scene was awe-inspiring. Indeed, there were a few beasts who didn't understand what was going on and were worshipping on the other side. But the artist didn't draw. The kangaroo and the squirrel wizard were still like everyone else, standing in front of the Dark Lord and directly facing the divine tree. But their eyes this time were completely devoid of the hostility of previous times, right? If it was before, the kangaroo would read a few winged speeches and fly up to fight. But this time, he chose to stand still, not only because of the tremendous pressure from the divine tree, but also because the ability to appear from this space crack was so strange, so domineering that it stunned him. Kangaroo was confused in his head thinking, how did this guy do it? Appearing right out of thin air like that? The divine tree began to speak. You look ugly, don't you? It seems you have successfully absorbed the King of Australia, haven't you? The Dark Lord wouldn't lose and retorted. Does mocking me satisfy your spirit? I thought you were hiding somewhere and trembling. Didn't expect you to dare to appear here so grandly. As he spoke, his eyes lit up like a car's headlights. The divine tree silently observed, of course not just for fun. Its brain was doing calculations, constantly adding up the combat power at the Dark Lord's acupoint. Then the divine tree confidently declared, Dark Lord, I'm here to declare war on you. I'll be coming soon, so before that, don't massacre indiscriminately. Hearing this, the Dark Lord was a bit stunned, then changed his tone to doubtful and angry and asked, Damn it, are you ordering me? A tusk was raised. Unexpectedly, the divine tree immediately confirmed, yes. The divine tree's eyes flashed with a terrifying murderous intent. Its whole body emitted an aura with a terrifying pressure. The divine tree roared, Enjoy the little time you have left. After hearing this, the Dark Lord was stunned. His whole body wanted to freeze, it felt like, when a childhood friend declared that his father was richer than yours. The Dark Lord, angry with his wounded heart, quickly launched a tusk and cursed loudly, Stop acting dangerous. With just one blow, the divine tree's wooden avatar was immediately pierced in the chest. Its whole body disintegrated. The head of the divine tree was thrown out and began to fade away. Kangaroo asked in confusion. Oh, is that guy dead? Before this stupid junior, the Dark Lord had to enlighten him that this was just a clone. The divine tree slowly opened its eyes. Both eyes again shone brightly. The reconnaissance was successful. Many people asked where the divine tree was. He was in his own space. It seemed the space carried the pure space attribute. Misty Mountain with the bright golden sunlight. There was no bird song anymore. Anyone who didn't know would think Misty Mountain went on a group vacation. Suddenly a sound of footsteps on the rustling grass. The scouts of the Federation were carrying out a deadly mission. That was to scout the Holy Land with the SSS-level prohibition. They were terrified to see a scene. The person with only a satellite map in his hand wanted to fall to the ground. Then he immediately pulled out the walkie-talkie and reported to the headquarters. Reporting we have arrived at the location. Confirmed the target has disappeared. Only saw a large hole with a radius of thousands of meters dug deep into the ground, right where the divine tree used to be. The subordinates were terrified. Only the chairman managed to maintain his composure along with the beads of sweat on his face. Indeed, Zhu Izu had disappeared. This intelligence report was very important. For the chairman, it was a strategic piece of information. He could now be sure that the divine tree had indeed taken action, and whether to join the divine tree or not was to be decided at this moment, even though mankind had declared to fight against the Dark Lord. But cooperating with the divine tree or remaining neutral would create a lot of differences in the future, if victorious. The old president here was still shocked by the sudden appearance of the divine tree in Australia. It was pitiful. The old chairman of the China Federation initially, when he knew about the divine tree, also fell into this state. It should be known that the Free Federation had never taken the divine tree into consideration before. They had never fought with the divine tree, and also did not believe in the reports that the China Federation had submitted. They had a long time living in their own glory. It can be seen the old man was truly shocked. At this moment, the president doubted what other abilities that tree had. Too terrifying. Suddenly his eyes lit up. If it was so terrifying, couldn't it defeat the Dark Lord? Very likely, very likely. He immediately asked his assistant, "How far is the army prepared?" The assistant immediately replied, "All superhuman soldiers, along with the Navy, Air Force, Army, Infantry, Special Forces are all ready and can set off." While answering, his face also turned pale, knowing that the boss was about to make a major decision. That is total war. The old man grimaced and bent his face down to the ground. Never had the pressure been so great. These old shoulders were about to give in, he grunted. "If we lose this battle, we will be annihilated. We must win." On a massive warship, the sound of cursing echoed. It turned out the panda boss was arguing with an iron cavalryman of the China Federation. "What? You want me to ride on this thing?" It turned out he was angry because traveling by warship took too much time to get to Australia. It took up to 5 days. The soldier was trying to explain that this was already very fast. The eldest brother immediately crossed his arms and fell into deep thought, then said, "I will swim there first to check the situation. That guy called Black Pill is too rude. I want to punch him as soon as possible." Immediately the knight corrected him. "It's Dark Lord, not Black Pill." The eldest brother immediately retorted, "Shut up, I just said it's Dark Lord." The captain of the Dragon Corps was also here. All the superhuman soldiers of the Federation and the Navy were ready. He was attracted by the pointless argument of the two guys. The good news is that these two guys are very strong. The old man stepped forward and said, "During the Australith disaster last time, we fought in Sakura country. This time it's good. We will actively seek and punch it." The old man also added that since he was born until now, he had never seen a battle prepared on such a large scale. Looking far away, the sea was full of various large and small warships, including aircraft carriers and countless types of aircraft. It felt like a world war, not a feeling, and also not a world war, but a holy war of mankind against demons. The bald guy with a Buddha seal in the middle of his forehead asked a mood-dropping question. "Can an army as large as this withstand a week?" The guy with a tear tattoo on his face immediately replied, "A week? Even if it's just 1 day, it would be great. After all, we have to organize an active attack. If you don't remember, this is the top powerhouse of this generation of the China Federation." The curly-haired guy agreed that, for the peace of mankind, even if they have to shatter their bones and die many times, it's worth it. Suddenly, he caught the cold gaze of a man. It was the old chairman with a very gloomy atmosphere, immediately making everyone silent. But the eldest brother didn't care and said, "Oh, the boss is also here," making the knight sweat, reminding him to be careful with his words. How could this Federation chairman be called the boss? It's really like a market gangster. The chairman, before this reaction of everyone, said people don't need to be too formal. He just wanted to say a few words to the soldiers before going to battle. And so, the chairman stood on the high podium. Tens of thousands of soldiers stood straight below. The young soldiers immediately recognized this was the supreme leader of the Federation. They didn't expect he had come all the way here. The chairman began his speech. "Dear soldiers, this battle may cause you to sacrifice your lives on that land. This combat mission is to fight against the first extinction disaster that mankind has to face in history. All 14 countries in Australia have been almost wiped out. The strength of the opponent can oppress 14 countries at the same time. Our families and friends all live on this land. They have endured this fear enough, so we must never allow them to live in fear anymore. If mankind loses this battle, everything will end. We will no longer have history, no more federation, and no more humans. Therefore, dear soldiers, all of us must fight to the end in this battle, even if we only have one person left in the end. For us, for the future that awaits ahead. Determined to die to live. The old chairman's voice roared with determination and anger, transmitting a strong inspiration to the whole army. Tens of thousands of people shouted together. Determined to die to live. Determined to die to live. The echo vibrated everyone's heart, shaking a roar. Mountains and seas were trembling. At this moment, no one can stop the determination of mankind, of these young boys carrying an endless desire for peace anymore. Then, the eldest brother of the gang also felt his heart tremble violently, couldn't wait any longer, said goodbye to his friend. I'll go ahead then jumped down into the sea, then swam fast like a high-powered canoe, gliding swiftly on the water. At the same time, all over the world, the third spiritual tide ended after a full month of eruption. The cracks had closed, but its impact on the world was extremely large. The Dark Lord looked at the disappearing crack, took a deep breath, and casually said, "It's done. The battle begins. Wipe out all living entities on this continent." As soon as these words fell, millions of beasts from the Australian army rushed like a tide, each with bloodthirsty and brutal eyes, roaring like mad. But they hadn't run far when a golden spiritual pillar poured straight down from the sky. Hundreds of leading beasts were blown into dust. A shocking attack? Who was it? The squirrel wizard in the purple cloak looked up, doubting. An attack from heaven? He was superstitious, but indeed from heaven. The terrifying tree roots began to protrude in the brilliant halo of that heaven. A colossal, radiant abyss appeared on the ground, its radius perhaps reaching thousands of meters. Who could possibly create such a spectacle? Kangaroo was momentarily stunned, gazing skyward in awe. An attack from the heavens? Above, a rift in space remained, its edges still flickering with the remnants of lightning, as if torn asunder by an extraordinary supernatural force. All fell into silence, every living creature seemingly able to hear their own heartbeat. Suddenly, a series of shattering sounds echoed, striking their hearts and causing everyone to startle. They saw massive, majestic roots piercing the sky and writhing downwards. This bizarre sight instantly horrified the kangaroo crowd. What? Roots, tree roots. But in a blink of an eye, the roots moved at supersonic speed, shooting past everything faster than they could comprehend. The Dark King was somewhat surprised. He knew who was coming, but could this person be so reckless? This was his lair, the Dark King's. Then, his anger turned into madness, and he laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. His laughter was filled with delight at the sight of this strange spectacle. He shouted, "Finally, finally, you have arrived." Meanwhile, the roots continued to plunge down crazily at an extremely fast speed. The Dark King had a clear view of the rift, where the divine tree resided. He stared straight at the divine tree, knowing that the divine tree was also looking at him. The divine tree came alone, which was laughable, making the Dark King unable to stop laughing. Then, the roots spread out, covering a vast area, and forcefully penetrated the ground. The roots were so large that the kangaroos felt incredibly small. They instinctively followed the movement of each root, still feeling bewildered, just standing there in a daze. A kangaroo voiced his doubt. Is he planning to fight us like this? Even the kangaroos understood. Could the divine tree alone fight against the myriad of monsters here? Not even a 1% chance of victory, not to mention the formidable master behind them. But then, the divine tree roared, 9 roots. Instantly, the entire ground shook continuously. In less than a blink of an eye, all the monsters were pushed together. The speed was so fast that it even caused some monsters who were talking to bite their tongues. The roots writhed on the ground like giant snakes, crushing countless monsters that were swept in. Under the power of this strike, there was only one outcome: death. The chance of survival was only for those monsters possessing extraordinary strength and skills, like this kangaroo, who immediately moved to escape the entanglement of the roots. Of course, most other monsters could not reach this speed. Even the Dark King could not escape. If you are a king, you have the right to watch, so get up. The roots quickly wrapped around the Dark King several times. The speed was so fast that he didn't even realize it, just opening his mouth in astonishment. Look, a piece of the Australian desert has been covered by the pale yellow leaves and roots of the divine tree. The terrifying thing is that the time has not yet reached 30 seconds. The magic squirrel stood looking at the whole scene and exclaimed, "This guy has the power to change the appearance of a region so quickly?" After cleaning up a weak crowd, the divine tree began the battle by opening up the space of life. A large green gate appeared in front of the righteous warriors of the Australian army. This emerald vortex was emitting a domineering life force. Kangaroo immediately closed his mouth and was stunned. He didn't know what this was, but his instinct told him that the horror had just begun. Indeed, a golden step emerged from the gate, followed by the golden ant hero, which was the ant army trained by him. There was also the spider demon human face, the monster that Misty Mountain had captured in the last Iron World collection, then a fiery scale tail, the big sister Ninetails, and the white tiger, the bear ice leader, the dinosaur. Cheesy stepped out, and there was also Ching Chong who was twisting his neck. Next to him was the leader of the assassination team, Lan Feng, and countless pairs of bloodthirsty eyes behind him. When these people appeared, Kangaroo immediately felt that the situation had completely changed. This group was too strong. All were transcendent fourth order. As soon as Ching Chong arrived, he cast his eyes around and said, "So this is Australia. These guys are all emitting a strong dark energy." Indeed, the monsters here were no longer ordinary monsters. After absorbing the power of the Dark King, they were no different from the Dark King, emitting a strong smell of death. Lan Feng gently cautioned his beloved little sister, "Be careful." The pink-haired girl looked attentively and responded, "Yes." She had never been on a small or medium-sized battlefield, let alone one of this scale. A sense of fear inevitably welled up in her heart. The kangaroo, facing Ching Chong and Lan Feng, true to its nature, would rush out and speak before the battle. "What are you talking about? The smell of death. Ha 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 ha. Those from Misty Mountain. Are you okay with allying with humans? There will come a day when you will be betrayed." Upon hearing this, the elder nine-tailed sister roared in provocation. "Is inciting division your strength? Damn it." Kangaroo thought the biggest humanoid in the group was the leader, meaning Ching Chong, but it turned out that the nine-tailed was the spokesperson. He quickly turned around, adjusted his cool face, and said, "Let's assume that's the case, but you have to ask if you can win this battle first." As soon as these words came out, the entire dark Australian faction began to roar, shaking the entire sky. "Someone, please count for me. How many monsters are there?" They stood shoulder to shoulder and stretched to the horizon, all opening their mouths to roar fiercely, intimidating the enemy. Of course, the one who roars the loudest will be rewarded by the superior. On this side, Misty Mountain, countless monsters also roared incessantly. The number was so large that it was impossible to count. The top row was the first generation of main forces and the mutated monsters nurtured by Misty Mountain. In terms of formation, we can't predict anything. We just know that this battle is truly, truly bloody. On this side, the divine tree went straight into the lair of the Dark King. He was coiling in the cave. Oh no. It seemed that the divine tree had thrown him into another space, that is, the land space. The Dark King casually said, "Do you think it's okay to lock me in here?" The divine tree saw that his old friend seemed worried, so he encouraged, "Oh no, we came to each other with the determination that one of the two must die." After hearing this, the Dark King lowered his voice. "You probably know what the result would be if you killed me, right? The system must have told you." Upon hearing this, the divine tree was somewhat taken aback. How could this creature know about this? The divine tree exclaimed, "Oh my, it seems you know more than I thought." Meanwhile, the roots of the divine tree began to move, writhing and shifting. The Dark King burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, now you know it's not too late." Then he roared the name of the divine tree loudly, "Zu Izu." And so, the two final bosses, one symbolizing death and the other life, began their clash. The divine tree said, "Even if you know more, it doesn't change anything." Then the divine tree shot forward, and the battle between the two ultimate bosses, one symbolizing death and the other life, began. Outside, Kangaroo led his army in a loud roar. The nine-tailed fox and the main forces of Misty Mountain also roared loudly. The sound was terrifying, fierce, and bloodthirsty, soaring into the high sky and spreading around, signaling the bloodiest, most brutal battle in history. And so, spiritual power erupted. Countless spiritual bullets of various colors piled up on each other, creating numerous huge explosions. This piece of the continent began to tremble incessantly. Out at sea, human warships were moving, aiming for the Australian battlefield. From a high vantage point, we could see many aircraft carriers of various sizes, along with all kinds of warships escorting them. The commander saw the Australian continent in sight. They were only about 10 kilometers away. He immediately ordered his troops to turn on the radar system. The officer next to him was sweating profusely, his face pale with fear. For in his 20 years of service, he had never seen such a scene. For now, they were on the same front with all the countries in the world. Warships, aircraft carriers, planes, helicopters, and countless naval warfare equipment stretched to infinity. Never before had this old man felt such a heroic feeling. A strange sense of heroism because humanity had become united, regardless of skin color, race, or religion. Everyone stood side by side, bravely facing a single enemy. Suddenly a loud noise rang out. Their warship shook violently. The sea raged angrily. What the hell? It turned out they had just entered the Australian Sea. The officer closed his eyes in horror. Damn it, just entering this sea area. They encountered terrifying shocks. This is what is called a war zone. They were only affected by a single bullet, but from here, they could already hear the terrifying sound of the battlefield exploding. They wondered how many monsters were ahead. At that moment, the panda leader had swum to the location. Just emerging from the water, he could feel the frenzied atmosphere. Instinctively, he gritted his teeth in anger, his blood boiling. Inside the battlefield, even from a distance, one could see countless spiritual bullets exploding in a dazzling array of colors. Anyone unaware might mistake it for fireworks, but if they were close, they would be reduced to dust. The panda leader began to move closer. Damn it, he couldn't see anything at all. It was all smoke and dust. The space was completely flooded with the powerful spiritual power of countless monsters, making the panda leader feel a bit suffocated. Dark Face, seeing countless roots, understood immediately and cursed loudly. This guy fights without any warning, damn it. The two sides inside were still fiercely confronting each other, showing their most brutal faces and teeth. Of course, due to his small stature, the honey badger chose a different camera angle so that his teeth could be as big as the enemy's. Smart? Behind, the giants of Australia and a large army were still pressing forward, each one emitting a bloodthirsty glow in their eyes. The buffalo demon roared loudly. The enemy has started to bring out giant lizards. The nine-tailed fox immediately ordered, "Let them go." Immediately after, giant ice monsters appeared. After a few cold roars, they rushed forward and swallowed the lizards into their mouths. These were probably lizards, but they were huge and sturdy with their bodies made of solid ice. In no time, they had successfully suppressed the leaders of the lizard army. The thunder dragon flew high. When it had targeted enough, it unleashed a deadly breath of blue. The mouse-like monsters below were immediately submerged and burned by this light, instantly disintegrating. Look, this guy is indeed superior in eliminating numerous targets with medium resistance. Just one blow had killed hundreds of enemies. Kangaroo watched this scene with a broken heart. Damn it, this group was more battle-savvy than he thought. They were not only strong but also had proper tactics. While pondering, a monkey with a mouthful of teeth rushed forward and bit straight into his hand. Kangaroo didn't even detect the appearance of this group, but he saw the kangaroo general use both hands to throw the monkey's mouth away. The next second, the monkey leader was torn in half. Indeed, Kangaroo was not ordinary. Remember that he was the commander of the army, standing only behind the Dark King. The Dark King, enraged, lowered his face and roared furiously, "Keep going, you monkeys! I will tear you to pieces." As these words fell, the monkeys behind him were truly terrified. Witnessing their leader being torn apart, none dared to rush forward. But immediately, a fireball rushed towards Kangaroo at supersonic speed. He didn't have time to dodge, and the fire immediately engulfed a large area. The blazing fire incinerated everything within it. Kangaroo covered his face with both hands, only now opening his white eyes and gritting his teeth in endurance. Although he knew that this damn fire was burning his whole body, causing indescribable pain, he would not scream like a weakling. It turned out that the nine-tailed fox had come to aid in the battle. Indeed, leaders would fight leaders. The nine-tailed fox declared assertively, "Your opponent is me." The ice bear group had also found their black bear opponents and immediately rushed to attack. On this side, the dinosaur, unable to find its own kind, decided to kill the nearby mutated snakes. But on second thought, it seemed that the dinosaur of Misty Mountain hadn't made much progress over the years. Other than growing larger, its nature seemed to remain the same. On this side, a monster that eats ants was massacring the mutated ants from Misty Mountain. It was indeed their natural enemy. With just one blow, it caught 4 ants. The greedy beast put all of them into its mouth, chewing all at once. Just as it was enjoying its meal and hadn't swallowed yet, suddenly a streak of light shot towards it. Damn it, it hadn't swallowed its meal yet. The ant-eating beast was immediately struck. Its body probably cut in half, blood splattering everywhere. The golden ant believed that it would be best if this ant-eating beast didn't exist in this world. Indeed, because he was an ant. A giant koala bear next to it suddenly screamed, "You killed my friend? I will kill you. I will bite you into." Before it could finish speaking, a giant foot stomped it flat. The beast died instantly. It was a crocodile. This giant roared loudly. The beast hit by this blow immediately cracked its skin and flesh, suffering brain damage and dying. This was the ultimate skill, Soundblade. Meanwhile, on this side, the ice dragon and the elephant demon were sweeping the enemies under their feet, continuing to charge forward. A few kilometers from the battlefield, a fighter jet was speeding towards the scene. The pilot suddenly caught sight of a horrifying spectacle below. A massive battlefield right on the coast, stretching for tens of kilometers, teeming with countless frenzied monsters. The observer immediately reported to the command center that they had detected thousands of monsters within sight. all fighting fiercely. The Dark King and a mutated tree, the Divine Tree, were also present. Upon hearing this, the commander broke out in a cold sweat. Had they started fighting already? But the fighter jet didn't last long before it was intercepted by a bat. The bat acted like a fighter jet, and the two collided and exploded. The orangutan, wild boar, and honey badger were stunned. Weren't they looking at the plane? Ching Chong and the wind wolves also attracted attention. Damn it, something made Ching Chong feel annoyed. It was a mature dragon, its entire body glowing red, as tall as a mountain. It stood blocking the advance of Misty Mountain on this side. Not saying a word, only a stream of black and red deadly spiritual power shot out. Perhaps Ching Chong's group couldn't dodge in time. The dragon on this side continued to pump spiritual power, wanting to completely turn the opponent into ashes. The spider demon on this side immediately took advantage of the dragon's inattention and shot a bullet. This bullet was formic acid, aimed right at the enemy's eyes. Indeed, this was the most sensitive area. The dragon immediately lost its vision and roared in pain. The spider had successfully stopped its attack. The white monkey approached and launched a powerful Muay Thai-style punch, knocking a few teeth out of the monster. Then came a full-force charge from the wild boar, knocking the monster to one side. Just then, the beetle appeared and launched a double slash, the scythe of death, cutting right at the dragon's neck. The dragon opened its eyes too late. It was hit hard and fell heavily to the ground. Which formation did these four guys belong to? Their combo was so well coordinated as if they had trained together for a long time. Then the four masters of Misty Mountain gathered together, silently observing the dragon. Indeed, the combo just now couldn't take it down immediately. From within the dust and smoke, the dragon's eyes glowed brightly. They had successfully enraged it. End of chapter 220. The scene shifts to an ancient world in the distant past. The once lush green forest has withered, and the space is eerily quiet. The ground is parched. Could this be a piece of hell? A hoarse voice echoes. Why is it so desolate? Why have all the animals perished? Ah, there lies a dog and a bird, both seemingly dead from drought. The voice continues, growing more anxious. Why isn't anyone around? This empty street feels desolate. Everything is bleak. Suddenly, a hurried voice exclaims, I'm so lonely, so lonely. Then, strange tentacles resembling octopus arms start wriggling and moving as if flying. Does this wanderer seek humans? They continue running from one place to another, finding only desolation everywhere. As the rain begins to fall, the wanderer huddles under a tree hollow, yearning for someone to talk to. At the end of a rainy night, the sun returned. He arrived in a lush green forest and parted the leaves to reveal a small, beautiful village. Finally, he found traces of human existence. Perhaps he was similar to Zuizu, having been reincarnated as a human. The excitement made him emit a dark red glow that he couldn't contain. His eyes shifted, and he saw two men working in the fields. In his heart, he marveled, how fascinating. But when the two men noticed him, fear washed over their faces. Their skin turned pale, and they trembled. He chuckled, excellent, excellent. It turned out that he, with a body akin to the Dark King, began chasing after the men with countless tentacles, voraciously hungry. As he pursued them, he cried out, kind sir, good sir, I'm famished. Behold, he had devoured hundreds of people, their lifeless forms now protruding from his body. He roared fiercely, his cry echoing like a wild boar pierced by a spear. The Dark King wielded his memories from thousands of years past, revealing the origin of his rage. His mouth stretched wide, hunger gnawing at him as if death itself approached. The Divine Tree, ensnared by the Dark King, emitted the sound of snapping branches, but in that fleeting moment, the tree retaliated, tearing apart the very essence of the Dark King's memories. The Dark King's eyes welled with acid, sulfuric and malevolent, spewing forth from the roots of those memories. The dense, viscous liquid bore a hue akin to a festering wound. The acidic onslaught surged toward the Divine Tree, a single tree standing defenseless against this deadly corrosive force. And yet, this acid was further empowered by mystical energy. The Divine Tree remained calm, its gaze as serene as still water. With a swift motion, it conjured a brilliant azure ice, crystallizing at an astonishing speed, forming a towering wall meters high. The acid met its icy demise, transforming into frozen shards. The Dark King looked on in dismay, surprised that his acid had frozen so swiftly. He knew the Divine Tree possessed formidable magic, but reaching this level was truly unparalleled. Now, in this critical moment, he needed to carefully consider his tactics. However, the Divine Tree allowed no respite for its adversary. In the next second, a ferocious mouth, a grotesque fusion of plant roots, roared. This was the manifestation of the tree's unique ability, the creation of a mutated wolf. The wolf bore the essence of its species and the formidable power of the Divine Tree. Its golden-brown fur shimmered, and it howled with primal fury. This species possessed astonishing speed, and in an instant, it materialized behind the Dark King. Its eyes gleamed like sharpened blades as it lunged, delivering a powerful blow to the king's head. Then, with a swift motion, it tore away a chunk of flesh, causing dark blood to spurt forth. The heat of battle surged, but the wolf-like creatures, the transformed tentacles, reacted swiftly. They lunged at the wolf, attempting to break free from their encirclement. The sound of snapping jaws echoed, but wait, why did their impact resonate like striking stone? Ah, the divine tree had ingeniously transformed the wolf into a demonic turtle. With an impenetrable shell and razor-sharp claws, the turtle sliced the tentacles in half. Meanwhile, the Dark King concentrated energy within his mouth, forming a pale pink sphere of power. Determined to resolve this intricate situation, he unleashed the attack. The sturdy yet sluggish demonic turtle was completely overwhelmed by this ferocious strike. The blow carried the Dark King's rage and fury, piercing through hundreds of layers of earth below, causing the entire landmass to tremble repeatedly. Above, the hovering bees and wild boars were caught off guard. It turned out that the divine tree had hurled the Dark King into a cavern rather than a subterranean void. Now, that cavern quaked ominously, as if threatening to collapse at any moment. Suddenly, the voice of the divine tree echoed within the turtle. "It seems you've mastered your new form." Surprisingly, the divine tree remained unfazed by such a powerful blow, knowing that its adversary was praising its adaptability. The Dark King, too, offered a compliment. "I never expected a human to move so swiftly and gracefully within that tree." The divine tree's tone shifted sternly as it boasted, "After all, I've been here for 5 years." Now, transformed into a massive bear with 2 upward curving fangs, the divine tree exuded an imposing presence. After listening, the Dark King felt that he was looked down upon because he had not settled here as long as the divine tree. Angrily, he retorted, "Just 5 short years. Don't get too proud." The tentacles surged, their voices intertwining like 1,000 eerie whispers. "Damn it. Meanwhile, I've been trapped in the abyss for an entire millennium." The brawny tentacles writhed and squirmed, their muscular forms undulating. Suddenly, behind the Dark King, a large, menacing mouth materialized. His entire body convulsed, as if he were about to roll over and wallow in self-pity. Was the Dark King envious of the divine tree? Perhaps he, too, had undergone reincarnation? The divine tree, now mobilizing its branches, emitted fierce sounds that pierced the ground. It shifted continuously, assuming a defensive posture to brace for the impending attack. Meanwhile, the core of the divine tree, the very essence of its being, calmly declared, "So be it, today." Simultaneously, a colossal mouth sprouted behind the divine tree, gaping wide with an inner glow of golden energy. Astonishingly, the tree swallowed itself, merging into a faintly glowing cluster of light. Its roots trembled, lifting from the earth. The divine tree transformed entirely, adopting an upgraded humanoid wolf form, a combat shape optimized for close-quarters battle. Gone was its cascading foliage. Now it stood bareheaded, its bark-like roots veining its back. Strengthened arms and 3 central energy hubs, the head, chest, and lower abdomen, radiated light. These enhancements surpassed its initial form, supplemented by auxiliary energy centers within its muscles, ensuring immediate and sustained power during combat. The divine tree proclaimed, "Today, you shall remain in the abyss for another millennium." Outside, the battle rages on between Australia's Black Dragon and the 4 masters of Misty Mountain. The white monkey's arm has been blown away by the dragon, and the black dragon's icy tail coils around the monkey's neck, leaving no escape. Then, with a thunderous force, the dragon slams the monkey to the ground, a strike akin to divine retribution. It turns out that the 4 Misty Mountain experts have been defeated. The dragon's ferocity in combat is unmatched. Amidst the smoke, a pair of glowing eyes, belonging not to the white monkey but to a demon spider, focuses on a venomous bite. Despite its own injuries, the spider hopes to strike a lethal blow, knowing that if it succeeds, its teammates might survive. But the dragon is vigilant. With a swift motion of its left hand, it pierces the spider, rendering its efforts futile. The colossal spider crashes to the ground, blood spurting relentlessly. Immobilized, the monkey and its young Misty Mountain allies realize their helplessness. They are mere breaths away from defeat. Even the second-generation elite of Misty Mountain falls short. The dragon opens its massive mouth, channeling energy for one final strike. Is this dragon about to unleash lightning? A colossal sphere of azure energy hurtles toward the 4 struggling Misty Mountain masters, accompanied by thunderous reverberations. In an instant, the mountain crevice is engulfed in electric currents, obliterating everything in its path. The end is near. Chapter 221 concludes. The Australian dragon stood before the endless smoke from the attack, its wings spread wide, still observing for any signs of life. From within the dissipating smoke, a pair of bright blue eyes emerged, a massive creature using its wings to shield 4 Misty Mountain elites. From this angle, it seemed as if we were witnessing a demon lord. It was the thunder dragon of Misty Mountain, appearing just in time at the critical moment. Where had it been before? According to the previous chapter's developments, this living dragon had been soaring the skies, engaging numerous enemies, and now, it was a destined battle. 2 dragons clashed, both seeming to be thunder dragons. But the adversary was larger, older, and bolstered by the power of darkness, emitting an aura of death with a bloody hue. The white apes, the fat mantis, the demon spiders, and the wild boars were stunned, surprised to still be alive, ready to sacrifice without regret. The thunder dragon recognized the opponent as its father. It solemnly addressed the people behind it. "I'm sorry, but can I be the one to face him? He's my father." It turned out that years ago, this thunder dragon had been pursued by humans and defeated by Kangaroo, who brought him back. He didn't truly die. Instead, he had become a formidable dragon. However, it seemed to have lost its rationality. At the moment it saw its offspring's eggs taken away by humans from the battle, it silently rejoiced and wished for its offspring to find a bright future. Now, facing its own son, it was nothing but cold, deep, and abyssal in its gaze. On this side, the dinosaur had just defeated one opponent and was seeking another when unexpectedly, a giant blocked its path. It was another dinosaur, but with a bizarre appearance, seemingly evolving from a species of insect. Its eyes were blood red, and it had a total of 10 legs, towering over the dinosaur and staring intently at it. The white tiger had also found its opponent. Both were roaring loudly, asserting dominance to see who could roar louder. If one opponent's roar was significantly more dominant and intimidating than the others, meaning it was too loud and ferocious, then the enemy would immediately surrender. This was the law. On the contrary, on the other side, it was a peaceful scene. The 2 opponents were almost missing a tea table to start a conversation. Indeed, they were refined individuals. The ice dragon and a fiery duck, seemingly without the intention to fight, stood out. The duck appeared quite amicable, waving its hand at the ice dragon with a rather foolish expression. The ice dragon, on the other hand, seemed aloof. Damn, this guy's background was all fire, and his entire body was ablaze. Too hot. The ice dragon was sweating profusely, as if taking a steam bath. It lowered its head in frustration and sighed. "This is too much. I don't even know what his intentions are anymore." The ice dragon could no longer bear it and immediately opened its mouth, spewing a freezing beam at the enemy. The attack hit the cheerful, friendly duck head-on, sending it flying. The duck sat up, clutching its head, blood streaming from its nose. Its eyes turned red and squinted in anger. It couldn't understand why a stranger would attack such a kind soul like itself. What had it done wrong? Questions flooded its mind, but before it could find an answer, a massive tail whipped straight into its body, sending it flying hundreds of meters away. The fiery duck crashed face first into the ground, likely breaking a few bones. But the ice dragon was already charging, with a thunderous momentum, determined to end this quickly and move on to other enemies. This infuriated the fiery duck, making its whole body tremble. It opened its large, tooth-filled mouth, revealing its true monstrous nature. Lava breath was activated, determined to retaliate against the attacker. "Oh damn, blind me. What is this?" The ice dragon, seeing it open its mouth, stopped to brace for defense. But faced with this overwhelming, unexpected attack, the ice dragon exhaled a frigid breath from a distance. The air tore apart as ice crystals formed a gigantic wall around the fiery duck, successfully imprisoning it inside. The ice was over 10 meters thick and imbued with mystical energy. The ice dragon believed that no fire creature could escape. "It's over." But somehow, the fiery duck's eyes began to glow brightly. The next moment, the entire area of ice around its body started to heat up, emitting a golden light. Meanwhile, the duck was still clutching its head. Perhaps, like a Psyduck from Pokemon, it was using its concentration and headaches to unleash its own power? This scene astonished the ice dragon. She had never imagined that such a small creature could resist her ice magic. This had never happened before, except with the main forces of Misty Mountain. The fiery duck let out a loud roar, shattering the ice that imprisoned it. Its mouth once again roared in fury, and the immense spiritual energy within it erupted, creating an explosion of fire with a massive radius. The flames continued to grow larger and larger, and in an instant, they had scorched a vast area, engulfing even the ice dragon. Even the beasts outside could observe this scene, witnessing a terrifying wave of lava sweeping over the rocky cliffs, extremely hot and ferocious. Meanwhile, Ching Chong was using his earth powers to bind and finish off his enemies. He had to turn towards the explosion because he felt an incredible sense of oppression. Ching Chong saw it clearly and cursed, "Damn it." He gritted his teeth and widened his eyes in horror at the sight of a lava wave rising tens of meters high and rolling towards him. Without thinking much, he immediately concentrated his spiritual energy and acted. Manipulate Earth Power was unleashed. In just 1 second, the sea of lava surged rapidly, covering a large portion of the battlefield. Fortunately, Ching Chong had mustered all his strength to create countless sturdy earth bunkers to shield his comrades, or they would have been reduced to ashes. Lan Feng's sister, with her extraordinary agility, escaped the devouring wave of lava alongside her brother. She remarked, "This is truly a sea of deadly lava." Indeed, she had been trained by her brother at Misty Mountain, acquiring many skills and consuming plenty of life essence to react promptly in such a deadly moment. Lan Feng stood still, saying nothing, but the horror in her eyes was unmistakable. Before her lay an endless sea of lava. Damn it! She remembered that this was where the ice dragon was fighting. She wondered what had become of the ice dragon. The ice dragon was curled up in her own ice sphere, a technique of absolute defense mastered by every elite of Misty Mountain. It allowed the user to escape with their life in the most critical moments. It was likely a passive skill with a long cooldown time. But damn it, the ice dragon had suffered burns on half of her beautiful face, and her body was also covered with numerous burns. The outburst from that beast was truly terrifying, with a spiritual energy propagation speed faster than supersonic, leaving the ice dragon unable to fully defend herself. Now, the ice dragon had to regard that damned duck with a different perspective, no longer daring to underestimate it. Meanwhile, the fiery duck, seemingly having calmed down after that attack, waved at the ice dragon with a silly expression, still bleeding from its nose. The wind wolf from Misty Mountain had been struck, the deep slash causing it to howl in pain with its eyes rolling back. The one who felled it was a large beast with a lion's mane, standing on 2 legs, with eyes glowing red like rubies. The wind wolf crashed to the ground, unable to continue fighting. But at that moment, a sword gleamed and slashed towards the enemy in a flash. There was a chilling clang as the blade struck. Damn it! Did that guy block the sword with his bare hand? He was grinning mockingly, intending to taunt the golden ant. The golden ant couldn't believe that a creature with such agility and a tough hide existed here. Moreover, powerful spiritual energy continuously emanated from his body, which drew the golden ant into attacking. The werewolf locked eyes with the golden ant and growled, preparing to strike. However, the golden ant was faster, launching a claw strike with its left hand while simultaneously activating triple strength. Its claws immediately turned bright yellow and crackled with lightning. Meanwhile, the tree spirit was thrashing its roots wildly, causing an uproar. No creatures dared to approach the tree spirit's battleground due to the lethal danger it posed, leaving the area shrouded in dust, signifying the intense and fierce battle taking place. On this side, the fierce werewolf also launched a claw strike, its own claws equally sharp. When the 2 claws collided, the impact was immense, distorting the surrounding space and emitting a blinding flash. The golden ant then threw a right-hand punch with quadruple strength. Damn, how could the golden ant be this powerful? The initial strike with its left claw was merely a distraction. Haha, a heaven punch landed straight into the werewolf's mouth. The pain was excruciating, but the werewolf's eyes gleamed with determination. Despite the punch, it could still react, launching a powerful right-hand punch of its own. The golden ant felt the pain but didn't back down, delivering a classic uppercut that caught the werewolf's chin. If this were a human boxing ring, the opponent would be knocked out cold. Blood spurted from the werewolf's mouth. It swung a retaliatory left-hand punch but missed. The golden ant capitalized on its speed to overwhelm the enemy, delivering dozens of slashes. The werewolf completely lost its defensive stance, its body reeling backward, its face bewildered, and mouth agape. It couldn't comprehend why the golden ant suddenly stopped. Of course, it couldn't understand. The golden ant, in a decisive victory, might flee, but if there's even a chance to win, it'll fight with Hollywood-style brilliance amidst the glory of a star. The golden ant stomped forcefully on the ground, causing it to crack. It rose up, its power surging, enveloped in a golden aura. Damn, it's going all out. Strength multiplied by 5. Activated. End of chapter 222. The power increased 5-fold. The golden ant gritted its teeth and then shouted loudly, "Punch!" On the other side, the werewolf was not to be outdone. He roared angrily and activated his most ferocious form, Infinite Body. Immediately, his entire body was enveloped in a blood-red glow, and a field of spiritual energy burst forth. Both of them charged at each other, their fists meeting in midair. It was a full-strength contest of physical power. At that moment, a piercing sound echoed from the point of impact, and 2 forces began a fierce struggle. It was a decisive blow, but unexpectedly, the The golden ant possessed superior strength and won the contest. The enormous force blew back towards the werewolf, turning everything behind him into dust. The werewolf spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes dimmed, and the killing intent in his gaze seemed to have nearly extinguished. He staggered back a few steps, clutching his stomach. It seemed his internal organs had been shattered. Damn it, a powerful werewolf like him had run into someone extraordinary today. The werewolf gritted his teeth, and suddenly his eyes lit up with a blood-red hue. He immediately activated his final combat form, Fury. This was a characteristic of werewolves when they were cornered or on the brink of death. This form would enhance the entire body to reach a new level of strength, almost completely reducing damage. But as far as I know, this form cannot be maintained for long. The result would be him exploding like in other manga stories. Back to the story. The ferocious werewolf opened his mouth wide and let out a roar, saliva and blood spraying everywhere. The golden ant stood quietly in front of him, observing calmly like a mountain. Despite the forceful wave hitting his face, the golden ant knew this monster wasn't easily defeated. It looked like a lot more effort would be needed. On the other side, an austrolith was angrily roaring, its tentacles flailing wildly, tearing apart the surrounding space. What kind of ultimate move was this? Clearly, it was throwing a tantrum. From above, a panda was descending at supersonic speed, surrounded by a gigantic fireball. This was the Red Lotus skill, one of Cheesy's ultimate techniques. This small sun directly crashed into the monster, smashing its face inward. It was unimaginable how the ground was being crushed, everything being torn into tiny pieces, the tremors unending. Cheesy, damn it, still hadn't stopped. Clearly, his target wasn't the monster's head. He shouted, "Yeah, die." The force grew stronger and stronger, and at that moment, Cheesy pierced through the monster. He had officially transformed into a bullet from heaven, shooting through the disaster-level monster Austrolith. Turning to this side, the right-wing monsters of the Australian Legion were still very aggressive, charging straight ahead. Each one had its mouth wide open, running at extreme speeds, intending to use their bodies and sharp teeth to tear their enemies apart. But facing them was a cold shadow, with eyes shining like car headlights, wielding an axe, ready to strike. Though this figure was small, the monsters thought it wouldn't be frightening at all. However, the axe struck the ground in front of them, and the whole group of monsters was forcefully pulled to the ground. The sound of limbs breaking echoed through the space. The monsters screamed in terror, realizing it was the power of one of Misty Mountain's main forces, the Demon Bull, with his gravity axe, successfully halting an enemy advance. Over here, 8 mutated eagles were shooting at supersonic speed, transforming into cannonballs with a winding flight path, making it difficult for enemies to dodge. Below, only golden streaks of light could be seen flashing by, followed by monsters falling one by one. Some had their heads pierced, others their hearts. The unfortunate horned gray wolf tried to block with his head, but perhaps Aki had pierced through his head and exited through his anus, a death too empty and futile. Misty Mountain's mutated vultures continued their diligent aerial bombardment. Their fire meteor shower was raining down countless firepower on the ground. From this angle, the devastation they caused was evident. The fire was launched from their wings, which could produce a kind of flammable liquid that ignited upon contact with air and was very hard to extinguish. At the third order and above of evolution, they could create almost unlimited firebombs, ready to turn the battlefield into a fiery furnace. The dinosaur was accumulating an ultra-dense fireball in its mouth. The moment it shot at the enemy, it instantly turned a group of monsters into ashes. Remember, Misty Mountain's dinosaurs not only possessed the power of fire, but also had a throat capable of amplifying sound. Therefore, the force it released was extremely strong, akin to 10 high-powered police water cannons combined. Just its breath could tear enemies apart, not to mention spewing fire. The battlefield here was under the command of Ching Chong. Ching Chong and the legion of mutated monkeys were facing off against another group of large mutated beasts. Ching Chong shouted, "Hold them back." It turned out these monsters were trying to rush to support the eastern wing, which was being suppressed by Misty Mountain's main forces. Meanwhile, Tian Cam and Snake Girl were fighting together. They didn't possess the brute strength and wide area damage skills of the other main forces, so they relied on each other on the battlefield. Snake Girl knew that the enemy's numbers were 3 times that of Misty Mountain's, so both of them had to exert every effort to stop this advance. But don't underestimate these two girls. With just a glance, Snake Girl could turn monsters to stone. Her spiritual power was now abundant, allowing her to use her abilities freely. When enraged, she could summon a giant snake Susanoo, ready to crush the battlefield. Tian Cam possessed extremely tough plant tendrils, now flexible and capable of automatic defense as part of an absolute defense. The two girls were suppressing the burly kangaroo legion, not losing to them at all, and even making them cry. The mammoth charged forward, and no monster seemed large enough to stop him. The forest elephant roared for the legion behind him to concentrate their forces and eliminate the stragglers. Indeed, he would pave the way. Wherever the mammoth passed, everything was ground into fine dust. Even vultures flying tens of meters above were swatted down by the mammoth like mosquitoes. Mutated hippos, sent by the kangaroo general to block the way, seemed too small to withstand this hellish tank. The legion of mutated tigers was led by a white tiger and a black tiger. These two ferocious beasts continually killed their way forward, targeting the strongest of the enemy. Meanwhile, Xiao Lam, riding on the white tiger's back, continuously issued warnings, becoming the strategic eye for the two tigers. Xiao Bai, watch the left. Xiao He, watch the enemy on the right. The wild dogs and desert cats were being slaughtered by these two, unable to use their numbers to exploit any blind spots thanks to Xiao Lam's presence. A trio consisting of a golden monkey, a wild boar, and a honey badger led the boar legion with an unstoppable momentum. It turned out that the spider demon and the perverted lizard man were here, fighting and exclaiming, "Finally, we get to kill. This is so much fun." The spider demon responded, "Me too." Elsewhere, the nine-tailed fox was dueling the kangaroo general. Both were locked in a fierce exchange, with the kangaroo punching while the nine-tailed fox used one of her tails to counter, creating a tremendous shockwave. The kangaroo laughed loudly but still grimaced, "Ha ha ha, our numbers are several times yours." The nine-tailed fox smiled brightly and firmly replied, "Not necessarily." As soon as she said this, 3 rockets appeared above the kangaroo general's head. He couldn't understand why they stopped right above him before bursting into golden spiritual light. The kangaroo was startled, thinking there was an ambush due to the strong spiritual energy, but it wasn't. Immediately afterward, the spot where the kangaroo stood exploded, forcing him to jump forward to avoid the blast. However, his subordinates behind him couldn't react as quickly and were left smoking corpses on the spot. The fox mockingly said, "The whole world wants to defeat you." It turned out that offshore, countless human warships had entered the combat zone, even though they were at sea. These war machines had effective firing ranges of up to tens of kilometers, even hundreds of kilometers with certain weapons. A torrential rain poured over the area. In the downpour, the commander of the Federal China Force shouted over the radio, "Focus your fire accurately on the Australian monsters. Do not shoot the Misty Mountain monsters." Suddenly, the sea surface trembled, and then dozens of massive objects emerged from the water, causing the entire region to shake. Greenish-black tentacles swung up, slashing through warships, toppling many signal towers and anti-aircraft guns of the humans. Some ships were already sinking. It turned out that sea monsters had arrived, lining up in front, preparing to crush the enemy. They had been ambushing here for a long time, knowing that humans would come to reinforce Misty Mountain. Leading this sea monster army were the Oceanic Kings, the Sea Crab King and the Octopus King, towering like mountains, screaming horrifyingly. They had ordered their forces to rise and attack. The Kings of the Sea were directly confronting the naval branch of the 10 Nations Alliance. The commanders immediately recognized these leaders, intentionally blocking their advance. At this moment, it was a matter of kill or be killed, no retreat. Tentacles struck down, splitting a warship in half. Humanity immediately unleashed all its firepower, a torrential rain of bullets covering the enemy. But these monsters had thick skin and tough flesh, some even possessing solid armor. Human firepower was like mosquito bites on a lamppost. Therefore, helicopters in the air began launching hundreds of missiles. This time, the damage caused the monsters to roar in pain, boiling an entire sea area. The Octopus King immediately created a fireball, wanting to prove it could also attack from a distance. Indeed, a control tower of a warship was blown away. The attacked ship turned out to be from Vietnam, which had brought its entire naval strength to the grand battle. The commander, noticing a ship on the right losing contact, panicked immediately. Their destroyer had been boarded by some smaller sea monsters, intending to engage in close combat with humans. Such arrogance. The Sea Crab King was directly suppressing a large warship, trying to sink it with its strength. The ship was tilting and creaking, about to be submerged under the Crab King's overwhelming power. But life always arranges fateful encounters. A golden Susanoo punch struck the crab claw, preventing the Sea Crab King from carrying out its plan. It turned out to be the young chief with eyes shining like stars. The young man calmly said, "Last time, I let you escape, but not this time." The Susanoo behind him was forming, the face of an old man gradually appearing, seemingly some deity, along with an increasingly intense spiritual aura. Over the years, everyone had changed. Let's see how much stronger the young chief had become this time. The Sea Crab King, while attacking a destroyer, was intercepted by the young chieftain. They were old adversaries from a battle over 3 years ago, where the chieftain had helplessly watched the Sea Crab King escape. This time, fate had entwined them once more, facing off on the Sea Crab King's home turf. The chieftain, with glowing eyes, grimly said, "This time, I won't let you get away like before." Meanwhile, the octopus king could no longer maintain his amused gaze because his eyes were wide open in shock. Countless enormous spiritual missiles were heading straight for him. "Oh, don't be kidding. These spiritual bombs don't seem weak at all, and their number is quite overwhelming," he muttered. The next moment, his gigantic body was engulfed in a series of earth-shattering explosions, shaking violently as his tentacles writhed instinctively as if burned. Who was behind this attack? It was none other than Jewel, who was straining every muscle and using all his strength to manipulate hundreds of enormous spiritual missiles, shouting, "Though humans are small, we won't sit still and wait for death." King Luo, one of the first to sign a blood pact with the divine tree, was leading thousands of his extraordinary warriors into battle. Leading the charge into the mass of mutated sea beasts, he roared, "Damn fools! Don't underestimate humanity like this." Elsewhere, the Islamic saint was standing alone in space, surrounded by countless monsters. Using himself as bait, the beasts lunged from the sea, intending to devour him. But then, countless blades of light appeared in the space around him. The moment of retribution for his over 300 holy knights had come. With a disturbingly excited expression, the saint muttered, "The time has come for the power of God to sweep them away." The horde of monsters on the ship suddenly paused, sensing that the entity ahead was not an easy target. Instincts told them they were about to become seafood. The green fish among them could not hide its fear. They were facing the Teutonic Legion of Europe. These knights were clad in ultra-thick and sturdy alloy armor, led by one of the world's strongest fighters. Of course, the number one was still Yule. The blonde knight raised his sword and shouted, "The blade of glory never surrenders to the enemy." And so, the battle on the continental shelf erupted with fierce intensity, rivaling the Great War on the coast. From afar, one could witness the countless flashes of light from the explosions of spiritual energy, illuminating the sky. The Dark King, observing this, immediately knew that his marine forces were engaging with the human reinforcements. He turned and, while attacking, taunted the divine tree. "It seems your reinforcements are in trouble." The divine tree clicked its tongue, not out of concern for his plan, but for the losses humanity was incurring. They were fighting on the home turf of the sea beasts. When the assault began, the divine tree had not counted on any resources beyond Misty Mountain. The Dark King was unaware of this. He assumed that both sides had conspired to attack him. He dismissed the thought since he had never considered the possibility of his own defeat. He launched numerous humic acid beams, which were highly effective against the divine tree's body, piercing multiple holes through him. The Dark King suddenly asked, "How many forms do you have?" But he did not notice the golden orbs of light hovering around him. By the time he realized it, their numbers had increased dramatically. "Damn it, no wonder I felt feverish," he thought. "What is this trick? It doesn't feel right." Suddenly, the entire body of the Dark King and the surrounding space exploded. Those unaware might think these fire particles came from outside, but they spontaneously appeared in the space. This was the divine tree's technique, Inferno Storm. Despite the destruction, the fire particles continued to appear and fall, exploding continuously. The Dark King's face twisted as he furiously swung his tentacles to defend himself. At that moment, the divine tree controlled its roots, transforming them into sharp spears that shot towards the enemy's enormous eye. The Dark King, startled and horrified, dodged to the side. But there wasn't just one root. 5 other roots morphed into various sharp weapons, even transforming into a dragon. If the dragon bit down, it would immobilize the enemy. All the roots surrounded the enemy. The Dark King twisted and retreated a few steps, but he was already on the defensive. Subsequently, 9 roots struck the target simultaneously. Could anything withstand such blows? I think not, as each strike was fatal. However, the divine tree never underestimated its opponent. The attack combo continued with the ultimate technique, elemental branches. 24 branches started to create 24 densely packed spiritual energy spheres, each with different elemental attributes. This technique had previously made the prophetic whale cry out for its grandmother because no monster could comprehensively defend against elemental attacks. Thus, this technique, if delivered when the opponent had lost its defenses, would inflict devastating damage. Sure enough, these spheres were fired, piercing through the Dark King. A spatial attribute sphere directly penetrated his mouth, making the Dark King writhe in agony. He had never been hurt so deeply. The divine tree then raised its hand and clenched its fist. Thunder! A bolt of lightning shot through the dark fog and struck the Dark King. He screamed in pain. His entire body seemed to disintegrate. The lightning continued to strike down, and his screams grew more horrifying and woeful, resembling the cries of thousands of souls. The divine tree calmly said, "It's not over yet." The lightning continued to strike down. A purple streak of spiritual energy appeared on the divine tree's hand. This was the enemy's weak point that the divine tree had discovered. While the Dark King was still screaming, a spatial attribute dragon charged in, roaring. It opened its mouth wide, greedily attempting to swallow the Dark King whole. Immediately after, a terrifying spatial attribute lightning bolt struck the Dark King, causing his entire body to convulse wildly. The screams ceased entirely. At the brink of death, the Dark King's memories resurfaced. Thousands of years ago, a little girl was forced to be his companion. With her hands covered in the Dark King's slimy residue, she fearfully asked, "Why are you always so black? It's disgusting." The Dark King understood why he remembered the girl, but his gaze seemed to calm, and a sudden surge of rage filled his heart. The divine tree sternly shouted, "Return to your world." Unexpectedly, the Dark King shouted back, This is the world where I belong." His eyes were serious, as if he was no longer affected by the divine tree's attacks. The divine tree then saw him disappear right before his eyes. The space turned pitch black, and the Dark King's furious roar echoed. He reappeared in the distance and instantly generated dozens of dark beams shooting around. These beams were so sharp and powerful that they pierced through the sturdy bunker. The Dark King was panting heavily. One of his horns had broken off, indicating that he had taken a severe hit and his stamina had significantly depleted. Seeing this, the divine tree felt a sense of joy, knowing that the recent attack strategy had been effective. "Look at him, panting like a dying dog." The Dark King, panting heavily, remarked, "I never expected you to evolve so powerfully." The divine tree replied, "With you as my opponent, I had no choice but to become stronger." The divine tree then fell silent, observing the enemy, knowing that the battle had only just begun. The Dark King, deciding to generously reward the divine tree for his effort, said, "As a reward, I will share a secret with you." The divine tree remained silent, listening intently. The Dark King then revealed, "Like you, I too have a point of evolution." The divine tree's face darkened immediately. Damn it, could they possibly share the same system? This plunged everything into a web of conspiracies and countless mysteries. The Dark King activated his system, and a black system interface appeared. He claimed that his system also had a proper interface, perhaps similar to that of the divine tree. The system interface of the Dark King displayed a message. "Do you want to exchange 10,000 evolution points to buy the ability to regenerate?" Damn it, 10,000 points to purchase resurrection? Isn't that too cheap? This system seemed more advanced than the divine trees. No wonder the Dark King was so powerful. Grinning slyly, the Dark King said, "Agree." What happened next shocked the divine tree. Was this guy hacking? Darkness swirled around the Dark King, enveloping and reshaping him in the shadows. When the darkness dissipated, a newly evolved Dark King emerged, resembling Kokoshibo from Demon Slayer, with numerous eyes on his body and 6 on his face. The Dark King declared that the next phase of the battle would be a test of who could deplete the other's spiritual energy first. His system interface showed that he had 130 million evolution points remaining. Damn it, how could this be fought? It felt as if the divine tree was a skinny farmer wielding a hoe, charging at a wealthy landlord demanding justice, while the landlord was a strong man wielding a golden Gatling gun. This guy's entire body was covered in numerous eyes, all blood red without pupils. Besides enhancing his observational abilities, these eyes probably concealed many other secrets. The divine tree immediately grew pensive. Damn it, this was a completely new opponent, rendering all previous intelligence useless. Though the Dark King had no mouth, he could still speak. He boldly declared, "I was born into this world, so my existence here is more justified than anyone else's." Suddenly, the divine tree's hand was pierced. What was that? The divine tree roared in pain. Damn it! Could this be an attack from those eyes? The divine tree heightened its vigilance to the extreme, shifting into its most brutal combat form. There was no time to waste. The divine tree needed to act immediately, hoping that a swift attack could negate the enemy's advantage. Time freeze. The divine tree knew this was the decisive strike. The need to kill the Dark King quickly was paramount. Prolonging the fight would play into the Dark King's strategy, decreasing the divine tree's chances of victory. 9 roots coiled together, preparing for a lethal punch. Suddenly, a strike flashed past the divine tree, disintegrating it instantly. The divine tree looked around in disbelief. Was that a tentacle from the Dark King? Time was supposed to be frozen. How could this happen? The divine tree couldn't believe it. At this moment, the Dark King's gloating voice echoed, "You've frozen time. So how can I move, right?" Indeed, the divine tree was puzzled about this. Meanwhile, the divine tree regenerated at supersonic speed. His system interface displayed, "Skill purchase, neutralize enemy attack, cost, 500,000 evolution points." So that's it, truly a wealthy being, flush with evolution points. The Dark King further explained that he also had a system that allowed him to purchase skills mimicking his opponents. He then unleashed a technique, 9 roots simultaneous attack. Damn it, he used his tentacles exactly like the divine tree's roots. The method of channeling spiritual energy was also copied. The 9 tentacles automatically sought out the opponent's weak points and struck fiercely. The divine tree was immediately pierced through. This attack was originally a deadly strike of the divine tree, meant to kill any enemy, as it simultaneously targeted the 9 weakest points of the body. Most of these were spiritual energy centers. When destroyed, they would cause immediate paralysis, rendering the opponent completely defenseless and resulting in instant death. Fortunately, the divine tree was a bizarre mutant creature with supersonic healing abilities, allowing it to withstand the deadly strike. Inwardly, the divine tree cursed, "Damn it!" There was nothing worse than being struck down by its own ultimate technique. At the same time, the Dark King noticed a sphere buried in the ground near him lighting up. Suddenly, multiple powerful golden spiritual energy beams shot through him from all directions. The unexpected attack made him scream. The divine tree had used a hidden move while the enemy was preoccupied with attacking. Now, it was unclear who would emerge victorious, as the divine tree seemed to be outsmarting the Dark King. After being hit, the Dark King's body was torn apart but rapidly regenerated. He remarked, well, I didn't expect you to manipulate light. It seems you're proficient in all elements except for spatial attributes." The divine tree responded honestly, "Unfortunately, I haven't mastered water yet. As for the dark attribute, once I defeat you, I will." By this time, the Dark King had completed his regeneration, which only took a few seconds. He sincerely added, "Oh, that's good to know. As for me, I have to purchase everything, and I can only use it once." Hearing this, the divine tree smiled. Why would he reveal such a secret? But the Dark King continued, "No matter what ultimate skill or innate talent, I can purchase and use them." Ah, that's problematic. Purchasing innate talents means having them forever. Suddenly, the Dark King gave a strange smile and said, "You might not be familiar with this, but..." The divine tree realized the surrounding space had changed. A giant cage enclosed both of them. The Dark King revealed that this was his ability, the purchase system. His eyes became more sinister than ever. He disclosed another horrifying truth to the divine tree. "Unlike you, I don't have to kill others to gain evolution points. As long as there is death, biological conflict, that death will automatically convert into my evolution points." The Dark King chuckled eerily and said, "Thus, my evolution points are endless." His body began to expand, purchasing lava body, costing 300,000 evolution points. His entire body transformed into scorching lava. Lava tentacles shot towards the divine tree like lightning. Clearly, lava was the bane of plant life. But this was no longer true for the divine tree. Still, at the Dark King's level, it was indeed deadly. The divine tree wasted no time, activating its diamond body to defend itself. The scorching lava, enhanced by dark power, immediately burned the divine tree's body. However, the resistance of the diamond crystals limited the damage to a minimum. The divine tree roared, releasing a massive torrent of water that surged forward and instantly froze into ice, creating an ice age. The Dark King's lava was neutralized. From his forehead, the Dark King shot out a sonic blade. The sound waves quickly spread, shattering the ice blocks in front of him. He then eagerly purchased a skill for 30,000 evolution points, launching a gravity strike directly at the divine tree, pinning it to the ground and rendering it immobile. The Dark King continued to purchase skills, raising his hand to the sky. A pale blue lightning bolt appeared, crackling in the air. This was the divine tree's thunder skill, now copied. A terrifying bolt of lightning descended, piercing through the bunker and striking the divine tree mercilessly. At that moment, the divine tree was completely engulfed in the fierce lightning. The Dark King silently observed, the surrounding darkness spreading thickly. As the smoke cleared, the divine tree remained curled up, seemingly unscathed. Indeed, the diamond body technique proved to be highly effective. This did not surprise the Dark King. He calmly said, "Do you know why I wanted humans to fight against you?" The divine tree pondered for a moment before asking, "Why is that? Are you afraid?" The Dark King's face darkened with anger as he coldly replied, "It's because I despise every human. I want to deceive them and watch them fall into the abyss." Perhaps in the early years of his existence in this world, the Dark King had faced numerous misfortunes brought about by humanity. The divine tree was stunned for a few seconds, unable to comprehend why he hated humans so much. The Dark King sat down, hands on his knees, and said, "Izu, have you ever faced despair? I'll give you a taste." His eyes narrowed, and his entire body exuded an immense aura of death. Suddenly, the system interface appeared in a binary space, flashing chaotically. What was he planning to do? End of chapter 225. At the end of the Cretaceous period, 65 million years ago, the world belonged to the dinosaurs. Nature was lush and cool. Suddenly, a dinosaur noticed a strange object in the sky. Meteors were hurtling toward the Earth. The dinosaurs below were not intelligent enough to comprehend the situation. They were unaware that an extinction-level disaster was imminent. The ground began to upheave, and countless dinosaurs were crushed. One meteor struck the Earth, followed by others, which landed with earth-shattering explosions. The large blasts created shockwaves, causing numerous subsequent explosions in a chain reaction. The upheaved earth and rocks continued to fall, and the gigantic dinosaurs were unable to escape. Even as they instinctively tried to flee, they could not outrun the devastating scale of the meteor impact. Among the meteors, a strange black-purple stone was ejected. It was spherical and lay still on the ground. From within it emerged a black entity, dark as shadow, with eyes glowing blood red. It observed its surroundings, seeing only destruction and smoke. It began to think, "Continue to live, my child. On this planet, you will find someone to depend on." After these words, the black shadow vanished with the wind, leaving the stone behind. Time passed, rainy seasons came, followed by cold winters, then spring with blooming flowers. It was unclear how many years had passed. The landscape changed, and the scorched earth transformed into a lush green forest. The black-purple stone nestled against a young tree and remained in a deep slumber. Hundreds of years passed, and the young tree grew into a great tree, embracing the stone in its trunk. Vines wrapped tightly around it. Suddenly, the stone began to crack open, like an egg ready to hatch. From inside, a pair of innocent blue eyes slowly opened. The entity quickly leaped out. It could move and was eager to explore the world. It soon encountered a human foot. A little girl had discovered the entity, lifting it up with curiosity and exclaiming, "What is this creature? Why is it so black?" The entity, now named Little Shadow, couldn't speak yet and could only look around in confusion. Seeing no hostility from the girl, it did not react and let her hold it. The girl, smiling brightly, said she would take care of Little Shadow from now on, naming it Little Shadow. She then invited Little Shadow to play with her, and they ran quickly through the forest. Little Shadow, not understanding, simply followed while the girl laughed gleefully. The girl lived alone and had to find her own food. She tried to catch fish in the stream, but they were too fast, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't catch any. Seeing her struggle, Little Shadow swung a slap, stunning a fish instantly. The girl thought Little Shadow was incredibly cool. At night, they enjoyed a delicious and nutritious meal of grilled fish. The girl ate heartily, while Little Shadow wondered if it could eat such food. It didn't look appetizing at all. Little Shadow picked up a fish and took a bite. Terrible. It tasted like dirt. The next day, a gray bear attacked them. The girl, terrified, screamed and ran away. The cold weather slowed her down. Little Shadow transformed its hands into two sharp blades, easily defeating the ferocious bear and saving the girl's life. The girl grew more attached to and trusting of Little Shadow. They became close friends, with Little Shadow always helping her in difficult times. Little Shadow even helped the girl fly by wrapping its extended shadow around her waist and lifting her into the air, giving her a sensation she had never experienced before. At night, they slept together under the canopy of a forest tree, with the girl holding Little Shadow like a doll, fearing it might get cold. She held it tightly to keep it warm. Little Shadow, watching her sleep, felt the warmth of affection emanating from her. It had been so long since it had felt such warmth. Little Shadow realized this was happiness and slowly drifted into sleep, enveloped in that warmth. Years passed, and the girl grew into a young woman. They remained inseparable. One day, she asked, "Why haven't you changed at all in the past 2 years?" Little Shadow, startled, stammered, I don't know. I'm sorry." The girl said it was good because it reminded her of the first day they met, though her face showed an inexplicable sadness. She explained that every year, her village sent 2 young women to the palace to work as maids. These maids had low status and had to work very hard. She hesitated and said she was scared and didn't want to go. Little Shadow sensed her sadness but didn't understand what palace maids, or low status, meant. The girl lifted a bundle of money and said, "Over the years, I've saved some money. I'll use it to bribe the eunuchs in the palace, hoping they'll let me go. If I don't have to go to the palace, we can see each other every day." Upon hearing these words, Little Shadow smiled happily, its eyes squinting with joy. It turned out that the girl was sad because she feared being separated from it. The next day, Little Shadow returned to the tree where it had once emerged, waiting anxiously for the girl to come back. It worried, wondering if everything went smoothly for Lingling. In Lingling's village, the eunuch and the imperial soldiers had indeed arrived to take the village beauties to serve the royal family. The villagers appeared exceedingly poor, even poorer than stray cats, as their clothes were all tattered. Lingling was the only one dressed neatly, and she was undeniably a beauty. She knelt and presented her only bundle of money to the eunuch, a sum she had saved over several years. As soon as she lifted her head, her delicate face and fair skin were unhidden. The eunuch, seeing the money, remarked sarcastically, "Oh, How thoughtful. But as he weighed the money in his hand, he realized it was disappointingly light. Angrily, he threw it back into her face without mercy. Instinctively, Lingling raised her hands to catch it. The eunuch, furious, shouted, "I am a representative of the court. Do you think you can bribe us with these few coins? Someone like you would only cause trouble in the palace." The girl's eyes, already filled with tears, flickered with a glimmer of hope. Is that so? The eunuch then declared that instead of taking her to the palace, she would be executed right there. The guard beside him began to draw his sword. Lingling, terrified, started to run. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the forest. It was Little Shadow. Sensing Lingling was in danger, it sprang into action. The guard's sword swung down, and Lingling raised her hand to block it, her fate uncertain. Little Shadow's cries echoed through the forest, its eyes blazing with anger. End of chapter 226. In this chapter, we continue with the side story about the past of the Dark King. At this moment, Lingling lies still on the ground, with a deep cut on her chest. She might not be dead, but she has fainted from fear. The poor people, who initially stood by indifferently, are now all terrified. A young mother, in a panic, says, "Sir, it has nothing to do with us. This girl made the wrong decision on her own." It turns out they are only afraid of being implicated themselves. The eunuch listens and then raises his whisk to cover his mouth, thinking to himself, "These people are not only poor but also selfish, only caring about themselves and scattering at the first sign of trouble." The eunuch coldly orders the executioner, "Behead her so I can report back." He is someone who does things thoroughly and carefully because the dead cannot speak. Bringing the girl's head back to report to his superiors was just a formality. The executioner raises his blade, and the girl, in her final moments, remembers Little Shadow and calls out his name. The blade flashes, marking the last moment of her life. The executioner, with gritted teeth and wide eyes, brings the blade down, ending his work for the day. But then he finds his own head severed from his neck, without knowing why. The eunuch stands stunned, unable to react, and the townspeople are wide-eyed with shock. What they see is unprecedented: a black eye with inky tendrils wrapping around Lingling and holding the executioner's head. The atmosphere turns icy with deathly intent, accompanied by countless squeaking sounds like bats arguing. Little Shadow has appeared and saved his only friend. The speed of events leaves everyone frozen. The eunuch hurriedly commands, "What is that? Quick, kill it." The executioner next to him, sweating and terrified, has never felt such tension in carrying out a kill order. But he needn't worry for long, as he is killed instantly. The eunuch falls silent, his face turning pale with cold sweat. He begins to lose his footing and screams in panic. This scream awakens the stunned townspeople, who run away like mad, shouting, "We've encountered a ghost! We've encountered a ghost!" Little Shadow, in his fury, roars in a raspy, crackling voice like a broken radio, sounding truly savage. "None of you should think you can escape." Little Shadow swings his dark tendrils, striking out in all directions with incredible speed. No one can escape. Some have their hearts pierced, others have their intestines ripped out. The poor townspeople scream in agony. The louder they scream, the faster they die. Yes, their crime was watching Lingling being oppressed and killed without doing anything. Little Shadow controls his cold tendrils, slaughtering all the townspeople. No one can escape. Amidst the desperate screams, Little Shadow's eyes grow increasingly emotionless. The bloody scene has somehow become familiar and numbing to him, his eyes now dull and devoid of any emotion. The eunuch was deliberately left alive by Little Shadow. He knew he couldn't escape, surrounded by dead bodies on all sides. Terrified, he collapsed to the ground and screamed, "Please, no, please don't kill me." He even wet himself. The warmth of the urine strangely calmed him a bit, and he began his plea, "Let me go. I will do anything you ask, please." But the only response he received was the cold, dark tendrils wrapping around his body. "No, please don't," he begged. Little Shadow appeared before him, the air thick with the aura of death, and his voice, like thousands of souls speaking from the depths of hell, said, "I want you to die." And so, the fate of the main culprit was sealed. He was crushed to death slowly, a horribly painful death. I don't want to describe it too much. Just imagine your testicles being squeezed until they explode. Although this eunuch didn't have any. Lingling lay motionless on the ground, bleeding and in shock. Little Shadow approached her, calling her name. His eyes and voice immediately softened, almost to the point of tears. "Lingling, I have avenged you. Please wake up." He kept calling her name, but she remained still, eyes closed, even having stopped breathing. Little Shadow panicked and screamed, "Don't die, Lingling, please don't die." His scream, filled with despair, echoed across the vast area. The atmosphere suddenly thinned and was replaced by the breath of death. The trees withered rapidly, leaves falling off, turning the lush forest into a desolate wasteland. At this moment, Little Shadow's mind was suddenly isolated. A control panel appeared before him. With tear-filled eyes, he was confused, wondering what this was. His space seemed to be an isolated and delicate one, where he could see the fundamental molecular structure of this world flickering around him. On the black panel with white letters, it read, "System activated. Generational overlap can be used. Activate the divine engine." Little Shadow didn't understand what the system was, but he heard something about activating a function. He wondered if this could bring Lingling back to life. He stopped crying and stammered, "Be Jin." The system responded to the command and started up. A deep, authoritative voice echoed, "System activation, dark race, none, talent, corpse, dead creatures will automatically be converted into evolution points. Buyer can use evolution points to purchase skills, evolution points, 15040. Little Shadow said he wanted Lingling to come back to life. His eyes filled with hope. The system responded, "Proceed with skill purchase. Absolute restoration skill costs 10,000 evolution points." Lingling was immediately acknowledged by the system, and a faint blue light lifted her into the air. The divine light caused her to open her eyes. Little Shadow rushed into her arms, calling her name. "I thought I would have to live alone forever." His eyes squinted as if he could cry at any moment. "Please, Lingling, don't leave me again." But the only response was Lingling's vacant stare, as if her consciousness had not yet returned. No, at this moment, Lingling also embraced Little Shadow and slowly said, "Okay, I will not leave you behind." The sky was very gloomy. Suddenly, Little Shadow was attacked and his body was pierced through. His eyes turned blood red, and he shouted, "Ag, why?" It turned out that the one who attacked him was Lingling. She had taken an executioner's sword, and without hesitation, stabbed it straight into him. She even screamed the name of the Dark King in anger. At this point, Little Shadow was consumed with a killing frenzy, and all his tentacles pointed towards Lingling. He also roared, "I want to kill you, Lingling." Back to the present, humanity's navy was enduring fierce attacks. The side of the warship was hit hard, causing the bow to split in half, but other warships continued firing relentlessly. Meanwhile, in the middle of the sea, a bizarre creature emerged, black as night, resembling a spider but with a body like a spiky ball. Yule immediately took notice. This creature was incredibly strong. Yet another gigantic and strange being appeared. Damn it, its size was even larger than the king of the sea. It looked like a sea urchin with two enormous legs. Don't tell me that it's another Dark King. End of chapter 227. The beast, with a body as black as coal and a single gigantic blood-red eye, began to gather spiritual energy for a devastating attack. The green-haired guy wanted to order the warships to quickly retreat and avoid this shot, but Yule knew it was already too late. The beast had appeared too close, and with such power emanating from it, Yule was certain that nothing could escape the speed of the attack. A piercing screech filled the air as the beast launched a golden spiritual energy orb. This attack tore through a fleet of warships with incredible force, ripping everything in its path. Instantly, a battlefield emerged, with a row of sunken ships, some still billowing smoke. Yule and the green-haired guy cursed under their breaths. Sometimes having too many wasn't always a good idea. Just one attack from the beast had easily taken down a dozen warships. The knight in the red cloak, quietly observing the battle, cursed loudly, "Damn it!" The sea monsters hadn't even been cleared, and now another giant had appeared. But what happened next shocked him even more. From the sea, more such creatures began to appear. Spiked orbs from the ocean floor, each as large as 3 buildings with 4 additional legs, made their presence known. Their appearance alone indicated they were offspring of the Dark King. Even the Holy Child, though fighting, was drawn in by the powerful and putrid auras swirling behind him. Now, humanity faced sea monsters and, amidst the tens of thousands of warships, a new batch of formidable enemies had appeared. The scene truly left the Holy Child with no room for optimism. The spiked orb monsters silently observed as if awaiting orders. Meanwhile, the warships were bustling with activity, commanders continuously issuing orders for their soldiers to prepare to fire. The tension in the air was palpable, as taut as a bowstring. Then, the spiked orb beasts began to illuminate the entire sea with their golden spiritual energy orbs. It must be understood that each of these blasts could obliterate dozens of armored warships. What made matters worse was their appearance right in the midst of humanity's vast naval fleet. This not only restricted the warship's firing range, but also split their firepower and left humanity in a state of confusion. You'll watch this scene with anger. They were like giant blackheads on a face, utterly irritating. His eyes glowed brightly with determination as he declared, "Don't dream of destroying these warships." Back on the battlefield, a black dragon's foot slammed into the ground, causing it to shatter immediately. The blood-red-eyed dragon father looked ferociously bloodthirsty, staring intently at its offspring. It seemed a fierce battle had taken place, with the thunder dragon of Misty Mountain coming out worse for wear. Its entire body was covered in fresh blood. The thunder dragon desperately tried to wake its father by calling out, "Father!" But it was only met with a cold growl. The father's eyes showed no sign of recognition. Dragons are known to be intelligent creatures, possessing both intellect and emotions akin to humans. However, under the influence of the dark power coursing through the dragon father's veins, he could no longer recognize his own offspring. All that filled his gaze was an intense desire to fight. The black dragon began to roar and strike at the thunder dragon with its wing. It attempted to decapitate the thunder dragon, but suddenly a purple figure darted in like lightning. It was the purple scythe, a fourth-order transcendent mutated mantis. Using its sturdy pincers, it managed to intercept the black dragon's sharp wing, sparks flying continuously. Damn it, the black dragon's slashing force was incredibly terrifying. The thunder dragon recognized its comrade and immediately warned, "Brother, if you push yourself too hard, you might die." Well, that was quite a mood killer, but unfortunately, the purple scythe also knew it was true. Suddenly, the ground shook as a large foot stomped down, shattering the ground. It turned out the gym boss had arrived, a mutated rhinoceros with a huge, muscular body. There were no signs of injuries on him at all, indicating one of two things. Either he was so powerful that he completely dominated and crushed his enemies on the battlefield, or he had been so busy working out that he had just remembered the ongoing battle. Upon seeing the chaotic fight, the mutated rhinoceros immediately burst into loud laughter, reminiscent of Doflamingo, with the face of someone utterly addicted to fighting. On the eastern battlefield, the mutated rats of Misty Mountain were finishing off the remaining black wolves, which actually resembled lynxes more. It was unclear what to call them, but they had done an excellent job, clearing out one part of the battlefield. Suddenly, a ferocious beast with a massive body came charging out frantically. This creature seemed to be the result of a bizarre love triangle between a rabbit, a boar, and a deer. As soon as it appeared, it started looking around wildly, its claws pounding the ground and creating chaos. The small beasts of Misty Mountain immediately scattered in all directions. Only Lan Feng knew this beast well. It was the Rat King of Australia, or rather, the Claw King. However, this Rat King seemed quite aggressive and reckless, lacking the demeanor of a king. As soon as he saw his enemies, he grinned wickedly, his eyes flashing with a terrifying killing intent, and laughed loudly. The screeching laughter sent chills down everyone's spines. Cheesy had just finished dealing with Australith and hadn't even had time to rest before another enemy appeared. He frowned and complained, "I don't understand why another king-level creature has to show up. It's important to know that the king of a species is a creature selected for its strongest attributes and most dominant skills characteristic of that species. Facing them without any understanding is akin to courting death." But the gurgling sound behind him caught his attention. Damn it, the mass of dead Australith flesh was moving again, coiling up like a living creature. The buffalo demon immediately noticed it. This Australith was not only not dead, but also evolving. The key players of Misty Mountain were all dumbfounded. Was this battle only just beginning? Sure enough, the previously evolved form of Australith appeared. The face was eerily familiar. After that roar, countless bones and joints were regenerated and repositioned. Australith's body completely transformed. It started aiming at Cheesy, directly confronting him. Cheesy realized that this beast was evolving without any conditions. They did not know that perhaps this was the power that the Dark King had bought with his evolution points. This scenario was happening with all the remaining Australiths. Well, if they kept resurrecting and evolving, then dying again to bring evolution points to the Dark King, wouldn't this be an infinite loop? Cheesy was boiling with rage, furrowing his brow and grinding his teeth. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The Flower Goddess and the Tiger Legion were also ready for a new battle. Her eyes were resolute. Cheesy then led the charge once again with the other key players. Both Cheesy and the Flower Goddess were not the same as they were 3 years ago. They had grown much stronger. Although both sides benefited from the third wave of spiritual energy, the living conditions under the Divine Tree were entirely different. And most importantly, unlike the combat tools manipulated by darkness, they had warm, strong, and resilient hearts. The Divine Tree was conversing with the Dark King. "What? You send me to spare? Don't be ridiculous, even humans don't say such childish things." But the Dark King was not joking at all. His voice was firm as he replied, "Do you think you're the only one recruiting powerful subordinates? Do you think I came here unprepared?" While he spoke these words, on the battlefield at sea, the young chieftain was being suppressed by the Octopus King. The tentacles of the Octopus King had somehow become incredibly powerful, even piercing through his Susanoo and striking his real body inside. Oh, it turned out the chieftain was fighting the Octopus King. I thought he was battling the Sea Crab King. who was actually fighting the Islamic saint. The saint was straining with all his might to resist a single claw, and it was clear he was bleeding from the impact due to the immense force from that crab claw. At sea, there were fires burning everywhere. In the sky, Yo could be seen hovering, trying to gather the scattered pieces of steel. But a sight made him gasp. So many spiked orb monsters had appeared, covering the entire battlefield, and countless ships had vanished from sight. The commander of the Free Federation Navy was demanding damage reports, and the screen displayed that an entire fleet had been sunk. The commander fell into deep thought, cold sweat pouring down, uncertain if they could hold out for another 10 minutes. It's unbelievable. The entire naval might of humanity had been brought here, only to be torn apart like a sheet of paper. Would anything change in the next 10 minutes? The Dark King began mocking the divine tree, calling the alliance with humanity foolish. It turned out that from the beginning, he had commanded 7 kings of the sea, and later sought out the kings of the land, dominating them with overwhelming power. He spread his arms and twisted his body like a gloating jester. From the very start, you have been far inferior to me, both in numbers and strength. You never had any hope of victory. The divine tree, in the face of these mental attacks, remained completely calm, saying that it was not always the case. Humans, though small and foolish, could sometimes erupt with unexpected wisdom. At this moment, a transport plane was flying at extreme speed towards the battlefield. The cargo bay opened, revealing Xiao Ling and her subordinates, along with a strange creature. An elephant? Perhaps a divine elephant, but it had a series of glowing rings linked together on its body. Xiao Ling observed the battlefield from above, explaining why she hadn't been present from the start. The divine tree smirked cunningly and said, "There's one thing you got wrong. Those who assist me in this battle are not just humans." End of Chapter 228. Chapter 229. The sound of gunfire and cannons echoed, deafening and headache-inducing. Countless bullets were fired, from traditional ammunition to spirit-encased bullets, until the sky was ablaze and the sea was boiling. Yet, the mutated sea beasts still roared ferociously. Look at those 2 sharks. Even if each bullet only feels like a slap on their bodies, thousands of slaps will make you flinch. Of course, the beasts that can withstand human bullets have all surpassed the transcendent second order, and they are not the majority in this sea beast army. Many have died. Some branches of the sea beast army directly leaped onto the warship's deck, and this was when the superhuman warriors took action. They immediately rushed to stop the enemy. At this level, physical form is no longer an advantage. Most of the superhuman warriors have also surpassed the second order. A few have reached the transcendent fourth order, but the sea beasts continued to dive down, bypassing the front line and surfacing. They appeared right in the middle of the warships. From this angle, one can see how few superhuman warriors humanity has, completely surrounded by the enemy from all directions. The leader of the Teutonic military group was attacked from behind. He clearly noticed it. But it seems that enemies have appeared on both the left and right. This scene is truly disheartening. An officer in the control room reported that a large number of sea beasts had appeared on the right after observing the screen. At this moment, they were fiercely fighting with the kings of the sea on the front. Spiky monsters appeared in the middle, and now on the right, it seems that the sea beasts are gradually surrounding them. On the right, indeed, a group of sea beasts were frantically approaching. Those that surfaced would be shelled from a distance. Don't underestimate these bullets. A huge sea beast had its neck torn apart by a bullet. The pain made it angrily decide to also attack from a distance with its breath. A faint purple spirit force shot straight out, aiming directly at the command room of the warship, immediately causing a large explosion. But it seems that this attack did not carry a strong explosive power. Only seeing everything inside the warship being overloaded with electricity, it seems that the attack just now carried electricity. Soldiers continuously reported damage. The left side of the ship was heavily damaged, the ammunition was gone, and the ship began to take on water. The commanding officer, despite his injured head, still tried to ask his subordinate officer if the warship's propulsion system was okay. Meanwhile, the subordinate officer had to switch to emergency power mode. The commanding officer ordered that they must fight tenaciously at all costs. They cannot let these sea beasts leave. "Oh, do they have a plan?" he shouted loudly. Full force attack. And the warship began to accelerate to its maximum. Damn it, are they going to charge straight into the enemy? But suddenly a beast exploded. How lucky. What happened? It was Yule. He noticed on the side of the China Federation. Beasts kept appearing. More than anywhere else, they had no way to kill all the sea beasts. Yule, even though he was surrounded, he still tried to look to the right, where hundreds of warships were being held back. The Octopus King was still fighting with the young prison chief from Africa. This situation really made people despair, because Yule knew sooner or later their ammunition would run out. Then the pressure of combat would weigh heavily on the superhuman warriors. A tragic end. The whole army would be annihilated here. On this side, the superhuman warriors had begun to lose strength and were being suppressed. The number of sea beasts was too large. They rushed up layer upon layer without fear. Human casualties began to increase. Precious superhuman warriors also began to fall, or were directly bitten to death like this. The two female ambassadors, Lindsay and Aisha of the Divine Tree, also appeared in the naval force of the Tin Nation Alliance. They were fighting alongside other superhuman warriors. Lindsay was frustrated by the onslaught of these sea beasts. Fighting endlessly, she gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Damn it, where did so many come from?" Suddenly a big mouth opened and snapped at her from the right. Just as the foul breath rushed towards her, Lindsay knew she couldn't escape. But another beast's mouth with pale green skin snapped at the beast. All happened in an instant. Lindsay sweated in terror. Knowing she had just returned from the dead, her savior was none other than the five-headed snake of Misty Mountain. But the girl didn't know the identity of this beast, only saw it had no malice, and was heading towards the enemy in front. While Lindsay was still stunned, the sea rolled and something big surfaced. It turned out the mutated whale of Misty Mountain had brought its clan. This force was like rain in a drought, although it couldn't reverse the situation. But the increased combat power would help them prolong the time. All for one goal, that is to prolong a few more minutes, not to let the whole army be annihilated. Yul still thought that there were sea beasts attacking from behind. His heart was pounding. He had to know that if one side of the human navy disintegrated, then the whole battle would be nothing. But the strange thing was these sea beasts were showing ferocity and rushing towards the sea beasts in front. The Islamic saint at this time no longer had the elegant and refined look as usual. He in this battle really had surpassed his own limits. His whole body was bruised, but the aura from the beasts behind attracted him. These sea beasts had the scent of the divine tree. Were they the army of Misty Mountain? He had never felt such salvation when he knew the people of Misty Mountain had come. Suddenly, a powerful storm swept through, knocking down the sea crab king, almost sweeping away the saint. A hoarse voice rang out with dignity. "It's not the end yet, don't give up." The booming voice was so terrifying that everyone could hear it, and of course, they could also feel how strong the speaker was. The young prison chief was also surprised, because the man in front of him was none other than Seth, the lord of the western desert. He had now taken off his headscarf, indeed looking like the god Seth. In his hand he held a scepter made from the roots of the divine tree, and the gem, I don't know. It seems to be a treasure of the world. Seth declared that this time it was not just him who came here. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of giant ice lizards appeared. They walked on two legs and their bodies were as big as a building of several dozen stories. As soon as they appeared, they roared fiercely, raised their hands. A stream of cold air rushing forward at -100 Celsius. In an instant it froze a large area of the sea. Well done. This method can prevent and prolong the time very effectively. Even the nearby entities will be slowed down by the extremely low temperature. The Arctic Queen appeared. Is she a mutated cricket? She spoke softly like the sound of a stream. Having land will be more advantageous for humans, right? Well, it's not a bad strategy. She created a whole piece of land with her ice. Even this ice is frozen tens of meters below the sea surface, extremely solid. King Luo was extremely excited, shouting and rushing. Even though I don't understand what the hell is going on, this is too wonderful. Indeed, the home advantage of the sea beasts almost ended here. The superhuman warriors just waited for this, fully exploiting their advantage. You have to know that they are used to fighting on land. With a large space and battlefield, they can freely create strategies from their unique skills, but at sea, they can only fight on warships a few dozen meters wide. A red-eyed wolf just got punched in the nose. Its life is over. The person who did it was Xiao Ling with a burning hand. Behind her, a group of people slowly appeared. Then they all rushed up excitedly. The feeling of this group is really bloodthirsty. They are the monsters that Xiao Ling has painstakingly collected over the years. The Catman with extraordinary skills rushed up first. Facing them is a group of mixed beasts from Australia. A bird's mouth is wide open. What is this thing? Ching Chong and his comrades were amazed. Damn it. What kind of creature is so beautiful, and especially its aura, so powerful, like a blazing fire streaking across the sky? Then the phoenix began to gather spirit power. A ball of light as bright as the sun appeared, getting bigger and bigger. Just in one blow, the beasts in front were burned to ashes. Snake Girl was surprised. Didn't know who it was. It came to help us? How could they know? This guy is too mysterious. If I'm not mistaken, it's the Lucky Crow, with a bad luck, self-esteem and autism reaching the positive infinite level, but always lucky at critical moments. And so, the battle returned to a fierce stalemate. The sea beasts were not infinite. They also had factions, and not all were powerful. Seeing reinforcements had arrived, humans immediately rose up with a tenacious fighting spirit. By the way, the boss of Dragon Corp is still alive after 1,000 battles. The China Federation should honor him. The Divine Tree said to the Dark King, "Humans are inherently foolish, even if they know they can't win. But if the end hasn't come, they will never give up, and do you know? No matter what living creature, they will resist death." Clearly, the Dark King also felt the changes in the battlefields. The Divine Tree at this moment roared, "We haven't given up yet." The Dark King also got angry. Then I will kill you first, then kill them all later, haha. Indeed, he didn't have faith in his army, but just as the two were about to rush into each other, a corner suddenly exploded. Both immediately looked over. Don't say these two looked with their eyes. Before the dust and smoke had cleared, they had felt the aura of those who came here. They were very strong. Appearing in there was the three-eyed shining divine elephant. In addition to two other creatures, the divine tree looked over and opened wide in surprise, even stuttered. Gods? Damn it. Besides the elephant with a transcendent appearance, why do I feel that those two beasts are not that special? Finally, there is a dragon, and the one next to the divine elephant is the seahorse we saw about 10 chapters ago. Just know that those two beasts have ranks that seem much higher than the divine elephant. They are the divine entities of Heaven Mountain. And so, the reinforcements of the divine tree had also arrived. At this moment, the battle could not be predicted at all. End of chapter. Australith has completed its evolution. As soon as it finished evolving, it did not hesitate to shoot its strongest enemy a stream of concentrated formic acid mixed with spiritual power. The deadly acid streaked towards Chi-Zi, but it couldn't trouble him. With his agile body, the panda jumped very high to avoid it. Suddenly, Australith's mouth approached in an instant. It turned out that the previous move was just a feint. This was really a fatal blow. Chi-Zi was still hanging in the air at this time. It was hard for him to avoid it. Indeed, at this level, the strong decided the victory or defeat in just a blink of an eye. Chi-Zi instinctively covered his mouth and cursed silently. Damn it. Just when that mouth was less than 1 meter away, it suddenly got punched and broke its face with a supersonic counterpunch. A figure appeared in front of Chi-Zi like lightning. Wasn't that Chi-Zi's old winter brother? Right after that, the older brother yelled, "What are you doing? Get serious." Indeed, the older brother thought that this beast was no longer Chi-Zi's opponent. Just that he was playing with it. The panda clan was still some kind of unpredictable species. Australith was punched and fell to the ground. When it fell its huge body down, the whole great land trembled. Countless small beasts underneath were crushed to death. Chi-Zi looked up and shouted, "Older brother." He didn't know why he felt an invisible pressure, not before the strength of his older brother, but because he couldn't disappoint his older brother. As soon as the older brother landed, dozens of other beasts from the Australian core rushed to surround him. The older brother gritted his teeth, feeling like he was about to burst with the urge to urinate, and the toilet in front was blocked. Damn it, the breath of the divine tree, and that dark guy is right in front of me. In front of him was a huge and extremely solid stone nest. It was originally the nest of the old Australian king, and when the Dark King took possession of this place, he rarely used it more, because it gave him a feeling of extreme loneliness, like having to live thousands of years in an eggshell. Inside the stone nest, the Dark King stood right under the skylight. A golden light shone down on him. Facing him now were 3 clansmen of the God clan: Elephant God, Seahorse God, Dragon God, and even the Divine Tree. Both sides looked at each other for a while. Everyone's head was processing countless information. They tried to analyze each other's spiritual breath and made the first assessments of each person's abilities. The Dark King started to speak first. His sarcastic voice mixed with a bit of contempt echoed coldly. "Oh, so they are all familiar faces. Could it be that these were the old enemies of the Dark King?" It could be said so, because then the Dark King said, "You guys, are you the descendants of those guys? Good, everything can end at the same time." The response was just a strange silence. These God clan beasts probably had nothing to say to a sworn enemy like this. They all directed their sharp, cold eyes at the Dark King and decided to keep silent. At this time, the Elephant God spoke to the Divine Tree. "Divine Tree, we are here to fight with you." The Divine Tree nodded. Originally the Divine Clan participating in this battle, from the beginning the Divine Tree thought it was possible, but he never fully trusted that they would definitely come. Have they come? If they have come, then it's good. The Dragon God calmly said, unexpectedly this time. "You used the spiritual power tide to break the seal." Hearing this, the Dark King laughed cunningly and said, "It's you guys who are the waste. After so many generations, must have been too weak. Even the seal to suppress me can't be kept." Well, apart from this Dark King, no one has dared to curse the Divine Clan in the face like this for thousands of years. These words successfully angered the Divine Clan. They shouted in unison, "You go back to the Dark Sea." The Dark King grimaced and shouted back, "It's you guys who need to go back to the abyss under the deep sea. This is the last battle. I will bury you guys together." Perhaps he was talking about burying them with the previous generation of gods who sacrificed in the process of sealing him many millennia ago. He approached the Divine Clan and the Divine Tree. When he was close enough, he stopped. His right hand stretched out long and large. A monstrous evil hand made of lava was grabbing. This is the dragon catching skill that he bought instantly with the price of 50,000 evolution points. The Divine Tree posed with his left hand to defend and spread his legs like a martial artist, only to see the scorching lava slide past the Divine Tree. The Elephant God jumped high and used his real legs, launched the Skyfall skill. The Seahorse God launched the water ramp, creating a strong whirlpool, the whirlpool speed getting faster and faster. Is there anything in this world that can resist this supersonic speed water flow corroding? On this side, the dragon god also created dozens of spiritual power cannonballs emitting a strange purple-blue color, simultaneously shooting at the enemy. The Dark King did not hesitate, immediately used the light shield with the price of 50,000 evolution points, just saw dozens of his tentacles flapping like crazy, quickly shaping defense. The moment the attacks touched his shield, it was earth-shattering. The space there was torn. A piece of the great land was shaking crazily. The Dark King laughed and said, "Ha ha ha ha, you guys are bullying me?" But he forgot one thing. That is, the divine tree hasn't done anything yet. Yes, the enemy always blocking his way and is the destined enemy. At this time has clenched his fist and ordered the call of light. From the right fist of the divine tree, a beam of light flashed and shot up into the sky. Right after that, a strong purifying light from above struck down the Dark King. Feeling like his body was bathing in concentrated acid, flesh and skin wanted to be torn and melted out. Can see his tentacles defending firmly were all hit to deform. His light shield has been invalidated. His painful scream penetrated the blue sky. He cursed under his breath, and as a habit, even though he was still under attack, he still opened the system and shopped. Well, bye. But before he could find the appropriate skill, a big fat figure rushed over. "Oh, who is this guy? Do I owe you anything?" "Don't know." But the older panda brother with a face full of resentment rushed over. His right hand was wrapped in green spiritual power, looking like he didn't come here to talk. A Susanoo punch landed straight on the face of the Dark King, causing his mask to crack. Damn. This punch is too strong. Looking at the face of the older panda brother can see, this is the punch that a boy in love punches into the punching machine in front of his girlfriend. No one can stop it. After punching, the older brother didn't forget to curse loudly. "You damn murderer, unforgivable." The Dark King's whole body was falling apart. Why? Because that punch could reach hundreds of tons. It created a destructive force on the object it touched. But the Dark King bit his tongue, not knowing whether he was disappointed or despising his opponent. The divine tree opened its mouth in astonishment. "This guy smells of cheesy. Could it be this stupid older brother of his?" It turns out that the divine tree has heard a lot about this guy from Ching Chong, also heard more from Cheesy, but basically the divine tree evaluates this guy has a heavy psychological problem, basically a fool. The older panda brother didn't stop. As soon as he touched the ground, he strengthened his body to the maximum and burst out his Susanoo. A huge green panda with an angry face. The older brother declared right away, "Dark Pill, I will end you here today." The older brother's intention is Dark King. As soon as he finished speaking, the older brother rushed forward, charging straight into the Dark King and punching him into dust. The power was too brutal and the approach speed was too terrifying that the Dark King's tentacles couldn't defend in time. He was trying to lean on the push of the older panda brother and streaked back. A deep person like the Dark King couldn't expect his life to face such a brutal and impulsive guy. Don't underestimate a long-term single guy, because once he gets grumpy, even his god will get his teeth knocked out. At the same time, the dragon god also took the opportunity to shoot hundreds of devil power needles. But isn't he afraid to shoot into the panda? At their level, you don't have to worry, the accuracy is absolute. The dragon god aimed at the right hand of the Dark King. This move caused his right hand to be injured and paralyzed. The dragon god wanted to lock his counterattack, protect the older panda brother, and indeed another attack rushed over, not from anyone else but Xiao Ling. She used her hand ready to slash down a full force with both hands. As she slashed, she yelled, "Die!" The giant fire sword slashed down. A tentacle managed to lift up to defend, but his body of solid magma like diamond also couldn't resist this slash. Not purple fire, but just normal yellow fire. But it was refined by Xiao Ling to the extreme. Could burn at the primary level, extremely terrifying. There's nothing she couldn't cut through. The divine tree was astonished. Xiao Ling appeared here? Actually, the divine tree didn't rely on his daughter. He just needed her to live well. Damn it. The divine tree didn't rely on anyone but himself. Perhaps he was about to cry out of emotion. But don't underestimate the Dark King. He recovered extremely fast and a bunch of tentacles opened up and rushed towards Xiao Ling. Wanting to crush her, his mouth sarcastically said to the girl, "Come here, let's have fun." Xiao Ling was astonished at this reflex and recovery ability. She was still hanging in midair, so it was hard to dodge. Just at that critical moment, the dragon god stretched his neck and bit off the octopus tentacles of the enemy, saving Xiao Ling a life. Suddenly the Dark King felt the space above echoed with the sound of glass breaking. It turned out to be the elephant god with sky fall rushing straight into his head. Just with the speed of rushing made the space shattered. This fatal attack immediately landed on his head, causing his face to crack. His neck and all the spine were broken into many segments. Right at this moment, water ramp of the seahorse god spurted out, tearing everything apart. The tentacles of the Dark King were cut off and scattered in all directions. The Dark King was really cut into thousands of pieces. He sighed at this moment. Oh damn, then bit his tongue. Still didn't know whether he was disappointed in himself or despising the enemy. At the same time, the second punch of the older brother rushed over, The lonely old panda yelled, "Go to hell." The remaining head and chest part took a supersonic punch extremely strong. This punch directly penetrated through that hard mask, punched him straight down to the ground. But suddenly the lonely old panda felt something was not right. The body part that he punched down to the ground seemed to have disappeared, evaporating extremely fast. Right after that, the body of the Dark King in the form of dark gas with dozens of blood-red eyes like blood floated up. The panda involuntarily jumped back. Xiaoling also quickly retreated. Xiaoling frowned, not knowing what this demon was planning. Just saw the space was being covered by a breath of primitive death. This guy has too many mysteries, making everyone always have to be in the state of maximum alert. That's also the reason why both Xiaoling and the grumpy guy like the lonely old panda had to retreat. Just saw from those eyes, started to spew out a dazzling light. Perhaps it's a laser version improved by spiritual power. The Dark King aimed straight at the two standing in front of him are Xiaoling and the panda. This move is too fast, perhaps both will not be able to escape. Only God knows how powerful it is. You have to know that if a strong person at this level can't dodge an attack, it's fatal. The divine tree at the back had time to react, displayed the earth element wall. Immediately the ground shot up a wall made of refined earth elements. At this time, the earth is the best choice. Skills like water or ice could make his attack not only not blocked but also amplified. Indeed, the attack of the Dark King touched the earth wall then exploded. It turns out that refined earth elements can help reduce the impact force of the attack. Making the explosion has reduced a lot of awe. Inspiring power. The Dark King was also astonished at this handling strategy of the divine tree. He still didn't know why the fatal attack didn't achieve as expected, but before he was astonished, the gods behind the wall had done one thing. All three were concentrating their power into a light blue light ball full of light. The ball emitted a gentle light, and the spiritual power in it was getting denser and denser. End of chapter 230. You can see three deities of the divine clan forming a circle, with a blue orb at the center that is steadily growing in size. This orb, a combination of their immense powers, now targets the Dark King. The distance between them and the Dark King is approximately 100 meters. It's hard not to marvel at the Dark King's incredible regenerative abilities, which might even surpass the divine tree. However, his current form is nothing but a grotesque mass of lava. His bloodshot eyes seethe with fury as he realizes these divine beasts are attempting to seal him once more. How could they? After all the efforts he had put in to return, everything had just begun. The elephant god calmly injects his power into the orb with his trunk, saying, "Indeed, we have come together for one purpose only, to seal you away forever." As he finishes speaking, the blue orb is launched. Its power is unfathomable, visible as a dense mass of energy the size of a house. One could guess that this orb uses water as its primary energy source, containing a complex structure specifically designed for sealing. The Dark King immediately senses the impending danger, suspecting this to be one of those notorious sealing techniques. The orb rapidly approaches, large enough to engulf him entirely. However, a portal opens up to his left. The Dark King quickly perceives the portal's ominous nature, reeking of extreme danger. As the orb presses against him with supersonic force, pinning him down like a bug underfoot, the portal expands, ready to swallow him and the orb whole. Realizing escape is futile, the Dark King curses loudly, "Damn it, damn it, damn it, you bastards." Yet, he then sneers, "Hee hee, do you really think you can succeed?" Feigning fear? Perhaps. He then unleashes his dark claws, dozens of his red eyes gleaming with murderous intent. The black aura around him morphs into claws, striking back. What is he planning? In an instant, one claw impales the elephant god, causing blood to gush out like a waterfall. The attack is so powerful it lifts the elephant god into the air, leaving him to utter meaningless cries as he succumbs to a fatal wound. The other two deities brace themselves for the deadly claws, but the Dark King's speed is astonishing. Who would have expected him to retaliate while being overwhelmed like this? This moment of surprise leaves everyone unable to react in time. No, not everyone. Lonely Panda and Xiaoling do manage to respond. Their abilities surpass those of the three deities. Panda tears apart the deadly claws with his breath, while Xiaoling opts to sever them. Xiaoling shouted, "Don't think you can stop us. Go to hell." The Dark King, furious, glared from within the blue orb that seemed to be encasing him. Could it be that the blue orb was meant to imprison him, while the space behind him was a portal to summon him back to his world? The elephant god, breathing heavily, realized something was wrong. His spiritual power had weakened significantly due to the fatal wound, causing the sealing orb to become fragile and unstable. The Dark King might actually break free. Just as he spoke, a surge of spiritual fire shot toward the Dark King, merging into the blue orb. The divine tree also acted, using its earth elemental power, shouting, "You will not escape. Return to your world." Streams of pure brown energy surged forth, immediately blending into the sealing orb. The Dark King's eyes darted around in panic, left and right. as fear took hold. The orb was wrapping tighter and tighter around him, almost completely enclosing him. The sealing orb's purpose seemed not only to confine the target, but also to drain their power proportional to how much the orb enveloped them. At that moment, everyone gave their all, even the elder panda, channeling their spiritual energy into the orb. In that split second, the orb fully closed and suddenly vanished before everyone's eyes. The portal also sealed shut. What happened? Had he been expelled? Only a lingering spatial crack remained, slowly mending. Xiaoling sighed in relief. Thank goodness we did it. Everyone remained still, unable to believe what had just happened. The divine tree formation had been relatively easy, thanks to the support of all the earthly forces. The dragon god, now spitting blood, had reached his limit. Despite his condition, he felt relief knowing he had fulfilled the ancestral mission after years of preparation. The lonely old panda was sniffing the air, but found nothing, confirming the demon had indeed been expelled. The divine tree began to consider dealing with the beasts outside and then resting. The elephant god collapsed, unable to stand any longer. The seahorse god was sweating in worry. The elephant god's wounds were severe. It was a miracle he had held on this long, considering dark attribute wounds are penetrating and hard to heal. Once pierced, the wounds necrotize rapidly. Xiaoling quickly took out a vial of life essence. Scolding him, Xiaoling said, I told you to bring life essence, but you didn't listen. The elephant god, grimacing in pain, replied, Didn't you have it here as well? It seemed the elephant god was in great pain, but no matter. Once he drank the liquid, the pain would vanish instantly. Suddenly, a dark spiritual energy shot forward with astonishing speed, grazing past the head of the seahorse god and instantly killing him. Xiaoling was horrified, unable to react in time. His eyes widened in shock. Damn it! The seahorse god collapsed, his head blown off, dying instantly. The elephant god roared in terror, his bloodshot eyes filled with veins, paralyzed by absolute fear. The elder panda's mouth gaped in astonishment. Could it be the Dark King? Immediately after, a razor-sharp stream of spiritual energy darted towards him, slicing through his flesh upon contact, sending him flying and pinning him against a large rock. If not for the many times the lonely old panda had fortified his skin, he would have ended up like the seahorse god. The divine tree noticed a space above cracking open. Damn it! The divine tree hadn't anticipated the worst-case scenario happening and was momentarily stricken with horror. The space where they had just sealed the Dark King was fracturing, with countless sounds of shattering glass echoing ever louder. After an enormous crash, a red eye appeared, glaring at everyone. The Dark King roared mockingly, Did you really think such outdated tricks could seal me? Simultaneously, the dragon god and the elephant god launched a desperate attack, determined to use their last breath to prevent the Dark King's return. However, darkness poured out from the cracks, increasingly filling the space. The Dark King retaliated immediately, unleashing his dark shock. The black and purple darkness morphed into long spears, piercing through both the dragon god and the elephant god in an instant, before they could even complete their ultimate techniques. The elder panda summoned Susanoo for defense and leaped back, cursing angrily, blood streaming from his eye sockets. You bastard! You dare to blind me! The Dark King, with no time for insults, frantically purchased and mimicked skills, then reinforced his body, spending a whopping 300,000 evolution points. His form changed, resembling a large bear shrouded in darkness with a blood-red eye on its face. The Dark King delivered an immensely powerful punch, completely shattering the lonely old panda's Susanoo and even striking his true form within, causing him to spew blood continuously, his internal organs severely damaged. Damn it, that punch was too powerful. It turned out the Dark King had copied the panda's own skill, but the strength he wielded was overwhelmingly superior. The Dark King continued acquiring skills, this time purchasing a devouring ability. He then used dark tendrils to ensnare the elephant god and the panda. His intent was clear, to consume them and further augment his physique and attributes. The panda and the elephant god were completely absorbed into his grotesque, dark mass. Xiaoling watched in terror as she realized she was the next target. Dark tendrils shot toward her, transforming into a gaping, menacing maw ready to engulf her. Damn it, his creativity made him unpredictable. Fortunately, at that critical moment, the divine tree intervened, delivering a powerful punch to the tendrils. Xiaoling, retreat immediately, the divine tree commanded. Now, it was time for the divine tree to face the final boss in a true solo battle. An epic showdown, a one-on-one fight that would determine everything, was about to begin. End of chapter 231. Xiaoling, upon hearing the divine tree's words, felt a pang of reluctance, but the divine tree resolutely insisted that she step aside, even shouting, "Retreat now." Xiaoling, having no other choice, remembered that she had not yet been backed into a corner in this battle. She didn't want to retreat, but she also knew that when facing a final boss like the Dark King, there was no such thing as being backed into a corner. There was only instant death, and the opponent wouldn't even realize it. This was why the Divine Tree was so adamantly demanding her immediate retreat. Hey, overhearing this exchange, quickly understood that this girl was too important to the Divine Tree. With a mocking tone, he said, "Divine Tree, are you so afraid that little girl will die?" At this moment, the Dark King's entire presence became more formidable and tyrannical than ever before. An endless abyss of darkness continuously poured from the body of his one-eyed black bear form. However, all he heard was a whistling wind, and the Divine Tree appeared before him like a bolt of lightning, delivering a punch while cursing, "You bastard, shut up." It was clearly an uppercut aimed at the chin, a critical strike. Surprisingly, the Dark King was even faster. He used his glowing claws to counterattack the attacking arm, shattering it completely. The Dark King's face gleamed with satisfaction as he anticipated the Divine Tree's reaction, believing that close combat with his new form gave him a significant advantage. The Divine Tree's arm had been torn apart, but nothing could surprise the Divine Tree anymore. The moment he saw this form, he knew its close combat strength was terrifying. It utilized the principle of channeling spiritual energy through the body of a solitary panda, an extremely effective method of chi and spiritual energy manipulation, making each strike several times more powerful than one's own strength. Before the Divine Tree could regenerate the arm, he directly used his roots, transforming them into wooden dragons to attack the enemy. The Dark King responded with 8 slashes of his claws, leisurely and eagerly confronting the Divine Tree. At this moment, he no longer feared the Divine Tree's terrifying close combat strength. If his initial magma form was like a mage, then this form was that of a warrior. The Divine Tree's roots were easily sliced away by his sharp slashes, despite their enhanced state. This scene made the Divine Tree curse, "Damn you." The Divine Tree realized that his strength had completely changed, rendering all previous combat strategies useless. It felt as though his defense and attack stats were overwhelmingly powerful, unlike his initial form. Suddenly, the eye on the Dark King's face lit up, accompanied by a strong hiss echoing through the space. Gravity was unleashed, a tremendous force pulling the Divine Tree's body to the ground. This attack was undoubtedly stronger than that of the Ox Demon. The Divine Tree's legs began to sink, crushing the ground beneath them. Even parts of his body not tightly connected to the main form were torn apart by this terrifying gravitational force. The Divine Tree braced itself to resist, knowing that if it didn't, the worst-case scenario would occur. As soon as the Divine Tree was pinned to the ground, a finishing blow would strike and end the battle. Seeing that the Divine Tree was still standing, the Dark King wasted no time unleashing his next ultimate skill, the Breath of the Dragon King. This was an ultimate skill compared to the Dragon's Breath. While the Dragon's Breath created widespread damage, this attack had a smaller destructive radius, but anyone hit by it was sure to perish. The Divine Tree was well aware of this and had to stop him at all costs. That's when Dominion of Light was unleashed. A brilliant golden beam shot straight from the sky, striking the Dark King. His body was immediately torn apart in places. Light remained the most lethal attribute against the Dark King, but with his immense defense, he managed to mitigate much of the damage, though he still felt considerable pain. The Divine Tree knew that light was not constrained by gravity, so this attack could be used effectively. It's worth noting that when the Divine Tree was still human, he never missed a physics class, which now infuriated the Dark King. "Damn it, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about human science. How infuriating," he cursed loudly. He then opened his system and purchased a new skill, this time selecting Extinction. But what is Extinction? Just hearing the name sounds dangerous. From the enormous skylight, a meteor hundreds of meters in diameter was descending, blazing intensely. If this meteor struck the Divine Tree, it would turn to ashes. This was truly an extinction-level event, reminiscent of the tragedy that befell the dinosaurs tens of millions of years ago. The Divine Tree sensed the increasing heat above and looked up. The meteor was now less than 1,000 meters from the ground, leaving the Divine Tree only seconds to act. The Dark King's mocking voice echoed once more, "Choose now. Flee or die here with your people?" The Divine Tree, however, was unhurried, responding that even in death, it would fight him. "Do not underestimate me so," the Divine Tree retorted. His entire body began to heat up, enveloped in a golden aura. Whether it was due to the meteor's close proximity or the Divine Tree's activation of a skill, gigantification, the Dark King felt these words were defiant. "Let's see what you can do," he roared, eager to witness what the Divine Tree would do in this dire situation. At this moment, the Divine Tree had grown larger than the bunker itself, raising both hands to brace against the monstrous meteor. If this attempt failed, the entire coastline would be obliterated, with no exotic beasts surviving the onslaught. The exotic beasts had ceased fighting, their primal instincts roaring with warnings of imminent danger, a fear deeply ingrained in their nature. The divine tree let out a thunderous roar. 9 roots. Simultaneously, 9 massive roots, each with a diameter of several meters, shot up to intercept the blazing meteor. The entire space and land quaked violently, with any creature nearby facing the threat of being torn apart by the meteor's sheer pressure. The divine tree continued to strain every muscle, shouting, "I will absolutely not let you destroy this planet." The meteor pressed down, colliding with the top of the bunker. Upon contact with any material devoid of spiritual energy, the meteor began to explode, producing a dazzling, blinding light visible from kilometers away. Beneath it, the divine tree had not surrendered. His deafening screams echoed persistently. Finally, the meteor crashed into the ground. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic, as if the earth itself was being torn apart. Huge, searing hot rocks were flung everywhere, instantly crushing thousands of exotic beasts. The scene was reminiscent of the dinosaur extinction event 65 million years ago. Massive beasts, akin to dinosaurs, could not escape their fate. General Kangaroo, witnessing this, cursed under his breath, "Damn it!" His battle with the nine-tailed fox was halted abruptly. The fox herself was clueless about what was transpiring. Ching Chong started using his earth element control to erect small bunkers to protect himself and his comrades, but it required continuous effort since the earth walls were quickly destroyed. Cheesy sought a higher vantage point to observe the devastation. He had never seen such apocalyptic destruction. Every few meters, a rock would crash down. From the bunker, a tremendous beam of light shot into the sky. Cheesy clenched his teeth, feeling the overwhelming force of the spiritual power. He remarked, "What a terrifying spiritual power." From the very beginning of the Master's battle, the Dark King had enveloped the area with his spiritual energy, so I couldn't sense it at all. This, then, was the divine tree's spiritual power. As the bunker was destroyed, the released power surged out, approaching what could only be described as infinite. This surge of spiritual energy caused everything around to tremble. At this moment, they couldn't even sense the presence of the Dark King anymore. Damn it, was the divine tree really this powerful? Cheesy saw nothing but a screen of dust and smoke before him. Everything else had vanished. The strong ones could only release their own spiritual energy to detect each other's presence. The Thunder Dragon of Misty Mountain was panting heavily, having survived the cataclysmic event. But where was his opponent, his father? There, his father lay dead, surrounded by dozens of searing hot meteors. The enormous body of the Elder Dragon had been crushed by a meteor. The Thunder Dragon and Purple Scythe emerged from their shelter. It turned out that during the previous battle with Purple Scythe, the Black Dragon had been cleverly cut on the wing tendons and the hamstrings, preventing it from escaping the meteor shower. The Thunder Dragon looked at his dead father and began to sob, calling out to him. No, his father wasn't completely dead yet. He opened his eyes, but they were no longer blood red, just normal dragon eyes. Had he broken free from the Dark King's control? It was unclear, but he looked peaceful. He whispered something, and the Thunder Dragon had to lean down to hear. "Are you my son? Your spiritual energy. It resembles your mother's so much. You've grown up well," he said, and then the Black Dragon closed his eyes and took his last breath. He was a good father, having done everything so his child could live well. According to Kangaroo, he had wanted to establish himself as king and was hunted down by Australia. He entrusted his eggs to humans, hoping his children would have a brighter future. Dragons, with emotions and intelligence akin to humans, could feel deeply. The Thunder Dragon started crying. These final words were from his father, and even when his father was under the Dark King's control, he could still feel the warmth of a father's love emanating from him. The bond between father and son was indeed noble. The Thunder Dragon's sobs grew louder and louder, tears and snot flowing like rain, and his mournful roar echoed through the sky. Back at the bunker, the dust had settled considerably, revealing a massive crater with smoke billowing out of it. Xiao Ling approached the crater, calling out for her master, her heart filled with indescribable worry. This scene reminded her of that day in the Misty Mountain Ravine, when humans had dropped an atomic bomb, so despairing. Xiao Ling had died that time, but thanks to the Divine Tree system, everything had been restored. This time was different, though, as the Divine Tree was still there, albeit breathing heavily. Half of his body had been torn apart, and he had reverted to his original form. The Dark King seized this moment, unleashing the combo he had just acquired. The Red Lotus combined with a blazing body, the ultimate technique of Cheesy the Panda. He charged forward at supersonic speed, intending to use a single strike to reduce the Divine Tree to dust. His speed surprised even the Divine Tree. It was too fast. With his body not yet regenerated, how could the Divine Tree resist? In the blink of an eye, the Dark King was right in front of him, roaring and attacking with full force. But the divine tree was not to be underestimated. Using his remaining arm, he channeled all the lightning element within his body to form a sharp blade, thrusting it directly into the enemy's eye. The attack was powerful enough to blow the Dark King's body away. The divine tree, following the recoil of his strike, slid back, realizing that the Dark King was still standing there, screaming in rage and ferocity. He truly was a bloodthirsty monster, with one of his eyes now split in two. One way or another, this world will meet its end, the Dark King shouted, and there's nothing you can do to stop it. End of chapter 232. The cold, harsh voice of the Dark King resonated. Sooner or later, everything will be annihilated. That's not something you can prevent, divine tree. I only want to exterminate all of humanity. This man was truly cunning, speaking of an eternal truth. Everything will eventually decay and perish. Just as Buddhism teaches, all things in this world go through creation, existence, decay, and destruction. This served as a powerful argument to weaken the fighting spirit of the divine tree. Indeed, after the recent fierce battle, its evolution points were almost exhausted, and the divine tree was an opponent not to be underestimated. Hearing these words, the divine tree retorted, "You want to kill humanity because they sealed you away?" Meanwhile, the space around them was filled with falling ashes or snowflakes. Though this question seemed ordinary, it struck a chord with the Dark King, whose eyes betrayed a hidden sadness, his mind seemingly drifting away. Then he looked directly at the divine tree and shouted, "You wouldn't understand, and I won't tell you." In a calm tone, the Dark King then asked the divine tree, "Zuz, do you truly believe in humans from the bottom of your heart?" The divine tree, with only half of its body remaining, stood motionless at this question. In truth, the divine tree did not trust humanity. They were its predecessors, full of deceit, cunning, and selfishness, having driven it to the brink of danger many times. The divine tree did not know how to respond perfectly. The Dark King, growing impatient, glared angrily and roared, "I will never forgive humans. They are selfish, petty, truly detestable. My hatred cannot be resolved with mere words." The divine tree had no defense for humanity. Meanwhile, the Dark King continued to shout, "Those cowardly, arrogant, weak, ignorant fools." At this moment, humanity was plunged into despair, hopelessly waiting for a miracle. Indeed, humans only began to hope for something beautiful and bright when they saw hell. Xiao AI was calling out Chi Zi's name in worry, while the Dark King suddenly changed his tone, now dry, cold, and filled with rage, screaming as if thousands of souls were screaming together, "I am still alive today, just to destroy this world." His right hand began to transform, releasing an immense amount of dark spiritual energy. Then, a replica of the moon appeared above his head. No, it was the moon itself. But the once beautiful moon was now inexplicably as red as blood. What exactly was he planning to do? The desert god and the young chieftain were both terrified, realizing that the Dark King's spiritual power had reached an unprecedented peak. Yule and the ice lizard stood frozen in place, knowing their enemy was likely about to unleash another deadly strike. The Islamic Holy Sun and Luo were also watching closely. The top experts of the Federal China generation were alarmed by the sight, unable to intervene in the battle between these two final bosses. At the spiritual energy monitoring centers, they recognized that this was indeed the moon of Earth, and it was getting larger and closer. This revelation caused the chairman of Federal China and the female director of the Spiritual Energy Monitoring Department to turn pale. The female director couldn't help but clench her teeth in despair, exclaiming, "Can something like this really happen?" Beside her, the chairman was equally stunned. His face contorted in anger, exclaiming, "Does that Dark King intend to die along with Earth?" Indeed, the moon had already closed 80% of the distance to Earth. The gravitational pull required to move such a massive object must be immense. If this collision occurred, it was clear without further analysis that Earth's entire surface would be upheaved, and the planet would be knocked out of its orbit. No life form, especially humans, would survive. Xiao Ling had retreated to the rear and saw the moon growing larger, emitting a blood-red glow and reeking of death. The divine tree roared in anger, "Are you planning to end everything this way?" The Dark King, without hesitation, triumphantly declared that this was indeed his plan. He added that there were only 30 minutes left until the moon collided with Earth. "Do you think you can kill me in that time?" Damn it, the divine tree glanced at the moon, realizing there was no way to resolve this situation. Suddenly, a blue streak of light shot past the divine tree's right side. An attacker? No, it was the Thunder Dragon charging forward, roaring, "Darkness!" Clearly, the Thunder Dragon wasn't here to talk. He wanted to avenge his father, but this was clearly a suicide mission. Seeing this, the divine tree shouted, "Thunder Dragon, return immediately." At a distance of about 50 meters from the Dark King, the Thunder Dragon began to unleash a massive thunder breath at him. However, the Dark King immediately countered with the Willow Leaf Blade, a technique he had copied from the Divine Tree. Not only did it cut through the Thunder Dragon's spiritual breath, but it also sliced through and bisected his body. Without hesitation, the Dark King lunged forward, intending to devour this new defeated enemy. In the direst of moments, someone came to his rescue. The familiar move of using one's entire body as a cannonball struck hard, dislocating the Dark King's jaw to one side. That unexpected savior was Xiaoling. It turned out she had summoned her two Susanu, an Asian dragon, and a purple centipede. She didn't forget to instruct the Thunder Dragon to retreat immediately. However, before she could finish, the Dark King's enormous, pitch-black mouth lunged forward, gathering a deadly purple and white spiritual energy orb crackling with black lightning and emitting an extremely piercing sound. At such close range, Xiaoling had no chance to dodge. She was startled, not knowing what to do. Who would have thought that the Dark King still had so much energy, especially after controlling an entire moon? But Xiaoling would always be safe as long as the Divine Tree was alive. A massive hand punched straight into the Dark King's mouth, causing the energy orb to disintegrate within. The Divine Tree had fully regenerated in just a few brief seconds, now adorned with countless lava-like patterns. Seeing the Divine Tree's new body, the Dark King laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, so your broken heart gave you new strength? Huh? That's right, you Ziyu. Looking at the Divine Tree once again, this body seemed no longer made of wood, but had transformed into metal, much like the Metal King. Don't forget that the Divine Tree had absorbed the Metal Heart, which is why the Dark King mentioned the broken heart. The Divine Tree declared, the best game is risking everything to protect one's life, then swiftly opened a life force space and threw the two others inside. Before the space closed, Xiaoling affectionately called out her master's name. She wasn't afraid of death. The thing she feared most was being absent during her master's most critical moment. Inside that space, fresh, vibrant saplings full of life force sprouted rapidly, immediately transforming the area around the Thunder Dragon into a small emergency room. The roots infiltrated his severed parts, connecting and infusing them with life force. Xiaoling watched in astonishment, not expecting her master to have such a convenient trick. Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out, "Yo, you're here too?" The speaker was none other than the Mermaid Queen. The space was now filled with gems created by the Queen, which anyone unaware would greedily take to sell for money. Recognizing the situation instantly, the Mermaid Queen mocked. "You're fighting my master and running away with your tails between your legs? How shameful." Xiaoling calmly replied, "We haven't lost." The Queen smugly added, "Don't you know? The vitality in this space is dwindling." These words caused Xiaoling some concern. The Queen continued, "Do you know what that means?" Xiaoling knew all too well. It meant her master was weakening, and she could sense it herself. Even though she knew the enemy just wanted to provoke her, anything negative about her master made her uneasy. The Divine Tree, now transformed into a monstrous lava entity, roared, "I will not let you destroy this earth." The Dark King immediately unleashed a dark tornado, mimicking the Dragon God's attack, with devastating destructive power and armor-piercing capabilities. But the Divine Tree was no weakling. Knowing that this attack was fundamentally composed of water, it countered with an Ice Age technique, freezing the tornado instantly. The frost rapidly spread, freezing even the Dark King in the blink of an eye. The Dark King erupted with darkness using the Dark Shock skill. The sound of shattering ice, like breaking glass, filled the air. From the cracks, dark spiritual energy shot out, even striking directly towards the Divine Tree. These energy beams seemed to have a mind of their own, dispersing and then converging to attack the Divine Tree from all directions. Despite the Divine Tree's rapid evasion, its arms were blown away. Quickly, the Divine Tree activated its rapid regeneration, instantly restoring its arms. Then it used the ultimate technique, Descent of the Ancient Forest, summoning a dense forest that enveloped the Dark King. This expanded the reach of its roots, which swiftly ensnared the Dark King. Damn! The speed of this battle was terrifying. Both sides had unleashed high-level techniques within mere seconds. But the Divine Tree knew this monster couldn't be restrained for long. It leaped forward, its right fist growing to an enormous size. The roots and branches were maximized to propel the Divine Tree to a speed 10 times the speed of sound. This colossal punch, weighing tens of thousands of tons, was unavoidable and indeed struck the target. The Dark King's body was smashed and blown apart, leaving only a core beneath the deadly punch. Yes, that was the Dark King's core, his original form. Under this tremendous shock, the Dark King seemed temporarily unresponsive, his eyes glazed over, and the surrounding darkness dispersing erratically. The Divine Tree did not stop. It withdrew its hand and continued to enhance its power, its entire body blazing. The Divine Tree shouted, "It's not over yet. Yes, there are still more chapters to come." End of chapter 233. The roar of the divine tree pierced the sky, echoing in all directions, as mournful as the trumpet of Judgment Day. At that moment, its roots shot out with terrifying speed, seeming to tear through the fabric of space itself. The speed of the battle was now beyond the perception of the naked eye. The Dark King finally awakened, his eyes opening to reveal his regained consciousness. But damn, his situation was truly dire. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, this is really bad." Indeed, his warrior bear form had been blown away, even his dark essence had been torn apart in several places, and his mental strength had significantly diminished. Now, something was rushing toward him at an incredible speed. A drowsy entity like him couldn't see it clearly, only catching glimpses of diamond-hard roots slicing past him, then embedding fiercely into the ground behind him, creating a terrifying screech of metal. But wait, where was his physical form? Had it been shredded? His eyes were still there. Was he laughing? But his mouth kept cursing, "Damn it, you bastard." He hadn't finished cursing when a golden beam of light descended from the sky, striking his shattered form. It felt like pouring boiling water on a burn. Clearly, the divine tree wasn't giving him time to recover. Then, a gigantic hand lunged forward, grasping the dark essence firmly in its grip, bringing it close and commanding, "Control the lightning." A terrifying bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, incinerating the Dark King with millions of volts. Surprisingly, despite his body continuously disintegrating, he still laughed. Did he have another trick up his sleeve? The place where the divine tree was executing the Dark King couldn't withstand the destructive force of the lightning and exploded, the blast reaching hundreds of meters high. The honey badger, standing too close, had to jump away to avoid it, while the remaining beasts stood still, observing. At this point, there was nothing they could do but watch. The honey badger, trying to get a clearer view, almost lost its life. The Dark King was now enveloped in a purple sphere, whispering, "How much longer?" The divine tree realized that no matter how they attacked him, he kept regenerating. Meanwhile, the divine tree's spiritual energy was depleting. The purple sphere turned out to be a resurrection skill. As expected, the Dark King rapidly regenerated, even sprouting a mouth to say, "This must be the first time you've pushed me this far, but what did I say? I said I would bring you despair." His face now truly resembled a demon, his voice dripping with mocking tones. He continued, "Aren't the beasts under your command supposed to be strong? But starting today, they will all belong to me." In the Dark King's mind, numerous system panels appeared as he crazily purchased skills. The divine tree looked on, worried. What the hell was he doing? Instinct told the divine tree that whenever he uttered such lines, the situation would inevitably turn extremely dire. The yellow ant stomped on the ground and leaped away, landing on the body of the one he had defeated. Indeed, the figure lying on the ground was none other than the warrior wolf from before, who had clearly endured devastating damage from the yellow ant, leaving his once proud teeth shattered. Suddenly, the yellow ant felt something invading his consciousness and shouted, "What's happening? My mind." The other beasts shared the same fate, all screaming with dark flashes in their eyes. The golden monkey, the ice bear leader, and the boar had all fallen under the Dark King's control. Even the two max-evolved windwolves were affected, although their whimpering indicated their struggle against this mental invasion. The mammoth and the dinosaur fared no better. Unfortunately, the beasts lacked advanced mental defense capabilities and couldn't escape the Dark King's grasp. General Kangaroo was panting heavily, blood spraying from his mouth. His battle with the nine-tailed fox seemed to be reaching its conclusion. The nine-tailed fox, though bruised, still radiated an undiminished aura, her flames seemingly endless and ever-burning. General Kangaroo, kneeling on one knee to keep from falling, could hardly believe his eyes. Despite the fierce battle, his opponent still had ample spiritual energy. He muttered to himself, "I've lost to you here." Upon hearing this, the nine-tailed fox extinguished her fiery aura and said, "You could never defeat me." Even so, she wasn't unscathed, with blood trickling from her mouth. Suddenly, her body trembled violently, and darkness began to fill her eyes. The kangaroo, bewildered, watched as her deadly aura reignited, even more furious and intense than before, making it hard for him to breathe. It turned out that the Dark King had purchased the assimilation skill to manipulate multiple enemies within a certain range. However, the cost was steep, up to 50 million points. Some wondered why he hadn't used this skill on the Divine Tree, perhaps because the Divine Tree had already reached the 5th order, or because the skill had no effect on entities with different systems. If he could, there would be no story to tell. The surrounding space, within a large radius, was now bathed in a blood-red hue, marking the influence of the assimilation skill, a truly tyrannical and terrifying ability to use on the battlefield. The Divine Tree growled, "What are you up to now?" In response, the Dark King retorted sarcastically, suggesting that the Divine Tree figure it out on its own. The yellow ant stomped again, and the divine tree immediately sensed a killing intent directed at itself. It was clearly the yellow ant, now standing on a cliff like a shinobi, eyeing the divine tree as prey. The divine tree called out, "Yellow ant." But he did not respond, standing silently with a murderous aura emanating from him. Then the yellow ant took a running start, tearing the ground beneath him with his powerful leap, aiming his blade directly at the divine tree. However, the roots managed to block the attack just in time, sparks flying. With blood-red eyes, the yellow ant screamed, "Die!" The Dark King opened his eyes wide, watching the entertaining scene unfold. He declared that his assimilation allowed him to control the thoughts of others, and thus, all the divine tree's subordinates were now under his command. The divine tree, on the verge of exhausting its mana, had yet to find a countermeasure and now had to deal with its own forces turned against it. The situation was incredibly dire. The divine tree glared at him deeply and shouted, "You bastard!" Immediately after, a stream of blazing fire shot towards it. It was the nine-tailed fox's flamethrower technique. Startled, the divine tree quickly erected an earth wall for defense. The divine tree realized that the nine-tailed fox's fire was superior to other flames, with a persistent burn and powerful bursts at the right moments, causing massive destruction. However, seeing the beloved subordinate's fire now causing it pain was heartbreaking. The nine-tailed fox was clearly blinded by the darkness, her killing intent directed straight at the divine tree. The Dark King smirked maliciously and said, "The fun is just beginning." The nine-tailed fox stared straight at her master and screamed, "Die!" Her entire being surged with energy as she charged at the divine tree without hesitation. When in her right mind, the nine-tailed fox always maintained a distance, never recklessly charging her enemies. At such close range, her flamethrower was devastating. Meanwhile, the yellow ant unleashed a six-strike combo, his golden blade flashing like lightning. Simultaneously, the two strongest Misty Mountain warriors launched lethal attacks on the divine tree. But the dire situation didn't end there. Ching Chong slammed her hand on the ground, sending a hard earth spear stabbing into the divine tree's back. Surrounded by enemies, the divine tree's defensive instincts triggered its roots to block the attacks just in time. Otherwise, it would have lost its defensive stance. The divine tree glanced back in shock, realizing not only Ching Chong, but also the three-eyed white tiger were attacking. This was how they faced their enemies? Damn it. The chapter ends here. The divine tree gazed in agony at his subordinates. There were already a few, and now there were Ching Chong, the white tiger, and Xiao Lam. They had all lost their senses and were looking at their master as if he were an enemy. Suddenly, a whistling sound came from the right. The divine tree turned to look and saw Tian Cam and Lan Feng charging at him, their faces dark and filled with murderous intent. Instantly, two devastating attacks struck the divine tree in the face. He was caught off guard and couldn't dodge in time. The blows were so powerful that they almost knocked him over, forcing him to retreat several steps, causing tremors on the ground. The Dark King felt a sense of glee. He was witnessing a spectacular scene, watching a supreme leader being betrayed by his beloved subordinates. There was nothing more exhilarating than this. He laughed heartily and said, "There is another option, Divine Tree. You can kill them and no longer live in fear." The Divine Tree, enraged, shouted through the smoke and dust, "Shut up!" He then created a primeval forest descent to entrap all his subordinates with massive roots. Their agonized screams echoed like those of slaughtered animals, despite the divine tree having done nothing to harm them yet. At this moment, these beasts were in their most primal bloodthirsty state, with no intelligence left. The divine tree thought that the only way to free his comrades was to defeat this dark figure. If not, in just a short while, he would drive them to their deaths. The divine tree had to prevent this quickly. He had to defeat him swiftly. After thinking, the divine tree roared, "Dark King, you bastard." 9 roots simultaneously charged forward, aiming directly at the Dark King. Meanwhile, the primeval forest behind could still hold off his subordinates for a while. Suddenly, just as the roots were about to hit their target, Chi Zi leaped in front of the Dark King. From his expression, it was clear that he had also lost his senses. The divine tree screamed in horror, as this strike would undoubtedly kill Chi Zi. However, before he could act, a powerful dark energy beam shot forth, strong enough to obliterate everything, piercing through the heavens. This attack not only severed the roots but also tore apart the upper body of the divine tree. The Dark King laughed loudly and mocked, "Ha ha ha ha, you Ziyu. Why do you hesitate? With such hesitation, how can you ever hope to win?" The divine tree's body was shattered, not yet fully recovered. The Dark King's sorrowful, disappointed voice echoed in the space. "The feeling of being betrayed by your own people, I have felt it for a very long time." After speaking, the Dark King unleashed a light-destroying sword. Just by its name, it was clear that its attribute was to counter light and all living beings. It was truly worth every penny, as he had bought this move for an exorbitant price of 2 million points. In fact, compared to the cost of acquiring the Divine Tree's abilities, it was still quite cheap. The sword slashed towards the Divine Tree, who immediately sensed danger. But with an unrecovered body and the opponent's speed, the Divine Tree couldn't evade. The deadly sword slashed at him, and just as it touched, the Divine Tree managed to release a diamond crystallization and fortify his body, hoping to reduce the destructive power of the light-destroying attribute. Then, his entire body was engulfed and pierced by the energy sword, which annihilated everything in its path, like a nuclear bomb, disintegrating all matter within its radius at a subatomic level. At this moment, before the Dark King, there was only a cloud of dust and smoke. He tried to sense the life force of his opponent and suddenly broke into a mischievous smile. He knew that the Divine Tree was still alive. At this moment, all of the Divine Tree's subordinates were sealed within an orange-yellow sphere, floating in the air beside him like toys, all plunged into a deep sleep. The Dark King was surprised because this was the Divine Tree's ability. It turned out that the Divine Tree had used his last breath to protect his subordinates. The Dark King remarked with a sigh, "I didn't expect you to still have the strength to protect them." The Divine Tree remained silent. Now, he was reduced to his core form, a green nucleus. He turned around, his eyes shining brightly, while some roots were regrowing a bit from behind. However, the Divine Tree had indeed suffered tremendous damage. Even his nucleus was cracked. Reflecting on his current predicament, he opened the system panel and cursed, "Damn it. My spiritual power is almost depleted, and the recent attack caused even more damage to my body, becoming a burden." Oh, perhaps the Divine Tree had shed his body willingly. The Divine Tree began to consider his second strategy, to flee. At least he would take his subordinates and escape from here. But before he could finish his thoughts, the dark tendrils of the enemy had already wrapped around his nucleus, squeezing so tightly that a cracking sound could be heard. The Dark King was determined to drill into the Divine Tree's mind once more, saying, "This is merely a game. No matter how you protect them, they will still die after you die. And I never considered you my equal." What did this mean? It was clear that the Dark King wasn't just implying that he hated humans. He had reached the peak of arrogance, believing that the Divine Tree could never match him. Therefore, he would never see the Divine Tree as a worthy opponent. The Dark King continued, "Divine Tree, you cannot prevent this from happening." Before him, 2 system panels appeared again. He was conducting another transaction. The moon was getting closer and closer to the Earth, estimated to be only a few tens of thousands of kilometers away. The Dark King, excited, shouted, "As long as this Earth continues to spin, there will be day and night. Can you stop that?" He was referring to the significance of his existence. He compared himself to the night, and his existence was an axiom. He screamed in the Divine Tree's face, "It's over. Do you understand?" The Divine Tree remained silent. This guy was clearly toxic and irrational. He didn't understand that the night in this world was for all creatures to rest peacefully. But his night brought death, hatred, and fear. But what use was it to argue with a madman? The Dark King now spoke solemnly, like a preacher. "Now, let all regrets and unwillingness vanish." He then accumulated dark spiritual energy, causing a piercing screech in the space. This attack would obliterate the Divine Tree into dust. The Divine Tree widened his eyes, completely helpless. He wondered, "So, I'm going to die, right? Have I failed? If I die, will everyone else die too?" Meanwhile, the spiritual energy sphere meant to annihilate the Divine Tree grew larger and its screeching louder. But at that moment, a thunderous blow struck the Dark King in the face, causing his attack to go astray. Wow, is there another hero coming to save the day? The diverted blast from the Dark King severed his own tentacle, sending the Divine Tree falling freely. Suddenly, a long beak grabbed the Divine Tree's nucleus. The Divine Tree was startled. Oh, it was the lucky stork. So, the phoenix from previous chapters was someone else? At this moment, the lucky stork was darting away frantically. The Dark King was utterly shocked. Damn it. Another fish slipped through the net, and it just performed a literal snatch and grab. Was there another forgotten foe? The Dark King's bat minions immediately pursued the mutated stork, deciding to use ultrasonic waves to attack. But they forgot that the stork's longer wingspan gave it superior flying speed. Not to mention, the mutated stork had evolved significantly, with its current speed being terrifying. Suddenly, a demon buffalo appeared, blocking the path. Its aggressive face clearly showed it had no intention of letting the stork escape. It swung an axe, hitting the mutated stork's head. Fresh blood splattered, and the Divine Tree was flung from its beak. The lucky stork was not so lucky this time. It crashed painfully to the ground. The demon buffalo and an alligator appeared, standing guard in front of the mutated stork and the Divine Tree, both looking toward the Dark King as if waiting for orders. The stork tried flapping its wings to check its joints. It could no longer fly. It panted heavily. Clearly, Hollywood's glow had abandoned it today. Suddenly, the demon buffalo and the alligator roared meaninglessly. The divine tree whispered, "White stork, you should run away. You're no match for them." The white stork spat out a mouthful of blood and resolutely said, "I won't run." The Dark King felt a wave of irritation at this display of camaraderie. The white stork continued, struggling to speak. "We knew from the beginning that we might die here. And if our existence hinders this battle, then it's fine to defeat us as well." The divine tree was taken aback. He didn't expect this stork to have such a resolute fighting spirit, truly the mark of a hero. Moreover, from the white stork's words, it was clear the stork had immense faith in its master. Even now, it believed that its master hadn't won because his subordinates were in the way, and he couldn't bring himself to strike them. The white stork grew weaker by the moment, blood spurting from its wounds. It spoke once more, "We don't want to be a burden. We are here to win." These words awakened the divine tree, who perhaps had been overly worried about his comrades. Reflecting on this, the divine tree responded, "Yes, you are right. We still have hope." Meanwhile, roots continued to regenerate from the nucleus, and the Dark King watched with wide eyes, never forgetting to flash a mocking, fake smile. Then, where he stood, boundless darkness began to spread around him. Standing at the pinnacle of this darkness, he praised sarcastically, "You really can bring hope to yourself, can't you?" His goal was to plunge the divine tree into despair, so whenever the divine tree regained hope, he would continue to crush it. To him, this was still just a game. At this moment, the lucky stork was ensnared by the darkness, its breathing becoming rapid and labored. But the divine tree could do nothing. The Dark King was playing a new game. His darkness once again enveloped all the bodies he still controlled. He had just acquired a new skill, declaring that the divine tree's hope would end here with this ultimate technique, fusion. End of chapter 234. The Dark King opened his single eye wider than ever before, revealing a deep and endless despair within. In that gaze, a fiery red anger was brimming, as if he were consumed by some form of excitement. Immediately, the lucky stork cried out in desperation, "Master, master," as it was being drawn into the darkness, a darkness that would devour it like the others. The stork might be the last of the first generation of Misty Mountain creatures to be captured by the Dark King. It didn't want to leave its master at this critical moment. The divine tree, in its fury, quickly extended its roots to rescue the lucky stork from the dark mire. It shouted, "Stop it, Dark King." But before the roots could even stretch a few meters, a terrifying wave of dark energy shot forth, smashing the divine tree's roots and severing its core. The Dark King had sent his dark arm to intervene. He muttered, "Don't mess around," perhaps focusing his attention, not wanting to destroy the divine tree immediately. As mentioned in the previous chapter, his ultimate goal was to bring despair to the strongest being on the planet, the divine tree. He sought revenge on this world for the incurable wounds it had inflicted upon him. For him, this battle was nothing more than a game. Does this make the Dark King sound like a mere child? The creatures of Misty Mountain, once engulfed by the darkness, felt an endless despair. There was no physical pain, but their spirits were tormented as if pierced by thousands of needles. They howled in unconsciousness. Look, the dinosaurs roared loudly, and the mammoths sang sorrowful tunes. Even the Australian Legion couldn't escape the Dark King's grasp, as they too were consumed by the darkness. He wasn't making idle threats. He intended to annihilate every living creature on this planet. The kangaroos and magical martens were truly stunned, their consciousness still intact, which was the worst part. They witnessed their master devouring them alive. What could be more despairing? Wherever the Dark King's darkness spread, it immediately ensnared and consumed the creatures. The ice dragons and fire ducks met the same fate. The speed at which the darkness spread was too fast. No creature could escape it. Even the birds flying in the sky were dragged down by the darkness. The Dark King's vulture minions screamed in panic, still not comprehending what was happening. Below, the demon buffalo, flower spirits, and honey badgers were swallowed up. Out at sea, the Arctic Queen stood on her iceberg, using her spiritual power to observe the battlefield. She was shocked to see the creatures of both sides disappearing at an alarming rate. What was happening? Looking ahead, she saw a wall of darkness rising thousands of meters high, behind which were countless cries of despair. This wall of darkness emitted an extremely unpleasant odor, the stench of death. The Dark King had gathered enough. He began drawing his prey back to him. The mystical beasts screamed in terror, their instincts knowing they were nearing the end of their lives. They wanted to escape, but how could they? The Dark King sneered maliciously, "Haha, every living creature will become a part of me." The divine tree watched helplessly as he devoured the other creatures, including his own comrades. How many beasts had he consumed? Hundreds, perhaps thousands. It was impossible to count. Then, his entire body began to mutate, physical form materializing and swelling with grotesque lumps of flesh. The sight was revolting. The divine tree's eyes widened in horror, trying to discern what monstrosity he was transforming into. Damn it, his shaping ability was utterly obscene. He had morphed into a creature with hundreds of legs, a body like a massive flesh ball, topped with dozens of enormous eyes. The Dark King deserved an Oscar for creating the ugliest monster in this entire story. The divine tree felt horror, not because of the ugliness, but because of the immense spiritual power he was measuring. It was overwhelming. Was this the despair the Dark King intended to inflict on the divine tree? From the many eyes, the Dark King's voice emerged, sounding like the voices of thousands of vengeful souls. Oh my, I have finished absorbing everything. This feeling of abundant strength is truly wonderful. He then slowly approached the divine tree. The divine tree did not try to flee, knowing it was futile. Despite his heavy appearance, the Dark King could appear right before him in the blink of an eye. He raised a leg, aiming to crush the divine tree. The weight of his body alone, even without exerting much force, could kill a fourth-order transcendent being. The Dark King stomped directly on the divine tree's face, causing the ground to quake violently. He coldly looked at the divine tree and declared, "The Earth's magnetic field is gradually disappearing, and the planet has only 20 minutes of life left." At this moment, the moon had drawn closer to the Earth. Its surface facing the Earth was heating up, resembling a glowing ember. Once it collided with the Earth, it would spell the end of everything in this world. The divine tree, trapped beneath the colossal foot, began to swing its roots in defiance. It roared in sheer rage, screaming the Dark King's name in despair, relentlessly thrashing its roots against the foot. But damn it, this body wasn't made of ordinary flesh. It had the color of granite and was harder than diamond. The divine tree couldn't even scratch it. The foot morphed into a fist and delivered an uppercut, shattering the divine tree's core into fragments. The Dark King swiftly caught the largest piece between his two fingers. Luckily, the smaller something is, the more it can withstand force, so the core fragment didn't break further under the grip. The Dark King's eyes gleamed with triumph as he laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, look at you now, even smaller than a mole." The divine tree hadn't given up yet. It continued to sprout roots, its eyes glowing brightly, continuously whipping them at the Dark King's hand. But as before, it had no effect. The Dark King watched in amusement, savoring the scent of despair. He scoffed, "Still resisting? Do you still have hope? Every creature has its purpose, but death is the inevitable final destination." As he spoke, several volcanoes began to erupt again due to the changing magnetic field of the Earth, which could no longer contain the lava beneath. The sea levels in some places rose by tens of meters, submerging countless cities. Offshore, humanity and the Misty Mountain Alliance were still fiercely battling the sea monsters. The Dark King, having grown bored, began to form a sphere of spiritual energy. This would be the final blow to send the divine tree to the afterlife. The spinning and compressing of the spiritual particles created a piercing sound, and a faint red light grew increasingly blinding. The divine tree cursed in despair. "Damn it, you bastard, you wretch." A sound of slicing wind echoed as the space tore apart. The deadly red beam of spiritual energy shot directly at the divine tree held in the Dark King's grasp. The beam struck, starting its destructive process. With the Dark King's current power, the divine tree was sure to turn to ash. But suddenly, time froze. The space changed color. Was this the world of no color? The divine tree, having resigned to its fate, had closed its eyes but now opened them wide to observe. What was happening? Everything was motionless. The divine tree thought time had stopped, but it wasn't just time. Both time and space had been frozen by an absolute power. Then, a system suddenly appeared before the divine tree, flickering a few times before stabilizing. The divine tree looked on calmly, knowing that this system must be behind it all. Then a female voice from the system spoke. "You, do you want to win?" The divine tree was astonished and instinctively replied, "Of course, but do we have any chance left?" Even the divine tree didn't believe in this game anymore, feeling checkmated with no escape. But the female system voice hurriedly said, "Come with me." Then, time and space began to fade, and the current scene around the divine tree started to change, like transitioning to another scene in a movie. The divine tree found itself on a high mountain peak, looking down at a lush green forest below. Filled with doubt, it exclaimed, "Where is this place?" The system promptly replied that they had traveled back 129,600 years, to the time when darkness was born. The divine tree asked if they had traveled through time, but the system clarified that this was merely a three-dimensional projection. The Dark King had once lived on a highly advanced civilization on another planet before it was annihilated. Somehow, the Dark King managed to escape to Earth, which was currently in the Cretaceous period. Before them, the first meteors began to fall to Earth, and then they appeared in outer space, witnessing the desolate Mars. The system revealed that the planet the Dark King had lived on was indeed Mars. The divine tree was astonished, finding it hard to believe. Yet, after countless years, the Dark King had awakened, began interacting with this world, and met a human girl. He saved her life and gave her something, which turned her into the first human with a system. When the girl activated her system, something significant happened. A wave of spiritual power began to activate. The divine tree, surprised, asked if the activation of the system had triggered a new evolutionary process based on spiritual power. The system confirmed this, adding that the appearance of the divine tree had once again revived this process. This meant that whenever the Dark King was defeated, all spiritual power would withdraw from this world. The divine tree's appearance carried deeper implications than initially thought, perhaps as the natural adversary of the Dark King. But could this detail help the divine tree defeat the Dark King? Stay tuned for the next part tomorrow.
The system explained that the emergence of the divine tree was similar in nature. It triggered another evolution process based on spiritual energy. Consequently, the human world officially entered the era of magic. Meanwhile, the girl bestowed upon the system by the Dark King had become a formidable warrior. As time passed, however, the Dark King's body became increasingly burdened with dark energy and emitted toxins. Wherever it went, creatures and plants withered and died, becoming its sustenance and further empowering it. Hearing this, the divine tree felt a pang of empathy. Such a creature must have been terribly lonely, it pondered. The divine tree asked, "Is there any way to resist the Dark King's toxins?" The system replied gravely that there was no known method. As long as the creature lived, its scent would persist inexorably, unchallenged. The girl also realized that if the Dark King continued roaming unchecked, all life on Earth would inevitably perish. The divine tree speculated, did she betray him after that? The system confirmed this. It was a monumental battle, rallying all human warriors against a singular objective: to destroy the Dark King. The battlefield was so intense that the scent of blood lingered even miles away, lasting for a month. Ultimately, only the Dark King and the girl remained. Despite the Dark King growing stronger with every kill, victory seemed imminent. At that moment, despondent, the Dark King cried out, "Lingling, stop! If this continues, you will die." Lingling, covered in wounds, clung to a broken sword, tears streaming down her face. She defiantly proclaimed, "Darkness, if you do not kill me, I will kill you." Lingling, her heart shattered, faced the agonizing choice of having to kill her closest friend with her own hands. Perhaps no pain could surpass hers at that moment. The divine tree sympathized, understanding the desperation in her decision. Torn between her past and humanity, any choice would brand her a lifelong criminal. And so, the tragic battle between the two had to unfold, a tale of sorrow beyond measure. At this point, the divine tree could fully predict the rest of the story. Humanity would emerge victorious from this conflict. Though the Dark King was now immensely powerful, it held back due to Lingling's presence. The system explained, yes, indeed. When the Dark King saw Lingling on the brink of death, it finally ceased its resistance. The divine tree turned to the system, suspicion and inquiry in its voice. Does that mean, in truth, humanity failed? The system fell silent for a moment before reluctantly admitting, it ultimately sealed itself away, for her sake. Lingling, barely breathing, lay on the ground. She called out to the Dark King by the nickname she had given it long ago, Little Dark. The Dark King wept uncontrollably, professing its reluctance to leave Lingling even for a moment. It dreaded returning to endless darkness once more. Tears streaming down her face, Lingling expressed her own reluctance to part from her dearest friend. The Dark King choked out, "But because of my existence, Lingling had to fight. I never wanted that. I have thought it through. If I continue to exist, sooner or later, I will harm Lingling." These words pierced Lingling's heart, leaving her speechless with sorrow. The Dark King unsealed the barrier, sealing itself away once more. In its final moments, only Little Dark's eyes remained visible. It vowed, "I will not allow that to happen. Therefore, it's best that I depart." Lingling wept bitterly for the friend who had saved her countless times, sacrificing itself once more to ensure her safety. In a poignant moment, the Dark King reached out towards Lingling. As he drew near, a gentle, soothing green light suddenly emanated, and faint drops of life essence descended upon her. The Dark King, choked with emotion, murmured, I no longer have any evolutionary points to purchase healing abilities, but this might bring you some comfort. Lingling, wiping away tears, looked affectionately at Little Dark and said, "Goodbye, Little Dark." Little Dark, feeling at peace, smiled warmly and replied, "You must live a long life, Lingling." But before his words could fully settle, a sword pierced through Lingling's chest. The Dark King's eyes widened in horror. Lingling coughed up fresh blood, the blow fatal. It turned out, a powerful warrior had awaited the Dark King's impending disappearance, and he had ruthlessly slain Lingling with a piercing stab through the heart. He revealed he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time, seeking Lingling's system. "Enough, you wouldn't care about this, would you? But I won't let this world of magic slip away. Give me your system," he demanded. Enraged, the Dark King erupted, shouting, "You wretched scoundrel, stop!" Another formidable warrior appeared, wielding a sharp sword, cautioning against acting alone. He apologized to Lingling, saying, "I'm sorry, but it's for our sect's sake." Then, the green-haired warrior swung his glowing sword, urging Lingling, "Before you die, help us do one more good deed." The desperate Dark King looked on, eyes almost bursting with fury, but his seal was one way, unable to return in the short term. Helpless, he witnessed the ruthless murder of his beloved before him. The Dark King screamed madly behind the seal, "Damn it! You can't touch her. Stop!" Yet the other warrior's blade swiftly decapitated Lingling, lifting her head as if a treasure. At that moment, the Dark King truly vanished after the seal. The space echoed with his final words, "I will kill you." The Divine Tree, witnessing such a tragic scene, understood why the Dark King harbored such resentment and fury. It was because humanity had killed the one it cherished most. The system slowly explained. Afterwards, other sects also rushed in, each attempting to claim a part of the girl's body. She struggled to acquire the system and stop the withdrawal of the spiritual wave. The Divine Tree felt deeply saddened, looking down solemnly and saying, "Now I understand why the Dark King despises humans so much." The system stated that humanity sought to subdue nature and defy natural laws through spiritual power. In this era, humanity was also beginning to decline. The scenery changed, returning both to a lush green forest, bathed in gentle golden sunlight, a possible glimpse of the world after the Dark King's disappearance. The divine race consisted of creatures trained by the girl with a single mission: to repair a seal once every 3,000 years. The Divine Tree reflected on this entire story but still couldn't find a way to defeat the Dark King. It then asked, "Everything is clear now, but is there any way to defeat the Dark King?" The system replied, "The Dark King uses dead creatures to absorb evolutionary points. If there are no more dead creatures, he cannot gain any more points." The Divine Tree understood this, but such a plan seemed impossible. Only then did the system say, "There is, but the price is very high, and I can assist you." The Divine Tree was taken aback. There was indeed a way, but the system didn't elaborate further. Sensing something amiss, the Divine Tree grimaced and asked, "What's the cost?" The system's clear female voice resonated smoothly, "You will become the new darkness, replacing its position. Thus, this planet will not suffer from the loss of darkness." Upon hearing this, the Divine Tree felt it had been manipulated from the start, expressing dissatisfaction. "Is this your plan? You gave me the system for this moment? Why me?" The system didn't hesitate. "Because I have seen a future for you, a future where you can prevail." Without waiting for an answer, the system immediately infused a powerful stream of dark energy into the Divine Tree's body. "Accept this new power." The Divine Tree recoiled. The old and new powers clashed fiercely, undergoing a complex and uncomfortable process of replacement. End of chapter 237. The Divine Tree felt its very essence transforming, from the inside out, down to the cellular level. The entire tree emanated an increasingly intense dark aura, interspersed with crackling purple lightning. Surprisingly, it didn't seem as painful as expected. The Divine Tree merely squinted and furrowed its brow, as if processing an overwhelming influx of information flooding its mind. The female system voice calmly said, "Now that you know everything about the darkness, what do you plan to do?" With a resolute expression, the Divine Tree declared loudly, "I will defeat it, and then I will save it." The system fell silent, not expecting the Divine Tree to express a desire to save the former darkness. Noticing the system's reaction, the Divine Tree asked, "It's time you tell me who you are." As it spoke, The dark aura continued to surge around the core of the tree. The system responded, and a transformation began on the system panel. Green smoke enveloped the panel, hinting at an impending metamorphosis. From the green smoke, a girl emerged. She was tall, with perfect proportions, her skin as white as snow, and a delicate face as radiant as the full moon. The divine tree was taken aback, never expecting the system it had cursed thousands of times to be such a beautiful girl. The surprising twist was that this girl was none other than Lingling, a character from the Dark King's story. No wonder the Dark King was so determined not to leave, for she was an unparalleled beauty. However, Lingling, at this moment, was merely a vivid 3D projection, with digital glows constantly flowing through her form. She was still dressed in her ancient red gown, calmly gazing at the divine tree. She softly spoke, "Now, do you understand everything?" The divine tree certainly understood now. Everything had become crystal clear. Simultaneously, the space around them began to brighten, initiating the process of dissipating Lingling's space and returning to the present. The last words the divine tree uttered were, "Now, I will settle the 1,000-year-old grudge." Inside the living space of the divine tree, 3 individuals were still residing, or rather, they were being held captive. Xiao Ling's fists pounded relentlessly against the spatial barrier confining them, but no matter how hard she struck, even until her flesh was torn, she could not break through. At that moment, Xiao Ling sensed that her master's life force had been drained to the extreme, and there were no signs of life left. She fell to the ground in despair. Meanwhile, the Mermaid Queen stood behind her, saying, "Stop your futile efforts, your master is dead." However, this time, her tone lacked the usual mockery. After all, she too was a living being with emotions, and in front of a despairing girl, she couldn't bring herself to add fuel to the fire. The Mermaid Queen believed that both she, Xiao Ling, and the dying dragon would perish there. She added, "Soon, this space will contract to its minimum, and we will all die here." Xiao Ling paid no heed to these words. She sobbed, calling out her master's name, unable to believe she couldn't be by his side in his final moments. Just then, the space trembled slightly. A powerful golden spiritual force surged from below, expanding the space as if it was being resurrected. Xiao Ling and the Mermaid Queen were stunned, having never felt such abundant life force before. Suddenly, a thought struck Xiao Ling. Could her master have been resurrected? The Mermaid Queen was equally shocked. For such a sudden resurgence of life force, there could only be one reason. Back in the present, the Dark King shouted, "You Ziyu, it's over." A terrifying burst of spiritual energy shot through the core of the divine tree, disintegrating everything in its path. The core of the divine tree seemed unlikely to withstand this blow, and its spiritual energy had almost entirely dissipated. But something was amiss. The Dark King noticed an extraordinary spiritual energy rapidly growing at an astonishing rate. Though different from the divine tree's usual aura, it was undeniably emanating from its core. The Dark King was taken aback, seeing that not only had the divine tree's core not disintegrated, but 9 dark roots had emerged from it, radiating a blindingly brilliant white-purple light. Shocked to the point of stuttering, the Dark King muttered, "What? What form is this?" The familiar sensation puzzled him, leaving him momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. The roots of the divine tree struck the ground forcefully, beginning to adjust its stance. Yule and the Holy Sun were terrified, witnessing the space around them glitching continuously, and the sheer power of this spiritual energy made their hearts drop to their stomachs. Yule could not believe it. Never before had he encountered such an overwhelmingly terrifying spiritual force, even stronger than that of the Dark King. Even the sea beasts, miles away, trembled in fear, completely immobilized. Those battling fiercely on the sea realized that the true hell was on the other side of the battlefield. At this moment, the divine tree was undergoing a transformation. Strange white and purple veins emerged on its body, intertwining with its already fortified wooden texture, exuding an aura of death. Even its third eye had changed to a white-purple hue, emitting a cold, radiant gaze, embodying the demeanor of a supreme being. The Dark King, now devoid of any doubt, recognized this power as the same dark force he wielded. Stunned, he asked the divine tree, "How did you acquire this power? What have you done?" The divine tree, expressionless and indifferent, replied, "To defeat you, I returned from hell." The Dark King was taken aback, perhaps interpreting the statement literally. From this angle, we could see the entire body of the divine tree, an imposing figure marked with distinctive white and purple patterns. However, it still retained its green branches as hair, and the general shape of its body remained unchanged, indicating that only the inherent nature of its power had transformed. The divine tree called out the Dark King's name, Darkness, but then corrected itself. No, I should call you Little Dark. At these words, the Dark King was shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. No one had called him by that name for thousands of years, and only one person knew it. In a panic, he shouted, "How do you know that name?" The divine tree replied, "There are many things you do not know," before lifting its foot and launching into battle. The Dark King wasted no time, immediately sending out his tendrils, cursing angrily, "Damn it! How dare you mimic my words?" But as the tendrils neared the divine tree, it swung its arm, and the space seemed to be sliced apart. The tendrils were severed, and this absolute power took the Dark King by surprise. The invisible force struck the Dark King's massive body, sending him flying into the air, with fresh blood spurting from his mouth. Damn it, he thought. He couldn't even discern the nature of this power. Was it spatial manipulation? The divine tree's footsteps shattered the ground beneath it as it declared that it would not allow the Dark King to achieve his goals. With a swift snap of its fingers, dark spiritual energy spread out, rapidly enveloping the battlefield. Wherever this barrier reached, it transported everything within to another dimension. The speed was astounding, seemingly impossible to evade. Observing this spatial technique, the Dark King was astonished, realizing the divine tree had awakened an incredibly formidable power. Among all attributes, spatial manipulation was the most supreme. The Dark King found himself in a vast, cosmic expanse. The divine tree, aware that its opponent had figured it out, confirmed, "Yes, this is the freezing of space-time." Unlike the moment technique, it doesn't require spiritual energy. The Dark King, despite acknowledging the divine tree's new skill, believed it was merely buying time. He still didn't think his opponent could turn the tide. The divine tree, however, calmly stated, "Do you not realize you are sealed within frozen space-time? Here, there is neither life nor death, so you won't have any evolution points to buy new skills." The Dark King glared intensely before shouting, "Do you think this will defeat me? Look, I have absorbed countless beasts. Even without evolution points, I can easily overpower you." He then unleashed the Sound Blade towards the divine tree. In its dinosaur version, this attack could obliterate a city block, and under the Dark King's current power, it could certainly demolish an entire mountain range. The divine tree, familiar with this move, crystallized its body into diamond form. The Dark King thought, "This guy is just defending again." But to his surprise, the divine tree didn't just defend. It charged forward and punched him squarely in the face. The pain from this punch was excruciating, unlike anything he had felt from the divine tree before. End of chapter 238. In the face of this diamond-enhanced punch, blood sprayed from every orifice of the Dark King's body, causing him immense pain and forcing him to cough violently. Despite his formidable strength, his body remained a mere biological variant. The Dark King immediately retaliated by consecutively employing 3 body enhancement skills: petrification, lightning enhancement, and fire enhancement. His entire body heated up like molten lava, and strange black lightning appeared. At this point, the Dark King's defense had reached its maximum threshold. He decided to hurl his entire body forcefully at the divine tree, successfully pushing it back a few steps. However, to his astonishment, he only managed to push it that far. The divine tree was now sturdier than a mountain, holding him firmly in its grasp. The divine tree's eyes moved slightly, and a root transformed into a hand, beginning to emit an increasingly intense green light. This green light soon threatened to engulf the Dark King, and the divine tree shouted, "Willow leaf flying knife." A blade, curving like a leaf, sliced through the enemy's body, cutting this massive chunk of flesh into 2 parts, as cleanly as slicing through salmon. It was unimaginable, considering the Dark King's defense had reached its peak. He had calculated that the divine tree's combat strength was below his defense, which gave him the confidence to engage in close combat. Yet, with just one strike, the divine tree managed to split the Dark King's body in 2. How much power had the divine tree been buffed with? The recent shot caused a massive explosion, but the divine tree didn't rush to pursue. There was no need to hurry since time was frozen here. As expected, from within the dust and smoke, a red spiritual force, sharp as a blade, tore through space, intending to launch a surprise attack and decapitate the divine tree. Unfortunately for the Dark King, the divine tree effortlessly countered the attack with a mere wave of its hand, bending its trajectory. The Dark King's body, still split in two, was furiously regenerating, his mouth shouting, "You mutated tree bastard!" The divine tree did not engage in a verbal exchange. It immediately raised its hand, summoning glacial epoch. Dozens of massive, razor-sharp ice spikes shot up from the ground, piercing and shredding the grotesquely large body of the Dark King. Seeing his regenerating body destroyed once again, the Dark King couldn't help but inwardly sigh. This ice is clearly much stronger now. Unable to hold back any longer, he purchased Super Regeneration for 100,000 evolution points. His body, shattered into hundreds of pieces, reassembled in the blink of an eye. His evolution points now stood at 2.3 million. The divine tree raised its hand in contemplation, knowing that defeating this foe would still take time. If the Dark King kept buying Super Regeneration, he had 23 more chances. The divine tree continued to point its finger, sending dozens of light spears straight at the enemy. Once again, his body was torn apart, but this time, due to the light attribute, the pain was much more excruciating. The Dark King, unable to contain his pain any longer, shouted out in agony, "You mutated tree bastard, damn it!" This time, he decided to purchase the Red Lotus Sun and Lightning Enhancement, spending 400,000 evolution points, leaving him with 1.9 million points. Look at this, he had truly fused attribute skills with lightning skills, creating a bizarre purple sun. This thunderous sun grew larger and larger, and when it amassed enough spiritual power, he would hurl it straight at the divine tree below. However, the divine tree appeared unsurprised, standing still and calmly waiting. This was precisely the divine tree's strategy. To provoke the Dark King, make him furious and impulsively buy more skills without thinking, thus depleting his evolution points more rapidly. With a grotesque expression on his face, the Dark King loudly declared, "I will turn this planet and you into a wasp nest." But before he could finish his villainous monologue, a blackened hand reached out and grabbed his largest eye. Meanwhile, the divine tree's left hand was channeling a type of pale blue spiritual energy. The divine tree declared, "I won't let that happen." The speed of the divine tree's actions was so illogical that the Dark King couldn't react. The divine tree had already wound up for another heart-piercing punch with its left hand, driving the Dark King's stomach several meters inward and puncturing it directly. Pale blue spiritual energy burst through his stomach and scattered around. The Dark King coughed violently, never having experienced anything as terrible as this, being completely overwhelmed. The Dark King was bewildered, unable to understand what had happened. Why had this being suddenly become so much stronger? Damn it, thought the Dark King. In his eyes, the divine tree now appeared even more dark and overwhelming than the darkness within himself. What exactly had happened? He couldn't care too much about it now. His bloodthirsty instincts surged to the forefront, and his primary focus was on defeating the enemy before him. He was driven mad with a desire to win and couldn't afford to delve deeper into the mystery. He immediately shouted, "Forget about defeating me." He then continued to purchase skills, entering the shop to find nullification abilities. Yes, all he needed to do was buy a skill to nullify the divine tree's attacks or even disable its system. Unfortunately, the system notified him that nullification skills could not be purchased. The Dark King was shocked. How could this happen? Previously, he had been able to purchase skills without issue, including the skill to nullify the divine tree's time freeze attack, which he had used smoothly. The Dark King speculated that it might be due to this space. Perhaps in this space, nullification was impossible. As he pondered this, another punch flew at him. This blue energy, was it ice-based spiritual power? Each punch made the Dark King cry out in pain, his massive, grotesque body falling backward, causing the ground to shake. His face was shattered again, and the ice severely slowed his regeneration rate. He was still bewildered, unable to comprehend how all of this was happening. Why were these events occurring? It was as if this mutated tree was born to destroy him. Forget it. He needed to regenerate first. The Dark King commanded the system to purchase super regeneration, but once again, the system left him in despair. The purchase failed. This message pierced the Dark King's heart. He widened his eyes in genuine worry, shouting frantically, "By healing, by life force power, by infinite vitality." But damn it, the system reported that the purchases were unsuccessful, like a wealthy man whose house had run out of bread, and because he had been too wicked, no one in the village would sell him any bread. They even threw shoes at him and said, "Make your own bread." The Dark King had reached the limit of his endurance. He had always been fragile and delicate, and now he was beginning to tremble, overcome with fear and despair, muttering to himself, "What is this? What has happened?" Then, glaring at the divine tree, he shouted, "What have you done to me?" The divine tree, hearing these words, knew that the time had come. Its roots transformed into wooden dragons and began to concentrate light energy while repeating, "I will not let you destroy everything. I will end you right here." With that, all 9 roots turned into dragons and started accumulating spiritual energy. This final strike would indeed turn the Dark King into dust. The divine tree spoke one last line to its greatest adversary, "I know why you despise humanity so much, but you cannot drag every living being into your demise. Farewell, Dark King." As these words fell, 9 beams of intense light shot forth simultaneously. In front of the Dark King, he saw nothing but a massive burst of light. The pain must have been excruciating. The Dark King didn't dodge. He was truly exhausted. His entire body began to be enveloped and burned by the purifying light. The beams pierced his body, pushing him back hundreds of meters. The Dark King could not react. Even screaming in pain became difficult. His body was indeed hard to penetrate. Perhaps only close combat with overwhelming force could do it. Maybe the Dark King was trying to survive until the very last moment, which slightly surprised the divine tree. Suddenly, the Dark King spoke, "Even if you go to such lengths to protect humanity, one day, they will turn on you and devour you. Humanity is stronger than we think, which is why I must destroy them." Ultimately, the Dark King managed to withstand the powerful light spiritual energy. The divine tree didn't heed his words. Seeing that the Dark King could withstand the previous blow, it felt regretful. Remembering the moon approaching the earth too closely, the divine tree was startled. Damn it. It needed to end this quickly and then find a way to save its planet. On the other side, although the Dark King endured the massive light attack, his body had reached its limit. His eyes and flesh began to tear apart, and he screamed in agony, "Ah, my body!" He needed to find a solution. He opened the system once more, but the situation was even worse now. The system displayed a flickering notification, indicating that it had been infected by a virus. Within the system space, 2 familiar figures appeared. The seahorse god and the dragon god, who had been absorbed. Could it be that after being absorbed, they had invaded and sabotaged the Dark King system? End of chapter 239. The Dark King's body began to undergo a transformation. On the outside, he was resisting the terrifying impulses from the divine tree, while on the inside, his system was being destroyed by a virus. The dark energy within his body could no longer be contained, spilling out and dissipating. The divine tree was continuously channeling its spiritual power towards the enemy without respite. At this moment, the divine tree was slightly puzzled, wondering why darkness was leaking from his body. Suddenly, the divine tree noticed tiny, purple fragments of spiritual energy floating in the air. He realized that these were signs of the system virus. It turned out that the members of the divine race had been implanted with this virus since ancient times, inherited from their ancestors. This was one of their special missions, even after their death. Indeed, all the actions of the Dark King had been calculated. In this situation, the divine tree would greatly shorten the time needed to eliminate the enemy. However, in reality, the appearance of the divine tree was the real trump card, because if it had only relied on the divine race's virus, Earth might have been destroyed by the moon 100 times over. The divine tree excitedly struck the enemy harder. At this moment, the darkness could no longer resist. The Dark King had lost a significant amount of dark spiritual power, and his system had been sealed. Soon, the light from the divine tree began to penetrate his skin, causing the darkness inside to escape even faster. Finally, a large mass of darkness burst out from the Dark King's throat. It was the core, a terrifying tongue lifting the core out of his body. No, with that shape and those horns, it was the King of Australia. It turned out that this true form had always existed, waiting for the right moment. Seeing the King of Australia act on his own, the Dark King roared in anger. "King of Australia, do you want to die here?" However, the King of Australia completely ignored him and just looked at the divine tree, shouting loudly, "Divine tree, it's now. Seize the moment." Perhaps the King of Australia within the body could sense that the Dark King had reached his limit, but the divine tree's attacks were not yet strong enough. Indeed, the Dark King's body had achieved its maximum defense, and even the powerful purifying attacks from the divine tree couldn't destroy him in one blow. If the divine tree used close combat attacks to tear the opponent apart, it would only prolong the battle and could even bring risks if the Dark King counterattacked by chance. Responding to the King of Australia's call, a golden, crystal-clear nine-tailed fox appeared to the right of the divine tree. It called its master through telepathy. On the left side, a golden ant emerged. All the main forces of Misty Mountain used parts of their souls to materialize outside, preparing to join the divine tree in delivering the final blow. Fortunately, with such combined strength, they were confident they could purify the Dark King and turn him into a good person. The main forces of Misty Mountain shouted their master's name in unison, their faces full of determination as they looked straight ahead. With just one command, they would all charge forward. The divine tree nodded, and all these soul beasts charged forward like multicolored lightning, aiming directly at the enemy. Under the pressure of the light, the Dark King could only stand still, trying his best to resist, like a fish on a chopping board. Seeing this scene, the Dark King despairingly said, "You all want to push me into despair? Why do you always hate me? I am not willing to accept this. Don't you always bully the weak? Remember, if I die, the spiritual power of this world will also disappear. Do you understand?" The Dark King laid out his final arguments, hoping to strike at the greedy hearts of humanity. Unfortunately for him, none of those charging towards him were human. The divine tree coldly replied, "That's not going to happen." The Dark King felt a pang of doubt, wondering if this guy was serious. How could that be possible? His eyes widened in disbelief, thinking he might have misheard. From several dozen meters away, the divine tree boldly declared, "Dark King, I will become you but not like you. You are officially dismissed." The new Dark King stomped the ground, the divine tree adjusting his stance to a more stable position. His abdomen opened wider than ever before, forming the strongest light-attributed spiritual energy ball ever seen. The light shone as bright as the sun. Simultaneously, the King of Australia used his tentacles to bind the Dark King tightly, ensuring he couldn't escape. Of course, the King of Australia might also perish, but that didn't matter. A hero's revenge, even if delayed by 1,000,000,000 years, was worth it. Dying didn't matter as long as honor was preserved, and a few months were nothing in comparison. The Dark King roared in fury, "King of Australia, release me now, quickly." He sighed deeply, his eyes filled with compassion, but the tentacles remained tightly wrapped around him. Softly he said, "It's okay. I will accompany you to hell. You won't be alone." Perhaps, after being in darkness for so long, the King of Australia had come to understand why the Dark King acted the way he did, feeling pity for this wretched being. Yet, the Dark King still had to die. At that very moment, the strongest beam of light shot out from the divine tree's abdomen. Behind him, countless beast souls appeared to support him. This attack was as powerful as acetylene flames used for welding metal. It was extremely hot. The massive and grotesque body of the Dark King was completely engulfed by this scorching light. His screams of agony echoed throughout the universe. In an instant, his entire body disintegrated, leaving nothing behind. A few seconds later, Lingling appeared beside the divine tree. She still wore her ancient red dress, and her eyes, somber and sad, watched the scene. Seeing her closest friend being destroyed, she couldn't help but recall distant memories. At this point, only one of the Dark King's eyes remained. He saw Lingling and called her name with a sense of peace. He struggled to utter one last sentence, "I never wanted to part with you." In the blinding light, Lingling's figure appeared, embracing the Dark King's core. Everything vanished, the light disappeared, and Lingling, along with the Dark King, was gone. The divine tree quietly observed. At this moment, only a blood-red moon was visible in the sky. Suddenly, a sphere emitting a fierce dark aura appeared in the middle of the space, resembling the Dark King's eye, staring intently at the divine tree. The divine tree remained silent, merely raising his hand to his chin, deep in thought. The system then stated that this was likely the core essence of the Dark King and instructed the divine tree to consume it. The divine tree took the core in his hand, which emitted a continuous strange buzzing sound. Previously, the divine tree had swallowed a metallic heart. Now, he was about to consume an even higher quality item. It was both interesting and thrilling. However, the divine tree cautiously asked the system, "When I consume it, will the souls of the dead become my evolution points?" Lingling replied, "No, but his system will become yours, and I will completely disappear. The Dark King will never reappear, and the spiritual power of this world will endure. The divine tree was startled and anxiously asked, "So if I get his system, will I become a shopper?" The divine tree was evidently fascinated by the Dark King's system's power. Anything could be bought with money. Being wealthy is never a bad thing, right? But the system replied that it was not possible. The new system would retain the old rules since the essences of the divine tree and the Dark King were different. This left the divine tree somewhat disappointed, much like how an iPhone remains an iPhone and a Samsung remains a Samsung. A Samsung cannot run on iOS. The divine tree looked at the dark core sphere in his hand, feeling the nature of his mission change. Now, if he didn't consume this, the world would literally disappear, and the moon would destroy everything. It was his only choice. The divine tree asked the system again about what she meant when she said she would disappear. The system explained that she, like a human, had reached the limit of her lifespan and needed to go where she belonged. The divine tree asked, "Is there no better way?" Lingling responded, "This is the best solution for now." Lingling appeared once more in a green light. She knew that the divine tree was somewhat reluctant to part with her, as they had been together for a long time. She said she had been very happy fighting alongside him and asked him to take her one more time. At this moment, Lingling only wanted to be released. She had worked hard for thousands of years to reach this day. The divine tree remained silent, like two childhood friends now parting as one goes off to military service. The divine tree finally said, "Thank you for helping me all this time." Lingling smiled and said goodbye. Immediately after, a beam of light shot into the sky and then spread out from where Lingling stood. Instantly, large cracks began to appear in the surrounding space, and the sky started to collapse. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout, then everything broke into thousands of pieces. Lingling's beautiful figure gradually faded into the light. Such a pitiful and hard-working girl, wasn't she? The Dark King was smiling brightly, continuously pointing out directions for Lingling, saying, this way, Lingling. I was afraid you wouldn't find it, so I waited for you here. This time, we won't be apart anymore." Those were the words of the Dark King, who spoke joyfully like a child. Lingling said nothing, taking Little Dark's hands. She intended to say something but stopped, feeling no need to speak. She happily embraced the Dark King, determined never to part from Little Dark again. Little Dark smiled happily, eyes squinting with joy. And thus, the Great War of the Dark King officially ended here. In the next chapter, perhaps we will explore how the new Dark King, the Divine Tree, will stop the moon and learn about his new system. Chapter 240 ends here. Goodbye and see you next time. It's wonderful to see you all again in this new chapter. Without further ado, let's dive straight into the story. At this moment, the chest of the Divine Tree suddenly seemed to be torn open, and a stream of blood-red spiritual energy flashed and then spread out around it. What is the Divine Tree doing? However, it didn't appear to be painful. It seemed that this tear directly connected the Divine Tree's soul to the outside world. From this tear, countless golden spheres shot out, reminiscent of a mother fish laying eggs. These golden spheres then floated in midair, carrying a familiar spiritual aura. Indeed, within them were the exotic beasts the Divine Tree had previously tried to save. The golden monkey smiled brightly at the sight outside, while the other beasts looked like they had just woken from a deep slumber. We could even see the elder panda among them. These golden spheres not only preserved the lives of the exotic beasts, but also healed their wounds. As soon as they were dazzled by the daylight, the old lonely panda woke up in a panic, shouting, "Dark King, death." Poor thing. The elder must have been haunted by that overwhelming power and had nightmares. But the Dark King was no more, and in front of him was his younger brother, Chi-Zi, which left him stunned. The quick-witted old panda immediately understood that Chi-Zi had been manipulated by the Dark King. The old panda lunged forward and grabbed Chi-Zi from behind, shouting in anguish, "My brother, you've been controlled by the dark. Let me help you." Chi-Zi was choked so tightly that he stuck out his tongue, feeling unlucky to have such a brother. General Kangaroo and his remaining soldiers were also bewildered. They were still alive, and the world still existed. The sky was even very clear. General Kangaroo hesitated, wondering, what the heck happened? Next to him, the other exotic beasts also didn't understand what was going on. At the moment they were swallowed, they had clearly felt helpless and could only accept death. Out at sea, the waves had stopped surging, and the gunfire had ceased. Only the sound of the sea breeze and the gentle waves hitting the sides of the boat remained. Luo shouted, "Look there!" Immediately, Yule looked in that direction and saw that the moon was returning to its orbit, getting smaller. Damn it, what had happened in that instant? The red on the moon was also gradually disappearing. The desert god remained silent, thinking to himself, the breath of darkness has vanished. Does that mean Yuziu has won? This guy was always cunning and didn't choose the wrong side in the end. As for the divine tree, its branches and leaves shimmered with a noble golden light, and its green branches hung down leisurely, welcoming the new winds. The divine tree returned to its form, kindly looking at the exotic beasts at its feet. The entire main force of the Misty Mountain Legion was below, and luckily, none of them had perished. They all knelt at the feet of the divine tree, expressing their reverence. Xiao Ling had been freed from the space of life. She looked at her master with emotion, placed her hand on her chest, and called out her master's name. Luo, on the other hand, was excited, knowing that the mutant tree had won. He too had chosen the right side, and his prestige would rise several ranks after this. Luck is indeed a skill, isn't it? The Sea Crab King was bewildered, feeling the dark power within him vanish without a trace. Despair began to consume every cell in his body. He suddenly spoke in a human voice, exclaiming in disbelief, "The king! Has the king lost? Impossible!" The Sea Crab King had never considered this outcome. He knew that choosing the wrong side in this conflict would mean total annihilation. He couldn't accept it and cried out in panic, "The king can't lose! The king can't lose!" His shouts reverberated throughout the sea. Then, he raised his enormous claw, ready to attack the warships in front of him. But before he could do anything, the golden old man Susanoo landed a devastating punch. The chieftain, with a face as stoic as $100 bill, unleashed an overwhelming attack on his enemy. This punch was different from the previous ones, not because the young chieftain had become stronger, but because the Sea Crab King's dark buff was no longer there, cutting his combat power nearly in half. The punch of a young man in his prime was immensely powerful, shattering the Sea Crab King's stone-like armor and sending shockwaves through his entire body. The pain jolted the Sea Crab King back to a semblance of clarity. It was excruciating. Yule, seeing this, decided to support the chieftain with a barrage of spiritual bombs. Under this terrifying firepower, without the dark buff, no mutated beast could withstand it. A part of the sea in front of them was boiled to hundreds of degrees by Yule's attack. The Sea Crab King and the Octopus King curled up in the raging flames, the smell of grilled seafood once again filling the air. The Octopus King, who always had a smiling face, could no longer smile. He spoke anxiously to his comrade, "The Dark King has lost. There's no way we can fight them. We must retreat, brothers." Moreover, humans have other sea beasts supporting them. On the other side, the killer whale tribe and the five-headed serpent had allied with humanity. All were powerful mutated beasts. The Octopus King was right. If they went all in on this battle, they might achieve a short-term victory, but the losses would be so severe that it would be no different from total annihilation. The mutated sea beasts behind them could only curse in frustration as they watched their two kings being overwhelmed. Initially, when they had dark power within them, they had a relatively good chance of victory. But since the human reinforcements arrived and the dark power vanished from the world, they knew that retreating was the wisest choice. As soon as the Octopus King gave the order, the mutated sea beasts dove deep into the ocean and began their retreat. Yule, the young chieftain, and the holy son of Islam widened their eyes at the sight, sighing in relief as they realized the sea beasts were finally retreating. Peace at last, they thought. Before them lay a vast expanse of the sea, stained with blood and littered with the floating corpses of countless sea beasts. The sea beasts were powerful and numerous, but they had suffered significant losses in this battle. Human casualties were primarily in the form of billion-dollar equipment, with minimal loss of life. However, had the battle continued for just a few more minutes, thousands of lives might have been lost. The killer whale gasped for breath, having had to feign a strong and intimidating presence before the enemy, even expelling a significant amount of spiritual energy to deter any reckless advances. Now, even its breath was tinged with blood. But it didn't matter. The killer whale was relieved to have chosen the right side. The five-headed serpent looked at Jingluo the killer whale and asked, "Are you all right?" Despite the pain in its chest, the whale replied, "I'm fine. I'm strong." But there was one thing that pained Jingluo deeply, the near-total annihilation of his family. The price paid was enormous. The five-headed serpent, originally an overseer of the divine tree, was speechless at the loyalty and the sacrifice made by the killer whale's family. It hoped that Jingluo would maintain his health to vigorously mate with hundreds of mutated beasts each day, soon creating a new and powerful lineage of mutated killer whales. How is this possible, you ask? Don't forget that the divine tree possesses elixirs that aid in rapid recovery. The Ice Queen, perched on a rock, continued to stare intently at the battlefield. In her eyes, the land where the battle had just taken place now emitted a brilliant, radiant light, shimmering beautifully. It was the spiritual light of the divine tree. The divine tree closed its eyes in anticipation. Finally, the system announced, "System replacement successful." Immediately, the green interface was replaced by a black and purple one, signaling another transformation for the divine tree. It was unclear how long this process would take to complete. After defeating the Dark King, the world welcomed the dawn of a new peace. The mutated beasts of Australia returned to their land, leaving behind countless devastated cities. Humanity, previously engulfed in despair, finally saw a glimmer of hope. The battlefield scenes were broadcast live, and people everywhere celebrated the victory. Yet, sorrow lingered deep in everyone's hearts. 5 million lives had been lost, and the 14 nations of Australia were now reduced to 7. Hundreds of thousands of valuable facilities were beyond repair, posing risks of poverty, underdevelopment, and health crises. The Allied forces began a gradual withdrawal, greeted by flowers and tears upon their return home. The strong from all over who had gathered now returned to their realms, having made new friends through this battle. 5 days later, on a bright sunny day, with a gentle breeze rustling through the leaves, a lazy honey badger yawned on a branch of the divine tree. Cheesy was playing a melodious tune on his flute for the flower spirit, while the herbivorous dinosaur wandered aimlessly, searching for a beast not part of the Misty Mountain Legion to munch on but finding none. The golden ant remained silent, increasingly resembling a brooding overlord, while the golden monkey inexplicably grew tense listening to Cheesy's music. Someone should lend him a roll of toilet paper. Xiao Ling approached the divine tree, gazing at it for a long time to see if her master was busy. Only then did she gently ask, "Master, now that the Dark King has been defeated, do we plan to stay here in Australia?" The divine tree responded that it would stay a while longer, as it rarely visited this place. In the meantime, it intended to tame the local mutated beasts, integrating them into the Misty Mountain Legion. Hearing this, Xiao Ling decided she would return ahead. There was much work to be done, not only in dealing with the remnants of dark power, but also in organizing and expanding her guild's forces. After this battle, she clearly felt how weak her guild still was. The divine tree looked at the girl before him and felt a sense of satisfaction. This girl was always immersed in her work. Then, the divine tree pulled out 2 large bottles containing the essence of life and said, "Take these 2 bottles of life essence for your people. You have done very well." Xiao Ling, puzzled, reached out to accept the 2 large bottles. Her master had never given so much before. What did this mean? Perhaps it was a sign that Xiao Ling should expand her forces tenfold. Suddenly, a massive foot stepped onto the ground right in front of Xiao Ling. If it hadn't been the foot of the divine elephant, she would have undoubtedly sliced the intruder in half. It turned out that the divine elephant and the other 2 members of the divine tribe had arrived. What could they want to negotiate about? Chapter 241 ends here. The divine tree calmly settled its enormous trunk in the semi-desolate lands of Australia. Previously, this place was just a barren wasteland, but now, under the influence of the divine tree, it was covered in a lush ancient forest. This transformation was the result of the ancient forest descent skill. The divine tree and Xiao Ling were hosting 3 guests, beastmen of the divine race. As soon as Xiao Ling saw the white elephant, she affectionately called out, "Little elephant." The white elephant looked at Xiao Ling and softly said, "We are here today to bid farewell to the divine tree." In the previous battle, all 3 had nearly died. In fact, the dragon god and the seahorse god had been absorbed. These 2, once absorbed, had taken the opportunity to sabotage the Dark King's system, aiding the divine tree in its overwhelming victory. The divine tree looked at the white elephant and asked with suspicion, "Are you leaving so soon? Are your wounds healed?" The seahorse god hesitated before expressing gratitude, for it was the divine tree that had directly ended the millennia-long conflict. The divine tree listened in silence. Then the dragon god spoke, his voice filled with peace and gratitude. "From now on, our descendants will not have to bear this heavy fate anymore." Indeed, this also meant that the duty of passing on from generation to generation would no longer be a burden on the divine race. The divine tree then asked, "So what will you do from now on? How about staying at my misty mountain?" The dragon god remained silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating the possibility that the divine tree might recruit them, but eventually, he spoke up to decline. Perhaps we will continue to stay at Sky Mountain. Anyway, thank you for your kindness. The divine tree did not force them, knowing that the divine race were transcendent beings who did not wish to be entangled in this world. The divine tree bid them farewell, and shortly after, the dragon god and the seahorse god swished their tails, leaping into the sky and disappearing. The divine tree watched them leave, feeling a sense of regret, thinking how wonderful it would be if they could become his subordinates. After all, they possessed many supreme skills, such as sealing and expulsion, had the ability to penetrate systems, and most importantly, there was not a trace of darkness in their hearts. Below, the white elephant and Xiaoling remained. At that moment, the white elephant called Xiaoling's name as if to remind her of something, and then Xiaoling immediately bowed to her master. Both of them flew into the sky and left. These two had become quite close after the battle against the invading sea monsters and could be called best friends. Perhaps the white elephant had a more free-spirited mindset than his two brothers. Although he did not want to be the divine tree's subordinate, with so much free time, he would be Xiaoling's close friend and accompany her on other missions. The divine tree sighed once again, watching the two figures fly away, still feeling a sense of pride that everyone could fly while he, possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth, still did not know what it felt like to fly. In the Federation of China, the capital was bathed in brilliant golden sunlight. The president couldn't stop marveling, still unable to believe that humanity had survived and that the mutated tree had truly defeated the Dark King. This also meant that from now on, no creature on this planet could oppose the mutated tree anymore. The fortunate thing for humanity at this moment was that the divine tree had no intention of eradicating humans. The president let out a long sigh, his eyes never leaving the observation screen, and said, "Let's hope he continues to be this way in the future." In the Free Federation, it was also a beautiful sunny day, and people returned to their bustling daily lives. At the government headquarters, a beautiful secretary was reporting to the president that rescue operations had begun in the disaster-stricken countries. She then presented her boss with a document from the United Nations about conducting rescue operations. The president, upon reading it, felt an immediate headache. It turned out they were requesting the Free Federation to send troops to Australia, fearing that the mutated beasts there might pose a danger, especially with the divine tree stationed there. Every time they looked at the energy map, a red, the size of the entire screen caused nightmares for the politicians. Indeed, the leading nations had their own pressures. Seeing her boss panic, the secretary added that fortunately, 5 permanent members had disagreed, deeming it unnecessary. After thinking for a while, the president darkly said, "Let them be. We will still send troops there, under the pretext of world security." Yes, wherever the Free Federation's army was present, resources and minerals would be under their control. Despite the deadly risks, the benefits were significant. Back in Australia, within the now heavily pearl-covered space of the Merfolk Queen, I thought these pearls smelled bad. Elsa's large body was still tightly bound. The divine tree approached her to check in, intending to bully her a bit. Unexpectedly, as soon as she saw the divine tree, Elsa spoke first. "I didn't expect you to win." Hearing her gentle and regretful voice, the divine tree softened, not wanting to torment her further, and replied, "Victory was not easy at all." Elsa sadly said, "The Dark King just wanted to live. I don't think he did anything wrong." The divine tree bowed its head in thought and said, "From your perspective, this is..." But before it could finish, Elsa added, "Now, you and the Dark King are one entity, constantly enhancing the king's power." At the same time, the roots of the divine tree loosened, clearly indicating it was there to release her. As soon as she was freed, Elsa bowed respectfully and said, "Please let me serve you." The divine tree looked at Elsa's bowed face, feeling her sincerity. Wasn't the divine tree's initial intent just to capture this girl? Today, after the great victory, it only wanted to bully her a bit, and then let her go to live in regret for daring to challenge it. The reality surprised the divine tree a bit. It nodded in agreement. The divine tree then returned to its true form, once again immersing itself in its studies. Suddenly, the gentle, leaf-like footsteps of the nine-tailed fox were heard. She had to wait a moment to see if the divine tree was busy before cheerfully announcing, "Master, I have brought them." Indeed, it was the powerful mutated beasts of the Australian Legion. The fire duck, the grumpy werewolf, the mountain goat, and other mutated beasts behind them. The divine tree saw them and sighed, recognizing their strength and the unique energy they radiated. Looking to the left of the fox, It noticed another group of promising mutated beasts, possibly the result of a secret affair between an eagle and a lion. All these mutated beasts had agreed to become the divine tree's subordinates, which was excellent, but the two mutated beasts the divine tree most anticipated were not present, General Kangaroo and the mage cat in the cloak. Their auras were truly regal, causing the divine tree some disappointment as it furrowed its brow. The fox, noticing her master's reaction, spoke up, "Those ones, I let them go." In a desolate canyon, General Kangaroo was panting heavily. The mage cat beside him reminded Kangaroo to try to rest, as his injuries seemed very severe. After the battle with the nine-tailed fox, Kangaroo had suffered countless wounds, and his remaining energy had been completely drained by the Dark King. His survival up to this point was thanks to his naturally robust physique. Suddenly, a bored voice sounded, "Found him. He's here." It turned out that Cheesy had been sent by the divine tree to find them. Kangaroo lifted his head to look, but his weakened state left him unable to do anything. The mage cat, on the other hand, quickly threw off his cloak and shouted angrily, "I knew it! There's no way that guy would just let us go out of kindness. Come on, bring it on." Under the cloak, sharp claws were revealed. Seeing the intense posture of the opponent, Cheesy hurriedly waved his hands and explained, Wait, I didn't come here to fight, but to deliver a message." Cheesy was holding a vial of life essence and tossed it to the mage cat, adding, "My big sister sent this life essence for you. It's enough to use. She also said that you will never be her match. It's a miracle you survived, so don't even think about revenge. Find somewhere to hide." Cheesy's voice then softened as he bowed his head, continuing, "Remember not to waste the life you barely managed to regain." Upon hearing this, the mage cat felt his pride surge and, removing his face-covering cloak, angrily replied, "You stinky dwarf, tell that smelly fox that next time. We don't know who will win or lose." The cute face of the mage cat nearly blinded Cheesy, almost trapping him in the net of love. Unfortunately, this cat called him a stinky dwarf. In the end, only Xiao AI was the best. Kangaroo stood up and straightforwardly said, "We lost this battle. Tell her that we are already dead." He then turned his back, crushed the vial of life essence, and added, "We will never trouble her again." With that, General Kangaroo and the mage cat left, under Cheesy's regretful gaze. This was indeed a subtle gesture of surrender, but unfortunately, they had underestimated the general's pride. Cheesy the panda watched the silhouettes of the two powerful figures fading into the distance, feeling a twinge of regret. Such prideful beings were truly admirable, yet fate had not aligned for them to collaborate. Cheesy understood the consequences of choosing the wrong side in this battle. Those two might face a challenging future where every living creature in the world would become their enemy. After hearing about the plight of the two, the divine tree chastised them for their weakness and inability to overcome their pride and ego. However, the divine tree had more pressing matters to attend to. Opening the system interface, his eyes lit up like car headlights, seeing an astounding 10-20 million evolution points before him. It was so overwhelming that it made him tremble. Yet, the system interface remained the familiar green, and his skill set was unchanged. The divine tree commanded the system to upgrade his miscontrol skill. Instantly, a faint blue pulse emanated from his body, signifying the upgrade. The system notification appeared, successfully upgraded to Immortal Mist Monster Level 5. Using the mist space as a medium, it can create powerful and immortal mist beasts. Suddenly, a pale white space appeared before the divine tree, who exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, a real mist space." Realizing this, he acknowledged that he now possessed an additional space, bringing his total to 8. The divine tree began experimenting with creating monsters from the mist space. A stream of gray smoke emerged, quickly coalescing into a mist-made General Kangaroo. The divine tree broke into a sweat, amazed at the creature's formidable aura, despite being only a mutated beast of the transcendent third order. It appeared much more realistic than before. Just then, a white tiger passed by. Seeing the realistic General Kangaroo, it approached and scoffed. "I can't believe something so majestic is actually so weak." This annoyed the divine tree, as the white tiger was the bane of his emotions. He promptly conjured 10 buns on the white tiger's head, scaring it away. As it fled, it cried out, "Everyone will die." The divine tree then returned to his thoughts, pondering whether he should enter the mist space for a closer inspection. Entering the mist, it was just a gray expanse filled with fog. The divine tree began to feel disappointed and was about to leave when a loud roar echoed. A gigantic monster's mouth appeared, followed by numerous mist-formed monsters drifting in the space, resembling vengeful spirits. The divine tree was startled. He hadn't controlled the mist to create these shapes. What was this? A sea serpent glided past him, casting a resentful glance. The divine tree was confused until he recognized some of the familiar mutated beasts. They were his past enemies he had slain. So, these were their vengeful spirits? The divine tree understood now. He had become the successor to the Dark King, and the souls of all the creatures he had killed appeared here. What surprised him was that these spirits existed within the mist space. The color of deceased creatures was pale blue, while the mist monsters were gray. Then, behind the divine tree, a mist monster appeared, starting to devour the souls of the deceased monsters into its mouth. The divine tree was startled, as this was beyond his expectations and even beyond his imagination. Checking the strength of General Kangaroo again, he was astonished to find that it had increased to Transcendent Fourth Order, now exuding the aura of the souls the mist monster had just absorbed. It became clear that when the mist monster absorbed souls, it enhanced the strength of all the mist monsters in general. With this, the issue of developing the mist space was resolved, and the divine tree felt fortunate, for this was completely accidental. However, what the divine tree desired most was the dark space. How could he obtain the dark space? It was absurd for the Dark King not to possess the dark space. The divine tree began to exploit all his neural circuits, concentrating intensely, and eventually, he discovered a method. At that moment, his face looked dangerous, like a young man out of money to buy a gift for his girlfriend who decided to rob a bank. Meanwhile, the Australian black dragon wasn't dead. Perhaps the divine tree's divine power had saved it. The father and son dragons were leisurely basking in the sun on a high rock, revealing how small the young dragon still was. It would take many more years for the thunder dragon to grow large enough to match his father. Suddenly, the thunder dragon lifted its head, for a figure had appeared. The thunder dragon bowed to its master, and the divine tree, in the form of a wood dragon, asked, "How are you? Is your wound better?" The thunder dragon replied, "It's almost healed." The father dragon, seeing the divine tree approach, also stood upright and said, "You saved us, and I don't know how to thank you enough." The divine tree gently replied, "It was what I should do," while internally marveling at the resilience of dragons. As long as their brains weren't dead, they could use the essence of life to regenerate their entire bodies, truly a tenacious life form. Not wasting time, the divine tree got straight to the point, asking the black dragon if there was a mine containing dark attributes in Australia. The black dragon was puzzled, then checked his memory and promptly replied like a geographer. Under the peak of one of the highest mountains in the northwest, there is a mine once occupied by the King of Australia. Hearing this, the divine tree almost cried with joy. He couldn't believe that his guess had turned out to be true. He generously praised the black dragon, "Well done," while his eyes blurred with happiness. Then, the divine tree sped away at supersonic speed, thinking that by absorbing enough dark attribute ore, he could surely open the dark space. At the exact location reported by the black dragon, inside the mountain, there were indeed countless pieces of dark ore. The divine tree pierced through the mountain and slipped inside, his heart racing, for there was an overwhelming amount of dark ore. He laughed like a madman, his eyes wide open, unable to close, and his mouth continuously shouting, "Ha ha ha ha, with this amount of ore, I can definitely open the dark space." The next issue was transporting them. The divine tree ordered his subordinate, the mammoth, to haul all these ores back to their headquarters. At the divine tree's base, the massive ores were thrown heavily to the ground. Since his return, the divine tree had not stopped laughing, continuously marveling at how wonderful life was. Under the immense strength of the mammoth and his companions, the dark ore was quickly piled up several meters thick at the divine tree's feet. With the transportation complete, the divine tree began releasing 9 greedy roots, which shot out swiftly and voraciously absorbed the dark ore below. As he started extracting the spiritual power, dark energy began to spread around him, growing denser by the moment. The divine tree himself noticed his body starting to transform. The surrounding space shook violently, and a tiny black red dot appeared before him, growing larger and spinning, continuously expanding until a dark space emerged, pitch black with a blood-red interior. The system announced, "Successfully opened the dark space." The host can control the darkness, causing darkness to descend for tens of kilometers around, erasing all perception within this range. Without a word, the The divine tree immediately used his new skill, releasing the dark space. A curtain of night began to engulf the area, causing the white tiger and the other subordinates to stare in confusion, a primordial fear rising within them. The boar couldn't help but squeal as if being executed, and all creatures trembled. When the process ended, it was clear that this skill had created a barrier of night, separating it from the daylight outside. The divine tree observed closely and nodded in approval, realizing that the ability to erase the perception of creatures was indeed useful. Even the fourth-order white tiger couldn't resist. The white tiger and its subordinates could only see the ground beneath their feet, while the surrounding space was an endless void of darkness, leaving them terrified and trembling. Satisfied with the test, the divine tree deactivated the skill. There was still too much left, so the divine tree reluctantly continued this euphoric absorption process. Time passed swiftly, like a dog chasing its neighbor, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. By this time, the land in Australia that the divine tree had claimed had transformed into a lush green forest, with trees sprouting and casting cool shade over everything. It was incredible to think that it had once been a barren desert. End of chapter 243. After the Dark King incident, humanity held a second meeting at the Free Federation. This time, unlike the first, the entire world's elite gathered. In Fire City, a group of people was preparing to board a spaceship. With humanity pushing the speed of spiritual power weapon research to the maximum, they finally successfully produced spiritual power spaceships, combining mechanical, electronic, and spiritual power strength, capable of comprehensive defense against monster attacks. A woman was advising Xiao Ling that this time, when she goes to the Free Federation, she needs to focus on two issues. First, to discuss the direction of humanity after the Dark King event, and second, the humanitarian crisis in Australia. Xiao casually agreed. In Europe, a complex continent with many factions hiding under the guise of the European Community of Nations, there is a notably powerful force called the Holy Order. These are the two strongmen of the continent. The young man said he was very excited to know he was about to meet all the world's elite people. The girl asked, "Didn't you meet them during the battle with the Dark King?" At the 10 Nations Alliance, Lindsay and the Saintess were also prepared and would soon head to the summit. Meanwhile, at Misty Mountain, a messenger bird was tearing through the sky, none other than Aki, known as the Splash, carrying a message in its beak. The divine tree extended its branch to receive the message, immediately using a magnifying glass to read it carefully, murmuring, "Hmm. So that's how it is." The divine tree understood that this was a positive move. In the name of the Free Federation, the entire world's elite had been called together, discussing only two issues: humanity's future and the humanitarian disaster in the battlefield area. The divine tree wondered if the Dark King had prompted humanity to unite more. Then the divine tree laughed loudly, realizing it was too naive. Even if humanity organized hundreds of meetings, that wouldn't happen. As for humanity's future, forget it. They would just end up arguing over resources. The divine tree then casually burned the message, but as soon as resources were mentioned, it squinted its eyes, knowing that Australia had abundant mineral resources, a lot of dark ore, and countless thunder ore. In the place where the divine tree resided alone, there were more than 20 mines. The only unfortunate thing was that there was almost no light spirit stone. 9 spaces had expanded considerably, especially the mist space and dark space, which had increased many times. When these two spaces expand to 100,000 meters, the power of the 9 heavens would be somewhat demonstrated. Then the divine tree called Nine Tails and told her to inform the subordinates below that they would leave in 5 days. Suddenly, something startled the divine tree. It realized there was a fluctuation that the void roots had picked up. The divine tree immediately transferred its consciousness into these roots, its eyes flashing. Ahead was something that attracted the divine tree, a beautifully green planet. The divine tree rushed forward, and from this distance, the planet looked like an emerald, stunningly beautiful. The divine tree was bewildered, unable to believe that there was actually a planet in the void space. It turned out that the void roots had been continuously exploring from one void space to another, and this time, it had successfully found a planet with life. The divine tree, excited, could not wait any longer. For many years, humanity had been searching for extraterrestrial life, but this time, the divine tree had taken the lead. The void roots sped through the space, getting closer and closer to that planet. The surface of the planet was entirely covered in a soothing shade of green, with a shimmering light radiating around it, piercing through the clouds. Before the divine tree was a lush, dense forest, and beneath its canopy, a woman was walking alone. Oh, could that be an elven woman? The divine tree was startled, not expecting that there would actually be humanoid life on this planet. Returning to his true form, the divine tree broke into a sweat, his eyes focused on something very serious. It turned out that transferring his consciousness into the void roots had exhausted too much of his spiritual power, leading to fatigue. Recalling the image of the elf girl, the divine tree was certain that she belonged to a high-level elven race, and it was very likely that they also possessed significant elemental power. This discovery truly intrigued the divine tree. Elves were supposed to exist only in novels, yet now they appeared so real before him, especially on a newly found planet. The mere thought of how many resources that planet might have was enough to keep the divine tree awake with excitement. Now, he only needed one more stroke of luck. If there were no creatures on that planet surpassing the transcendent sixth order, all his dreams would be fulfilled. The divine tree knew that defeating the Dark King last time was thanks to the system's properties, but he himself still needed to become stronger. Suddenly, Cheesy rushed over, calling out to his master, informing him that the whale Luo wanted to meet him at the Australian coast. The divine tree went straight to the point, asking the whale what it wanted him to do for it. Whale Luo reported that many forces in the ocean had chosen to join Misty Mountain. Of the 7 kings, only 2 remained, and these 2 were also fighting each other. This was good news. The divine tree knew that the time for unifying the ocean was approaching. He took the opportunity to ask, "Where is the 5-headed serpent?" Before Luo could reply, the sea surface shook violently. A 5-headed snake emerged, its colossal body seemingly larger than before. The system panel displayed, mutated giant serpent, transcendent level 4 bloodline. Bloodline of Yamatano Orochi, the embodiment of disaster and legend, capable of absorbing negative emotions and continuously growing. Nature with talent, ultimate fear. When the bloodline awakens, the host can contain fear, absorb and grow from fear, and simultaneously heal wounds. Special abilities, deadly venom. A venom beyond human understanding, capable of corroding everything. Fear aggregation. When its 8 eyes stare at the enemy, fear will be infinitely amplified, completely shattering the enemy's mental defenses. Serpent scales, dragon-like scales providing incredible defense. Serpent blood. The more it fights, the more frenzied it becomes. When blood flows, madness is inevitable. The divine tree was astonished. The 5-headed snake now had 3 additional heads. This serpent thrived on fear, far beyond the divine tree's imagination. The 8-headed serpent also mentioned that after the recent battle, it had successfully evolved to the 4th order. It had not expected that spreading fear to others and then consuming it would allow it to level up so quickly. The divine tree was very pleased and declared that the task of overseeing the ocean for the 8-headed serpent was complete. Now that it was this powerful, it should come ashore and team up with the white tiger. The task of ocean supervision would be entrusted to the whale Luo. The divine tree reminded it to conserve its strength. At that moment, the white tiger roared its master's name from the sky. Xiao Lam, with a face full of tension, shouted from the white tiger's back. The Dark King's subordinates have appeared again. It turned out to be the wizard cat. Finally, it had returned and expressed its desire to submit to the divine tree. The wizard cat slowly removed its hood as a gesture of sincerity, confirming that it was indeed true. The wizard cat added that this was an act of gratitude, as the divine tree had allowed its friend to leave safely. From now on, the wizard cat pledged its loyalty solely to the divine tree. The divine tree sensed that the cat was speaking the truth and agreed to accept it as one of his followers. The cat nodded politely in response. Meanwhile, by the seaside, the white tiger roared in horror upon discovering an 8-headed serpent, then gleefully exclaimed repeatedly, "Everyone will die, everyone will die." The 8-headed serpent, exasperated, asked the white tiger how much 1 + 1 was. Xiao Lam approached and petted the serpent's head. She had never imagined that she would encounter such a mythical creature in her life. Just as rumors about the largest creature on Misty Mountain surfaced, a mutated crocodile emerged from the water, declaring that it would not relinquish its bodybuilding championship to anyone. The white tiger grimaced at the crocodile and grumbled, "Everyone will die," actually complaining about the crocodile's water soaking his fur. The buffalo demon and Chong Chong also arrived, reuniting with their old comrade. They marveled at the enormous body of the 8-headed serpent, remembering how it used to be the size of a palm and was once snatched by the Sakura Kingdom. Tian Cam, standing beside Lan Feng, also praised the emperor crocodile, reminiscing how it was once tiny and now had grown so large. It was truly fortunate to witness the emperor crocodile's evolution into the ancient emperor crocodile. Lan Feng teased, recalling how the crocodile had trembled in fear, thinking it was going to die. This comment made the emperor crocodile embarrassed, and it angrily told Lan Feng to shut up. Tian Camp suddenly remembered how she almost got eaten by the white tiger when she first arrived here. This remark infuriated Tian Cam's lover, the yellow ant, who immediately charged at the white tiger, demanding it repent. The white tiger was speechless, feeling unlucky to have a friend who would forsake them for a girl. The 2 windwolves recalled the time when Xiao Ling and Xiao Qing were killed by the axe-headed snake, and they had been grieving for a long time. It was only with the arrival of many new friends that the gloomy atmosphere began to lift. The dinosaur turned to ask the two wolves how many battles they had fought. The truth was, they couldn't count them all. The mammoth asked the first ones to join Misty Mountain if they could tell the whole story. The nine-tailed fox stepped forward and said, "All right, sit down." Then, the eldest nine-tailed fox sat on a high rock and began to recount the story of Misty Mountain's legend to her younger siblings, starting from when she was being pursued by the axe-headed snake. As night fell over the lush green forest, the grass had grown tall, and the wind gently blew through, scattering particles of green spiritual energy like firefly lights, creating a beautiful scene. The divine tree rested quietly, but his mind was still awash with countless plans. The evacuation of the Misty Mountain Legion was ongoing, with the mutated beasts continually being called to gather and enter the spaces. Black Dragon Ned also decided to leave for Africa, one of the planet's oldest continents, with its rich vegetation and diverse wildlife system. Unlike other continents, information about this one was scarce and closed off. Other continents had experienced 3 spiritual energy tides, but the actual situation here remained unclear. A powerful individual was chasing a vulture, wielding a battle axe. He jumped up and swung the axe, the vulture fleeing with a look of despair. Then, an explosion rocked the space, and the man successfully killed the flying mutant beast, his power truly formidable. Let's look at this character's attributes. Race: mutant, savage bloodline, an ancient bloodline, comparable to the physique and strength of a killer. Innate talent: savage imprint, can leave tattoo-like patterns on the body, but they are the most terrifying strength of the savages. The man laughed loudly. "Haha, I won't have to worry about food for a few days in the village." Not far away, the space suddenly trembled, and rustling sounds echoed. It turned out that the divine tree had appeared. The divine tree hadn't expected the savage tribe to be here. It was known that they were a legendary race, with each member possessing superior pure strength and extremely high physical damage capability. It seemed the stage of history always had room for legendary races to appear. Speaking of the savage tribe, they were magnificent warriors, strong and fearless. As a mutated version of humanity, their high evolution likely held even more formidable powers, something the divine tree looked forward to. Thinking of this, the divine tree daringly summoned a space of vitality right in front of the man. The man, terrified and unsure of what was happening, gripped his axe tightly, ready for anything. From within that space, the 8-headed serpent emerged ferociously, instantly seizing the man's prey. The savage warrior ground his teeth in anger, unable to believe that the meal before him was snatched away by another. However, seeing the serpent clearly, he realized it was beyond his strength. The massive, powerful heads tore the prey apart and devoured it. The serpent then looked down, noticing another strong prey. It immediately sent 2 of its heads hurtling toward him. The savage warrior reacted quickly, jumping back to evade the attack. Deciding it was best to retreat, he turned to flee. Even the strong savages knew when to retreat in the face of overwhelming power. But a girl appeared, blocking his path. The flower goddess raised her hand, and a green spiritual energy emanated from her, immobilizing the man. Was this a new technique? Cheesy, riding atop his master, praised the flower goddess. "Well done, flower goddess. Sometimes you are quite useful." The flower goddess, not noticing the sarcasm, took it as a compliment and immediately beamed with pride, unaware that Cheesy had not finished his sentence. The divine tree assigned her the task of scouting this continent, evaluating the strength of the mutant beasts here, and of course, assessing the resource situation. The flower goddess, buoyed by the praise, immediately ran after Cheesy, asking if she could play with him now. Cheesy coldly replied that perhaps in another life, he would agree. The divine tree surveyed the surroundings, looking for a place to rest. There it was, a spot that wasn't too arid and seemed pleasing to the eye. The divine tree gently settled his massive form down, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Then, his enormous roots shot out in all directions, burrowing deep into the earth. Having found a place to rest, the divine tree continued his work. He opened a fiery space, releasing his fire elemental mutant beasts and declared, "It's time to hunt." End of chapter 245. The golden ant sat on the back of a large ant, exuding an aura of an emperor, calmly ordering his legion to search for spirit stone mines. Xiao Lam, on the back of the white tiger, loudly commanded the white tiger and its legion to set off. The white tiger roared, "Everyone will die." Meanwhile, the ancient crocodile king also led his followers, silently stomping his huge feet on the ground. In no time, countless mutated beasts had left the space of the divine tree and began their hunt. Suddenly, the divine tree sensed something. This presence had attracted the divine tree, making it wonder whether it should handle this matter personally. Unable to resist, The divine tree extended its roots deeper into the ground. Sure enough, the roots pierced through an underground cave, where there were countless purple spirit stones, which indeed had earth attributes. Furthermore, the divine tree discovered another fire stone mine just by its radar-like perception. It must be said that the divine tree's sensing ability had become exceptionally superior. However, the density of these mineral deposits left the divine tree somewhat astonished, feeling like a mouse falling into a rice jar. Subsequently, the divine tree burst into uncontrollable laughter, thinking that exploring this African land was indeed a wise decision. The eerie laughter echoed through every corner of the area. Instantly, this powerful aura spread around. The villagers nearby were alarmed, chattering that something had just appeared out of nowhere. The natives rushed out of their tents to observe, never having felt such an overwhelming spiritual pressure before. The village chief stepped out and tried to open his eyes wide to see. He saw a large tree reigning over the vast field. Damn, he had never seen this tree before, and it was so enormous, radiating a gentle, cool golden light. If one were to calmly sense it, they could even feel their body becoming more comfortable under this breath. The chief's son exclaimed, "Could this be the mutated tree from the Federation of China?" Despite being a minority group, they had some knowledge about this tree. Perhaps they had exchanged diamonds and ivory for iPhones. The chief was aware that the mutated tree was currently in Australia, and it couldn't possibly appear here out of nowhere. The old chief, with eyes as bright as the stars, commanded his people to go and investigate. He believed that only by seeing it firsthand would the truth be revealed. Subsequently, the tribe's mighty warriors began riding their war bears towards the location. As they advanced, the bears roared loudly, demonstrating their unyielding spirit. The old chief also instructed that if it wasn't the mutated tree, they should cut it down. In the capital of the barbarian tribe, the barbarian king sat majestically on his stone throne. Below him, a man knelt and reported that news of a massive spiritual power had emerged in the bear tribe. The barbarian king was a formidable transcendent fourth-order warrior, and upon hearing this news, he was astonished. His eyes shone like headlights, pondering if there was someone more powerful than him trying to assert dominance. The man added that the bear tribe had already dispatched people to investigate. The barbarian king, now very excited, found this very interesting. Having been undefeated for many years, he longed for a worthy opponent. He then stood up abruptly, surprising the high priest, and decided that they would go and see who this powerful being was. On a high cliff, a white lion stood silently observing. This snow lion had also reached the fourth order, with a calm demeanor and blue eyes, intently watching the gigantic glowing tree in front of it. As evening approached, the light from the divine tree became even more alluring to all nearby creatures. Not only the solitary lion, but also herds of elephants, swarms of giant insects, and mutated snakes began to gather. Everything moved towards the divine tree. A snake hiding in a tree hollow hesitated, as it had always survived by concealing itself. Should it follow the others to the tree? All the creatures in the area felt the formidable presence, yet they were drawn towards it. From the largest beasts to the smallest critters, perhaps it was their instinct to protect their territory, wanting to expel this foreign entity. Or maybe the spiritual power emanating from the divine tree was such a rare treasure that every creature wanted to share. The divine tree was well aware of this. Countless powerful beings were approaching it. The divine tree knew that even a single leaf of its own was a treasure to these beasts. The divine tree squinted, contemplating how to respond. It then summoned its people, issuing orders to prevent the mutated beasts from getting too close. Misty Mountain was only interested in mining spirit stones and did not want to stir up trouble. Although most of its main forces had left to explore new lands, the remaining mutated beasts were still elite and formidable, so there was no need for excessive worry. The ice dragon remarked that it was surprising how many powerful creatures existed in this place. Cheesy counted at least a dozen fourth-order beasts. Snake Girl, feeling tense, squinted and observed closely, not wanting to engage in any battle at all. The divine tree pondered, contemplating whether to unleash a single devastating move to eliminate the approaching mutated beasts. Such an act seemed overly cruel, especially considering it had just become the hero of Earth. Was it right to massacre living beings in this manner? Two of its main forces, the Demon Bull and Tian Cam, the Thorn, were undergoing breakthroughs and unable to fight. The Demon Bull had been sent to the lightning space, and Thorn to the Earth space, where they could not be disturbed. Abandoning this thought, the divine tree decided to let the remaining mutated beasts handle the situation. In the nearby forest, the sound of the bear-riding warrior legion's footsteps slowed. They cautiously advanced, one remarking that this place had once been a grassland, but had transformed into a lush forest since the tree's appearance. The leader ground his teeth in worry, increasingly convinced that this tree came from the Federation of China, as its power was overwhelmingly terrifying. Suddenly, a giant polar bear over 10 feet tall silently appeared from behind. Its presence had been masked by the aura of the divine tree, allowing it to approach undetected. With one bite, it severed the leader's upper body. By the time the others realized it, it was too late. They couldn't fathom why a polar bear was here. Another warrior urgently reminded them to focus on cutting a branch from the large tree. But it wasn't just one polar bear. It was an entire pack, fiercely charging at them. Meanwhile, the snow lion on the other side unexpectedly encountered the white tiger's team on their exploration mission. The snow lion roared, and both sides exchanged sharp, dagger-like glances. The white tiger suddenly roared, "All right, let's." But before it could finish, the purple tiger's roar overshadowed it. "Brothers, follow me." The tiger pack charged forward, leaving the bewildered white tiger behind, lamenting that it was supposed to be the leader. Xiao Lam, seeing this, shouted, "Don't get emotional, charge ahead." Simultaneously, the hidden lions also attacked on the Lion King's command. The lead elephant trumpeted, signaling the attack. These African elephants were enormous, each step threatening to crack the earth. Opposing them were the mutated monkeys of Misty Mountain, muscular and robust, unafraid of the giant elephants. Thus, the two sides clashed, creating a fierce battlefield, with dust flying everywhere. The intense battle between the mutated beasts could be seen for miles around. End of chapter 246. African elephants are not only known for having the largest bodies in the world, but also for possessing incredible strength. They are the true rulers of this barren land, a testament to their power after entering the mutation era. Yet, this troop of monkeys showed no fear. They chose to engage in a close-quarters battle. One young monkey even rushed forward, wrapping its arms tightly around an elephant's leg. In the next moment, it exerted force, hurling the several-ton elephant into the air. Damn, this monkey is an outstanding member of the Divine Tree's Porter team. The unfortunate elephant was thrown hundreds of meters away, its massive body crashing into others behind it, causing a significant shockwave. The monkeys behind were immediately astounded, not by the overwhelming strength of their teammate, but by a powerful, terrifying presence rapidly approaching. The ground trembled with each step, and this elephant was much larger, with skin that was a mix of gray and blue. As it advanced, the other elephants made way for it. This must be the Elephant King, the ruler of all elephants here. It charged toward the enemy, and when it was just 50 meters away, it began to summon water from the void, creating a massive tsunami that surged towards the monkey troop. The powerful wave, several meters high, swept through, and no creature could withstand it. The monkey troop was immediately swept away, and their defensive formation shattered. Big Sis Ninetails was observing from afar, along with the key members of Misty Mountain. Cheesy was astonished, unable to believe that someone could create such a tsunami. This being must be an elemental powerhouse. It's well known that beasts with superior elemental powers are considered pure. If a beast's power is pure enough, its evolution process will be extremely promising, and the proportion of beasts with pure elemental power is very rare in the world. The fox's eyes reddened with anger. Seeing her comrades being oppressed like this made her furious. Cheesy continued to speak rapidly, like a radio, wondering where the white monkey leader was. His tribe was fighting, so why wasn't he present? It turned out the white monkey was in the midst of evolving. He sat silently in a banana-eating posture, radiating a blood-red aura. He furrowed his brow, appearing very focused. Perhaps, in his mind, a natural teacher was holding a long ruler, interrogating the white monkey about the multiplication table. If he answered incorrectly, he would have to start over, and the white monkey was on the verge of evolving into a human. The divine tree had been observing and saw that the white monkey had completed his evolution. He hurriedly approached and bowed respectfully to his master, asking for his orders. Yuziu looked at this being and sighed in his mind. This is truly a new species of human. If it appeared before humanity, war would surely ensue. The divine tree observed the aura emanating from the white monkey, which was full of hostility. It was overwhelming. Before delving into the source of this power, the divine tree produced a ring and instructed the white monkey to wear it. This ring would help restrain his spirit and prevent him from going mad. The white monkey put the ring on his finger and thanked his master. The divine tree checked the white monkey's condition and, seeing that the aura of resentment had vanished, instructed him to quickly join the battle and assist everyone. The white monkey stood up, his tall, lean frame now covered in well-defined muscles. His face had transformed to look exactly like that of a man. The white monkey leaped, his body like a bolt of lightning, and disappeared. The divine tree was astonished by his speed, thinking to himself that if the entire orangutan tribe evolved into superhumans, the world would have two populations of humans, making the situation chaotic no matter what. In the battle, the Elephant King was manipulating massive rocks to attack. The large stones easily struck the monkeys in front, defeating countless mutated monkeys and creating a scene of desolation and death. One elite monkey, spewing blood from its mouth, still refused to surrender, its gaze defiant. Behind it lay dozens of other monkey corpses. The elephant's eyes gleamed with a savage light, deciding to finish off this defeated foe with a stomp. Cheesy, seeing the dire situation, frantically wanted to rush over and rescue, but before he could move, a flash of lightning streaked past him. Cheesy cursed angrily. What the hell? The nine-tailed fox clicked her tongue. She seemed to recognize this aura, but why had it become so much stronger? The Elephant King sensed a projectile coming towards it, but its massive body couldn't react in time. A powerful punch immediately struck the elephant's face, shattering its tusk and causing blood to spurt out. The blow was so forceful that the elephant momentarily lost consciousness, its eyes rolling back. The punch propelled the elephant several meters before it crashed to the ground. The white monkey roared ferociously, its strength continuously increasing. It charged forward, preparing to deliver another punch. But no, it was Luffy's Gatling gun aimed directly at the elephant's head, unleashing a rapid barrage of punches. The fox and panda watching from afar were excited, praising the white monkey's formidable power. The elephant was battered and bruised within seconds. In retaliation, the elephant tried to use its trunk to spray water at the monkey, hoping to maintain distance and utilize long-range attacks. Unexpectedly, the white monkey clung tightly to the elephant's trunk, refusing to let go. A golden aura appeared around the monkey, signifying it had activated its passive skill. When injured, its strength exponentially increased relative to the severity of its wounds. Gritting its teeth, the white monkey exerted all its strength, its muscles reaching their peak. A golden electric charge appeared, and with one powerful yank, the monkey ripped the elephant's trunk clean off. Blood gushed like a waterfall. Damn, this was too bloody. With such a grievous wound, the elephant immediately collapsed to the ground and died. The remaining mutated elephants, seeing their leader slain, did not show fear, but instead looked at the white monkey with eyes full of hatred. The divine tree, observing the battle, noted that the white monkey's combat power had reached a new level. Its evolutionary trend leaned heavily towards physical strength. The divine tree, while creating a figure resembling the white monkey, thought that the white monkey was perfect as a sharp blade to deter enemies for the divine tree. The yellow ant led its troops onto the battlefield, facing a herd of ferocious wild buffaloes. Taking the lead, the yellow ant enhanced its strength by 400%, then increased its speed, zipping through the enemies like a lightning bolt. In a single strike, it took down a dozen foes. On the other side, the demon spider was taken aback by the scene. Turning to the left, it saw a large swarm of mutated spiders approaching, each one appearing ferocious, seemingly intent on exterminating the demon spider. With such a vast number of spiders, they would surely tear the demon spider into 100 pieces. However, before they could reach the demon spider, a massive flame descended upon them from above. Hundreds of spiders were instantly incinerated. The fire burned so intensely and with such devastating ferocity that even the yellow ant halted its attack. It was none other than the nine-tailed fox who had intervened. Now, she had 6 tails? No one truly knew how many tails the fox had in total. In reality, the nine-tailed fox was still perched on the cliff. The recent attack was a precise long-range strike. Her mouth filled with golden flames, ready to launch another attack. The fox then declared that she would handle the left flank herself. End of chapter 247. The herd of African rhinoceroses stomped the ground ferociously as they charged straight toward the divine tree. Meanwhile, in the sky, a swarm of thousands of mutated hornets also headed towards the tree, their buzzing wings sounding like helicopters and covering a vast expanse of land. On the other side, A horde of mutated deer with demonic, bloodthirsty eyes marched forward in large numbers. Their menacing appearance had attracted the attention of the righteous warrior of Misty Mountain, Cheesy. In a flash, Cheesy shot forward like a bullet and brought down the leading deer with a powerful strike. Beside Cheesy was the Ice Dragon, tasked with handling this African beast army. The Divine Tree, in the form of a wooden mannequin, pondered whether his forces could hold off such a massive enemy. It seemed as if every living creature in the area had joined the fray, making it feel like a battle among them. Suddenly, the sound of war drums echoed rapidly. A tall man was striking a massive ox-hide drum forcefully. The Divine Tree was surprised. Was there such a coordinated drum performance? It turned out that the king of the barbarians had arrived. He stood on a high wooden platform, carried by dozens of warriors. As he approached, the barbarian king sensed numerous powerful auras emanating spiritual energy around him. He felt a mix of caution and excitement, especially toward the tree before him. The spiritual energy of this tree was boundless, but this only fueled the warrior king's determination to fight. His eyes flashed as he stared directly at the Divine Tree and shouted, "It's you." The barbarian king recognized the Divine Tree as the mutated tree from the Federation of China. Don't ask how he knew. He even had a PS4 in his bedroom. But in response, the Divine Tree remained calm, gently radiating spiritual energy around it. Meanwhile, the red-haired sorcerer on the highest platform began casting his spell. He muttered incantations to summon the power of fire, causing the flames in the cauldron before him to surge under his control. In an instant, the fire grew into a raging storm, rising tens of meters high and aimed directly at the Divine Tree. They believed that no matter how powerful the mutated tree was, it was still just a tree. And what tree doesn't fear fire? Cheesy and the mutated deer halted in their tracks at the sight of the enormous flames. Why was the fire so massive, and why was it pouring down from the sky? The ferocious sea of flames approached the Divine Tree, now only 50 meters away. Despite the advancing inferno, the flames weren't moving too quickly. The Divine Tree, showing no intention of resisting, lazily assessed the power behind this attack and clicked its tongue in contemplation. It seemed the humans on this continent were not weak after all. The Divine Tree prepared to adjust its posture to endure the heat for a moment. Unexpectedly, a golden monkey darted in front of the Divine Tree, gripping its staff in a ready stance. With a fierce roar, the monkey unleashed its power, moving directly into the heart of the firestorm. It swung its staff mightily, and to everyone's astonishment, the flames were pushed back in the direction of the swing. Could it be that the golden monkey had harnessed the power of the wind? With a single sweep of its staff, it reversed the fiery storm back to its origin. At the barbarian tribe's sacrificial platform, the flames, now betraying their original intent, rushed back towards the red-haired sorcerer. The sorcerer was horrified, his eyes wide with disbelief. In all his years of practicing magic, he had never been attacked by his own spell. The massive flames engulfed the entire barbarian tribe. Though the fire appeared large and fierce, its orange and yellow hues indicated it lacked the purity of the nine-tailed fox's flames. The fire enveloped the entire barbarian tribe, but the warriors did not panic, did not dodge, nor did they show any fear. They let the flames burn around them. On the high platform, the barbarian king laughed heartily and remarked to the priest beside him, "That monkey is quite strong, isn't it?" After that, he addressed all his people, warning them not to be careless, as these mutant beasts were not easy to deal with. Standing in their way now were 3 members of Misty Mountain: the fire duck, the brutal werewolf, and the golden monkey. One barbarian warrior clenched his teeth in frustration. A single monkey was already strong enough, and now there were 2 more formidable creatures, each large and powerful, matching the monkey in combat prowess. Little did he know, there was an even more fearsome crane that usually appeared only at the last moment. At this point, the barbarian king wiped off his smile and formally commanded his people to be absolutely cautious. Just then, a root shot up from the ground, and the golden monkey perched atop it. The barbarian king was immediately startled, realizing that if this was a surprise attack, they would have never seen it coming. The Divine Tree appeared in the form of a young adolescent, with a calm demeanor and eyes as bright as the stars. Recognizing the leader had arrived, the barbarian king loudly declared, "You are the mutated tree from the Federation of China." The Divine Tree responded, "Knowing I am the Divine Tree, yet you still lead your army here, a truly brave warrior." The barbarian king, pleased, laughed heartily and proclaimed, "Why should we fear? Charge forward, even if it means death. Ha 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 ha. The divine tree announced it would help the barbarian king achieve his wish, raising its hand. Instantly, a dark aura spread out, followed by a thick fog, rolling like waves. In moments, it covered a vast area, enveloping the barbarian people within. The fierce warriors of the barbarian tribe were astonished. This fog was so dense that they couldn't even see their own feet. One clever warrior realized what was happening and shouted, "Be careful! This fog can dull our senses, meaning it could cloud their minds or something similar." The man with purple eyes saw a pair of red eyes in the fog. What was that? Before he could react, the reaping scythe slashed through him, cutting his body in two. Suddenly, countless mutant beasts of all kinds emerged from the mist, devouring each barbarian warrior alive. The scene was utterly horrifying. It was clear that the creatures of the Misty Mountain Legion were unaffected by the fog created by their master. The mutant beasts emerged, forming a long line. Leading them were mutated wild boars with bodies as large as elephants, followed by gigantic snakes that reared their heads tens of meters high. The Misty Mountain beasts tightened their encirclement, forcing the barbarian people into a confined space. The priest also realized that the fog had no effect on the mutant beasts, but it was too late. They should have known that this hallucinatory fog was one of the signature skills of the divine tree. The divine tree raised its hand and declared that the hunt had officially begun. At the same time, dozens of gigantic wooden hands extended from its arms, reaching out to grab the barbarians. The spot where the barbarian king stood was instantly reduced to ashes, and their high wooden platform was shattered. The barbarian king shouted that he would not be foolish enough to fight here. He would confront the divine tree directly. It turned out that the barbarian king was not only powerful, but also possessed exceptional combat acumen. He leaped into the air, soaring dozens of meters high, and instructed his guards to handle the situation. The barbarian king approached and confronted the divine tree. A king must fight a king. He charged fiercely, summoning something from the void with his right hand, his face filled with determination. In the next moment, a massive, spiked, primitive mace the size of a truck appeared. The barbarian king swung it directly at the divine tree, smashing its form to pieces. The fragments of the divine tree's body floated in the air. The divine tree thought to itself that the barbarians truly lived up to their reputation. Whether it was the fire priest, the high priest, or this barbarian king, they were all exceedingly warlike. Their race seemed to share a singular trait, a love for battle. Seeing that he had shattered the divine tree's form, the barbarian king proudly declared that the divine tree should not underestimate him, and it might not be able to withstand him. The divine tree, feeling enraged by this arrogance, retorted, "Then I will grant you endless despair." Had the divine tree's preferences changed since becoming the new Dark King? Chapter 248 ends. The barbarian king charged forward fiercely, his eyes shining like headlights, gripping a primitive spiked club tightly in his right hand. Suddenly, a massive mist beast, as tall as a building, appeared before him, forcing the barbarian king to slow down abruptly. This creature was not only enormous, but also exuded a formidable spiritual energy. In an instant, a powerful punch cut through the air towards him. The barbarian king leaped to evade, but as soon as the first punch finished, the mist beast launched another, still with its right hand. The speed of these attacks was astonishingly fast, leaving the barbarian king no choice but to raise his spiked club to block the strike. The impact was immense, sending a shocking force through his entire body and pushing him backward. His proud spiked club was knocked out of his hand. Meanwhile, the divine tree observed intently, assessing the situation. This was a rare opportunity to study the strength of these mist beasts, which had just reached the fifth order. However, their power seemed only equivalent to the fourth order of mutated beasts from outside, slightly below the divine tree's expectations. Next, the divine tree summoned another mist general, a kangaroo, making a total of 2 formidable beasts standing before the barbarian king. He was startled. These creatures seemed to appear out of nowhere. The barbarian king understood that these beasts, no matter how much damage they took, could recover because they were not truly living beings. To defeat them, he had only one option. He concentrated his spiritual power, and his body began to glow with a bloody aura. Suddenly, a lion's head appeared in the void, and alongside him, an elephant manifested. It was clear, he possessed 2 Susanoo and had brought them out for battle. He roared, "Let the sacred beasts of my tribe defeat you." The divine tree found this scene fascinating. It was rare for someone to possess two such spirits. Even Xiaoling had needed the divine tree's guidance to achieve this, but this barbarian seemed to have it naturally. Turning back to the battle, the barbarian warriors, although surrounded by mist and suffering ambushes, showed no fear. As soon as they saw the enemy, they charged. The wind wolves of Misty Mountain began to howl and roar, signaling the start of a deadly battle. However, these warriors should not be underestimated. They were truly resilient and strong. With just a few strides, they reached the wind wolves and delivered throat-closing punches. But they overlooked the fact that Misty Mountain's beasts came in waves. An icy white dragon head emerged behind them, releasing a freezing breath that no creature could escape. Sure enough, the warriors below were frozen into immobile ice statues. Suddenly, a crescent-shaped energy blade slashed through the air from above. The ice dragon was taken aback, followed by a massive explosion. It was unclear whether the dragon could avoid the attack, as it was highly accurate and came from a distance beyond the dragon's sight. The attacker was none other than the barbarian priest, who had used the enemy's mist for cover to deliver a long-range strike. However, the ice dragon, almost at its peak evolution, wasn't easily defeated. The mist where the priest was hiding was torn apart as the dragon emerged with an ice sphere in its mouth, a manifestation of its infinite ice soul technique. The priest remained calm, forming seals and summoning a solar aura around him, setting the stage for an epic clash between ice and sun, turning the ground into a forest of cold ice thorns. On the other side, the mist beasts clashed with the barbarian spirits, a mist werewolf against the spirit elephant and the kangaroo against the lion. Their roars were deafening. Meanwhile, the barbarian king continued to fight off the lower-ranked mutated beasts below. The spiked club proved highly effective in such overwhelming battles. A single swing could strike down multiple creatures. As he fought, the barbarian king laughed with glee, believing that no one could stop him. He even encouraged the mist beasts to keep trying. After a brief moment of enjoyment, the barbarian king climbed the roots and launched himself toward the divine tree's core, shouting, "Your entire being is a treasure. Become a treasure for my tribe." Yet, the closer he got, the further the core seemed, as if he was running on a treadmill. Unbeknownst to him, the divine tree's trunk could shift positions. Suddenly, sharp leaves shot towards him, but the king shattered them with his spiked club. Before him emerged a massive root system emitting an oppressive aura, instinctively causing him to halt and reconsider his next move. From the roots grew a face, producing eerie, crackling sounds. The king adjusted his stance, excitedly saying, "It's incredible to encounter such a powerful being as you. Are you appearing to preach to me?" The divine tree, surprised by these words, replied that appearing in this form and speaking was more convenient. It then transformed into a giant face, gazing down at the tiny figure below, asking, "Or do you not like this?" Despite the overwhelming spiritual power of the divine tree, the king still urged it to become his tribe's spirit. The divine tree responded with silence, the creaking of roots filling the air. Suddenly, the king sensed imminent danger, not just ordinary intimidation, but a primal fear that even the strongest barbarian warrior would dread. After a pause, the divine tree spoke slowly, contemplating whether coexistence with the king's tribe was possible. Yet, in the end, it always resorted to force to subdue them, including both the barbarians and the beasts of this land. They were all eager to consume the divine tree. Squinting its eyes, the divine tree continued, "At first, I wondered if I was too cruel, fighting battle after battle. But thinking back, if I didn't do this, I wouldn't have a chance to survive when you all become stronger." The barbarian king remarked that the divine tree's existence was a temptation to all creatures. He continued, "Don't even speak of us. If one day you are injured, how many of these beasts would remain by your side?" The divine tree squinted with a melancholic smile, realizing it was just like the Dark King, merely a slayer, fighting to live. Suddenly, a dark spear pierced the barbarian king's heart, too fast for him to react. By the time he noticed, blood had already filled his throat, causing him to cough up blood. The roots withdrew, leaving him kneeling there. This critical blow left him unable to speak another word, and he died on the spot. But suddenly, the king stood up again, his body radiating a crimson energy. The divine tree was not surprised, having known from the start that he had another trick up his sleeve, a technique from ancient times. Perhaps in the face of death, he had awakened his ancient bloodline. With a fierce expression, the king raised his axe and charged at the divine tree. The divine tree, now intrigued like a child with a new toy, declared, "Let's play a little longer." The two clashed again, causing an explosion on the tree's trunk. Meanwhile, the sky was entirely clear, revealing countless twinkling stars. How small the Earth seemed, a mere speck in the universe. Just then, a blood-red eye appeared, staring directly at the Earth. The eye spoke, saying that their Gyujit had disappeared, defeated by the mutated beasts of this small planet. As it slowly opened, the eye revealed itself to be massive, capable of dwarfing a solar system. End of chapter 249. The barbarian king charged forward, swinging a mace directly at the divine tree, causing a massive shockwave. However, the tree's body this time seemed impervious, not tearing apart as it had before. Without dwelling on it, the barbarian king closed the distance in an instant, delivering a left hook. The divine tree blocked with its right hand. The barbarian king's punch, wrapped in a vibrant red spiritual energy, was undoubtedly powerful. But when it struck the tree's body, it only produced sparks, as if hitting a block of metal. The divine tree mused that this man was indeed extraordinarily strong, possibly the strongest human he had ever encountered. The barbarian king continued his relentless assault, utilizing both his spiked mace and his fists and feet, delivering blow after blow with full force. His combat style was primal, embodying the purest essence of martial arts. Despite acknowledging the enemy's strength, the divine tree's sturdy roots maintained its defense effortlessly. The barbarian king, absorbed in his attacks, eventually left an opening. The divine tree seized the opportunity, thrusting a root into his stomach, sending him flying back like a cannonball into the tree's other side. Yet, the barbarian king quickly regained his footing, gripping his large mace, and charged once more. This time, he summoned his unique spiritual energy, creating a pale pink pillar of light that he launched at the divine tree. This move, called the critical strike, forced the divine tree to cross its arms in an X shape to defend. The attack left a deep wound on the tree's arms and even scratched the bark on its back, an impressive feat for a ranged attack. The divine tree was amazed that the barbarian king could use his physical strength to generate such powerful gusts of wind. Meanwhile, the barbarian king shouted, "It's not over yet." He continued to unleash similar attacks, intending to strip the divine tree of its bark. Surprisingly, the divine tree didn't bother to dodge or block these critical strikes, spreading its arms wide to receive them. The air around was scorched by the force of the barbarian king's blows, creating a bright, blazing scene. The divine tree thought that at this level of damage, it wasn't worth the effort to evade or defend. Seeing this arrogance, the barbarian king gritted his teeth in anger. Before he could even curse, the divine tree launched a punch powerful enough to shatter a mountain. The barbarian king barely managed to raise his arms in defense as his body was thrown back. The impact was indeed terrifying, causing the barbarian king to cough up blood. He quickly grabbed the divine tree's arm, while his other hand summoned his spiked mace, which transformed into a monstrous beast with a huge mouth. The mace descended, aiming to devour the divine tree. However, with a swift flick of its hand, the divine tree shattered the once proud mace into pieces and followed up with a mighty kick. The kick sent the barbarian king flying several hundred meters away. The divine tree felt nostalgic, as it had been a long time since it used these combat skills. It clenched its fist, sensing that its limbs were not as nimble as they used to be. The barbarian king struggled to stand, gasping for breath. The recent kick not only left him dizzy but also made breathing difficult. However, the pain and fear receptors in his tribe were almost non-existent, so he wouldn't flee. The divine tree calmly said, "You should realize the difference between us. Why do you persist in this futile effort?" But the barbarian king had no intention of changing his approach. He stood tall, holding the broken handle of his mace, and after a few breaths, declared, "I'm honored to fight someone as powerful as you. I have no regrets, even if I die." It was clear these were sincere words, reflecting a pure martial spirit. The divine tree, hearing this, had to praise him. No one before had fought the divine tree without retreating, at least if they survived the encounter. Most didn't dare approach at all. The divine tree declared that he held the barbarian king in high regard. Therefore, the divine tree decided not to prolong the battle, as it might truly lead to the barbarian king's death. Instead, he would show him his true power. The space around them began to tremble, causing the barbarian king to become extremely vigilant. Then, the divine tree transformed into a werewolf-like form with green hair. Immediately, An immense spiritual energy burst forth, enveloping the area and causing everything to shudder. The divine tree let out a terrifying roar, sending shockwaves through the air that created stormy winds in all directions. In an instant, roots wrapped tightly around the barbarian king, rendering him completely immobile. He couldn't even think of escaping. All he could do was focus on fortifying his skin to withstand the crushing force, or else he'd be shattered into pieces. It was only now that the barbarian king understood what limitless spiritual energy like the ocean meant. This was the true power of the mutated tree. Damn it. So the tree had been toying with him all along. The divine tree looked down at the small creature in its grasp, now turning pale, and said, "Now do you understand what you are in my eyes?" Then it told him to be quiet, as the divine tree would be busy cleaning up the battlefield. Of course, the barbarian king couldn't respond in his current state, as he struggled against the crushing roots. The divine tree's remaining roots shot out, quickly spreading across the vast battlefield. The mutated beasts of Africa were suddenly lifted into the air, one by one. Don't question how the divine tree had so many roots. Thanks to his max-level root manipulation ability, one root could capture hundreds of mutated beasts. The battlefield was filled with the sound of desperate cries and the creaking of roots. A while later, silence fell completely. At the Central Cathedral of Europe, monks watched Uzu in horror through a screen. The archbishop wondered if that could be the mutated tree. Could it have traveled from Australia to Africa in just a few days? This seemed too illogical. Fear was evident in his eyes, but he understood that if it had defeated the Dark King, then this level of power was not impossible. It was just too overwhelming. Meanwhile, at the 10 Nations Alliance, the saint was sweating, feeling the mutated tree's power even from where he stood. The moment the divine tree unleashed its spiritual energy, he realized that while he knew the mutated tree was strong, he didn't expect it to be this terrifying. The massive divine tree stood under the moonlight, while the barbarian king was firmly captured. A few minutes later, thousands of African mutated beasts were all kneeling, without a sound. Cheesy realized that everything in the area had submitted under the overwhelming might of his master. Perhaps at the moment the divine tree unleashed its spiritual energy, it was the most terrifying experience of their lives. It wasn't surprising. Even Cheesy felt that his master was becoming more and more fearsome. The divine tree asked the barbarian king if he still wanted to challenge him. Damn it, the barbarian king still gritted his teeth, with his eyes glowing red like blood. The divine tree, like a father advising his wayward son, told him not to continue this futile struggle because it wasn't good for his health. What will the barbarian king say? We'll find out in the next chapter. End of chapter 250. The barbarian king was tightly bound by the roots of the divine tree, unable to move a muscle. He neither spoke nor groaned or growled. It was as if he were dead. The divine tree sighed. Has he already lost his will? It was clear that upon realizing the insurmountable gap in power, the barbarian king had abandoned his will to fight. To him, being unable to defeat his opponent was no different from dying. The divine tree knew that the entertainment was over. Should it kill him now? But killing him wouldn't earn many evolution points, and it would mean losing a potentially useful pawn. So, the divine tree decided to throw him into the life space for healing. Unexpectedly, as the divine tree opened the life space, the thunder space also automatically opened. The divine tree was startled, wondering if it had made a mistake. Meanwhile, the Golden Monkey's team was observing the battlefield. While the hostile mutated beasts in the area were kneeling under the divine tree's pressure, suddenly, a monstrous mouth appeared behind them, slowly opening. It seemed to be a mutant bear from the region, planning a surprise attack on the Golden Monkeys. Sensing the danger approaching from behind, the Golden Monkey's eyes flashed with anger. He struck twice with his staff in a single move, so fast that the naked eye could not follow, only to see the bear's body blown apart, leaving only a small piece in the middle. At the same time, a hoof stepped out of the thunder space, exuding a dominating aura. It turned out that the mutant wild bull had completed its evolution process, now standing as an extraordinary Tier 4 being. Its innate talent, Crescent Moon Horn, allowed its crescent-shaped horn to become a true weapon. Special abilities included Gravity Domain, enabling the bull to freely control gravity within a specific area, from increasing it 100-fold to reducing it to zero gravity. Beast's body restored its true beast form, significantly enhancing its strength and speed. Absolute Black Hole could create a black hole capable of absorbing all attacks. The appearance of the mutant wild bull had changed significantly, with more muscular and imposing features. Most notably, it now had 4 glowing horns on its head. The mutant wild bull was no longer the same as it was before. It was becoming more like a demon king. Throwing it into the thunder space had been a wise decision, as electricity and gravity are related, which greatly enhanced the bull's gravity attributes. However, instead of roaring to assert dominance, the mutant wild bull remained as calm as water, showing a maturity and composure that had grown over time. Its eyes gleamed brightly as it surveyed the battlefield, realizing it had missed a major battle. The divine tree closely examined this member, noting that he had developed according to expectations, displaying high innate talent and no delays in his evolutionary progress. The mutant wild bull walked directly to the base of the divine tree, then immediately knelt, showing submission. The divine tree reminded him that he had arrived late. The battle was already over. Given the lengthy process of breaking through to the fourth order, it wasn't his fault. The divine tree continued to review the stats of the mutant wild bull, observing that now the bull was truly powerful. Its close combat abilities had been significantly enhanced by the strength of its crescent moon horn, and its gravity control had gained new skills, allowing for more precise manipulation. Turning to the nine-tailed fox, the divine tree issued an order to gather the mutated beasts that had surrendered and bring them into the life space and earth space. With this, everything seemed settled. The divine tree adjusted its posture, tilting its head slightly toward the sky, and gazed at the bright moon above, wondering about the divine tree on the moon. Unable to contain its curiosity, the divine tree used its vision to zoom in on the moon. Before long, the image of the divine laurel tree, shining brightly like a Christmas tree, came into view. This tree, having absorbed all the spiritual energy from the moon, had also reached the transcendent fourth order. Indeed, it had advanced very quickly, and the divine tree understood the reason. Very good, that was the divine tree's expectation. In such a unique environment, if it hadn't grown further, it would indeed be considered trash. At this moment, a golden ant suddenly flew over to the divine tree and called out, "Master." The divine tree asked what the matter was. The golden ant reported on the battle, stating that they had suffered a 10% loss in manpower and that many commanders had been injured. Indeed, it was a significant loss, which seemed unavoidable, considering that Misty Mountain's opponent this time was all the powerful beings from this continent. However, the golden ant quickly added that they had captured 8 fourth-order experts who were currently imprisoned in ice, including a few humans from the barbarian tribe. Upon hearing this, the divine tree released its spiritual energy to count again, muttering, 8, you say? It wasn't that the divine tree doubted the golden ant's report, but rather that the divine tree's subordinates might not have noticed that there was one more hiding, making it 9 in total. Suddenly, a bright green branch shot out like lightning, transforming into a hand that reached toward a distant rock. A snake-like creature, hiding there, was startled. However, when the divine tree catches a snake, no snake can escape. Instantly, the unfortunate snake was lifted into the air. The black snake, realizing it had been caught, began to wail, pleading that it had only been watching and begging not to be killed, even shedding tears. It appeared to be very timid. Mutant tongue snake, rank, extraordinary tier 4, innate talent, venomous fangs, lethal venom that even beasts of a higher tier cannot easily withstand. Special abilities, venom absorption, can absorb toxins to grow. Sky scales, scales resembling the void, enhancing speed and concealing its presence. Deathly poison mist, exhales a poisonous mist capable of dissolving everything. The divine tree was immediately intrigued by the sky scales ability, an advanced stealth skill comparable to legendary level abilities. If trained as an assassin, this snake could become exceptionally formidable, capable of killing enemies without them even noticing, especially with its potent toxins. The divine tree realized that this was why the golden ant couldn't find the snake, even it had taken some time to detect the creature. The divine tree then commanded the snake to stop babbling, stating it was busy and would speak with it later. The snake was thrown into the life space, terrified and open-mouthed, fearing it was about to be executed. Turning back, the divine tree instructed the golden ant to arrange rest for everyone and provide life essence to heal their wounds. The golden ant complied immediately. Now came the most exciting part, upgrading evolution points. The recent battle had been incredibly fruitful for the divine tree, earning it a substantial amount. The willow leaf flying daggers were only at level 4. Such a powerful skill deserved an upgrade. However, it was dismayed to see that it would cost 10 million evolution points. But remembering how the barbarian king had easily shattered the daggers with a single strike, The divine tree quickly pressed yes without hesitation. The entire body of the divine tree trembled, emitting a green glow as it completed the upgrade. Eager to test the new capabilities, the divine tree immediately released 2 flying daggers, forming an X-shaped pattern. This X gleamed brightly and shot forward, indicating a fundamental change in the skill's nature. The structure had evolved from a simple, sturdy green leaf to a form imbued with life attribute energy, yet it was exceedingly sharp. As it traveled, the surrounding space showed signs of temporary distortion. The divine tree was astonished as the attack's aftermath continued to draw air into the path, even after the X-shaped energy had flown thousands of meters away without stopping. It was uncertain about the fate of this attack. Would it keep flying for years, or would it dissipate on its own? It became clear that the willow leaf flying dagger skill had evolved into a new form of attack, now named Heaven-Cleaving Flying Dagger, Path of Sharpness, though the divine tree had only comprehended 1% of it. The name itself was quite abstract, plunging the divine tree into deep thought, trying to foresee the future evolution of this skill. If just 1% could produce such power, what would it be like at 100%? The more the divine tree pondered, the more it felt a growing fear of its own potential. At this time in the Free Federation, on the Sky City, humanity was holding a meeting of the world's elites. Yule, representing the Free Federation and hosting the event, stood on a high podium and boldly declared, "This time, we, the human elites, have gathered to primarily discuss the future direction of humanity. After the darkness was defeated, we now have 18 extraordinary Tier 4 humans. Additionally, we must address how to deal with the mutant beasts that have become a significant threat." A blonde beauty in the audience spoke up, her voice clear as a flowing stream. "Up until now, aside from Australia, where humans struggle to survive, and Africa, where wild tribes run rampant, the situation in Antarctica remains unclear. However, the other continents are still under human control." This was Ilya, the saintess of the Western European Church and the strongest combat force defending that region. Yalian, from the Free Federation, dressed similarly to Yule in mummy-like fashion, chuckled and remarked that Ilya was too naive, putting too much faith in humanity. He pointed out that Asia was being suppressed by the mutant beasts to the point of suffocation. These words quickly drew irritated glares from the elite representatives of the China Federation, including a rough-looking uncle who had previously clashed with an envoy of the divine tree. While Yalian's words were not untrue, they were delivered without any regard for saving face. Yet, Yalian showed no respect, laughing provocatively and asking, "What's the matter? Did I say something wrong?" End of chapter 251. Continuing with the Conference of Humanity's Elite, Yalian asked, "What's the matter? Did I say something wrong?" Xiao Ling unleashed her spiritual power, nearly setting the place ablaze. The Western Knights felt a chill down their spines, ready to react if a fight broke out. Sensing the tension, Yule intervened, telling Yalian that enough was enough, reminding everyone that they were not there to quarrel. Yalian looked at Yule below. When the boss spoke, he had to listen, so he obeyed reluctantly. The divine elephant asked Xiao Ling if she wanted to teach Yalian a lesson, but she declined, thinking it was good that he was arrogant and provocative. Xiao Ling then raised a glowing blue leaf, which turned out to be from the divine tree, acting like a camera. The divine tree, looking pained, responded, "Is Xiao calling me?" This leaf had been given to her by the divine tree a long time ago. Although the divine tree didn't know why Xiao Ling was calling, it observed that the minerals in the area had been entirely absorbed. With no further obligations, the divine tree noted that the fire and earth spaces had expanded to 70,000 square meters, enough to hold a small city. The divine tree had planted herbs suitable for each space, ensuring these precious areas were never wasted. Calculating silently, the divine tree thought that once these spaces reached 100,000 square meters, they might be able to sustain living creatures who would thrive and build their own worlds. Suddenly, she appeared and called out, "Master," reporting that all the mutated beasts had gathered. The divine tree then ordered a retreat to the main base at Misty Mountain. In the floating city under the Freedom Federation, a powerful emperor from South America angrily stated, "After defeating the Dark King, the mutated tree had the greatest contribution. From Australitha's invasion of China to the Dark King's invasion of Australia, that tree has saved humanity twice." He also opposed confronting the divine tree, believing it to be suicidal for humanity. Furthermore, the development speed of the mutated tree was terrifying. No matter how hard humanity tried, they couldn't keep up. A strong figure from Brazil agreed, pointing out that the divine tree had invaded 3 cities of the China Federation but had never harmed any humans. If no one provoked the tree, it wouldn't harm anyone. Yalian laughed heartily, saying that those guys were truly scared by the mutated tree. Xiaoling couldn't help but mock him, saying, "If you think you're strong enough, why don't you go fight the mutated tree? I'm afraid you'll be torn apart in an instant." Yalian felt these words like a stab to the throat, angrily gritting his teeth and silently cursing Xiaoling. "This filthy bitch, what's wrong with you? You've been provoking me all this time." The leader of the Teutonic Knights believed that sacrificing lives to fight the divine tree was useless and, currently, they had no hope of victory. Ilya also mentioned that they should consider the public's opinion. The public knew the mutated tree as their savior. There's no way people would want to see humanity besiege their savior. Enough was enough. Yul had heard enough and decided that the issues discussed in the next meeting would avoid the topic of the mutated tree. Suddenly, something pierced through Yul's mind. His bodyguard, startled, asked Yul what had happened. Isa and Lindsay also couldn't understand Yul's reaction. The members of Dragon Corp were also drawn to Yul's grimace. Yul calmed down and said, "It's nothing. Let's continue the meeting." In an abandoned workshop nearby, a space was opening up, emitting a brilliant blue light. From that space, a creature emerged. It was none other than the divine tree. Huge roots quickly intertwined and formed into the shape of a boy, then directly burst through the building and out. The divine tree looked at this floating city, finding it grand. Was this place meant for the wealthy and powerful? But upon closer inspection, the divine tree saw that this city resembled a war fortress more than anything else, which was quite terrifying. Suddenly, a blue phantom appeared behind the divine tree. Turning around, the divine tree remarked, "I didn't expect you to find me so quickly. It seems not all humans are useless." The one who arrived was none other than a digital avatar of Yul. Even though he knew who was in front of him, Yul cautiously asked, "Who are you?" The divine tree told Yul to stop pretending. Yul remained silent, recalling that they had fought together many times. The first time was at sea against the Black Dragon, where the divine tree's spiritual breath had haunted Yul ever since. However, as the host, Yul couldn't allow this outsider to act arrogantly in his presence. After all, Yul was the strongest human warrior. Yul's eyes lit up with anger as he said, "You shouldn't be here. What the hell are you planning to do?" Hearing this tone, the divine tree felt disgusted, thinking Yul was not hospitable at all. The divine tree complained, "If you're just a shadow, you're not qualified to talk to me," and immediately threw a punch. The punch instantly tore through Yul's avatar, penetrating and destroying a large building below. This was just a warning. If the mutated tree truly intended to wage war, this city would have been brought down to the ground. Back at the conference, Yul spat blood from his mouth. This punch had struck directly at his soul. His bodyguard, horrified, called out his master's name. Below, the divine elephant smelled a familiar scent, and Xiaoling realized her master had arrived as she had summoned. Did she want her master to demonstrate his power here? Perhaps. If the divine tree didn't show its might, warriors from all over would continue to harbor dreams of warring with it, which would be troublesome. Yul coughed up blood, feeling his soul still trembling. He mumbled, "He's coming." End of chapter 252. The divine tree gently descended, silently observing and waiting. It landed precisely where the building had just been blown away moments ago, trying to discern if there was any difference between the wind here and at Misty Mountain. As for Yul, it appeared his injuries were severe, as he continuously coughed up blood, muttering that the figure was coming, that mutated tree was approaching. The divine tree smirked cunningly, aware that the elite humans were beginning to notice his presence. He was anticipating a more enthusiastic welcome. Yul struggled to stand before the meeting, announcing the situation. Immediately, the experts below were horrified, uncertain of the divine tree's intentions. Could it be that the tree was aiming to seize this floating fortress? Xiaoling hid a sly smile, feeling a sense of schadenfreude. The female knight, a super warrior who had achieved the unity of man and sword, was sweating profusely. Her soul sword was trembling, and Yalian felt a chill down his spine, unable to understand why he felt such immense pressure, as if a mountain were crushing him. An overwhelming presence was oppressing everyone's spirit, not just his own. Meanwhile, the warrior stared at the crucifix, sensing a divine reminder of the impending danger. Yul raised his head and resolutely declared, "Let's go meet that guy." As soon as these words left his mouth, the crowd below was stunned. The divine tree stood atop a tall pillar, his face showing displeasure. Finally, that guy had arrived. It was commendable that he had come in person and even brought many followers along. As Yalian approached within 100 meters of the divine tree, he immediately felt himself shrink to the size of an ant. The terrifying power was mercilessly suppressing every living being's presence in the area. Yalian broke out in a cold sweat, desperately wanting to leave. A super warrior from the federal China mocked him, saying, "Weren't you so arrogant just a moment ago?" Yalian gritted his teeth, unable to retort. Sensing the rapid heartbeats and chaotic spirits of those present, the divine tree spoke, saying he wasn't here to cause trouble, but to extend an invitation. Upon hearing this, Yul felt a pang of anxiety. An invitation? What kind of invitation? The others were equally tense. An invitation to what? To join? The blond man instantly realized that the divine tree intended to invite the strongest to join Misty Mountain. Despite everything, he secretly hoped to receive the invitation himself. Outwardly, the powerful figures all claimed they wanted to destroy the divine tree, but if given a chance to enter Misty Mountain, wouldn't it be like stepping into heaven? It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing the silence of the crowd, the divine tree thought his invitation might have been too vague. He then added, "Think carefully. I will help you, Yul, break through from the transcendent Fifth Order to the Sixth Order. How about that?" Hearing about the Fifth Order, the high-ranking leaders of Teutonic felt their hearts race. They had been stuck at the Fourth Order for too long, with almost no hope of further breakthroughs in this lifetime. The blond man felt as if his heart no longer belonged to him, his cheeks flushed with excitement, nearly unable to contain himself. Yul, tense, asked, "Why are you looking for me?" The divine tree was silent for a moment before shouting, "Do you expect me to look up to talk to you? Come down here." Dark energy surged fiercely around, and at the same time, the powerful figures standing in the air were forcibly pulled to the ground. This terrifying gravitational force caught everyone off guard, leaving no one able to resist it. Even Isa and Lindsay had never experienced such a sensation, feeling a bit bewildered. In truth, these two girls were cherished by the divine tree like flowers, never having to endure any punishment. Only Xiao Ling and the divine elephant felt nothing, making her wonder if she had grown stronger. Indeed, Yul landed noisily on the ground, using both hands to brace against the pull. When it came to magnetism, Yul was the best, but that was with the divine tree excluded from the ranking. In his mind, he recalled the battle with the mutated beast, where he had sensed the power of this aura, though it was vague then. Only facing it directly did Yul fully grasp that the gap in strength between humans and this entity was indescribable. Yul felt incredibly small, remaining silent and kneeling there. The divine tree, satisfied, declared that Yul looked pleasing this way. A concealed figure stood elsewhere in this flying city, puzzled by the divine tree's appearance here and unsure of its intentions. Recalling the mutated beast invasion, humanity had been helpless then. With the divine tree's invasion now, no one could save them. Suddenly, the man screamed, clutching his head as if it were splitting apart. His invisibility magic shattered into fragments like glass, and he broke out in a cold sweat, exclaiming in panic, "I'll do it! I'll do it! Just stop the noise!" It was as if someone was commanding him from inside his head. He raised his hand, and the space tore open, revealing the divine tree on the other side. Was his task already completed? This part seemed confusing. Back to the divine tree, Yul was still kneeling on the ground. The divine tree spoke gently, "I greatly admire your strength. I don't just want to make you stronger. I can help you protect this fortress as well." However, the divine tree added, "Make it your own kingdom." Yul was startled, realizing that this wasn't a straightforward offer. It was a call to switch allegiances, demanding betrayal. Yul would have to betray the Federation and openly align with Misty Mountain. For the strongest human warrior, this was a blow to his pride. The blond man's face turned red, imagining that the divine tree was speaking to him. If that were the case, he wouldn't hesitate to agree eagerly. Unfortunately, it was just a dream. Yul cautiously asked if there were any other conditions. The divine tree responded immediately, stating that all the mineral resources in the city were part of the deal. Without a moment's hesitation, Yul said, "All right, I join." His eyes shone brightly, showing decisiveness and determination, which surprised everyone. The strongest human warrior had not hesitated to betray his federation. However, upon deeper reflection, it was clear that Yul was pragmatic, wise, and a hero willing to sacrifice. He truly wanted to protect humanity more than anything else and more than anyone else. This protection would be safer and more feasible if he secured a place in Misty Mountain, as it would eliminate the threat of facing the powerful mutated tree directly. End of chapter 253. Yule remained in a kneeling position and stated, "I agree to become a member of Misty Mountain." This meant that the divine tree would release a single arrow to halt the entire potential of the conflict. From now on, at least for this generation of humanity, no one would possess the authority to lead all of humanity's elite against the divine tree. Moreover, the Flying Fortress, a war masterpiece with countless cutting-edge technologies, had now become an extended arm of Misty Mountain. The two Western Church powerhouses also frowned. Indeed, even Yule could not resist such an excellent condition. Yule was waiting for a reassuring word from his master, but the divine tree remained silent. Yule sensed something was wrong. The divine tree seemed to be on high alert. The divine tree had detected an intruder, someone with overpowering spatial abilities who was directly breaching the space where the divine tree was hiding. A hidden figure with beautiful eyes, possibly a woman, stood before the divine tree. The assassin felt the terrifying aura emanating from the divine tree and could not help but be amazed, realizing that this was indeed the mutated tree. The core of the divine tree was currently in a dormant state because its divine consciousness was busy wreaking havoc in Fly City. But in just a second, the divine tree returned, opened its eyes wide, and faced the stranger. The divine tree then asked loudly, "Who are you? Why have you intruded here?" However, the assassin did not utter a word. Coldly, he surged forward, leaping onto the tree roots, aiming to reach the core directly. His movements were swift and professional, a testament to his rigorous training as a well-prepared assassin. The divine tree responded by commanding the roots to churn and writhe like waves, persistently pursuing the intruder. Yet, the assassin demonstrated a lightning-fast speed, prompting the divine tree to exclaim, "Incredible! Is this speed truly that of a human?" The assassin then raised one hand, preparing to strike with a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Realizing the extreme danger of continuing towards the core, the assassin suddenly lowered his altitude. His eyes gleamed with resolve as he declared himself the protector of humanity. With a single strike, he unleashed a blow as forceful as a cannonball against the divine tree's trunk, creating a massive explosion. The impact was so immense that even the divine tree's roots, which were stronger than steel, were torn apart. What kind of strength could a human possess to invoke such terrifying power? The divine tree's expression immediately darkened, recognizing that this opponent could not be taken lightly. The assassin truly had the capability to inflict physical damage on the divine tree. The divine tree pondered, "Who exactly is this individual?" The divine tree opened its eyes wide, carefully observing and trying to discern the opponent's origins. This person was certainly not an ordinary human. Their speed and strength far exceeded the average elite of humanity. Moreover, the assassin evoked a familiar sensation in the divine tree, a subtle oppressive feeling reminiscent of the times when it fought against the Dark King. It was unsettling and might provoke the divine tree's anger. Meanwhile, the assassin continued his relentless assault, now attempting to conjure a new spell. He raised his hand towards the sky, crystallizing his spiritual energy. From his palm emerged a massive vortex, with winds howling furiously. The wind speed might have reached 400 km/h, but he did not stop there. The wind grew stronger and stronger, with the spiritual energy within becoming increasingly compressed. Indeed, the temporary space of the divine tree began to show signs of fracture, with cracks spreading throughout the area. The divine tree was astonished, realizing that a human could achieve such a level of power. The assassin hurled the vortex, which had now become a tremendous storm, ready to tear apart everything within its path. The divine tree immediately summoned a purple serpent, which opened its mouth wide and then devoured the storm. The assassin stared in disbelief, wondering how such a thing was possible. After the storm was consumed, the remaining wooden dragons roared and charged towards the assassin. However, as the assassin focused on the wooden dragons, the purple serpent opened its mouth again and released a deadly breath. Damn, the divine tree was indeed devious, using trickery and pressure to overwhelm its opponent. The wooden dragons then lunged simultaneously, slamming their heads into the enemy, creating a tremendous shockwave and a cloud of dust. At this moment, the divine tree tried to gather information about the assassin, but the system screen could not read anything at all. It was quite frustrating. However, if the naked eye couldn't determine the assassin's details, The divine tree still had another eye that could see through hidden tricks, the Eye of Heaven. Indeed, under the gaze of the Eye of Heaven, information about the assassin appeared, but reading this data left the divine tree bewildered. Race, unknown. Level, unknown. Even the assassin's innate talent and special skills were not fully translated by the system, leaving only a meaningless sentence. The divine tree was puzzled. An unidentified race? Could this individual not be human? What was happening with this person before him? Had he been possessed? Or was he still himself but not human? Or was the divine tree system experiencing a font error? The divine tree was confused. It had never encountered a situation like this before. Meanwhile, the assassin seemed to be unharmed after the divine tree's counterattack. The divine tree then asked, "What kind of creature are you? Why are you attacking me without reason?" At that moment, the assassin spoke, with a voice as clear as a mountain stream. "I couldn't help but want to test and see how strong you are, to understand how you could defeat the Dark King." The divine tree, hearing this, responded, "Who are you? Your strength clearly surpasses that of any human on this planet." However, the girl thought that revealing her race was insignificant, merely a label. Moreover, she wished to thank the divine tree for protecting the planet and decided to give it a gift. The divine tree was taken aback, realizing that a ceasefire and a gift could easily lead to being swayed and becoming friends. The girl extended her hand, revealing a slender thread of faint orange light gently swaying from her small palm. She said, "This is a fragment of my primordial essence. It can help you ascend to the sixth order." Upon hearing transcendent sixth order, the divine tree was startled. Such a grand gift? The divine tree fell silent, knowing that a gift of this magnitude would certainly come with a significant request. At this moment, the divine tree had to be extremely cautious. What if accepting this gift meant it would be forced to become a decorative tree in someone else's room? Seeing the divine tree's prolonged silence, the girl said, You should remember that the battle with the Dark King was just the beginning." The divine tree was puzzled. Hadn't the system indicated that it was the final chapter? The girl clarified that deep within the universe, there was another unavoidable battle that was about to erupt. Removing her headscarf, she revealed her silver-gray hair and delicate face with ocean-blue eyes. She explained that there was an entity even more powerful than the Dark King targeting this planet. The divine tree's expression turned pale, realizing that the thread promising ascension to the sixth order was not a simple gift after all. Now, the divine tree could only hope that the phrase "about to erupt" implied a time frame of around 10 million years to be reasonable. End of chapter 254. The girl with ash-gray hair spoke in a somber tone. "Someone even more terrifying than the Dark King will soon emerge." The divine tree wasn't afraid, but rather disappointed, as it hadn't had any rest at all. It felt like a tiny slave being exploited by the universe. The divine tree rubbed its eyes. Huh? Has she vanished? It wasn't an illusion, nor a mirage. The divine tree was certain that the girl had used her real body. The divine tree reflected gloomily on her words, that the battle with the Dark King was merely the beginning, and a stronger enemy would soon appear. It was true. Perhaps peace would only come when the divine tree had dominion over the entire universe. However, there was a slight problem. The divine tree didn't know how to fly yet, so it decided to set that issue aside for now. For the time being, it examined the gift, a primordial essence. It looked like a strand of spaghetti, only it glowed and seemed to wriggle on its own. The divine tree now had another reason to grow stronger, making the advancement to the sixth order an absolute necessity. Returning to the divine tree's replica in Sky City, where the replica stood, its consciousness had not yet returned. Though the replica's eyes still gleamed like headlights, it had remained completely motionless for a while. Seeing this, the human experts were also frozen in place. Thinking of leaving? Yale hadn't left yet, so how could they leave? Yalian, who was inherently impatient, could withstand the pressure of death for 5 minutes, but if it were 6, he would undoubtedly lose control. Sure enough, the time exceeded what he could bear. Yalian began to sweat, feeling an intense heat in his heart, and wondered why the mutated tree was AFK. Not only that, but the divine tree's aura and killing intent had diminished significantly. A fierce desire began to stir within Yalian, a desire to strike at the divine tree at this very moment, when it was so vulnerable. If he succeeded, Yalian would become exceedingly famous, and those who once looked down on him would have to view him with newfound respect. Wealth, power, beautiful women, and perhaps even a throne. No one would be able to stop him. The more Yalian thought about it, the more unbearable it became. He kept urging himself, I can do this. I'm a fourth-order super soldier. If I give it everything I've got, even a fifth-order enemy will surely die. He gritted his teeth, and his entire body erupted with pale green spiritual energy. Then, without holding back his killing intent any longer, his spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave. Yalian let out a terrifying roar, his eyes clouded by desire. The super soldiers around him were startled, as the intense killing intent sent chills down their spines. Turning to look, they realized that Yalian had gone mad. A super soldier from the China Federation shouted in alarm, "Yalian, what are you doing?" But Yalian only snarled back, "Get out of my way. I don't care if you get caught in this." Then, with incredible speed, he shot forward, his face twisted with ferocity, aiming straight at the divine tree. Seeing this, the divine elephant and Xiao Ling observed calmly. The divine elephant remarked, "That bastard is trying to ambush the divine tree, Xiao Ling." But Xiao Ling responded indifferently, "Let him be." Yalian charged like a bullet, closing in on the divine tree in an instant. He swung his massive hand in what appeared to be a claw attack, pouring all his spiritual energy into his right arm, making it swell in size and glow with powerful spiritual energy. This was the moment he would make a name for himself. Yalian shouted, "I'll be famous after this." The spot where the divine tree stood exploded, enveloped in Yalian's thick green spiritual energy. Yalian wasn't wrong. If a fourth-order super soldier uses all their strength and lands a full-force blow on an opponent, even a fifth-order being would likely perish. The attack was so powerful that the other soldiers had to step back, cursing loudly, "That madman! He's so desperate for fame that he's lost his mind. This madman is truly detestable." Yul could only click his tongue, realizing that this was the biggest mistake of Yalian's life. Yul leaped into the air, observing the scene below, which had now turned into a cloud of dust and smoke. Being the closest, Yul was the first to witness the aftermath, but his eyes showed no surprise. Yalian had been defeated at the very moment he attacked the mutated tree, his entire body bound tightly by black-purple roots. His limbs hung limply, and Yul knew that all of Yalian's bones had been shattered. His life force was likely already at zero. At this moment, the divine tree finally spoke, "Sorry, something came up that caused a delay." Then, the divine tree tossed Yalian's corpse forward and declared, "He deserved to die. It's over. Let's go." The body landed at Yul's feet. Yul merely looked at it without saying anything, as he had already anticipated this outcome. This was why Yul wasn't surprised. Someone like Yalian, who was arrogant and disrespectful, was bound to meet such an end. And now, a space opened up before Yul. Was he supposed to step into this? The captain of the Dragon Corp, witnessing the scene, shouted loudly, "Are you truly going to betray humanity?" Yul didn't get angry. Instead, he calmly replied, "If humanity wants to survive, we must find new ways out." Then, the true hero stepped into the divine tree's life space. No one could comprehend how noble his sacrifice was, a human's strongest warrior, willing to bear the label of a traitor so that humanity might have one more chance to survive. The divine tree raised its hand and announced that next, they would go to that place. The divine tree retracted the space, then tore open another space for itself, slowly entering. The dream of the blonde-haired man officially came to an end, causing him to grimace and mutter curses under his breath, lamenting that the divine tree hadn't even glanced at them. In the eyes of the mutated tree, they were truly insignificant. On the moon, a large tear appeared in the space, and the divine tree, with its massive form, was slowly squeezing through. Apologies, but within this cosmic space, the divine tree had to conserve its spiritual energy as much as possible. There it was, the laurel tree, shining like crystal. As soon as it saw the divine tree, it cried out in joy, "Master! Finally, I can see you." The divine tree spoke with a tone of sorrow, "Heavens, you are so small and fragile." But the laurel tree disagreed, shouting back, "That's only because you are so huge." Indeed, at this moment, the laurel tree was only as big as one of the divine tree's toes. The divine tree waved a branch and gently covered the laurel tree's head, saying, "We can catch up later. For now, I need to borrow your place for a bit." With that, the divine tree released a stream of refined life essence, allowing the laurel tree to absorb it quickly without losing much of the precious essence. The divine tree then sat down, feeling great about being on the moon like this. It didn't even need to breathe. At this point, the divine tree began to activate the skill Ancient Forest Descent, and a lush green forest began to grow densely around the spot where the divine tree was seated. The feeling of standing on barren ground was truly uncomfortable for the divine tree, but now it felt much better. Someone asked if this forest didn't need air to survive. I think that the respiration and photosynthesis processes of the divine tree species might only require spiritual energy as a substitute, and in turn, they would still produce CO2 and O2. The divine tree gazed at the strand of noodle, knowing that consuming this might not guarantee reaching the sixth order, but it would certainly bring it to the peak of the fifth order. Nonetheless, it decided to go ahead and consume it. Immediately upon absorbing the noodle, a terrifying amount of spiritual energy surged through the divine tree, erecting a massive pillar of energy that shot up into the sky. This was precisely why the divine tree had been reluctant to use the noodle on Earth. It would have drawn too much unwanted attention. Simultaneously, deep within the cosmos, there existed another tree, rooted in the very fabric of the universe. This was the true divine tree, heaven-reaching divine tree. The oldest ancient tree in the universe, its trunk supported the entire cosmos. It drew nutrients from the planets, and each of its leaves recorded the full life cycle of every living being until they died and fell, only to sprout anew when new life was born. This tree had slumbered for millions of years, but had been awakened by the battle between Uziyu and the darkness. Now, Uziyu's breakthrough had once again stirred it. The ancient tree sighed and remarked, "It has grown stronger again." Its eyes slowly opened, blood-red with a black ring around the pupil. At this moment, on the moon, the pillar of spiritual energy from the divine tree stretched tens of thousands of kilometers into the sky, shaking the entire universe. The divine tree below swayed, never before having undergone such a terrifying transformation. The spiritual energy surrounding the divine tree was now an unusual shade of blue. The divine tree's core tried to remain calm, but its eyes were narrowed in what seemed to be indescribable pain. Simultaneously, the divine tree's 8 internal spaces began to open, their energies intertwining. The divine tree exclaimed in surprise, "Are the 9 spaces merging into one?" 9 spaces? I only counted 8, unless we're also considering the external space. In the end, these spaces combined to form a new space, radiating a golden hue and exuding an extremely dense spiritual energy, which poured down onto the divine tree in nourishing streams. Particularly notable was the transformation of the divine tree's heaven eye, now blood-red with a black ring around the pupil. The divine tree looked up into the sky, realizing that its spaces had indeed merged into a single space, and its heaven eye had reached a new level of development. Oh, it seemed to bear a striking resemblance to the eye of that ancient tree. The divine tree decided to examine this new space, suspecting that it might have turned into a chaotic mess inside. However, the scene within left the divine tree astonished. There was a tree inside, towering hundreds of meters high. The spaces had merged and yet remained independent. Was there a tree growing in the midst of these spaces? The other spaces were still there, but they were now being supported by the trunk of a tree, with their connections remaining tightly bound. The divine tree thought to itself, "Each world is nearly 500,000 square kilometers. How wonderful it would be if they could eventually merge into a single world." The laurel tree, sensing the overwhelming power radiating from its master, even stronger than before, asked, "Master, your spiritual energy is even more powerful than before. Have you reached the 6th order?" The divine tree simply replied, "Not yet." At this point, the divine tree had only reached the mid-level of the 5th order, and there was still a long way to go before reaching the 6th order. However, the divine tree had only consumed half of the noodle, so it wouldn't be long before it surpassed the 5th order. Why hadn't the divine tree absorbed it all at once? Perhaps it was because absorbing it all in one go wasn't ideal, as the divine tree understood that it needed to acclimate to the changes brought about by each stage of advancement. A transcendent evolutionary phase consists of initial, mid, and peak levels. Each of these stages, when surpassing the 4th order, brings about significant changes for the individual. Moreover, the duration of this evolutionary process was uncertain. Fortunately, this time there was no dormant phase to reach the mid-level of the 5th order. Suddenly, an overwhelming and overpowering presence shook the divine tree violently. A blood-red eye, so massive that it filled the entire sky, was staring intently at the divine tree. The divine tree's entire being was instantly bathed in its crimson glow, and it looked on in horror as the red eye asked, "Was it you who defeated Gugget?" The laurel tree, terrified, asked the divine tree, "Master, what creature does that eye belong to?" But before it could receive an answer, the gaze of the eye turned directly toward the laurel tree. Flames erupted and began to consume the laurel tree, causing it to scream in terror, "Fire! I'm burning!" In an instant, the ferocious flames had completely incinerated the young laurel tree. Seeing its subordinate being tormented, the divine tree shouted loudly, "Stop!" and unleashed the Ice Age to extinguish the flames. The laurel tree, its entire body scorched and withered, could only scream, "Master, Master, please save me." Even though ice had enveloped the laurel tree, the flames seemed impossible to extinguish. The divine tree's face darkened, unable to believe what was happening, but the flames even began to engulf the divine tree itself. The divine tree was the next target of that ominous eye. Staring directly at the eye above, the divine tree demanded, "Who are you? What do you want?" The eye didn't respond, instead mocking, "This mutated tree is so small and insignificant." Then, from its pupil, the eye fired a beam of red spiritual energy, like a laser. The divine tree was now burning even more fiercely than before, overwhelmed by an irresistible force. The divine tree disintegrated in that deadly fire, and the laser beam even sliced through the moon. Heaven and earth trembled as the blast split the moon in half, turning the entire planet into something like a burning ember. What kind of monstrous power could be this strong? The divine tree opened its eyes, drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. What was that? A nightmare? The divine tree lifted one of its branches to inspect itself. Oh, it turned out the divine tree wasn't dead. It was still alive. Meanwhile, the laurel tree remained intact and was frantically calling out to its master, urgently asking, "Why have you been standing there like that?" Only then did the divine tree realize that what it had just experienced was an illusion. Sweat broke out again, this time in relief. Thank goodness the laurel tree was still alive. But that hallucination had been so incredibly real. The entire moon had been cleaved in two. The divine tree suddenly wondered if that had been some sort of enemy illusion magic. Even after reaching the fifth order, the divine tree had been affected by such an attack. Although it didn't know who was responsible, it was certain that this was a being more terrifying than the darkness itself. Recalling the words of that being, "The battle with the Dark King is just the beginning," the divine tree now understood. Indeed, in the vast depths of this universe, there are entities far more powerful than the Dark King. With this realization, the divine tree decided not to wait any longer. This time, it would fully absorb the remaining half of the noodle. And so, once again, the divine tree erected a colossal pillar of spiritual energy that shook the entire universe, silently vowing that it must become stronger, ever stronger, because the true enemy was lurking out there, somewhere deep in the universe where Yuziu could not yet see. End of chapter 256. The divine tree raised all of its roots and began to thrash wildly in the air. No, it wasn't that the tree was choosing to move on its own. Rather, it was the overwhelming impact of spiritual power surging through it after absorbing the entirety of that sacred noodle. The force from below carried an immense amount of spiritual energy, blowing upward with such intensity that it generated a storm equivalent to a Category 14 hurricane on the moon. The poor laurel tree had to exert all its strength just to anchor its roots to the ground. Otherwise, it would have been blown away. In its mind, the tree couldn't help but marvel at how much stronger its master's spiritual power had become compared to before. What no one knew was that this was also a moment of intense agony for the divine tree. Had the tree not already been a formidable fifth-order being, its entire body would have been torn apart by the sheer force of the spiritual energy. The roots, unable to contain the immense power, flailed about as if they were struggling in their final moments, transforming into wooden dragons that howled towards the heavens. Simultaneously, the tree's trunk itself morphed into another dragon, massive, glowing with a pale blue light, and with eyes that shone brilliantly. Was this the first form of a dragon taking shape? Then, suddenly, lightning struck down from the void, hitting the divine tree with tremendous force. The laurel tree was startled, utterly perplexed by how lightning could even exist in the vacuum of space. But it wasn't just any lightning. It was a colossal, awe-inspiring bolt that completely enveloped the divine tree. The newly formed dragon roared in agony as the biochemical transformation began at the molecular level. And what of the divine tree's core? Grimacing and squinting, the divine tree braced itself against the onslaught. Unlike the divine tree of nearly a decade ago, which would weep whenever it evolved, this tree could now be considered mature, resilient, and strong. Though it still couldn't fly and hadn't developed any pain resistance, the divine tree understood all too well the price that must be paid for the excruciating pain brought on by this biochemical transformation. And that price, it knew, was well worth it. The lightning, carrying millions of volts, relentlessly tore through the divine tree's body. After some time, the laurel tree looked on, sighing as it witnessed the chunks of wood being stripped away, only to regenerate as new layers of wood. Over and over, the divine tree was shattered and rebuilt. The great dragon beneath the divine tree's trunk let out increasingly desperate howls, its cries merging entirely with the deafening crackle of the lightning, creating a sound as if it came from the very depths of hell, a sound that would make anyone's skin crawl with fear. Who would have thought that the lightning could grow even more intense than before? The sheer force of it made even the laurel tree tremble and howl in fear. Was this the climax of the divine tree's evolution? No, it was the end. All that remained in that place was smoke and dust. Fortunately, the laurel tree had just enough time to transform its body into a diamond-like state to resist the lightning's onslaught. But once again, it was shocked. The divine tree had transformed into a new form, larger and seemingly more terrifying, with the appearance of a massive tree growing on the back of an even larger dragon. The sight was so frightening that the laurel tree nearly fainted. The divine tree's body was now several dozen times larger than before, and when compared to it, the laurel tree was now only the size of a fingernail. But that wasn't all. The core of the divine tree had grown a red horn. Without saying a word, the divine tree immediately took out a mirror to examine itself. It actually looks quite good, he thought, although there was a slight concern. Why is the horn off-center? The divine tree also began to assess his own body. The aura he emitted was that of a dragon, and the enormous dragon beneath him was clearly an azure dragon. However, his strength had far surpassed that of any ordinary dragon, countless times over. From his two massive claws, the divine tree attempted to concentrate energy, forming two brilliant blue energy spheres. The system interface appeared, indicating special ability, Holy Energy Sphere. This ability gathers spiritual energy infused with the power of life, possessing destructive power multiplied many times against dark attributes and undead creatures. The divine tree, sensing this power, thought to himself, based on the energy gathered, this destructive force could easily wipe out an entire continent of humanity. The laurel tree below then asked, Master, you've grown even stronger. Could it be that you have now reached transcendent sixth order? The divine tree replied, Not yet. I'm still at the peak of the fifth order. However, the 9 internal spaces have expanded significantly, and in such a short time, my power has multiplied several times over. The laurel tree now understood. It wasn't easy to reach the sixth order. Of course, advancing to the sixth order is akin to graduating from university and being able to start a career. In this world, it signifies a power level that surpasses Earth and allows one to reach out into the universe. The divine tree murmured to himself, Once I return to Earth, I must find that girl and get some clear answers. Could what she said have anything to do with the visions I encountered today? By the way, the divine tree remembered that he had discovered a new planet in the void last time. He also wanted to visit it, but only after everything on Earth had been properly arranged. Reflecting on his subordinate, the laurel tree, the divine tree considered its current state: immortal laurel level, transcendent fourth order innate talent, immortal body. The roots of the immortal laurel spread far and wide, bestowing it with an immortal body capable of endless regeneration. With each fusion, its body grows tougher and more resilient. Special abilities: activate laurel. This ability allows the immortal laurel to actively combine strange spiritual energies, enabling it to both protect itself and launch attacks. Moonlight protection. It can eliminate most negative effects. Laurel shadow projection. The immortal laurel can hide itself in its own shadow, effectively concealing its presence. As the divine tree examined this information, he couldn't help but be impressed. The laurel tree also possessed an immortal body, indestructible and growing stronger with each passing day. If the divine tree didn't exist, it would undoubtedly take his place as the divine tree on Earth. Thinking of Earth, the divine tree realized that he needed to station more people there, continuously gathering new allies. The stronger Earth's forces became, the more they would serve as a solid foundation for the divine tree's future endeavors. It wasn't just humanity that mattered. Even the mutated beasts on Earth had limitless potential for growth. The key was finding talent and nurturing it. The divine tree suddenly had an idea. I can use the roots of the void tree to create a pathway that connects Earth to the laurel tree, he thought. That way, not only can they reach the laurel tree in a short time, but it will also be more convenient for them to find me. Surveying the current space, he noticed that the oxygen levels were still too thin, but that wasn't a big concern. The divine tree believed that with the strength of the mutated beasts under his command, this would not be an issue. He then created a pale blue Huangjia, an illusionary realm, covering an area of several thousand square meters. This should be better, he thought, to retain the oxygen produced by the forest within. Lifting a stone and watching it fall slowly, the divine tree considered that the existence of the laurel tree should not impact Earth, as they were enemies in the past. Moreover, this place needed more gravity. The divine tree pondered, thinking of one of his subordinates. That buffalo demon. All right, I'll leave this task to him. Afterward, the divine tree opened his own space and summoned everyone. The mutated beasts of Misty Mountain were astonished as they emerged, finding themselves in a space entirely different from Earth. The nine-tailed fox raised her head to gaze at the countless stars and asked, Where is this place? Meanwhile, the white tiger, out of habit, charged forward. The divine tree had to use a branch to hold him back, while frantically shouting, Everyone will die. Everyone will die. The golden ant quickly sensed something unusual. He climbed onto the head of the azure dragon formed by the divine tree and declared his intention to strike at the anomaly. The divine tree had to shout, Stop! Once all the necessary members had gathered, the divine tree began to make an announcement. This place, he said, is the moon. The gravity and environment here are entirely different from Earth. The reason I've summoned only a few of you is that there is a task that requires your attention. At Misty Mountain, the moon that night was particularly full and bright. In the blink of an eye, the dinosaurs, the white tiger, and the nine-tailed fox found themselves back at Misty Mountain, leaving the group stunned. The leader, in a stern tone, ordered everyone to disperse and carry out the tasks that their master had assigned them. The divine tree, however, remained on the moon, gazing at the beautiful Earth, which appeared like a gem in the sky. He silently said to himself, I'll leave matters on Earth to you all. I still have work to do here. This work involved transforming the moon into a habitat suitable for living creatures. The entire surface was covered in dust, presenting the divine tree with a difficult challenge. It wasn't just about creating forests. He also had to consider the impact of the moon's transformation on Earth's ecosystem below. For now, the divine tree opened a misty space, prioritizing what needed to be done first. With a summoning command, 2 mist beasts appeared, followed by Yul stepping out. The system interface appeared. Mutated human level, transcendent fourth order innate talent, magnetism control. Has the ability to skillfully manipulate magnetic forces. Special abilities, magnetic field perception. Can sense life force within 100,000 miles using magnetic fields. Metal manipulation. Can control metal in a city to launch attacks. Teleportation. Can teleport through magnetic fields based on Earth's magnetic force. Absorption. Can absorb magnetic forces into the body to perform long-range attacks. Magnetic force enhancement. Uses magnetic forces to enhance the body, increasing strength, durability, and even energy reactions up to 5 times. Counterattack. Can reduce the energy of enemies by 5 to 10 times. Immunity. Can use magnetic forces to eliminate abnormal or extreme temperatures. Magnetic force emission. Can release magnetic energy from the body to withstand high temperatures. As the Divine Tree reviewed this information, he couldn't help but be impressed. Not only does he possess powerful attack methods, he thought, but he also has incredible speed and effective stealth capabilities. Considering the possibility of Xiao Ling fighting against this man, the Divine Tree realized that even with Xiao Ling's formidable fire elemental powers and exceptional close combat skills, Xiao Ling would not be able to defeat him, or even retreat safely. Indeed, this man was truly worthy of the title of the strongest human warrior. End of chapter 257. Only Yule and the Divine Tree remained on this moon. Earlier, Yule had engaged in a trial battle with 2 mist beasts created by the Divine Tree. The battle had concluded, and the Divine Tree spoke. "Do you know why I won?" Yule said nothing, remaining silent and slightly bowing his head, as if respectfully listening to a master's guidance. The Divine Tree continued, "Your power comes from absorption. You possess an extraordinarily powerful magnetic field control. In the battles ahead of us, this unique ability of yours will undoubtedly be essential." The Divine Tree's eyes gleamed like car headlights as it continued. "I need you to use your magnetic force to create wormholes, leading our army across the universe." At that moment, Yule's eyes also lit up, as if he had never encountered such a crazy idea in his life. However, Yule remained silent. The Divine Tree spoke again. "However, doing so will consume an enormous amount of spiritual energy. But no matter, I am here. The days ahead will no longer be mere minor skirmishes on Earth, but grander, larger, and more cosmic battles." Hearing this, Yule involuntarily turned his gaze to the vast universe, with countless stars twinkling. It was so vast that it seemed immeasurable. The Divine Tree would later have Yule frequently dwell in the space of thunder and lightning to cultivate and enhance his abilities. Despite being captivated by the beauty of the universe, Yule did not forget to respond politely, "Yes." The Divine Tree's face was grim. This idea had been brewing in his mind for a long time. The basic principles for creating a black hole were already within his grasp, but the challenge was finding a way to make his magnetic field power strong enough to create a wormhole. After that, they could lead a powerful army to conquer the universe. The Divine Tree could not simply stay in one place, waiting for a stronger force to come and kill him. Only by opening new territories in this vast space, finding opportunities to grow stronger, could the Divine Tree and Misty Mountain's path to survival be ensured. At the vast ocean, under the clear blue sky with white clouds and rippling waters, the marine clan, including the merfolk, was in shock at the sight before them. A male merman leader, with a stern expression, demanded, "Where have you been all this time?" The space fell silent, with only the bubbling sea foam continuing to churn. Standing before him was Elsa, the former queen of the merfolk and also his sister. Elsa's face was equally serious, her eyes blazing with determination. Even upon her return to the ocean, a few loyal guards remained willing to follow her. Her brother reproached her, saying, "When the war between our king and King Yuziu broke out, you were nowhere to be found. Now that the war is over, you return. Aren't you ashamed?" Elsa didn't say much, bluntly declaring that from now on, she represented Misty Mountain. This statement immediately shocked the Marine clan and darkened her brother's face. She even decisively urged her brother to join Misty Mountain. At Misty Mountain, the dense fog shrouding the area indicated that its master was absent. The Flower God was standing behind the Monkey King, both evaluating the warriors in their legion. The strength of these individuals had reached the transcendent third order, and their intelligence had met the required standard. The Flower God excitedly exclaimed, "Excellent! This one has passed the test. Prepare the next one." Meanwhile, the 2 sisters, Xiao Lam, were discussing the leader of the group of apes. Originally, he was a white King Kong, but he had since evolved to resemble a human. However, they found it odd that this humanoid monkey had an unusually long tail, something they had never seen before. Ching Chong suddenly heard his name being called. He turned around and saw the Flower God approaching with a group of mutated apes. What could be the reason for the Flower God's beaming smile? The Flower God dismounted from the back of one of the apes and announced that these ape warriors had been tested, proving to be formidable fighters. From today onwards, they would be entrusted to Ching Chong for training. Ching Chong immediately scratched his head, feeling a bit offended. Did this mean he resembled an ape so much? Meanwhile, the Flower God, noticing his reaction, stammered in surprise, What are you doing?" Oh my, during his free time, had he really created this? A magnificent fortress, though the support base seemed a bit weak. Ching Chong cheerfully explained, "After the master left, A massive pit appeared in the place where he stood. I crafted something there and took my place, in the spot I've always longed for. The flower god, unable to contain her excitement over the beautiful creation, spun around and exclaimed, "Oh my, Ching Chong, you're incredible, absolutely brilliant." Ching Chong, flustered by the praise, blushed and modestly replied that it was nothing special and offered to reserve a room for the flower god on top of the fortress. The flower god then requested, "Could I have a spacious room? That way, the panda can sleep with me." This request utterly shocked Ching Chong. What was this about the flower god? More like flower lust. Ching Chong's spirits immediately plummeted at the thought that his masterpiece would simply become a love nest for these two. Meanwhile, the flower god gleefully ran off to invite the panda to sleep. The panda arrived shortly after, and upon seeing the fortress, he jumped up, praising Ching Chong as a genius. Ching Chong, pleased, offered the panda a room as well. But, of course, the panda demanded an even larger room. This was too much for Ching Chong and the apes. Infuriated, Ching Chong finally snapped, charging at the panda and giving him a good beating. He had had enough. Did they think this was some kind of hotel for them? In the time that followed, mutated beasts from Africa that had surrendered to Misty Mountain were continuously transported from Earth to the moon, along with various spirit stones that had been mined. These spirit stones were then buried deep beneath the moon's surface by the divine tree. As a result, the moon's spiritual energy grew increasingly dense. In a large crater, the divine tree poured a substantial amount of life essence and then used his tree magic to cover the entire lunar surface with a thick layer of roots. The moon now exhibited an unimaginable transformation. Half of it had become so green that it was clearly visible from space. After a day of laboring like a farmer, the divine tree gazed at the scene before him and happily remarked, "Labor is the greatest joy. The feeling of working is truly wonderful." However, the divine tree felt that a single lake of life essence like this was still not enough. He decided to take more from his own life space. The lake then expanded to cover several hectares, shimmering and cool, bringing a sense of peace and tranquility to anyone who saw it. The lake was now ample enough for everyone's use. Yet the divine tree still felt something was missing. If it were up to me, that would be fine wine and beautiful women. But the divine tree had other thoughts. He looked over at the laurel tree and called out to it, commanding, "Use the moonlight to summon the azure dragon and the black wolf, along with the ox demon, the southern ice fish, and the evil dragon, destruction. Let them all come forth." These beings were the main forces of Misty Mountain. In building the moon, their presence was essential. They would play crucial roles in turning the divine tree's dream of conquering the universe into reality. At Misty Mountain, on a beautiful sunny day, the white tiger, instead of sleeping until noon as usual, was fiercely roaring in battle. Its opponent was none other than the fire phoenix, a creature seemingly tamed after the battle with the Australian Legion. The two beasts clashed head-on, but the phoenix had been deceived. How could the phoenix possibly match the sheer hardness of the white tiger's head? Yet, when the two collided, an explosion in midair tore through the space around them. As the dust and smoke cleared, the phoenix remained unscathed, while the white tiger's eyes blazed with intensity as it roared, "Everyone will die." The phoenix, now infuriated, shouted back, "How annoying! Stop saying that." It then began to gather spiritual energy in its mouth, preparing to unleash a thunderous strike. A deadly yellow bolt of lightning crackled through the air, but the white tiger, having mastered the space around it, easily dodged these long-range attacks with agility. However, that blast had already caused significant damage to an area of Misty Mountain. A massive explosion had occurred, and the white tiger suddenly realized with horror, wasn't this supposed to be just a practice match? The fire phoenix, now truly enraged, roared, "I don't care what you're trying to do with me. I won't let you touch me again. You've pushed me too far this time." And wasn't this the beast known as destruction, in the words of the divine tree? End of chapter 258. Phoenix and the white tiger were entangled in a fierce struggle, each determined to prove their superiority. The phoenix repeatedly let out loud cries of frustration, expressing its dissatisfaction, believing that the white tiger was utterly obnoxious for constantly provoking it. Eventually, the phoenix, burning with rage, decided it would have to settle this once and for all with this insolent tiger. The phoenix exclaimed that it was unbelievable that the divine tree would even consider accepting such a foolish subordinate. Hearing these words, the white tiger also became enraged. The idea that someone would dare to insult him by denigrating his master was unforgivable. The white tiger immediately retorted with a long, furious outburst. "Everyone will die, everyone will die, everyone will die," while simultaneously gathering a brilliant ball of spiritual energy in its mouth. This was the prelude to a new combo attack the white tiger was preparing. However, Xiao Lam suddenly appeared and delivered a powerful punch right into the white tiger's mouth, telling him to shut up. The white tiger, stunned and in pain, nearly burst into tears and immediately ceased its attack. It turned out that Xiao Lam had noticed that the white tiger's actions were becoming increasingly sluggish and were veering off in an unintended direction, so he wrote Aki to intervene promptly. They had come to recruit the phoenix, who, as it turned out, was not yet a member of Misty Mountain. The previous time it had joined forces to attack the Dark King was purely for its own survival. Xiao Lam apologized to the phoenix and explained that the tiger meant no hostility. He simply could only utter one phrase, "Everyone will die," and nothing else. Damn it, who assigned this white tiger to a diplomatic mission anyway? Even though the phoenix's eyes were still blazing, its anger subsided somewhat after Xiao Lam's apology, but it remained wary. The phoenix asked, "If you're not here to wage war, then what? Don't forget, when fighting against the darkness, I helped you." Aki then responded, "I know, that's why this time, we're here to invite you." Xiao Lam, arms crossed and speaking with sincere words, continued, "Join Misty Mountain." The phoenix fell silent, staring straight into Xiao Lam's eyes, searching for any hidden motive behind his words. On the moon, Laurel was urgently calling out to his master, informing the divine tree that Xiao Lam had just sent good news, the successful persuasion of the fire phoenix to join Misty Mountain. Upon hearing this, the divine tree was startled, almost thinking it had misheard. Had one of the legendary sacred beasts really agreed to join Misty Mountain? Reflecting on it, the divine tree recalled that this phoenix seemed to evolve from a vulture or something. Could it be a mutated form? Laurel also mentioned that they were already on their way. Indeed, the phoenix had joined Misty Mountain and secured a place in the team sent to establish a presence on the moon. The Legion of Apes, known for their dexterity and extraordinary strength, were the top priority. The phoenix, with its sharp eyes, observed the leader of the apes. It immediately recognized that beneath the ape leader's seemingly frail appearance lay a terrifyingly powerful source of spiritual energy, completely different from the outward impression it gave. In fact, the entire Misty Mountain seemed to be a camp of the strong. Suddenly, the space around them began to tear open, shocking the phoenix. Can space really be torn apart? It stammered, as this scene overturned everything it knew. A space opening up, within another space? Noticing the phoenix's alarm, the ape leader explained that this was the gateway to heaven, and their master was waiting for them on the other side. The phoenix fell silent, deciding that although it had once been a ruler in its own right, it was clear that no matter how highly it regarded Misty Mountain, it still wasn't enough. Whatever anyone said, it would follow suit. Ching Chong stood on a high ledge, organizing the mutated beasts into a formation. The path was narrow, so they needed to line up and proceed in an orderly manner. At that moment, they noticed something unexpected on the moon, a vast ocean with crystal clear water, as blue as the oceans on Earth. The simulation was surprisingly accurate. It turned out that the divine tree had used water extracted from melting ice in a frigid space to create this ocean. Who knows how much ice the divine tree needed? Yet, despite this effort, the divine tree still felt that this ocean seemed somewhat artificial. The vegetation also withered quickly, requiring a constant supply of spiritual energy to maintain its vitality. Lost in deep thought, the divine tree was suddenly startled by a loud howl. It came from a spatial rift, and the first creature to eagerly leap out was the mutated phoenix, followed by the massive ape legion, demon bulls, ice dragons, Ching Chong, and even crocodiles. Everyone had arrived. From this location, Earth was visible in the distance, and for Ching Chong, it was the first time witnessing such a scene. He couldn't help but be amazed. The divine tree announced, "I've used my spiritual energy to seal the entire moon. Therefore, oxygen can still be sustained on this planet, though it's quite thin. But with your strength, you should be able to survive here for a few days even without oxygen, right?" The divine tree then turned its gaze to the fiery red bird and asked, "Are you the phoenix?" The phoenix remained silent and bowed its head. Although it was a fearsome beast, ranked second on the continent, it dared not show any arrogance in front of someone who had slain the Dark King. The divine tree remarked, "I didn't expect you to join us." The phoenix finally spoke, "I've only just joined, and I didn't expect you to have grown even stronger since last time." Inwardly, the phoenix was in awe, feeling that the divine tree was becoming more like a god than a typical mutated tree. The overwhelming aura and the vast gap in power between it and the divine tree were terrifying, commanding both fear and respect. The divine tree immediately glanced at the phoenix's status information. Transcendent Phoenix, Level 4. Bloodline. Phoenix bloodline, an ancient and mysterious lineage, the true king of all birds. Talent, immortal life, energy feathers, each feather seemingly alive, capable of splitting millions of times, transforming into feather swords. Special traits. Feather sword, each feather as sharp as a sword, able to cut through anything. Immersed in fire, after using the energy of the feathers to transform into fire, capable of neutralizing any attack. Protective light, the body can transform into countless feathers, resisting any external attacks. The divine tree's eyes gleamed brightly as he realized that yet another precious treasure had appeared among his ranks. This bird was truly deserving of the title King of Birds, as its attributes were in no way inferior to those of the nine-tailed fox. Without hesitation, The divine tree immediately granted the phoenix a residence in the dark space and simultaneously entrusted him with command over the Sky Clan Legion. Hearing this, the phoenix's heart was moved. He hadn't expected that after just one meeting, the divine tree would place such direct trust and responsibility in him. With nothing more to say, the phoenix immediately bowed deeply in a gesture of respect and declared, "In this lifetime, I vow to fight only for the divine tree." Faced with such a solemn gesture of reverence and loyalty, the divine tree couldn't help but feel slightly embarrassed. It was clear that this bird was far more noble than his old subordinates, but only time would tell what the phoenix could truly accomplish. Unlike his old followers, who had proven themselves through actions rather than words, this new recruit would need to demonstrate his worth. A few days passed, and the divine tree hadn't assigned any specific tasks yet, wanting his subordinates to first familiarize themselves with their new surroundings and take some time to rest. The lake in this area had been named the Evolution Lake, its surface shimmering with a soothing green hue, and the air around it carried a sweet fragrance, as if thousands of candy drops had been dissolved in the water. The phoenix couldn't resist diving in for a bath. Damn, he was already addicted. This water didn't just heal wounds. It directly strengthened the bones and improved the physical condition of any mutated beast that touched it. It truly was a divine substance. Within just a few days, a strange city began to emerge. Each building resembled a fortress. The divine tree asked Ching Chong what he was up to, and it turned out that he was creating structures similar to those on Misty Mountain. However, the ground here was harder and more barren, so it would take more time. Yet, with Ching Chong's current skills, he could build these structures whenever he wished. He then bowed, presenting his creation to the divine tree and naming the dark city Divine Bamboo Flower. The divine tree was speechless. The name sounded ridiculous, and he didn't like it one bit. He ordered Ching Chong to remove the useless nameplate immediately. Ching Chong was a bit surprised and disappointed, not expecting the divine tree to be so hard to please when it came to aesthetics and language, especially considering how much praise he had received at Misty Mountain. The divine tree returned to his place and resumed another task. Although he didn't directly engage in any specific activities, there were countless things that needed his attention. The divine tree carefully raised two fruits, one of darkness and one of light. The value of these fruits was immeasurable. They were the culmination of the divine tree's cultivation of the attributes of darkness and light. These fruits could significantly enhance one's talents, directly converting them into life essence for any being that consumed them. So far, every creature that had ingested an elemental fruit quickly rose to the level of a transcendent master, as seen with Ching Chong and the Ice Dragon. But now the question was, to whom should he give these fruits? After pondering for a long time, the divine tree finally identified the two most suitable candidates. End of chapter 259. The divine tree looked at the two spirit fruits in its hands. First, the dark fruit was well suited for two individuals, the purple tiger and Lan Feng. However, when it came to merit, the purple tiger couldn't compare to the other one. Lan Feng was one of the earliest members of Misty Mountain. Despite his cold demeanor, he had a warm heart. Together with his sister, the two siblings were highly skilled in caring for young beasts. In the Misty Mountain range, whenever any mutated beast fell ill, they would seek out these two first. More importantly, the next generation and the new arrivals of Misty Mountain were all very close to this brother and sister duo. On the other hand, the dark tiger possessed formidable combat abilities. If the divine tree were to give this fruit to it, there's no doubt it would achieve great progress in upgrading its combat power and become an essential part of the Legion, which was incredibly significant. The divine tree broke out in a sweat, realizing that being a leader was no easy task. Deep down, the divine tree leaned more toward Lan Feng's contributions. The divine tree also thought that if it gave the fruit to one, the other would surely complain, so it was probably best not to give it to anyone. Then, the divine tree turned its gaze to the light fruit. Everyone likely remembered the power a mutated beast gained when it absorbed a single spirit crystal flower. But this was a fruit. Its effects were surely many times greater than that of the crystal flower. The divine tree looked at it in awe. The light element, the most terrifying element, with its devastating destructive power and the speed of light. It was hard to imagine how powerful someone would become after consuming this fruit. The divine tree knew that any of its subordinates would want this fruit, so it made a decision. The divine tree turned to the laurel tree and said, "Hey, Laurel, could you do me a favor?" The laurel tree, surprised, didn't know what to expect. The divine tree's eyes shone like stars as it declared, "An important announcement for Misty Mountain. In 3 months, we will hold a competition there. All monsters level 4 and below can participate. The first place winner will receive the light attribute fruit. As for the second place winner, I will personally bestow upon them a valuable lesson." The divine tree blushed slightly, embarrassed, and added, "Remember, when making the announcement, be sure to emphasize the dangers and the immense potential value of the light fruit. Also, Do everything you can to attract as many participants as possible. When the time comes, I'll also be there to watch the battle. The laurel tree, puzzled, couldn't quite understand. Dangerous yet valuable? And what's with that expression on the master's face? Regret, perhaps? Then the divine tree remembered something and instructed the laurel tree not to forget to invite humans to participate as well, if they wished. The more, the merrier, after all. Of course, this was also part of a larger scheme to promote the image of Misty Mountain and attract talented individuals. The laurel tree thought to itself that the white tiger would surely cause a ruckus. After all, this fruit suited him quite well. The divine tree then left, leaving only the laurel tree behind, gazing at the starry sky, though perhaps it was only because it couldn't move. Later, when the moonlight illuminated the earth, spreading the message far and wide, the entire planet became abuzz with excitement. The allure of the light fruit was simply irresistible. Upon hearing the news, the moles gathered together to discuss it. So, you've heard, right? In 3 months, Misty Mountain will host a competition where everyone will battle for that priceless fruit, right? Damn, that's a competition where everyone will participate, and losing means facing some truly painful challenges, some murmured, their voices tinged with fear. The Mole King, having reached the transcendent third order, lay lazily as his underlings chattered. After hearing the full story, his eyes gleamed. He had 3 eyes, so clearly, he was no ordinary creature. The golden markings on his body suggested a natural affinity with lightning or light. His eyes sparkled as he muttered, "If I could get my hands on that light fruit." Suddenly, the moles turned to their king and asked, "What is an elemental fruit?" The Mole King explained that it was like a ball. The moles didn't quite understand but thought that if they got that ball, the whole group could play together. The Mole King broke out in a sweat, thinking how absurd it was to compare an elemental fruit to a mere ball. Nevertheless, under the leadership of the Mole King, the whole mole clan began making flags and slogans for cheering. The Mole King declared, "If I win this battle, each of you will get a ball to play with." This declaration ignited a wave of excitement among the moles, who enthusiastically chanted, "Go, great king! Go, great king!" At the panda's place, Big Brother Panda was lounging comfortably atop a mountain of bamboo shoots, munching away happily like a child. What was frustrating was that he was eating right in front of his subordinates, leaving them drooling with envy. They all thought how lucky their boss was, feasting on a mountain of fresh bamboo every day. They wished they could live like that too. Suddenly, a Federation knight from China burst through the door in a hurry and exclaimed, "This is bad. Something's happened." This startled Big Brother Panda, who immediately roared, "Who? Who stole my bamboo shoots?" The knight cursed loudly, "Is that all you care about?" It turned out that Cheesy had arrived, and naturally, with his face looking like he was heartbroken, everyone who saw him was terrified. Big Brother Panda welcomed his younger brother in the grand hall reserved for guests. He sat on a high platform, flanked by 2 rows of his underlings, a scene that truly exuded the air of a genuine gangster boss. Big Brother Panda remained silent and stern as he looked at his youngest brother. Cheesy couldn't hold back and blurted out, "Big Brother, you look so impressive." Big Brother Panda blushed. It was clear that he did everything just to hear those words. Since Cheesy had been so considerate, Big Brother Panda softened his tone and asked, "Little brother, is there something you need from me?" Cheesy put his hands on his hips, his face turning arrogant as he said, "Haha, I'm afraid if I tell you, you might wet your pants, Big Brother." Then, Cheesy proceeded to tell his brother about the event being organized by Misty Mountain, where the first place winner would receive the light fruit. However, only mutated beasts below the 4th order were allowed to participate. Big Brother Panda immediately fell into deep thought. The so-called light fruit, elemental spirit flowers were already considered legendary items, and now there was a light fruit. Its value was beyond measure. Cheesy added that this time, he had come to borrow strength from his elder brother. At this moment, Cheesy blushed as well, feeling that he was being quite bold, and then said, "I want to obtain the light fruit and become stronger." As expected, the later words seemed to go in one ear and out the other for Big Brother Panda, with only one phrase remaining in his mind. Light fruit. This phrase also left the captain of the Iron Knights stunned. Cheesy, meanwhile, was anxiously waiting for his brother's response. Finally, Big Brother Panda asked, "Does it taste good?" This question made both the knight beside him and Cheesy break out in a cold sweat. The knight shouted, "Boss, isn't that the treasure born from the divine tree that's being talked about all over the world? Eating it wouldn't just allow someone to leap from the 3rd to the 4th order. Most importantly, it could transform you into a being of pure light, a being with an elemental body." Big Brother Panda praised it, saying that it was indeed something extraordinary. Of course, it was extraordinary. However, even between blood brothers, business is still business. Big Brother Panda asked, "If I help you, what's in it for me?" Cheesy immediately put on an innocent face, his eyes sparkling as he replied, "You will always be the best big brother to me." As soon as those words left his mouth, Cheesy found himself being choked almost to death by a headlock. He quickly interrupted, saying that if he won first place, he would definitely share half of the fruit with his big brother. "Now let go. I'm about to die." Meanwhile, the white tiger was roaring loudly. Xiao Lam, speaking on behalf of the white tiger, declared to the other tigers below that the first 100 participants in the competition would receive gifts. The other tigers were skeptical, wondering if it could really be true since 100 was such a large number. But the dark tiger roared, asserting that if the big brother said there would be gifts, then there surely would be. For the record, the big brother was none other than the white tiger. Xiao Lam continued to encourage them, saying that this time, they had to demonstrate the might of the tiger clan at Misty Mountain. This was their chance to make a name for themselves in this land. Feeling a bit embarrassed by his own grandiose words, Xiao Lam shyly asked the white tiger if what he said was all right. The white tiger was very pleased and chuckled in approval. Still at Misty Mountain, the golden ant was speaking in front of a giant ant, saying that in 3 months, he would send this younger one off. The golden ant's voice was stern as he commanded that there would be no option but to win. Defeat was not permissible. As soon as these words were spoken, the ants let out a terrifying roar, showing their unwavering determination. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox was speaking to its younger sibling, asking, "Are you ready?" The snow-white fox immediately replied, "I will defeat them all and take the championship." The golden monkey, too, was filled with determination and declared that this time, he must obtain that light fruit. The bear clan at the northern border was also determined not to let the fruit fall into the hands of another clan. Even the 2 underwater wardens of Misty Mountain wanted to participate, though they were so cautious that they were already fearful of the powerful opponents they would face. End of chapter 260. In a world brimming with extraordinary abilities and spiritual energy, a powerful being named Yuziyu has created a mystical fruit known as the light fruit by condensing his own essence. This fruit contains an immense amount of spiritual energy and power, offering extraordinary effects to those who consume it. Over time, this miraculous fruit began to spread widely in the human world. Whether it was a third-order mutated beast or a human, anyone who ate the light fruit could immediately ascend to the transcendent fourth order. The appearance of this fruit inevitably sparked a series of struggles and conflicts. Neither humans nor mutated beasts wanted to miss the opportunity to become stronger. Half a month later, in a human city, there were recent reports from the Misty Mountains about a competition, where the reward for the first place was an elemental fruit. However, whether this is true or not remains uncertain, as reporters continue to follow the event. On the large screens in crowded areas, images of the light fruit have been displayed. Perhaps this is an image or video that the divine tree actively sent to them. At a certain mansion, Longer was being trained by his grandfather. The old man stood on high, while Longer stood below, surrounded by swirling dust. Longer, with blood-red hair reaching down to his waist and a muscular, toned body, said, "I just finished my training." The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "You've heard about the competition in the Misty Mountains, right? With your unrivaled strength at the third order, do you have the confidence to take the first place?" After hearing this, Longer scratched his head and said regretfully that they were not from Misty Mountain, expressing his disappointment. As soon as these words left his mouth, his grandfather rushed over and delivered a devastating punch, almost causing Longer's eyes to pop out. The old man yelled, "You fool, isn't it enough just to participate?" The grandfather pointed at Longer's face and shouted loudly, "Even while we're speaking, who knows how many people are already rushing to the Misty Mountains? Even if you have to sign a contract, it doesn't matter. Once you reach the fourth order, even if you don't return, you'll still be able to protect the Long family for 100 years. And that was also the only way for Longer to protect those he needed to safeguard. Hearing these words, Longer's face fell, realizing the truth in his grandfather's words. He knelt down and said, "Grandfather, I understand." He then boldly declared that he had always longed to fight against other powerful warriors. After years of martial training, his strength was sufficient, and now it was time for Longer to test the limits of his abilities. Seeing this attitude, his grandfather was pleased and nodded in approval. Meanwhile, at the observatory, a student was excitedly telling his teacher that he had seen a vast ancient forest on the moon, surrounded by dense mist. The teacher quickly scolded him, saying that he shouldn't be shouting such nonsense so loudly, especially since he had sneaked into the observatory through the back door. On the moon, the laurel tree was reporting to its master, "Master, as of now, the number of participants in the competition has exceeded 2,000. In addition to those from the Misty Mountains, there are also hundreds of outsiders with transcendent third-order strength. Currently, they have all been accommodated at Ching Chong's immortal residence." The divine tree narrowed his eyes, realizing that the number of participants was far greater than he had anticipated. He wondered how many of the top 100 would be from the Misty Mountain, and what intrigued him the most was the ranking of the humans in this competition. Where would they end up? Time passed quickly, and another month went by. During this month, a large number of mutated beasts continued to gather in the Misty Mountains. Aki, from the Misty Mountain Air Squadron, had been working at full capacity during this period, constantly patrolling the skies to monitor and ensure the security of the area. Below, countless powerful mutated beasts from all over had arrived, roaring and shoving each other. Among them was a particularly formidable-looking creature, a mutated claw bear, with a belly emitting yellow lightning. When the humans saw it, they were filled with dread. This was a claw bear, an evolved species from the Kodiak bears of the island. Its strength was overwhelming, and if one failed to react quickly, they would be slashed in half on the spot. And standing on the back of this bear was a member of the three-eyed tribe. Damn it! This sight caused the nearby experts to break out in a cold sweat. A creature as powerful as the claw bear was merely his mount. Did they still have any chance of victory? Suddenly, a large foot stomped the ground, crushing it beneath its weight, and a massive snow bear appeared, its bright eyes fixed intently on the claw bear. The claw bear immediately sensed the killing intent and returned the gaze. The onlookers remained silent, observing carefully, for the newcomer was no ordinary creature. It was the thunder bear of Misty Mountain, a colossal beast and one of their border guardians. Instantly, the two bears exchanged fierce, electrifying glances. Although the people around said nothing, they secretly hoped for a brutal fight, wishing that both terrifying beasts would injure each other, which would increase their chances of victory. The claw bear's entire body radiated spiritual energy, its eyes glaring menacingly at the approaching threat. The thunder bear of Misty Mountain was equally unyielding, growling fiercely with a menacing expression. Meanwhile, the three-eyed man remained completely indifferent, as if this situation had nothing to do with him. But, damn it, it turned out that the two beasts had just pulled off a move like brothers from another mother. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly brightened with this display of camaraderie, and the people almost fainted from shock. Seriously, what were these two bears doing? Then, another powerful figure emerged behind them, a purple tiger. As soon as it appeared, it commanded, "Move aside, humans." Although it didn't roar, its domineering and aggressive aura pressed down on the humans, making them feel overwhelmed. Even the seasoned warriors from Central Asia were astonished, realizing that this beast was the infamous dark tiger from the legends. Soon after, a snow fox appeared, gracefully perched on a rock with its two tails swaying elegantly. The fox exuded an extraordinary presence, and beneath it were other mutated beasts of Misty Mountain. The snow fox was indeed stunningly beautiful, but no one dared to consider it as a pet, knowing full well that this creature was beyond their reach. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. The people initially thought it was an earthquake, but it wasn't. A titan emerged, towering several tens of meters high. Each step it took caused the ground to quake, and any careless movement could result in casualties. Once again, the humans were confronted with yet another legendary race. Damn it, they had decided to participate in this competition despite anticipating difficulty, but it seemed that the challenges were far greater than they had imagined. And at this moment, Longer, the pride of the Long clan, began to sniffle, thinking, "Grandfather, I'm sorry for letting you down." A muscular man standing next to him remarked, "It seems like all the titans have gathered here. Looks like we don't stand a chance, huh?" He then turned to Longer and asked if the kid was here to compete or just to observe. Before Longer could respond, the man continued talking, "Looks like you've only reached the transcendent first order. This place is very dangerous for someone like you." He then immediately bent down, leaned in close to Longer's ear, and whispered that he should hand over some spirit stones, and in return, he would protect him. Longer stared at him as if he were one of the thugs from the neighborhood, and coldly declared, "I think you'll be the one to die here before I do." The big guy, his pride wounded, angrily retorted, "You brat, are you looking to die? How dare you look down on me?" But just at that moment, the sky tore open, a bright crack forming and expanding, accompanied by the sound of shattering glass. End of chapter 261. Thousands of mutated beasts below all turned their gaze toward the expanding rift in space. After a moment, the sound of cracking, like shattering glass, ceased. A towering, colossal figure emerged from the rift, a purple creature exuding a terrifying aura that oppressed everything around it. The mutated beasts and humans below immediately broke out in cold sweat, witnessing a powerful being stepping out from the spatial fissure. It was the divine tree, in the form of a massive purple serpent, coiling its body and gazing down upon the thousands of beings below. The three-eyed man instantly recognized it as the purple serpent that had once appeared on television, the very creature that had stretched its body from Earth to the moon. And then, there was the towering titan, whose eyes lit up as he assumed that the divine tree was one of the powerhouses of his clan. Perhaps, in his mind, anything large must be a member of the Titan race? In the presence of the majestic divine tree, all were silent. The spiritual energy it radiated was truly overwhelming, unlike that of an ordinary, powerful, mutated beast. Longer realized his judgment was correct. Indeed, the master of this place was also a mutated beast from the Misty Mountains. Suddenly, the Titan's massive foot began to move, causing everyone to scatter in a panic, knowing that if they weren't careful, they would be crushed to death by this enormous creature. Unexpectedly, the Titan knelt before the divine tree with great reverence, greeting it as his elder. Damn it. Even the divine tree was perplexed and asked, "Are you really my descendant?" The Titan looked up and calmly replied, "I only recently awakened my Titan bloodline. Since it's impure, it's understandable that you might not recognize it." The divine tree understood now. Its form must have caused this misunderstanding. Silently, the divine tree observed the attributes of the being before it. Divine attribute, mountain god. Connected to the mountain ranges, possessing the strength of millions of mountains, and endowed with the attribute of immortality. Indeed, this one was no ordinary being, a divine class creature, though regrettably unawakened. But that was of no consequence. As long as the attributes were favorable, the divine tree considered all such beings its descendants. There was no need to prove anything further, so the divine tree simply said, "I currently reside in the rear of the world. You should establish a bond with the divine tree. If anything arises, you may seek it out. I will also be watching over you in this battle, so do your best." Hearing these reassuring words from his elder, the Titan was filled with excitement and enthusiastically responded, "Yes, sir." After that, the divine tree ordered Ching Chong to begin shaping the land. The entire terrain immediately began to tremble, causing countless creatures to tumble over in panic. They could hardly fathom what kind of immense and powerful force could wield such authority. The three-eyed man observed for a moment, noticing that the ground was undergoing a transformation. What was once dense with trees now morphed into a vast, circular arena, likely several thousand meters in radius. The mutated beasts were pushed to the outskirts, and this training ground filled Longer with awe. It was 1,000 times larger than the training grounds at his home. At that moment, the divine tree stretched itself into the sky and boldly declared the commencement of the battle. This is the grand event of Misty Mountain. Here, we gather the strongest from various races. The top 108 will receive rewards, and the higher the rank, the more plentiful the rewards. The top 20 will have the privilege to meet the divine tree. The divine tree then pulled out a fruit of light, stating, "As promised, the one who comes out on top will receive this fruit." Instantly, the fruit emitted a brilliant light, radiating in all directions, a pure and dazzling light unlike anything they had ever seen. This sight caused a stir among the crowd. The fruit of light was indeed real, and it was right before their eyes. Longer was astonished. This was truly the fruit of light. Meanwhile, the Rat King snorted smoke from his nostrils, declaring that he would obtain this precious fruit no matter what. The divine tree continued to announce the rules of the competition. The format of the competition is simple. First, there will be an assessment round. After this round, the top 1,000 will qualify. Then, 108 of those will be defeated in one-on-one duels until only one remains. After delivering this speech, the divine tree signaled the bull demon to take action. The bull demon, with its 4 glowing horns, immediately complied. It marched to the center of the arena and bellowed, "The first round is very simple. As long as the first 1,000 of you reach me, you will qualify. I will stand here and wait for you. But of course, you must do so within the allotted time." With that, Ching Chong created a large hourglass that rose from the ground. 2 mutated birds assessed the situation, concluding that this first round would prioritize speed, which would likely give them an advantage over other species. However, 2 mutated cheetahs were even more confident. Even before mutation, they were the pinnacle of speed in the animal kingdom. Now, after mutation, they could achieve speeds comparable to the sound barrier. Longer silently prayed to his ancestors, hoping they would bless him to pass this test. For the panda tribe, however, this situation spelled despair. The Cheesy brothers exchanged a desperate look. The sharp-toothed panda believed that everything was over from the very first round, seeing no way to achieve victory. Cheesy, sweating profusely, tried to calm him down, saying, "Stay calm." The ant tribe, as always, was aggressive, not caring whether it was about speed or strength. As long as there was a fight, they were in. The snow bear, on the other hand, remained calm, with a confident glint in its eyes, even though everyone knew it moved at the speed of a bicycle. The white fox furrowed its brow, observing the situation, its mind racing with countless calculations. Meanwhile, The three-eyed man and his bear were eerily silent. In general, all the mutated creatures participating were caught off guard. Who could have guessed that speed would be the first test? At that precise moment, the bull demon bellowed, "I declare the competition begins." As soon as these words were spoken, thousands of mutated beasts roared in unison and charged forward. The charging bulls were the most frenzied of all, using their speed to trample other beasts. But damn it, one charging bull rammed into a rhinoceros's rear and was flung aside. The mutated beasts piled on top of each other as they raced ahead, the circle shrinking smaller and smaller. The agile leopards indeed began to show their advantage, leaping over other beasts as they surged forward. However, there were other formidable competitors in this race, the mutated horses, fierce creatures that had dominated the plains and semi-savanna forests. They galloped at full speed, covering dozens of meters with each stride. But even they couldn't compare to the birds in the sky. "Easy money," laughed a brown bird loudly, exclaiming, "Ha, you all are too slow." Longer, running alongside the hulking figure, cursed repeatedly. Why are these mutated beasts so freakishly strong? At this rate, how can humanity ever hope to win? The panda contestant with the pink scarf, running and sweating profusely, was leading the pack. Wait, no. Everyone had already overtaken him. He cried out in despair, I give up. I can't do this." It was time. The divine tree commanded the bull demon to begin using gravity. The bull demon obeyed, channeling his spiritual energy, and his muscles tensed as he unleashed tenfold gravity. The entire space around them suddenly became incredibly heavy, pulling everything violently toward the ground within a radius that covered the entire gigantic arena. Of course, this was not the full extent of the bull demon's power. This was merely a game to him. But under the overwhelming force of this mutated strength, every creature was pinned to the ground. The larger beasts, like the rhinoceroses, were the first to collapse, their roars echoing everywhere. The bull demon snorted, feeling quite satisfied with the power of his move. End of chapter 262. The Minotaur stood in the center and initiated the competition, but he was following the commands of the divine tree. He created a field of enhanced gravity over the entire arena. Look, even the ground beneath his feet was beginning to crack. Thousands of mutated beasts charging toward him were suddenly halted in their tracks. Who said this competition was just about speed? That's merely what you all imagined. The heavy, hulking beasts were the first to struggle. If their bones weren't sturdy enough, they would certainly be crushed under the pressure. The unluckiest one was that poor giraffe. Its neck was on the verge of snapping in two. Meanwhile, over here, the wolf, sheep, and camel were yelling at each other in a chaotic mess. "It's just a misunderstanding, my friend," one of them said. "I had no intention of blocking your path." The humans participating in the competition were also straining themselves to the limit. This was the moment for them to summon their strength. They needed to move under the intense magnetic force bearing down on them. It was truly a harsh ordeal. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves beforehand, they could never have imagined it would be this grueling. The Minotaur observed the scene and noticed that most of the mutated beasts couldn't withstand the pressure. However, a few of them were exceeding his expectations. Longer felt as though he were being blessed by his ancestors, and the gravity seemed to have little effect on him. Without hesitation, Longer seized the opportunity and sprinted forward as quickly as he could. The next beast to surprise everyone was the panda, lagging behind all the others. Yet, despite its slow pace, it was moving effortlessly on all fours. Clearly, the gravity was not weighing it down much either. Suddenly, a savage shadow appeared beside the panda. Several tigers violently shoved it aside. These were the purple tiger and other members of the tiger clan. They were also subjected to the intense gravity, but what allowed them to keep moving was not ancestral blessings or sheer luck, it was the sheer power of their muscles. This guy, seeing the tigers moving so quickly, became alarmed. But it wasn't just them. Even the orangutans ahead were managing to push through the intense gravity using their physical strength. Then, he was left utterly bewildered as the sky seemed to darken. He and his companion looked up, and Longer clicked his tongue in disbelief. A gigantic mutated beast was blocking out the sky. What on earth was that thing? A turtle? Those in its path immediately had to scramble to the sides if they didn't want to be crushed into dust. However, even the turtle might need to move aside because something even larger, at least 10 times its size, was approaching. It was the Titan. The smaller creatures could only see its massive foot stomping down. Longer sighed in exasperation. Even 100 of my steps couldn't match just one of his. He told himself he had to try harder. The muscular brute behind him had the same thought. They didn't realize that for a being of such enormous size, each of the Titan's steps required an immense effort. This competition was actually quite fair. The larger you were, the harder it was to move. The divine tree observed the scene and noticed that far more mutated beasts had passed the test than expected, so it instructed the Minotaur to increase the gravity. The gravity field was then upgraded to 20 times normal, and the energy that powered it shifted from purple to golden. Those mutated beasts that had barely been able to move earlier were now completely immobilized. Their heads were pinned to the ground, and even their tongues were stuck to the earth, rendering them unable to curse as they had before. The weaker humans suffered internal injuries and spat blood on the spot. The giant snake seemed to have given up on the competition entirely. Even the purple tiger, though not pressed down to the ground, had begun to slow down significantly, forcing itself to take one painstaking step at a time. The divine tree surveyed the scene with satisfaction. Now things were finally about to get interesting. The wind wolf and the bull trudged along together, both of them coughing up blood. The gravity was like a monstrous force pulling their insides downward. It was known that muscles could be powerful, but internal organs were fragile. If one didn't know how to protect them with spiritual energy, the organs would be the first to suffer damage. This competition wasn't just for the strong. It was for the wise and the skillful as well. Despite having slowed down significantly, the snow bear still proved to be a formidable species, inching forward with great difficulty. Longer was also moving, albeit at a painfully slow pace. His lungs were damaged, fresh blood oozed from his mouth, and breathing had become quite challenging. Yet he remained determined to press on. Cheesy's underlings, on the other hand, began to regret coming here. Although the panda could still move, the exhaustion was overwhelming. Forcing a panda to endure fatigue and hard labor was nothing short of a cruel punishment. At this moment, the divine tree noticed something rather intriguing and felt a hint of doubt. Is that a four-winged bird? It appeared to be flying under the intense X-20 gravity. Immediately, an information panel popped up. Immortal Blood Raven rank. Transcendent Third Order. Innate ability. Immortal Blood Raven. This is no ordinary creature. The Immortal Blood Raven is composed of countless droplets of blood. Each droplet is a powerful life form and also constitutes the life force of the entire Blood Raven. When the Blood Raven is attacked and can no longer withstand it, it will self-detonate and die, but the blood droplets will remain. These droplets will quickly regenerate into a new Blood Raven, ready to fight once more. Special skill, Life Drain. When injured or near death, the Immortal Blood Raven will explode, threatening everyone within sight with its immense power. Key feature. The Immortal Blood Raven can continuously regenerate from its own blood droplets. After regeneration, it becomes stronger with enhanced offensive capabilities. Note: caution is advised, as each droplet of its blood can regenerate into another Blood Raven. The divine tree thought it had discovered a fascinating mutated beast. This Blood Raven is truly interesting. It's a being composed of countless ravens, capable of reassembling and regenerating. The fallen ravens will be absorbed by stronger Blood Ravens, helping them grow even more powerful. Moreover, there was a gigantic lava beast charging forward, seemingly unfazed by the powerful gravity. Even a sea monster had appeared, dragging a tidal wave in its wake. The divine tree wondered, could this creature have evolved on land? The orangutan clan, despite the heavy gravity, could still run swiftly. It seemed that their daily training under Ching Chong's guidance was finally paying off. Could it be that Ching Chong had leaked the challenge beforehand? Of course not. The divine tree had crafted the challenge entirely on a whim. No mutated beast, not even the main force of Misty Mountain, knew what the challenge would be. And even if they did, Misty Mountain would never cheat, for in the culture of these beasts, cheating was the mark of the weak. The purple tiger roared, commanding its kin to quickly accelerate and catch up to the leading pack. Indeed, the tigers not only had to win, but they also had to demonstrate the dignity and authority of their clan in this competition. The Snow Bear clan shared the same sentiment. They had only one option: charge forward, crush them all. As expected, the members of Misty Mountain soon became the leading group, drawing ever closer to the Minotaur. Ching Chong was quite pleased, watching the orangutans he had trained advance among the top contenders. But, he thought to himself, if they had fallen behind, he would have been too embarrassed to face the divine tree. The divine tree then noticed a butterfly. Was that a swallowtail butterfly participating? It was a mutated beast with a light attribute. Indeed, the light fruit was of great importance to it. After identifying the leaders and potential standouts, the divine tree could already predict who would claim the light fruit. Suddenly, the assassin mantis appeared, emerging from the space behind the divine tree. The divine tree always kept it patrolling the periphery of the void. Its primary purpose was to scout for any creatures within the void. Ever since that illusionary experience, the divine tree had been haunted and remained in a constant state of high alert. As expected, the purple side reported that it had detected an unprecedented presence, one that was immensely powerful and rapidly approaching. The divine tree was startled. Could there really be a creature from another dimension, one that had never been encountered before? Observing the demeanor of the purple scythe, the divine tree knew that this entity was indeed formidable, perhaps even capable of threatening the mantis. The divine tree felt a pang of concern. This could be a life-threatening situation for the mantis. Suddenly, the purple scythe spoke up. "Master, I want to go alone." The divine tree immediately asked if it was certain about this decision, given that the opponent was incredibly strong. The purple scythe confirmed its resolve. Without hesitation, the divine tree ordered it to continue its mission, but reminded it to be extremely cautious. The purple scythe obeyed and departed at once. While the mantis was now impervious to any earthbound creature, an extraterrestrial being could indeed pose a significant danger. The divine tree could only hope that its subordinate would be safe. With a sense of urgency, the divine tree coiled itself and commanded its spatial roots to move. It decided to quietly follow and observe from a distance. After all, knowing your enemy is the key to victory. Meanwhile, deep within that distant, shadowy void far from the light of the stars, a colossal beast with blood-red eyes was silently making its way forward. Its massive mouth, filled with a jawline of uneven, sharp teeth, was a sight to behold. Clearly, a mouth that could only belong to a creature that had been starved for countless years. Was this not the unmistakable sign of a ravenous beast that had been deprived of sustenance for far too long? End of chapter 263. The ox demon and Ching Chong silently observed the large crowd of contestants rushing towards the finish line. They were about halfway there. Among the frontrunners were the mutated orangutans from Misty Mountain. Their large, muscular bodies with strong and agile legs provided them with a significant advantage. As expected, these orangutans reached the finish line, though they all collapsed to the ground, panting heavily from exhaustion. The ox demon, unsurprised, casually offered them a compliment. "Just as expected, you are the first to arrive." 3 elite orangutans had made it, and other contestants would soon follow. The purple tiger and its elite tribesmen crossed the finish line next, followed by 2 polar bears. Then a mutated bird flew in from the sky, followed by a white fox, and then a flower butterfly. The butterfly seemed quite relaxed, even cheerfully exclaiming, "I've arrived!" But it was immediately slammed into a rocky mountain. No, it was the massive Foot of Titan. Damn, this guy was as tall as a skyscraper. Even Ching Chong felt intimidated, sweat pouring down like rain, inwardly remarking, "This size is just too immense." Meanwhile, Longer was still struggling to run behind a swarm of ants. Seeing that many mutated beasts had already reached the finish line, he couldn't help but feel anxious. Time was running out. Longer raised 2 fingers and began using his technique. The gravitational pull in this space was so intense that the images were even distorted. Longer's eyes lit up, and then he gently glided forward. At the same time, a burly, masked human and another mutated beast also reached the finish line, letting out a long breath. Ching Chong glanced down at her hourglass, noticing that the competition was nearing its end. At this moment, the 3-eyed tribesman, his bear, and a few other mutated beasts also arrived. It seemed that the competition journey wasn't too difficult for him. Was it? Time was ticking down to the final moments, and then, as the last grains of sand fell, the ox demon began to raise his head, preparing to announce the end of the competition. Just then, a slender young figure came speeding toward the finish line, with eyes glowing like car headlights. The rush was so intense that he couldn't control his landing, crashing hard into the ground and colliding with a polar bear. His vision blurred, and his back throbbed with pain, but Longer still happily raised his hand, saying, "Finally, I made it." Unfortunately, the 2 polar bears behind him weren't too pleased. Unexpectedly, even the slow-moving panda managed to reach the finish line, lying flat on the ground lazily, wishing he could go home. Time officially ran out, and the ox demon roared, "Time's up." All those who crossed the finish line within the allotted time were deemed valid. The losers were informed that they could leave or stay to watch the rest of the competition. The burly guy wasn't too happy seeing Longer succeed, while the ox demon began to announce the start of the second round. Longer was dismayed, not expecting the second round to start immediately without any rest. He was already drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. However, the ox demon quickly added, "Don't worry, for we have the essence of life, which can restore your stamina instantly." Ching Chong's task began as he touched the ground, starting to work his magic. The earth was churned up, transformed into fine dust, and then compressed. In just a moment, a large arena with a solid stone floor was completed. The ox demon's eyes gleamed like stars as he declared that the slaughter would begin. In the distant universe, amidst the silent space, a creature was speeding rapidly. It was the mutated mantis from Misty Mountain. It had located the being heading towards Earth, a beast resembling a dinosaur. The beast also noticed the approaching threat and let out a fierce roar to assert its dominance. Then it assumed a defensive stance. Perhaps there wouldn't be any formal introductions, right? The mutated mantis was rushing toward it with murderous intent surging to the sky. But what surprised the dinosaur was that, despite sensing the strong aura of the mantis, it was shocked to see how small it actually was. The purple scythe also realized that this beast was by no means weak. As it approached, it felt an intense pressure weighing down on it. The purple scythe decided to strike first, green slash. Unexpectedly, the beast used its enormous mouth to breathe in the mantis with an incredibly powerful force. What was peculiar about this breath was that it began to rob the mantis of its consciousness. The mantis cursed silently. It had never encountered such a force before. Just as the mantis lost its ability to attack for a brief moment, the dinosaur's 3 sharp claws slashed forward, tearing through the very fabric of space. Damn, it really tore through space. However, the mantis quickly unleashed its purple spiritual energy, gliding away to dodge the attack. It swiftly darted behind the dinosaur at lightning speed. As it climbed near the enemy's head, the mantis roared, "Die!" The dinosaur's eyes darted backward, and in an instant, it controlled the sharp spikes on its back to snare the mantis. The mantis hadn't expected the dinosaur to have such excellent combat reflexes. With no other choice, the mantis unleashed its ultimate move, Void Blue Wind Slash, putting all its strength into the attack. Dozens of slashes infused with the mantis's spatial power were unleashed, intertwining and instantly shredding everything in their path. The attack was so painful that even the dinosaur groaned in agony. Announcement from the publisher. Due to storyline balancing reasons and potential content adjustments, starting this week, there will only be 2 chapters released on Saturdays and Sundays. Rest assured, they plan to compensate for the missing chapters later. Goodbye and see you in the next clip. Chapter 265. With its speed advantage, the mantis instantly flew towards the back of the dinosaur with a dizzying speed, so fast that the movement was nearly invisible. The dinosaur looked up to see itself as prey to the mantis's blade, but realizing it now was too late. The mantis immediately assumed a defensive stance, preparing for a powerful counterattack. Then a devastating slash was unleashed, aiming straight for the dinosaur's neck, accompanied by a shout of "Die!" Unable to react in time, the dinosaur could only endure the full force of the mantis's attack. The strike was extremely powerful, causing the dinosaur to roar in pain and vomit blood. The amount of blood lost was substantial, spilling in large droplets through the air. The mantis thought victory was certain, but what unfolded before its eyes made it freeze in disbelief. Although the mantis's attack had left a significant wound on the dinosaur's neck, which was still bleeding profusely, the surprising thing was that the dinosaur had the ability to heal its wounds. The gash inflicted by the mantis was gradually closing up, as if the injury had never occurred. Even though the mantis's strike had the potential to make its opponent bleed to death, in the face of the dinosaur's powerful regenerative abilities, it was all in vain. If the mantis continued to press its attack, it faced a high risk of having its strike absorbed and turned against it. Without giving the mantis time to think further, the dinosaur roared angrily. Despite its mouth still bleeding, its eyes radiated a fierce desire to retaliate against the mantis's recent slash. At that moment, the mantis thought of a solution. If its scythe arms and bleeding ability were evolved further and its attacks were strengthened, it might be able to counteract the dinosaur's formidable healing ability. As soon as it spoke, the mantis's entire body emitted blinding blue light that shot straight up, causing the surrounding space to crack under its newfound power. The mantis's body began to undergo striking transformations, becoming much larger and sprouting sharp spines along its back, giving it a rather frightening appearance. The mantis's blade had now turned into a blue, sharper edge, enhanced by the emergence of 2 new spikes. The dinosaur, despite its strong healing abilities, gaped in astonishment at the sight of these changes. The final stage of evolution was complete. The mantis bared its new fangs with a confident, victorious smile. Now significantly larger, the mantis also sported a sharp horn on its head, its eyes more ferocious than before. Its body radiated strange blue light. This was the form achieved by abandoning all defensive measures, breaking through its sturdy outer armor to become more agile and powerful. In other words, it was a form focused entirely on attacking. With this newfound strength, the mantis charged at the dinosaur with incredible speed, accompanied by a menacing aura. The dinosaur could barely react in time. Only when the dinosaur realized what was happening did it stare in shock. A slash, moving with the speed of a flashing light, cut through the dinosaur's body. It was only when it was struck that the dinosaur could react. letting out a cry of pain with no chance for defense. In an instant, a multitude of slashes were delivered without any resistance from the dinosaur. The dinosaur, unable to keep up with the mantis's speed, became nothing more than a punching bag, with continuous cries of agony. The dinosaur's body was now covered in numerous cuts from the mantis, each one bleeding profusely, causing it to slowly lose consciousness. Seeing victory within its grasp, the mantis pressed its advantage, continuing to deliver lightning-fast slashes directly at the dinosaur. With a smug expression, it taunted, "It's not over yet." The mantis unleashed dozens more slashes, with no resistance from the dinosaur. Its body was now covered in numerous wounds inflicted by the mantis, and apart from curling up in agony, it could do nothing. Not willing to endure for too long, the dinosaur bared its fangs and shot a stream of purple light towards the mantis. The purple light possessed an incredible power, shattering the space in front of it. However, with the mantis's current speed, nothing could touch it. The mantis easily dodged the purple breath and continued advancing. Not giving the mantis a chance to savor its success, the dinosaur fired a multitude of purple lights at it, trying to prevent the mantis from getting closer and inflicting further damage. 7 powerful purple beams were shot directly ahead, creating a rift in the void. But these attacks were like a joke compared to the mantis's lightning-fast evolved speed. It easily dodged all the beams and advanced forward without any obstacles, leaving a trail of beautiful green light in its wake. In an instant, a green streak sliced through the dinosaur's leg with no response from it. With a severed leg, the dinosaur immediately fell to the ground, writhing in pain, vomiting blood, and emitting a mournful cry. It was no longer a match for the mantis. With a vengeful glare, the dinosaur bared its fangs, its eyes flashing with a fierce light. It then shot 2 beams of light forward, roaring in anger. The mantis was unable to dodge in time and took the full brunt of the dinosaur's attack. Even though it had lost its sturdy outer armor, it was still capable of withstanding these blows. Immediately after, the dinosaur raised its enormous hand with its sharp claws toward the mantis. Even though the mantis had evolved, its appearance still lagged far behind the dinosaur's. The dinosaur brought its hand down forcefully, striking the mantis and leaving it no time to react. The space beneath its hand shattered from the immense power. Not letting the dinosaur bask in its apparent success, a green beam shot through the dinosaur's palm and soared into the sky, leaving a bleeding wound in its hand. The mantis now stood in the void with a commanding presence, seeming to have secured victory in this battle. It extended one hand forward, preparing for the next powerful attack. In an instant, a dazzling slash was unleashed, cutting through the void and distorting the surrounding space. It seemed like this would be the finishing blow in the uneven fight. The dinosaur no longer stood idle. It began emitting a purple light from its mouth, preparing its breath attack to counter the mantis. The dinosaur was determined to fight to the end. Then, the inevitable happened. Both attacks were launched, and it appeared that the dinosaur's breath was completely overwhelming the mantis's slash. However, being larger did not necessarily mean being stronger. The mantis, with a confident glare, charged straight into the dinosaur's breath, seemingly disregarding its opponent. Against the mantis's tempestuous power, the dinosaur could do nothing. A green streak was rapidly approaching at an imperceptible speed. The powerful slash sliced the dinosaur cleanly in half. It seemed that the outcome of this battle had been decided. The pieces of the dinosaur's body fell, shrouding the surrounding space in dust. When the dust settled, the head of the dinosaur emerged, its face showing no signs of life, its mouth agape like a lifeless corpse defeated. At this moment, as the victor, the mantis stepped triumphantly onto the dinosaur's head, exuding a commanding presence. It showed no signs of fatigue, radiating the cool demeanor of a warrior who had just triumphed over an enemy. It merely remarked, "Finally defeated." However, unexpectedly, the seemingly dead dinosaur suddenly glared at the mantis with immense killing intent. The mantis, having completely let down its guard, was stunned and unable to react in time. By the time it realized, the dinosaur had swung its glowing, spiked tail at the mantis, seemingly determined to take the mantis down with it even in death. The tail was just behind the mantis's head when it realized its peril. It seemed certain that death was imminent. But then, suddenly, a wave of dust swept in from somewhere. Thanks to this, the mantis narrowly escaped death, though it was unclear who had saved it. When the dust cleared, it turned out to be the divine tree that had saved the mantis, holding the corpse of the dinosaur in its mouth. This time, it seemed the dinosaur was truly dead. End of chapter 265. The purple scythe called out to its master, not expecting that its master had been following and observing it. At this moment, the dinosaur was tightly bound by the space tree roots, its bones crushed, and its entire body subjected to a terrifying force. It let out a long roar of pain. Its information panel appeared. Void Clan, mutated level 4 transcendent, innate talent. Hunger. Using hunger as its foundation, it can devour anything, making itself stronger. Special abilities. Bone Spike. Transforming the structure of bones into sharp spikes that pierce through the body. Ripping Bite. Can widen its mouth horrifyingly, devouring everything. Sharp Scream. Produces a piercing sound that can penetrate the soul. High Jump. Leaps over impossible obstacles with a superhuman body. Diamond Muscles. Muscles as hard as diamond. Extreme Regeneration. Wounds gradually heal, with terrifying regenerative power. The dinosaur opened its mouth wide and bit down hard on the trunk of the divine tree. What was it trying to do? It seemed that a stream of spiritual power was being drawn into its mouth. The divine tree had its mouth locked around the dinosaur's neck. At that moment, the divine tree realized, this bastard is trying to absorb my spiritual power? This creature had another title, the 17th King of the Void. It belonged to the Hunger Clan. The massive divine tree looked down with contempt, silently thinking, "You will never take anything from me." In that instant, the divine tree erupted with pale, green spiritual energy, surging from its body in torrents, beginning the process of digesting its prey. The dinosaur realized its entire body felt as if it were being pierced by thousands of needles. It roared in agony, the desperate scream of a dying beast. Naturally, its cries weakened as its life force drained away, but it seemed like it wasn't just dying. Was it transforming? The divine tree summoned the system panel and checked the enemy's abilities again. Ultimate Absorption, a skill that allows it to absorb the hunger abilities of void beasts, further increasing its strength and enabling it to perfectly absorb anything. As expected, the creature was evolving directly in the face of adversity, proving itself to be a formidable entity, even surprising the divine tree. However, in its current state of being digested, escape was impossible. Death was inevitable. Yet, even as it moved to kill the creature in this way, the divine tree felt a slight tinge of regret. To be honest, the disciples with void attributes under the divine tree were still too few. The divine tree began to imagine the power of this mutated beast rampaging on the battlefield. It would be a great tool for invading other planets. The more it fought, the stronger it would become. If released on Earth, it would undoubtedly cause a mass extinction event. The divine tree's eyes turned golden, a sign of greed awakening inside. First, it would seal the beast's power and imprison it within its own void space. It couldn't let it go to waste. One must remember, other mutated beasts had to endure grueling training to grow strong. But this one only needed to eat, a truly fitting title for the 17th King of the Void Clan. And so, the roots wrapped around the dinosaur's mouth and body, slowly pulling it into the void space. The mantis sighed, remarking how difficult it was to deal with just the 17th ranked creature. One could only imagine how strong the beast ranked above it must be. Incidentally, after evolving, the mantis looked incredibly bloodthirsty, more and more resembling one of those alien monsters from TV, with a diamond-shaped head and terrifying teeth. Looking at its increasingly ugly companion, the divine tree couldn't help but sigh. Yet the mantis had awakened a new skill, blood drain. It allowed it to drain the blood of its enemies to recover spiritual power and heal, and even gain experience points to evolve. The divine tree didn't respond to the mantis. It was a question that couldn't be answered. Instead, it simply said, "Let's go, we've wasted too much time already." And the two of them departed. At Misty Mountain, a fierce lightning strike descended powerfully onto Arena 1. The iron-armored rhinoceros was enduring an incredible electric attack from none other than a snow bear, which had evolved into a thunder bear. After that strike, the rhinoceros lay motionless in a huge crater. Its eyes had rolled back, leaving it unconscious and obviously incapable of fighting. The referee declared the thunder bear the winner. By the way, does anyone know where these human referees came from? Another human referee, Yinxing, was present. My guess is they were either hired through Shaoling or are individuals who signed blood contracts with the Divine Tree, becoming members of Misty Mountain. Arena 1 continued with the next match, as the contestants unleashed their powers. It seemed like a great wave had just swept across the battlefield. The strange mutated beast extended its tentacles, which could stretch for tens of meters, chasing its enemy. Its opponent had no choice but to abandon the ground and leap into the air to dodge. It's longer. With impressive speed, he prepared to counterattack with a powerful strike, his hand glowing red with spiritual energy. "Dragon Claw," he roared as he unleashed the move. Not bad at all. The spiritual energy amplified, slashing straight into the mutated beast, spraying blood and even severing several of its tentacles. The referee declared, "Longer wins." After the fight, The boy burst into tears, having never struggled as much as he did today. The opponents were getting stronger, and even though he was winning consecutively, he had only ranked 108th so far. This is the overall scene of their battleground, with many arenas, enough to hold dozens of battles within a short time. Longer glanced at the leaderboard and thought to himself, I'm only ranked 82, and even that three-eyed tribe member is only in the top 50. This competition was proving to be overwhelming, and Longer now doubted whether he could ever obtain the light orb. At the top of a high mountain stood a strange artifact, shaped like a demonic hand, where the nine-tailed fox elder was observing everything. The nine-tailed fox immediately recognized the red-haired boy below as a human with great potential. Although his current ranking wasn't high, she knew he had not yet unleashed his true power. With her extremely sensitive spiritual energy perception, she could sense a terrifying power hidden deep within the boy. The ox demon, hearing this, became curious as well, saying he's already in the top 108. They fight and score points, and in the end, their rankings will be decided by these points. Things will only get more intense from here on out. Soon, he'll have no choice but to reveal his true strength if he wants to advance. The Thunder Dragon also watched intently, suddenly noticing something from Longer's gaze. Damn it, don't tell me these two are connected. I suspected something when Longer used my dragon technique. Meanwhile, a giant snake had just lost to the sharp jaws and powerful body of the steel lizard, which successfully climbed to rank 72, while the fire-scaled snake dropped to 77. The referee read the next contestant's name from the tablet. By the way, it seems the artist is getting sponsored by Huawei, but I personally don't care for that. The contestant, the purple tiger, stepped into the arena, and its opponent was none other than the giant titan. Ching Chong was shocked. Did the purple tiger really face someone in the top 10 so soon? The ox demon confirmed. Yes, it's true. Both have won 24 matches and only lost one. Longer was immediately drawn to Arena 9, where a battle between the titan and the purple tiger was taking place. Both had already proven themselves to be masters among masters. Longer felt somewhat lucky. He was glad not to face them. After all, he wasn't confident about going up against one ranked 7th and the other ranked 8th. Just then, a snow-white foot appeared in front of him. His instinct screamed that this opponent was no ordinary foe. Their arrival carried the breath of death itself. Longer wanted to curse. He had dodged rank 7 and 8, but now he had encountered the Arctic Fox, rank number 1. The Cheesy brothers were sitting outside, snacking. The fat panda next to them munched loudly, saying, "It's over. That human is done for." Meanwhile, the nine-tailed fox's eyes lit up with excitement, eager to watch an incredible fight. End of chapter 266. Large battles are taking place one after another in different arenas, with a vast audience from various tribes gathered around, covering a wide area filled with diverse races. The stone giant, leveraging its enormous size, raised its massive arm toward the sky, intending to use a powerful move to defeat its opponent. Below it stood the shadow tiger, the stone giant's current opponent. The stone giant is currently ranked 9th, while the shadow tiger holds the 10th rank, making this a very evenly matched battle. Suddenly, a flash of purple light appeared, instantly severing the stone giant's massive arm at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The stone giant's large arm crashed down onto the arena, causing the ground beneath to shatter into pieces, leaving a loud, booming sound. In that moment, the shadow tiger appeared right in front of the stone giant, who had just lost an arm. Shock and fear were evident on the stone giant's face. The shadow tiger then used a special technique, creating a clone of itself. Its face emitted a murderous aura, as if ready to tear its prey apart, an instinctive behavior, as tigers are cold-blooded animals that show no mercy to their prey. The shadow tiger and its clone began preparing to unleash their dark breath attack, with purple light gathering at their mouths, aimed directly at the stone giant. Their cold, unforgiving eyes locked onto the target, while the stone giant stood frozen, seemingly unaware of what was about to happen. Moments later, the purple light was unleashed, hitting the titan's enormous body, causing it to lose its balance and fall backward. The ground behind the stone giant, struck by the purple light, also began to crack and break apart. Though the stone giant's massive body was enormous, it could not withstand the shadow tiger's breath attack and collapsed heavily to the ground, surrounding the area with a cloud of dust and debris. The stone giant's face, having endured the power of the shadow tiger, had half of its protective stone layer shattered, revealing its true body inside. Its mouth twisted in pain as it groaned in agony. The shadow tiger, confident in its victory, strode over the stone giant with great authority, its sharp, purple claws exposed on its paws. Approaching the stone giant's face, it bared its fangs, preparing to unleash its dark breath directly at the stone giant's head. Threateningly, it growled, If you don't surrender, the only option left is to blow your body and your core to pieces. Having no other choice for survival, the stone giant surrendered to the shadow tiger, its face filled with helplessness and admiration. "I surrender," it said, standing nearby with Ching Chong. The buffalo demon had watched the entire battle between the shadow tiger and the stone giant. Neither showed any surprise at the shadow tiger's victory, as though it was expected. The buffalo demon simply remarked, "That shadow tiger guy wins again." In another arena, a battle between two beasts was taking place. Facing off was a mutated butterfly, its 6 wings emitting blinding golden light directly at its opponent. Its opponent was a member of the panda tribe, standing there with his mouth agape, visibly flustered by the golden light emitted by the mutated butterfly. "What special move should I use in this situation?" he muttered. But there was no way the mutated butterfly would just stand there waiting for the panda to choose a move. The golden beams shot directly at the panda, without any hindrance, causing his body to start bleeding as he cried out in pain. With just one powerful strike, the mutated butterfly won the battle without taking any damage. It successfully rose to the number 2 spot in the rankings, while the panda, after enduring the butterfly's attack, collapsed unconscious on the spot. Old Panda Joe, watching from outside, stood with his mouth wide open, seeing his fellow tribe member defeated. He thought to himself, "Now how am I supposed to explain this to the panda boss?" The golden ant had also watched the battle between the mutated butterfly and the panda, and couldn't help but remark, "The mutated butterfly's strength truly deserves the second rank." Not only did it praise the mutated butterfly, but it also criticized the panda's subordinate, saying that the pandas were too weak, which justified their loss, unlike the golden ant's own subordinates. However, after boasting for just a few moments, the golden ant turned around to witness one of its own kin suffer a crushing defeat at the hands of a small electric rat. The electric rat's victory over the red ant earned it the 13th spot in the rankings. The golden ant seemed shocked by its kin's defeat, flying off to a corner in a gloomy mood. "Don't mind me, I just want to be left alone," it muttered, which prompted Thorn to come over and offer some consolation. Meanwhile, old Panda Geo was struggling with how to explain the recent loss to the panda boss. On the other side, the panda boss, still unaware, was in high spirits, believing victory was already theirs. "Hello? Did you win yet? When will the 1,000-year-old bamboo you owe me be sent over?" he asked. Old Panda Geo could only bow his head in embarrassment, replying, "The number you're trying to reach is no longer in service." The electric rat, filled with pride and fueled by the cheers of its fellow rat tribe members, celebrated its victory over the red ant, basking in the admiration of its subordinates. Suddenly, a powerful green explosion erupted nearby, accompanied by a cloud of smoke, causing the electric rat to stumble backward in shock. It seemed like an intense battle was raging in one of the other arenas. The electric rat stood up, its face filled with frustration, not understanding what was happening over there. It wasn't just the electric rat. Everyone's attention had shifted toward arena number 7. Something extremely interesting was happening, drawing the attention of all the mutated beasts, including the buffalo demon, the firefox, and Ching Chong. Even the black dragon, an incredibly powerful beast, had turned its gaze toward the arena. There was a high possibility that a member of the dragon clan was involved in the fight. Before their eyes, a human figure was being pushed back in battle, and that person was Longer. His body was covered in numerous wounds, with dust and smoke swirling around him. This was clearly a brutal battle. Blood was still flowing from his injuries, which was unsurprising given that his opponent was the top-ranked mutated beast. Despite the damage he had taken, Longer showed no signs of surrender or fatigue. His eyes were filled with a murderous intent and unwavering determination. The fight had clearly reached its climax. His opponent, the Arctic Fox, ranked number 1, had eyes just as fierce as Longer's. They were cold and sharp, but there was no hint of underestimating the human before it. The Arctic Fox likely knew that Longer was still holding back his true power. Even the Ninetails was intently watching the battle, as it involved one of its fox kin. The Arctic Fox had grown so strong because it had consumed the spiritual grass granted by the divine tree. It had the potential to break through to the 4th level, but for some reason, it had restrained itself from doing so, possibly to participate in this particular battle. In a distant part of the arena, the Arctic Fox's older brother sat calmly, watching the fight between his younger sister and the human. His face showed no sign of concern, as if he had absolute confidence that the Arctic Fox would win. Back in the arena, the Arctic Fox had a significant advantage in size over Long. The aura of killing intent it emitted was overwhelming, and it seemed to dominate both in strength and presence. The Arctic Fox thought if this continues, it's not going to be a fair fight. It's like an adult fighting a child. Then it shouted, "Surrender, human. You cannot win." But Longer, with his resolute gaze, remained determined never to surrender. His fighting style dictated that he would battle to the very end, and he still hadn't used all of his strength. In his mind, He was hesitating, unsure if he should tap into that hidden power. Suddenly, a dragon-shaped spirit appeared beside Longer and spoke. Longer, let's fight together. We have no other choice. It seemed that Longer had decided to unleash his final power. Longer began tapping into his true strength, and a determined expression appeared on his face, his eyes starting to glow. Honestly, I didn't want to use this power, but an intense, bright orange light began to radiate from Longer's body, signaling the emergence of a new form. It was clear that this time, he was determined to win at all costs. Longer spoke. You said I would lose, didn't you? His eyes now fully glowed with brilliance, and his face brimmed with confidence as he shouted. That's something that might not happen. The expression on the Arctic fox's face suddenly changed, its eyes widening as it sensed an impending danger. Meanwhile, the black dragon, observing from afar, finally understood why there was a familiar feeling within Longer. It turned out that the power Longer possessed came from having consumed a dragon's essence. The blinding orange light continued to radiate from Longer's body. The divine tree seemed to recognize the immense power emanating from Longer, so much so that it shattered the space around it and returned to witness the battle firsthand. The divine tree's appearance caused a stir among many present, as some had never seen the divine tree before. Back in the arena, the power surging from Longer was so intense that it sent an orange beam shooting straight into the sky. The three-faced tribe members, who thought they would never witness the divine tree again, were astonished. The divine tree appeared in haste, asking, Am I late? Or does it hurt? The orange light surrounding Long had now transformed into the shape of a full-fledged dragon, with red sparks emanating from its body. His wounds seemed to have vanished, and his eyes now radiated confidence, as though he had taken full control of the battle. The overwhelming force was pressing down on the Arctic fox, stripping it of the confidence it once had at the beginning of the fight. The divine tree had come specifically to observe the battle between Longer and the Arctic fox. Intrigued by the human, the divine tree noted that something was special about him. There's dragon blood flowing in him, it pondered. How did he come to possess it? Longer's spiritual power continued to surge, reaching the pinnacle of the third level, and he showed no sign of stopping. Suddenly, two dragon wings sprouted from Longer's back, and his hands transformed into dragon-like claws. His eyes, filled with killing intent, locked onto the Arctic fox as he flew toward it at incredible speed. Longer's pupils, which had once been orange, now turned blood red, resembling those of a dragon, radiating an intense aura of bloodlust. The Arctic fox suddenly sensed something was terribly wrong, fear flashing across its face. In an instant, Longer was hovering right above the Arctic fox, one arm fully transformed into a dragon's claw, preparing to unleash a powerful strike straight at the Arctic fox. All that followed was a massive, devastating red explosion.
Longer unleashed his spiritual power, and immediately, the shape of a dragon appeared around him, distorting the space. He charged towards the snow fox, his arm transforming into a dragon claw. Both his speed and strength increased significantly. However, the snow fox didn't seem too surprised. Instead, it was the thunder dragon that was caught off guard. Compared to the speed of dragons, Longer's current speed was exceptional. Even the demon bull and Ching Chong were astonished, while the nine-tailed fox remained silently observing. Foxes are creatures more inclined towards spiritual power than physical strength, but the nine-tailed fox had demonstrated that they were no less formidable when it came to speed and attacks. At the moment Longer's attack landed, a towering pillar of crimson spiritual power erupted, rising dozens of meters into the sky. The divine tree remained quiet, reminiscing about the dragon-slaying event from several years ago. Back then, on the Australian continent, 4 dragon eggs had been taken. One hatched into the 10th general of the Misty Mountains mutated beasts. The second egg was damaged and devoured by a mutated crocodile. The third egg was absorbed by the 0 mutated beast of the Free Federation during a confrontation with a sea monster. The fourth egg belonged to the Empire of the Eternal Sun, but on the way back, it was stolen by an unknown force, and its whereabouts remain a mystery. Could that event be connected to the boy below? At this point, Longer began to unleash a dragon's signature spiritual cannon attack. Magic power gathered in his mouth, forming a dense spiritual energy bullet. Meanwhile, the snow fox, having taken a hit earlier, was lying on the ground beneath Longer's feet. Damn it, thought the snow fox, realizing how dangerous the situation had become. A point-blank spiritual cannon blast could deal immense damage, possibly even finishing it off. With all its strength, the snow fox had to break free from under Longer's foot and leap high into the air to avoid the attack. Below it, a searing wave of deadly spiritual energy, as hot as lava, shot past. This was the moment the snow fox had been waiting for. As its opponent launched an attack, the snow fox fired its own spiritual energy bullet. Never underestimate a fox. When it comes to spiritual power reserves, it is one of the creatures with the most abundant spiritual energy. However, just as the terrifying blast of spiritual energy shot toward Longa, he executed a lightning-fast hand gesture to deflect it, though the fox's blast still aimed directly at him. To everyone's surprise, the shot was reflected away. The snow fox was shocked, unable to believe its eyes. In the blink of an eye, Longa appeared behind it like a shadow, even faster than before. The fox was caught off guard. Longa delivered a powerful strike that slammed the snow fox into the ground. Everyone watching was in disbelief. How could the number 1 ranked fox be pressured by a mere human ranked 82nd? But was Long even human anymore? The divine tree understood now. This human hadn't just merged his body with a dragon. His very soul had fused with it, leading to a powerful growth in both his physical and spiritual strength. What was truly frightening was that the dragon also possessed human combat techniques, making one-on-one battles like this incredibly fearsome. The Thunder Dragon immediately raised his flag in support, cheering loudly. There was no doubt about it. This was his kin. He roared enthusiastically. Defeat the number 1. Go, brother. Ching Chong felt uneasy, knowing that the Snow Fox was also a member of Misty Mountain. The powerful blow had enraged the Snow Fox. Its expression changed as blue flames began to radiate from its body. This was the Fox Fire Aura, one of the rare abilities of its species. It roared in anger. Human. Longa remained silent, focused on his relentless attacks. This time, he unleashed a Dragon's Breath attack for a long-range strike. As expected, the Fox Fire and Dragon Breath clashed, resulting in a fierce standoff. This was a contest of spiritual energy reserves. However, the destructive power of these two attacks was overwhelming, and at the point of impact, a massive explosion erupted, sending shockwaves outwards and plunging the area into chaos. When the clash ended, the Snow Fox was panting heavily. On the other side, Longa had undergone a transformation. His entire body had turned into that of a full dragon, with fiery hair blazing. There was no doubt now. The dragon he had fused with was a fire dragon, the most powerful species among the dragon race. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Longa, the human boy, was no longer visible. The divine tree continued its assessment, realizing that Longa's transformation into a dragon revealed something important. The boy hadn't fully mastered the dragon's power. Instead, the dragon had overwhelmed him, seizing control of his body and causing the transformation. Below, the fire dragon surged forward, wings of spiritual energy glowing like blazing flames on its back. However, Longa was nearing his limit. The time he could sustain the dragon's power was almost up, and both he and the dragon knew they had to push through just a little longer. They had one goal in mind: victory at all costs. The Snow Fox declared boldly that defeating it would not be easy. It raised its claws, deciding to counter with a close combat strike. But Longa dodged and retaliated with a punch to the Snow Fox's jaw. In response, the Snow Fox quickly countered with another powerful claw strike, forcing Longa to retreat a few steps. He let out a terrifying roar, vowing to defeat the Snow Fox no matter what. The fox, now realizing that Longa was being consumed by his own power, sighed in exasperation. Once again, Longa lunged forward, determined to give everything he had left to finish the battle. The Snow Fox, too, resolved to fight with everything it had, even if it meant death. Suddenly, from the sky above, cracks in space opened up and green tendrils shot out with lightning speed, quickly wrapping around Longa below. The process was not only fast but painful, causing Longa to open his mouth in a roar of agony. The divine tree, observing this, remarked, "Such a promising seed cannot be allowed to die here." And with that, the tendrils began to slowly pull Longa into the spatial rift. The Thunder Dragon was astonished. Is the master interfering with the competition, he thought. The Nine-Tails Fox remained silent. Generally, if their master deemed something reasonable, he would act, regardless of the consequences. The Demon Bull, however, had already come to a clear realization and loudly declared, if the master hadn't intervened, that kid would surely have died here. The Snow Fox had already won from the start. Meanwhile, Longa was screaming in agony. The divine tree's eyes gleamed brightly as it observed the chaotic movement of spiritual energy within Longa. If this continued, the boy would die from overload in less than a minute. It had no choice but to lend him a hand. The divine tree firmly restrained Longa, then began to send other branches toward him from multiple directions. One of these branches, imbued with a strange gray spiritual energy, extended toward Longa's head. As soon as it made contact, Longa's entire body began to emit a faint golden light. The healing process was swift. Within a few minutes, Longa was thrown back into the arena, enveloped in a massive beam of light that covered the entire battleground. From the dust and smoke, Longer's figure and hair became visible. He was no longer a dragon. Instead, the advantages of the dragon had been fused into him, while the human parts remained intact. He now sported a pair of perfect dragon wings, a long and powerful tail, a dragon's eye on his chest, and 2 dragon arms. This was the true form of a dragon-human hybrid, a being from legend. End of chapter 268. Longer landed and silently recalled what had just happened. He then raised his hand and looked at the glow emanating from him. As expected, his body was flowing with a completely new, purer, and more powerful energy than before. Ching Chong had not anticipated that the divine tree would step in to help this boy. And when the master took action, the results were always beyond anyone's imagination. Those around could only watch in envy. In just a few short minutes, that young man had ascended to a new level of power. The white fox stood in front of Longer silently. It had sensed this new power within Longer was incredibly strong. Would they continue fighting? Cheesy took the opportunity to snap a photo and sent it to Xiao AI, saying, "This is that little dragon." Longer said nothing more and immediately knelt before the divine tree, boldly declaring, "Thank you, divine tree." He knew clearly in his heart that this was a life-saving grace. If the divine tree hadn't intervened in time, he would have surely torn muscles, ruptured blood vessels, and died. The divine tree asked, "Is your name Long? It means dragon in Chinese, right?" The divine tree continued, explaining that it had used the heart of steel to strengthen his scales, elevating his defensive abilities to a new level. The divine tree then instructed him to stay on Misty Mountain and train hard, not to waste this gift. Upon hearing this, Longer immediately obeyed. To him, becoming a member of Misty Mountain was far more valuable than obtaining the fruit of light. His grandfather would surely be pleased. The other contestants were filled with envy once again. How could one's life so easily lead to becoming a member of Misty Mountain? It was truly like stepping into the clouds. As for the metallic heart, it had the ability to turn other elements into metal and had the potential for further growth. The divine tree thought to itself, with the body of a dragon, the soul of a dragon, and now scales infused with the metallic heart, this boy's future was limitless. He was another treasure added to Misty Mountain's forces. The system screen displayed Longer's information. Dragon Clan, Transcendent Level 3. Innate talent, Dragon Flame. The dragon flame that burns all things, with even more terrifying explosions. Innate weapon, Crimson Dragon Scale Armor. Infused with the spirit of the flame dragon, not only can it morph into many forms, but it can also grow and evolve. Special Ability 1, Dragon Roar. A roar resembling that of a giant dragon, greatly enhancing one's own aura. Dragon Body. Whether in strength or speed, it far surpasses other races. Dragon Wings. Capable of bursting into speed instantly. Dragon Claw. A single claw is enough to tear through anything. Dragon Flame Cannon. With the burning of spiritual energy, the phantom of a flame dragon appears behind the host, simultaneously releasing fire similar to dragon breath. Wow, this is truly a living being possessing SSS-level destructive power. It seems the divine tree is indeed a lucky collector. But Lan Feng's sister has fallen in love with Long. She kept exclaiming that the young man was too handsome, which made Lan Feng angry, realizing that he was about to be alone once again. The next match was between the Snow Fox and the Flower Butterfly, and this was also the final match. Whoever won would get the Fruit of Light. Surprisingly, the Snow Fox directly forfeited, which shocked both the Flower Butterfly and Longer. Did this stubborn fox really surrender? It turns out that the Snow Fox felt her victory over Longer was not convincing. She said that if the divine tree hadn't intervened, the outcome between her and the young man would have been uncertain. Therefore, the Snow Fox didn't feel the need to fight anymore, and the victory for this match would belong to the Flower Butterfly Lingdai. With that, in terms of points, the referee declared that the person with the highest score was indeed the Flower Butterfly, meaning the Fruit of Light belonged to her. The Flower Butterfly was overjoyed, unable to believe she had won in the end. She sighed about how difficult it had been to avoid battles all day long. Meanwhile, the Flower God was right beside her, congratulating her colleague. These two girls were the caretakers of the Spirit Herb Garden here. The divine tree hadn't expected the Flower Butterfly to be the winner. In fact, it had predicted someone else. But it didn't matter, as the Fruit of Light suited the Flower Butterfly, and she was also a member of Misty Mountain. The divine tree immediately brought out the Fruit of Light. The Flower Butterfly, seeing the Fruit of Light for the first time in her life, couldn't help but cry, stammering, Is this the Fruit of Light?" She saw a golden glowing orb, inside of which was the purest white light, slowly floating toward her. The divine tree then turned to praise the Dark Tiger, saying that his performance had also been quite impressive and brought him the Fruit of Darkness. To be honest, the Fruit of Light wasn't of much value to the Dark Tiger. He had participated mainly to showcase the power of the Tiger Clan here, and unexpectedly, he ended up receiving such a great gift. He immediately began stammering. Thank you, master." The Divine Tree looked at Lan Feng and said, "Sorry to you, Lan Feng's family. I'll make it up to you next time." Lan Feng was also surprised and immediately responded, saying that since this was the master's intention, he had no objections whatsoever. The contestants were once again shocked. They didn't expect there to be yet another elemental fruit. Wow, Misty Mountain truly has unfathomable depths. Then the Divine Tree announced that there would be more similar competitions in the future, and everyone should return and continue to train hard. And remember, Misty Mountain is only for the strong. The weak cannot stay here. These words made the defeated feel both discouraged and angry, but also sparked within them a burning ambition to return and seek revenge. The saying goes, a hero's revenge can wait 10 years. After that, the Divine Tree continued to distribute rewards based on the rankings of the top 108 contestants. Those who were severely injured were sent to the Essence Spring of Life to heal. Naturally, Longer also rushed over to enjoy this divine spring. As he soaked in the water, he blissfully exclaimed, "Finally, I can bathe in this mythical spring. My whole body feels like it's floating." Next to him was Misty Mountain's Honey Badger, equally lost in the indescribable pleasure. Meanwhile, in the ant colony, General Golden Ant was scolding the talented members of his clan. He couldn't believe it. None of them made it into the top 100, even though he had at least expected them to break into the top 50. The ants, hearing these words, were depressed and even cried. But because their master said they weren't completely useless, he decided to let it go this time and gave them another chance to redeem themselves. General Golden Ant declared that next, they would undergo hellish training. No one should dream of resting. It was clear that General Golden Ant was really angry this time. As for the Rat King, he was so ashamed that he hid his face against the wall, saying that the pride of the entire den had been devoured by others. The rats were dejected, but were more concerned about their king's emotional state. On the other side, Cheesy was talking to his creditors, saying, "Big brother, listen to me. I'll definitely repay the money I borrowed. Just give me a bit more time." Meanwhile, the underling who had been expected to perform miracles wasn't even the slightest bit sad. Instead, he was happily playing with a golden monkey in the divine spring. And so, another peaceful day passed on Misty Mountain. Everyone enjoyed themselves without worries. Deep within the space, the Divine Tree sat in his domain, practicing a new skill. The willow leaf throwing knife flew, infused with steel, as two green blades intertwined into an X shape and shot forward, tearing a section of the space apart. The Divine Tree marveled. The willow leaf throwing knife, infused with the power of steel elements, now has the way of sharpness enhancement. Its power is even greater than before. The Divine Tree continued experimenting, channeling large amounts of spiritual energy through its branches. The steel leaf-throwing knives became even greener, purer, and kept becoming more refined. Eventually, they turned into blades with spatial attributes. Then, they multiplied on their own, creating 4 blades, which then further multiplied into dozens of blue spatial blades. As a result, the Divine Tree space was violently torn apart, shattering completely. Damn it, the power was overwhelming, even shocking the Divine Tree itself. Fear crept in as he realized that if this space was destroyed, it would be lost forever. The Divine Tree began to sweat profusely, unsure of what to do. However, after a moment, the space stopped fragmenting. Instead, the torn areas began to mend themselves as if someone was healing them. Perhaps this was an inherent mechanism of the space. Even though he realized this, the Divine Tree thought that he shouldn't mess around carelessly anymore. He needed to figure out how to control this power properly. End of chapter 269.
The Divine Tree swung its flying blade, which turned pale blue and twisted through the air. The Divine Tree then used its branches to try and block the strike, but this flying blade was no longer the same as before. Its power now was purely destructive. The tree had to use 2 branches, intertwining them together, and then a massive explosion erupted in space. Damn, the Divine Tree wanted to feel its own strength and confirm something important. He could control the direction of the attack. The upgraded version of the flying willow leaf blade could now function like a guided missile, with his mind strongly linked to it. Upon closer inspection, the blade didn't just resemble a willow leaf, but seemed to contain a sky within it. Thus, the name Flying Willow Leaf no longer fit. Now, the Divine Tree decided to call it the Galactic Blade. Wow, the Divine Tree could summon 100 blades at once. Its long-range attack capabilities had truly reached an unfathomable level. The system flashed, showing Path of Sharpness, comprehended 7%. The Divine Tree squinted, thinking that if just 7% of comprehension could result in such cutting power, perhaps today's training session would stop here. course, he would continue tomorrow. However, what the divine tree didn't know was that on a planet far from Earth, a pale orange world with vast, rugged deserts, a spider-like creature emerged from beneath the ground. Its entire body was pitch black with blood-red eyes. It spewed something from its mouth. A pure white egg was shot out, rolling on the ground. From the egg, a strange creature extended a three-clawed hand. It resembled an ant, but with only 4 limbs and walking on 2 legs. No, it looked more like a small demon from the depths of hell. After a long pause, the spider creature finally spoke, commanding, "Go! Head to Earth." Beneath it lay an uncountable army of little demons. This being had truly bizarre eyes, 2 on one side and only 1 on the other, making it rather ugly and clearly a villainous character. At Misty Mountain, the sky was gloomy today. A figure in a cloak, head fully covered, appeared. It was the girl from before, the one who had proclaimed herself the protector of Earth. Greeting her was none other than the nine-tailed fox, though neither said a word. The nine-tailed fox, furious, declared that the path ahead was not one she could simply walk through. Yet the girl remained silent. The nine-tailed fox knew full well that this girl was no ordinary person, which was why it didn't want the other mystical beasts to encounter her. From the fox's perspective, this girl possessed limitless spiritual power, radiating a soft pink aura that felt as oppressive as her master. A while later, the white tiger and the golden ant also arrived, forming a circle around the strange girl. Fearing a misunderstanding, the girl spoke up, saying that she had not come to cause trouble and that the beasts need not be overly concerned. The golden ant confirmed it couldn't detect any killing intent from her, suggesting she might be telling the truth. The nine-tailed fox remained highly cautious, never having encountered a human this powerful before. It then demanded, "If that's the case, tell us your purpose quickly." But the girl stayed silent. Meanwhile, the divine tree was laughing hysterically, his laughter echoing for a full hour. "So this is what it feels like to fly? It's amazing." The divine tree sat atop a dragon, flying freely back and forth through space. He had never imagined that one day he would travel through the cosmos like this. All the while, a portal remained open above the divine tree's head. The divine tree's current speed wasn't particularly high. It was only fast enough to match humanity's fastest missiles. They approached a planet's asteroid belt, and it just so happened that the divine tree wanted to test the power of the dragon beneath him. The azure dragon opened its mouth and unleashed a pale blue spiritual energy blast. The energy shot through countless asteroids, obliterating everything in its path. Indeed, the power was beyond the divine tree's comprehension. Checking the information panel, it read, "Innate divinity transcendent tier 5 life talent. Innate spirit, a life form that can only be nurtured by great fortune, bearing the Dao Dao, path of vitality, reviving the dead, regenerating flesh and bones, turning death into life, granting vitality to all things divine body. Can resist all filth and curses to a high degree pure breath. Like the light emitted from a dragon's breath, enough to erase everything vitality flow. Envelopes the body with vitality, even the most severe injuries can heal at a speed visible to the naked eye energy ball. Dragon claw holding an energy ball visible to the naked eye, the longer it is gathered, the more terrifying its power becomes levitation. Unaffected by the laws of physics, even the dragon's skin had been enhanced with steel elements, making its defense unquestionable. This proved that the divine tree could transform elemental attacks into parts of his own body. Both the tree heart and the steel heart coexisted under the dragon's claws. The tree heart possessed infinite vitality, while the steel heart transformed life into powerful metal. Now, whether it was his offensive power, defensive power, or abilities, the divine tree had surpassed his strength during the battle with darkness. With all due humility, the divine tree had to admit, he was incredibly powerful. Meanwhile, on Earth, a tear had appeared in the fabric of space. From the rift, a small, fiery red demon with 1 eye and 2 horns emerged. One by one, more and more demons followed. What were they planning? An invasion. End of chapter 270.
The divine tree was still flying in the air in the form of a dragon, surrounded by a vast expanse of space. A look of doubt appeared on its face. Although this dragon's defense is indeed very strong right now, I still feel like I can become even stronger. Not wasting any more time, the divine tree decided to return to the ground first, then it broke through space and flew back. Finally, it returned to its normal form to calmly cultivate, as it had been warned earlier that there would be many stronger enemies, so training to become stronger was necessary. Afterward, the divine tree revealed a sharp gaze. This time, the training might take several days to complete. As soon as it finished speaking, a blue light began to appear around the divine tree, shooting straight into the sky, and even from a glance, it was clear that a massive power was being released. Meanwhile, at a small base somewhere on Earth, a missile had been placed on the launch pad, ready to fire, as it seemed that humanity had detected a new threat. Everything was prepared, and high-ranking officials were present to oversee. "Countdown to launch, the spiritual missile is ready." The captain began to shout into the mic with a tense face. 3, 2, 1. Ignite and launch. The giant missile was officially fired, heading straight toward its predetermined target. The missile flew far away, and it seemed its target was not very close to the human base. A massive explosion, like a fireball, lit up the entire space, accompanied by a terrible destructive force that obliterated everything around it, distorting the entire sky. The explosion grew increasingly terrifying, and its light could be seen from thousands of miles away. After everything, only a giant crater remained at the scene, with no signs of life around. The crater was so large it could swallow everything inside. The helicopter reported back to the base. The explosion was successful. Everyone at the base stood up, cheering with raised hands as if they had won, constantly praising how well it was done. The red-haired man's face revealed clear excitement, as it seemed he was the one leading this mission. He shouted loudly, "Trigger the explosion with maximum damage, then use the psychic control device to compress and dissipate its range, preventing further environmental damage. From now on, I won't fear giant alien monsters showing up in the city anymore." Suddenly, a long crack appeared in the sky, similar to the one made by the divine tree, but this crack grew larger and larger, as if something was about to emerge. The crack formed a circular void in the sky, right above the human base. The red-haired man's face began to change, no longer displaying the same arrogance as before. The crack space, they thought it was caused by the divine tree. The crack had now grown to an enormous size, forming a complete circle, with a blinding light emanating from within. Suddenly, the red-haired man's eyes showed even more panic, and his face reflected utter terror because he realized the color of the void was entirely different from that of the divine tree. This meant that a new force was preparing to attack the human base. From that void, a red foot with sharp claws slowly appeared. His eyes were now filled with sheer confusion, and sweat poured down from fear as he shouted loudly, "That's not the divine tree!" Right after, a series of red demons jumped out from the strange void, their bodies covered in blood-red skin, with 2 sharp spikes on their backs. Their yellow eyes glowed with killing intent, preparing for large-scale destruction. The human base immediately fell under attack. The entire base switched to a level 1 alarm, and everyone entered combat readiness. On the screen, one of the red demons fired a yellow beam of light directly into the center of the human base, and the people inside hadn't even realized what was happening. A blinding yellow light shot out, covering the entire human base. Everyone within the base was incinerated to ashes by the yellow light fired by the demon, leaving behind only the agonizing screams of humans. The human military forces started to appear, ready to face the red demons that had suddenly emerged from the void. The powerful firepower of the humans began to rain down from the helicopters in the sky. On the ground, tanks and fortified positions enhanced the intensity of the firepower. Additionally, heavy cannons were launching small-sized missiles. All the firepower was focused on the red demons ahead, but it seemed to have no effect on them. There wasn't even a scratch on their bodies, and it wasn't even worth their effort to resist. One helicopter began firing a barrage of missiles toward one of the red demons. The missiles exploded right in front of the demon, but still had no effect. The demon withstood all the missile damage without any injury. However, with just one yellow beam shot from the demon, the helicopter shattered into pieces. This was an immense disparity in power between humans and the red demons. 3 demons began gathering energy in front of them, completely ignoring the human firepower continuously directed at them. Their tough armor rendered them immune to bullets or missiles. Then, all 3 demons simultaneously fired massive yellow beams toward the human firepower. Faced with such immense power, all of humanity's firepower was reduced to scrap metal. Even the ground beneath was cracked open, and tanks weighing tons were blown forward. The massive beam was so strong that it stretched out endlessly, leaving a crack in the ground as it traveled. The human base was completely destroyed by the beam, leaving only a huge crater in the center and scattered debris around it. The entire area was engulfed in flames, with countless casualties. Only the 3 demons remained, watching the disaster they had unleashed upon humanity. Amidst the ruins, one man clung desperately to the debris, cursing the monsters under his breath. Finally, he decided to press a red button on the control panel and shouted, "Go to hell!" This was probably the last weapon humanity could use in their counterattack. A large missile was launched, flying straight toward the eye of one of the red demons standing nearby. Instantly, the red demon reached out and grabbed the head of the missile. Perhaps this missile was truly threatening, as it actively tried to block it rather than absorb the hit like before. Right after, the missile suddenly exploded right in front of the red demon's eyes, leaving it with no time to react, forcing it to endure the impact. A massive explosion ensued, covering a large area in golden light, similar to the earlier experimental blast. This must have been the spiritual missile that humans had successfully developed. But after all that effort through the thick smoke left by the explosion, The 3 red demons were still standing tall, as if nothing had happened. The demons didn't even have a single scratch on their bodies. All 3 opened their glowing yellow eyes wide, as if signaling the immense power within them. Meanwhile, in the territory of the divine tree, everything was still peaceful, unaware that a great force was continuously rising elsewhere. On a branch, a honey badger was relieving itself, dropping little pellets down below. Suddenly, something caught its attention. Its eyes began to show heightened caution, as if a great power had appeared. And it didn't take long. Just as expected, the demons, having destroyed the human base, quickly made their way to the divine tree's territory to wreak havoc. The first demon leapt down, and its massive form caused the surrounding ground to shatter, sending up clouds of dust and debris. Witnessing the colossal creature terrified the honey badger, causing it to run away in fear. The red demon opened its eyes wide, ready for the upcoming battle. This battle was sure to be extremely difficult. The remaining 3 wind wolves of Misty Mountain seemed to have sensed something. The white monkey was leisurely resting. It suddenly sensed something unusual, a series of unfamiliar and powerful presences. Indeed, dozens of red demons emerged from a spatial gate, all of which were extremely strong, far exceeding the average development of mutated beasts on Earth. The white tiger was startled. Then came the yellow ant. The dinosaur also looked up at the sky. The eyes of the mammoth lit up. The thunder dragon flying in the sky had to stop. Within the sight of the 9-tailed fox, this army was slowly descending from the sky, covered in a faint pink glow. The golden monkey on the back of the wild boar was sweating, not knowing who these creatures were. Lan Feng's younger sister believed that these beings clearly had no good intentions and might even be enemies. Xiao Lam was also worried, with sweat covering his face. Meanwhile, on the moon, well, it no longer looked like the old moon anymore. With its vast sensing abilities, the laurel tree was loudly warning. A large number of powerful entities have been detected appearing on Earth. The mutated crocodile was shocked upon hearing this. The others gathered as well, and after learning that all these invaders were targeting Misty Mountain and that they were all transcendent 4th-order beings. Cheesy was boiling with rage upon hearing this, saying that he had only come to the moon to avoid death, but who would have thought this would happen? The crocodile saw how worried everyone was and said that the divine tree would surely have a way, so there was no need to be overly concerned. However, the laurel tree immediately informed them that the divine tree had been missing for 3 days, and currently only the 9-tailed fox and a few other main forces remained on Earth. Ching Chong remained silent, while the phoenix admitted that, as a mythical beast, even it could not cross through space to return to Earth. There was one thing that worried the phoenix, and that was the power of these invaders. It was identical to that of the Dark King back then. So, what exactly were these red demons? Suddenly, one of the demons noticed the honey badger perched on a branch. Without saying a word, it immediately unleashed a deadly spiritual force. However, the honey badger of Misty Mountain was fast enough to jump up and dodge it. Then the entire body of the honey badger burst forth with spiritual energy, darting away in a pale blue light like a bolt of lightning. Unfortunately, this self-destructing bullet move had no effect, as it felt like it had crashed into a block of steel. A painful lump grew on the honey badger's head, causing it to cry out in pain. The red demon swung its claw, trying to grab this tiny creature. No, it was a powerful smash, and the honey badger was hit immediately. Its entire body crashed heavily into the ground, forming a large crater. The honey badger panted heavily, in pain, as if a few bones had broken. The 2 red demons didn't stop, since they were too lazy for close combat. Both demons decided to shoot another round of spiritual energy. If this hit landed, it would be the end for the honey badger. But the honey badger, its entire body in pain and unable to move, felt no fear and could only accept death. However, the golden monkey suddenly appeared and stood in the way of the strike. The golden monkey waved its hand, its face showing excitement. The 2 streams of faint red spiritual energy from the 2 demons were deflected, forming a rainbow arc, and immediately exploded in the sky. The Misty Mountain trio had assembled, wild boar, golden monkey, and honey badger, all ready to fight, displaying their most impressive stance. The red demon stared with wide eyes, showing no expression at all. This made the golden monkey feel utterly disappointed, as it had clearly tried to strike the most magnificent pose possible. The dinosaur on the other side decided to test the demon's heat resistance with its blood-light breath. The enhanced flame shot out like a flamethrower, directly targeting the enemy. Meanwhile, the mammoth also charged forward. It delivered a powerful close combat strike, piercing through a red demon's belly with its tusk. The yellow ant charged in, multiplying its strength by 4. Then it performed a series of zigzag movements, landing a sharp slash on the enemy. It was clear that the red demons were no small fry, each of them towering like a giant tree. Next, the 9-tailed fox appeared, with a mouth full of fire. Then, it dove straight down from the high sky, shining brilliantly like a meteor. She declared that before solving her doubts, she would take action first. Then she exhaled a deadly flame, pure to the extreme, enveloping the enemy like a solar storm, creating a massive explosion. The flames dissipated, leaving the demons' bodies completely blackened, but it seemed like they weren't seriously injured, right? With that previous strike, 2 of the monsters had been taken down, while the remaining ones, being quicker, managed to leap into the sky to evade. Up above was the commander of the Red Demon Legion, a demon with 4 wings that had already reached transcendent 5th order. The spiritual energy radiating from it immediately caught the fox's attention. She hadn't expected such a powerful being to be present. As soon as it appeared, the other demons immediately kneeled. It turned out that this commander had arrived later and began descending from the sky. Even its gaze was different from the others. As it landed, it asked, "Who killed Gyujit?" It seemed that this Gyujit they spoke of was the Dark King, right? If so, then it was clear they were here for revenge, which was why they targeted Misty Mountain. The 9-tailed fox seemed to have realized something, her mind actively calculating without daring to act recklessly. The Thunder Dragon quickly approached the 9-tailed fox, and the fox immediately ordered the Thunder Dragon to gather everyone, as this guy was clearly no ordinary being. The commanding monster crossed its arms, as if waiting for a response from the mutated beasts below. The yellow ant guessed that the arrogant alien above was probably the commander of this group. Its aura was indeed different, especially the spiritual energy it emitted, dense and overwhelming. Unconsciously, none of the mutated beasts below dared to act. The commander waited for a moment without hearing any response, then spoke up once more. "Who killed Gyujit?" It glanced at the mammoth and dinosaur, confirming it wasn't either of them. Looking over at the yellow ant, it also said it wasn't it. 9-tailed fox? No, not her either. From the spatial gate, even more alien beasts appeared, while the commander declared that it hadn't found any sufficiently powerful source of energy here. Therefore, it and its people would decide to split up and search on their own. Meanwhile, at the Federal Spiritual Energy Surveillance Bureau of China, they received news that a military base in Bor had been attacked by strange beasts and had turned into a wasteland. The videos showed creatures they had never seen before, each over 10 meters tall, blood red, with a single large eye and 2 horns. The gaze of that creature immediately made the female director feel terrified, because that gaze was very similar to that of the Dark King. This news threw the entire room into chaos. The staff frantically typed up reports, indicating that the long-range waves they collected from the beast's spiritual energy shared many similarities with the Dark King. The female director had no doubt left. What mattered now was to determine if these creatures had appeared in the Chinese Federation. The female staff member, sweating profusely, looked at the map and hastily reported that they had already appeared in China and were gathering at Misty Mountain. At Misty Mountain, pale pink spiritual energy beams descended from the sky, creating tremendous tremors. Lan Feng's younger sister and Xiao Lam directed the mutated beasts to move to safer areas. Lan Feng emerged from a shadow, hurriedly asking, "Ling Yu and Xiao Lam, are you all okay?" Ling Yu was his sister's name. Xiao Lam anxiously asked what was happening and who those strange creatures were. But even Lan Feng didn't know, only that the 9-tailed fox was fighting them, and Xiao Lam should quickly lead everyone there. Suddenly, a massive foot stomped down on the ground, blocking their path. A gigantic red demon was staring at them intently. Without a word, it immediately fired spiritual energy. Its energy was like molten lava, forcing Lan Feng to condense his shadow power to block it. Fortunately, Lan Feng was not weak. He successfully shielded all the mutated beasts behind him using his spiritual energy. From this angle, it was clear that the enemy's attack radius was quite large. Xiao Lam immediately activated her treasure-seeking eyes. She discovered a red core at the back of the monster's neck. She quickly informed her teammates that if they could pierce through the enemy's neck, they would be able to kill it instantly. The monster stomped down towards Ling Yu with 1 foot, but she dodged it. Then she quickly ran up along its leg. Ling Yu then conjured a blue spiritual energy blade, planning to slash the monster's neck. However, despite the strength of her slash, it failed to cause any significant damage. This left Ling Yu astonished. After her attack, only a few scratches and small dents appeared on its head. At that moment, Lan Feng charged straight at it, delivering a powerful blow to the exact spot his sister had just attacked, and this time the monster's neck was pierced. Ling Yu called out her brother's name, while Lan Feng roared at her to get out of the way. Because this was the moment when Lan Feng would unleash his strongest spiritual energy, he began to brace himself, letting out a roar. As expected, a terrifying burst of dark energy erupted, transforming Lan Feng into a warhead that drilled straight into the monster's head. Its neck was shattered, exposing the radiant light within. However, Xiao Lam said that the attack was still too shallow and couldn't destroy the monster's core. Damn it! The monster began to counterattack in that split second, sending Lan Feng flying. Ling Yu screamed, wondering how they could get a large enough blade to chop off its head now. The monster was truly enraged. Its previous strike had been incredibly painful, and it shrieked like a madman. Strange dark marks began to appear all over its body. Perhaps this was its rage mode. However, before it could demonstrate its full rage power, an enormous blade pierced straight through its head. It was the Mantis Queen. Look at that. Misty Mountain still has some giants yet to reveal themselves. Lan Feng and his sister landed on a nearby rock, witnessing the giant queen executing the alien creature. Xiao Lam was stunned, not understanding why the mantis queen had appeared here. Well, at least the situation was resolved. Being big definitely has its advantages. And when the queen's scythe came down, the entire body of the monster was sliced in two, revealing a brilliant golden substance inside. At that moment, another foot appeared. Xiao Lam turned around to look. It was the white monkey with its eyes glowing brightly, and behind it seemed to be the Spider-Man guy. Returning to the moment when Ninetails was busy blocking the path of another intruder clad in a purple cloak, both sides were exuding immense killing intent, unwilling to yield to the other. Suddenly, the intruder said, "Something is coming." Ninetails hadn't yet understood what he meant and remained slightly skeptical. The intruder's expression suddenly changed, his gaze turning serious as he said, "You must prepare for the upcoming challenge." The golden ant behind, still unaware of what was about to happen, asked, "Wait, what extraterrestrial creatures are you talking about?" The intruder's eyes turned cold as he said, "They are the extraterrestrials. Those are the very demons that the mutated beasts of the Misty Mountain are currently battling on the other side of the front lines, and they are the creatures that destroyed a human base without suffering any casualties. On the other side, the remaining mutated beasts are still fighting against the red extraterrestrial demons. The battle continues to be extremely fierce," and Lan Feng said, "Xiao Lam, leave this place to us. Go tell everyone about their weaknesses." The battlefield is incredibly tense at this moment, with dust everywhere, explosions happening nonstop, and debris flying up to the clear blue sky. A red demon stretched out its hand to grab the honey badger, its eyes filled with killing intent, determined to eliminate its opponent. But suddenly, the golden monkey appeared with a strike, immediately severing the red demon's arm and saving its close friend, the honey badger, just in time. Immediately after, a blue light flashed and pierced through the red demon's chest at an astonishing speed, leaving even the golden monkey bewildered. Meanwhile, on the side of the golden ant, it had also joined the battle, adding a powerful main force to the team. With just one slash, it immediately sent the red extraterrestrial demon tumbling backward. To humans, these demons are indeed a major threat, but to the mutated beasts of the Misty Mountain, they are not too formidable. On the dinosaurs' side, things were just as busy, as numerous demons kept appearing, leaving everyone occupied in combat. A red demon was being engulfed in the flames spewed by the dinosaur, unable to fight back. The mammoth was also battling another red demon, but the fight seemed quite effortless due to the significant size difference between the two. With just one stomp, the mammoth forced the demon to lie still on the ground. The black dragon also found its own opponent, but the situation was not much different. A blue flame shot through the red demon's body, immediately sending it falling backward. The black dragon stood atop the body of a demon it had just slain, making the outcome of this battle quite evident. The mutated beasts of the Misty Mountain formed an imposing line, with the defeated red extraterrestrial demons lying motionless behind them. At this point, Ninetails was no longer blocking the intruder and joined the battle with its teammates. However, unlike the others, its opponent this time was the leader of the red extraterrestrial demons. With eyes filled with intense killing intent, it was preparing a powerful move in its mouth, aiming to annihilate the demon leader instantly, as it was the only one left undefeated. Although all the other demons had been defeated, the demon leader's face did not show the slightest hint of worry. Instead, it looked completely calm and confident. Before attacking, Ninetails asked, "Who sent you here?" Responding to Ninetails' question, it revealed a soulless gaze and said, "You better watch your back." Just as the demon leader had said, a demon suddenly appeared behind the black dragon, causing everyone to be extremely shocked. Similarly, behind the mammoth, a demon that had been defeated suddenly stood up as if nothing had happened. Not only that, but all the demons that had been defeated earlier began to stand up one by one. Although their bodies hadn't recovered, they all acted as if they were completely uninjured, like soulless machines. Witnessing all this caused Ninetails' expression to change. The initial killing intent in its eyes turned into panic. The golden ant appeared even more bewildered, as it had already decapitated its opponent, yet it still stood up to continue fighting. A beam of light began to crystallize in the demon leader's hand, forming into a staff-like shape. With an arrogant tone it said, "You seem dissatisfied with their power." The crystallized light in its hand transformed into a dazzling golden spear. It seemed like the demon leader had decided to join the battle. "Then let me be your opponent, Ninetails." It then swung the spear towards Ninetails, creating a blinding flash of light that shot straight at Ninetails, accompanied by the words, "Let me see how much strength you hide beneath that arrogance." The slash formed a massive blade of energy that surged forward, engulfing an entire area of the forest in its destructive force. In the end, all that remained was an unfathomable chasm. The vast forest had now been divided by a massive rift that split it into two parts. Although Ninetails managed to dodge that devastating attack, the demon leader instantly appeared behind it at an astonishing speed, catching Ninetales completely off guard. Immediately, an enormous red explosion erupted, illuminating the sky. No one knew what happened to Ninetales after taking the demon leader's next blow. The battle had taken a drastically different turn. The red demons that were previously defeated began to rise again, gathering energy in front of them in preparation for a large-scale coordinated attack. 3 beams of light shot out from 3 demons, merging into a colossal beam aimed directly at the mutated beasts of the Misty Mountain. Recognizing the danger of the coordinated strike, the black dragon immediately shouted, "Get out of the way!" Fortunately, all the mutated beasts managed to dodge the destructive golden beam, which struck the ground right in the middle of them with immense power. Immediately after, a devastating explosion occurred, causing all the mutated beasts, even those far away, to be partially affected. The explosion was so intense that it covered the entire sky in a blanket of golden light. The golden ant, being smaller than its teammates, was blown backward by the explosion. Damn it, their power is even stronger than before! Suddenly, a demon appeared behind the golden ant, glaring with wide eyes and opening its mouth to swallow the golden ant whole. Unable to react in time due to the demon's speed, the golden ant's entire body was swallowed by the demon. Immediately, countless slashing sounds erupted from within the body of the red demon that had swallowed the golden ant. The golden ant then emerged from the demon's mouth and effortlessly shattered the demon's head. Defeating the mutated beasts of the Misty Mountain isn't as easy as it seems. Suddenly, a beam of light shot towards the golden ant at an incredible speed, leaving it no time to defend. The impact was so powerful that it sent the golden ant flying through a tree and crashing straight into the mountainside at a blinding speed. It turned out to be the same demon whose head the golden ant had just shattered. Even though it no longer had a head or an arm, and its body was devoid of life, its strength seemed to be greater than when it was intact. The golden ant did not show any signs of weakness. Despite enduring significant damage, thanks to its sturdy golden armor, it did not have a single scratch on its body. However, seeing the demon still alive with such a body left the golden ant in shock. It wasn't just the golden ant. The mammoth and other mutated beasts also appeared bewildered by what they were witnessing. The mammoth said, "Aren't they just puppets?" Suddenly, something caught the attention of the honey badger, the golden monkey, and the wild boar, causing them to turn their heads and look. Dozens of red demons were standing in a line, each of them gathering energy in front of them, preparing for a coordinated attack with tremendous destructive power. On the side of the intruder clad in the purple cloak, he was gazing up at the white gate that had brought the red demons to the Misty Mountain. His eyes revealed a hint of worry, warning of the inevitable dangers approaching the Misty Mountain. A blue light flashed and shot forward. It instantly pierced through the body of a demon, but unlike before, this time it had a significant effect on the demon. All the other red demons, in some way, were also affected, even though they were not directly hit by the blue light. The demon with a hole through its chest completely collapsed, unable to get up and continue fighting as it did before. It turned out that the blue light was caused by the white tiger, with Xiao Lam sitting on its back, shouting loudly, "Everyone, we need to completely destroy the cores inside their bodies." Xiao Lam had arrived just in time along with the white tiger to help everyone find the weaknesses of those mutated red demons. If they didn't break their cores, they would never die even if they lost parts of their bodies. Xiao Lam shouted to signal everyone. "Everyone, we need to destroy everything. If we only damage their body parts, it won't mean anything." The mutated red demons, even if they lost an eye or even their head, could still stand firm and fight thanks to the core inside their bodies controlling them like immortal puppets as long as the core remained intact. However, breaking their core was very difficult because those cores could move, making them hard to destroy. We needed to destroy their entire bodies into pieces to destroy the core inside their bodies. After understanding how to eliminate these mutated red demons, the golden ant immediately unleashed its ultimate skill, enhancing its power, and said, "If it's just like that, then it's too simple." The entire body of the golden ant began to emit blinding golden light. As soon as it finished speaking, within seconds, the golden ant rushed forward and sliced the mutated red demon into many parts with its ultimate skill, striking 5 times its strength. The other mutated beasts were no less capable. All used their skills to destroy the entire body of the mutated red demons to eliminate them completely. The dinosaur used its fire breath, instantly incinerating one mutated red demon into ashes. The Spider King spat out a pile of highly toxic green acid that could corrode the entire body of the mutated red demon. The Mantis King also used its large body with incredible agility to immediately slash through the body of another mutated red demon. Shortly after, its body was also cut into many parts, even stronger than the attack the golden ant just used. The mammoth used its weight to stomp repeatedly on a mutated red demon, causing its entire body to gradually shatter into many small fragments. The fire buffalo was also busy destroying another mutated red demon to help everyone, charging straight into the body of the mutated red demon. The badger, the golden monkey, and the wild boar were not just standing by. They all joined forces with everyone to quickly defeat these alien invaders. On the other hand, the battle between the mutated Red Demon King and the nine-tailed fox was also ongoing fiercely. The mutated Red Demon King raised both hands to create dazzling red lights, preparing for some ultimate technique. Immediately after, he shot 2 beams of light towards the nine-tailed fox at great speed, making it impossible for the nine-tailed fox to evade in time. The beams of light began to split into many other beams like a gigantic web enveloping the nine-tailed fox, making it difficult for her to dodge. Suddenly, those red beams exploded, creating countless clouds of dust that covered a vast area, leaving the nine-tailed fox unable to do anything. Noticing that the nine-tailed fox couldn't defeat the mutated Red Demon King alone, Xiao Lam and the Divine Tree flew in to provide timely assistance. Xiao Lam activated her X-ray vision to find the weakness of the mutated Red Demon King. Her eyes began to shine and turn red, but it seemed this mutated Red Demon King was completely different from the other mutated red demons. Inside its body, there was no controlling core, making the search for weaknesses meaningless. The mutated Red Demon King turned to look at Xiao Lam. He knew her ability could reveal their weaknesses. That terrifying explosion probably wouldn't harm the nine-tailed fox at all. She rushed forward and spat a stream of orange fire at the mutated Red Demon King. Seeing the weak flame just emitted, the mutated Red Demon King felt contempt and said, "With just this little fire, you can't do anything to me." Before he could revel in his triumph for long, the flame suddenly transformed into a beautiful reddish-orange color, taking on a different shape from the flame initially spat out by the nine-tailed fox. The flame morphed into a shape resembling the nine-tailed fox but much larger. It roared fiercely, asserting its power to the mutated Red Demon King, who had just underestimated it. Seeing the flame take the form of a gigantic nine-tailed fox made the mutated Red Demon King shift from contempt to excitement, and say, "Humph, now that's acceptable." But suddenly, his gaze shifted to Xiao Lam. Since she could see their weaknesses, he wanted to kill her first. Immediately after, 2 other mutated red demons jumped towards the back of the nine-tailed fox to obstruct her, allowing the mutated Red Demon King to rush to kill Xiao Lam first. Due to their incredible speed, the nine-tailed fox couldn't prepare to evade the surprise attack from behind in time. At this moment, Xiao Lam still didn't realize she was the target, so she told the Divine Tree to fly high into the sky first. Suddenly, the mutated Red Demon King appeared in front of the Divine Tree at incredible speed, intending to deliver a blow that would eliminate both the Divine Tree and Xiao Lam. Xiao Lam's face immediately changed. The speed was too fast, and both of them couldn't react in time. In terms of size and strength, they were vastly different. The mutated Red Demon King widened his eyes, looking at Xiao Lam riding the Divine Tree, and said, "Your ability is too difficult for us to deal with, so you will die here." Just after he spoke, the White Monkey King suddenly appeared behind the mutated Red Demon King, delivering a blow straight to its face. The White Monkey King shouted loudly, using all his strength to push the mutated Red Demon King down to the ground and protect Xiao Lam. The mutated Red Demon King glanced at the White Monkey King, disdainfully saying, "Even a creature of your level dares to come here to challenge me?" Then both of them crashed down to the ground, creating a huge explosion that sent countless dust and debris flying into the sky, and the noise they made was immense. After a while, the dust began to clear, revealing the scene of the battle between the White Monkey King and the mutated Red Demon King. The White Monkey King had already lost an arm to the mutated Red Demon King. His entire body was lying on the ground, gravely injured. It seemed the outcome of this battle was clear. The White Monkey King not only lost but also lost an arm. However, the White Monkey King still managed to leave a large scar on the face of the mutated Red Demon King, causing him to say, "You have succeeded in leaving a scar on my body. Truly impressive." Suddenly from afar, the Golden Monkey charged towards the mutated Red Demon King with a stick and shouted, "Let our king go!" The mutated Red Demon King immediately raised his hand to defend. The wooden stick of the Golden Monkey, despite looking weak, managed to break through the armor of the mutated Red Demon King, surprising him. The mutated Red Demon King realized that the stick in the Golden Monkey's hand was not ordinary. Although it looked weak, it left a large wound on his arm. The mutated Red Demon King decided to eliminate the Golden Monkey first, perhaps realizing that the Golden Monkey's strength was not as it appeared, and then created 2 red energy spheres aimed at throwing them at the Golden Monkey. At this moment, the Golden Monkey was no longer as spirited as before, showing great fear and screaming. But once again, the White Monkey King appeared behind to prevent the mutated Red Demon King from eliminating his comrade. He extended his remaining arm to tightly grip the head of the mutated Red Demon King. The mutated Red Demon King glanced back and felt that the White Monkey King was quite a nuisance. Therefore, he decided to eliminate the White Monkey King first. Immediately after, he shot a red beam towards the White Monkey King. The beam shot straight into the White Monkey King's abdomen, causing a lot of blood to spill out. The White Monkey King screamed in pain. Blood also began to pour from his mouth. Seeing the White Monkey King heavily injured while trying to save him made the Golden Monkey feel extremely worried. He frowned and shouted but could do nothing. At this moment, the White Monkey King, having lost an arm and severely injured, still tried to stand firm to confront the mutated Red Demon King. The mutated Red Demon King said, "You have repeatedly ruined my plans. I have changed my mind. I will kill you first." Then the mutated Red Demon King raised one hand to the sky, creating a red barrier surrounding them to trap the White Monkey King along with himself. The mutated Red Demon King continued, "You all watch as I slowly kill him. This can be considered an overture to the battle with you." Sensing something was wrong, the golden ant immediately rushed in at great speed and said, "Damn it, don't expect to achieve your desires." Then the golden ant charged straight into the expanding red barrier, covering a vast area. The impact created a loud noise. Although it used all its power to charge in, what the golden ant left behind was only a small scratch on the surface of that barrier, unable to penetrate inside. The mutated Red Demon King said, "Useless. Even a 5th-level superhuman cannot easily break that barrier, so relying on you is impossible." Immediately after, from the shattered crack in the sky, countless other mutated red demons began to descend. The black dragon shouted loudly, "These guys keep appearing from the sky." The red demons had now gathered in such numbers that they covered the entire view ahead. Behind them was a barrier trapping the White Monkey King and the Red Demon King inside, both sides standing opposite each other, preparing for the next fierce sacrifice. The red demons shouted loudly towards the strange beasts of the Misty Mountains. Immediately after, both sides officially began the battle, charging towards each other while roaring loudly, each step causing the ground around them to tremble and raise dust. While the gigantic beasts were busy fighting the red demons, the honey badger, the golden monkey, and the wild boar were trying to break the barrier to rescue the White Monkey King. The nine-tailed fox shouted anxiously, "Prioritize rescuing the White Monkey King first." Inside the barrier, the White Monkey King, covered in injuries, severely wounded and missing an arm, continued to fight against the Red Demon King without giving up. But the power gap from the beginning was too great. The Red Demon King didn't even bother to dodge the White Monkey King's attack, merely waving a hand. The remaining arm of the White Monkey King was also severed by that strike, indicating that the outcome of the battle inside the barrier might already be decided. The Red Demon King looked at the White Monkey King with a sharp gaze and said, "You coward, I will make you wish you were dead." Outside the barrier, the White Tiger was relentlessly attacking the barrier in an attempt to rescue the White Monkey King. But no matter how hard it tried, the barrier did not show even a crack. Despite the White Tiger's best effort to attack the barrier with its third eye, it was still ineffective. The golden ant said, "Not even a crack." Suddenly, the monkey horde from the Misty Mountains appeared, charging towards the red demons, screaming loudly, with anger clear on each of their faces. Xiao Lam watched as the monkey horde continued to rush forward despite the enormous power gap. Dashing forward seemed like a death wish. Xiao Lam said, "Monkeys, are you trying to rescue the White Monkey King?" Though they had muscular and strong physiques, the monkeys had no hope of victory regarding strength and size. However, since their king had been captured, they all charged towards the red demons without caring about their lives, determined to rescue the White Monkey King. Suddenly, something strange happened. The eyes of the red demons standing still ignored the advancing monkeys. Xiao Lam sensed something unusual and shouted, "This is bad. Everyone stay away from those creatures." Just as Xiao Lam said, the eyes of the red demons suddenly lit up, preparing for a move to sweep away the entire monkey horde in front of them. It seemed these demons intended to blow themselves up. Immediately after, bright lights engulfed the entire monkey horde. Realizing they were in danger, the expressions of the monkeys shifted from anger to fear. On the side of the golden ant and the black dragon, they were not only outnumbered in size but also in quantity. They were currently surrounded by many demons much larger than them. On the mammoth side, two red demons suddenly rushed in and tightly hugged the mammoth, possibly preparing to unleash some kind of ultimate technique, with both demons beginning to glow. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, illuminating the sky, drowning it in bright red light, capturing the attention of all other creatures. The explosion was so loud that it seemed to cover the entire Misty Mountain, its light shining straight out into space, engulfing everything around it. Creatures near the barrier were injured and hurled backward by the blast. The golden monkey quickly leaned on its stick to stand up and see what had just happened. But what lay before the golden monkey made it gape in shock, its eyes now filled with despair mixed with anger. From the explosion, the silhouette of the Red Demon King gradually emerged, holding the upper half of the White Monkey King in its hand, who now showed no signs of life. The eyes of the White Monkey King were left red, devoid of any life, and his body was split into two parts, with both arms and legs severed. Unable to contain its anger, the golden monkey gritted its teeth. Soon after, the golden monkey, wielding its stick, charged straight at the Red Demon King and shouted loudly. Tears welled up in the golden monkey's eyes, and the death of the White Monkey King filled it with fury, determined to take revenge. Knowing that the golden monkey's actions were a futile quest for death, the Red Demon King calmly said, "Rage won't change anything. It will only expose more of your vulnerabilities." Suddenly, behind the Red Demon King, two strange beasts from the misty mountains appeared, a wolf and a fire duck, intending to launch a surprise attack on the Red Demon King from behind. Despite their surprise attack, all of their strikes were effortlessly blocked by the Red Demon King, failing to leave a single scratch on him. Just as the wolf was confused about what was happening, the Red Demon King needed only one hand to crush the wolf's arm. The wolf could only howl in pain without being able to do anything. The fire duck fared no better. Its flames were completely blocked, and it was now being illuminated by the red light of the Red Demon King, causing it to howl in pain as well. Suddenly, the golden monkey charged in and struck its stick directly into the Red Demon King's eye, the blow powerful enough to destroy its only eye. After receiving that strike, the Red Demon King felt pain, being pushed back a bit while raising a hand to cover its eye. Its eye had been destroyed by the golden monkey. Normally it could regenerate its entire body, but for some reason, it couldn't regenerate its eye now, prompting it to exclaim, "Damn it!" The golden monkey now appeared in a dazzling manner, its eyes shining brightly, symbolizing its fury over the death of its king at the hands of the Red Demon King. Soon after, a blue light from somewhere shone directly into the broken eye of the Red Demon King, causing it to stagger back. The blue light belonged to the honey badger, a friend of the golden monkey. The death of the golden monkey's king also made it unable to contain its anger. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, the nine-tailed fox was also preparing an ultimate technique to strike the Red Demon King while it was severely wounded and unable to see. The nine-tailed fox then breathed a powerful fire at the Red Demon King, creating a terrifying explosion. Inside the explosion, thanks to a protective barrier, the Red Demon King was not hit by the nine-tailed fox's flames, but it still had to shield its face from previous strikes. Its eyes could no longer regenerate. It was likely all due to the stick that the golden monkey was wielding. Realizing the Red Demon King was in a weak position, the nine-tailed fox roared, "Don't even think about leaving here alive today." In response, the Red Demon King calmly replied, "If I want to leave, none of you can stop me. The creature I seek isn't here today, so I must return another time. Next time, I'll bring more subordinates. It won't be like this time." The Red Demon King turned to prepare to retreat, as it was injured and unable to recover. It then spread its wings and flew swiftly into the sky. At this speed, it seemed no one could catch up to it. Witnessing the Red Demon King leave after causing countless misdeeds to its allies, Xiao Lam shouted loudly, "White Tiger, don't let him escape!" Hearing the command, the White Tiger roared in anger. The nine-tailed fox also charged, trying to chase after the Red Demon King, but it seemed it wouldn't be able to catch up. The Red Demon King was already at the exit. Infuriated by not being able to catch up, the nine-tailed fox could only yell, "Damn it!" Before leaving, the Red Demon King smugly turned back and said, "Don't waste your efforts. I'll see you next time." Just as it finished speaking, the roots of the divine tree burst through the space and successfully captured the Red Demon King before it could escape. Seeing the divine tree, all the strange beasts were astonished but felt joy that the strongest had finally appeared. The golden ant said, "The power of the spiritual energy is truly terrifying." Soon after, many other roots appeared. The Red Demon King seemed to have no escape route left, and the outcome of this battle was finally being decided. Seeing the divine tree return made the nine-tailed fox overjoyed and shout, "Master!" Immediately after, a fragment of space shattered, revealing the face of the divine tree returning. The eyes of the divine tree were now filled with immense anger. The roots of the divine tree extended from the air, breaking through space and tightly wrapping around the body of the Red Demon King before he could escape. After being captured, the Red Demon King sensed an incredibly terrifying stream of spiritual energy from the divine tree and exclaimed, "This bottomless deep spiritual energy, it was you who killed Gyujit." Immediately after, the divine tree threw the Red Demon King down to the ground at high speed, leaving only a streak of light descending. The impact shattered the surrounding earth, causing clouds of dust to rise from the ground and obscure the view. After being violently thrown to the ground, the Red Demon King lost both his hands and one wing but still stood tall, pretending nothing happened and said, "Even if you don't speak, I already know it's you." He continued, "From your spiritual energy, I can see that it's you." Before he could finish his sentence, a root of the divine tree stabbed straight into the eye of the Red Demon King, catching him off guard. The blow was so powerful that it sent the Red Demon King flying a considerable distance, leaving behind a thick cloud of dust and a loud noise on the ground. At this point, the Red Demon King had lost part of his upper body. His eye was shattered, and he could see nothing. All his wings were destroyed, rendering him unable to fly. Despite his severe injuries, he still fought to remain standing. The portal leading him back to the Misty Mountains was gradually closing. The fragments of space were slowly disappearing, and the Red Demon King's only route home was fading away. After a while, it completely closed, signaling the end of the battle with victory for the strange beasts of the Misty Mountains. Seeing his only way back vanish caused the Red Demon King to panic and exclaim, "The passage has disappeared." At this moment, the divine tree also spoke to the Red Demon King. "Just now you said you wanted to run, and no one could stop you, right? Now show me how you can run. After hearing the divine tree's words, the Red Demon King stood up and shouted, Aren't you going to ask why I came here? The divine tree was now in the form of a dragon, holding a green dragon ball in its claws. The roots had transformed into the shape of a real dragon, exuding immense strength. On the dragon's back was the trunk of the divine tree. It was trying to return to the misty mountains at the fastest possible speed, and it was evident that the divine tree was extremely angry. The divine tree shouted, It's unnecessary. I can find the answer myself. After hearing everything the divine tree said, the Red Demon King realized he couldn't talk to it, so he fell silent for a moment. Soon after, the entire body of the Red Demon King began to glow, and the damaged parts of his body were regenerated into a form resembling flames. Perhaps this was his final form and strongest skill. He shouted, Such strong spiritual energy! You are indeed very powerful. No wonder you could kill Gyujit. The divine tree was just in time to break through space to return to the misty mountains, while the Red Demon King was entirely enveloped in a golden light shooting straight up into the sky. Knowing the divine tree was very powerful, he was still determined to fight to the last of his strength, shouting, Your arrogance is beyond cure. It's truly infuriating. The Red Demon King then used all his remaining strength to charge at the divine tree with incredible speed while shouting, No matter how strong you are, you will not find my master! The divine tree did not stand still either. Its dragon opened its mouth wide, gathering a massive energy ball. This would likely be the decisive move of this battle. The Red Demon King charged toward the divine tree so fast that he only left a streak of light behind, while the divine tree continued to focus on unleashing the energy ball. The Red Demon King realized the power of the energy ball, but by now it was too late. He could only confront the divine tree's attack head-on. Immediately, a massive blue energy source was expelled from the divine tree's dragon, a force so tremendous that no creature could withstand it. The Red Demon King remained determined to advance, shouting, My master! As predicted, the energy ball of the divine tree completely overpowered him, successfully pushing the Red Demon King back and creating a massive explosion with blue and yellow colors. Although the Red Demon King was defeated, the divine tree's face still showed no signs of anger. Perhaps it was because he had arrived too late, and many comrades had been killed. The scene was left with a long trench, and at the end was a gigantic pit. The body of the Red Demon King had been completely incinerated, not a single piece of him remained. On the side of the golden monkey, the death of the White Monkey King made him unable to stop crying, repeatedly saying, King! All the strange beasts surrounded the White Monkey King, their faces filled with sorrow for a comrade who had sacrificed himself in this battle. Suddenly, the White Monkey King coughed, meaning he was not dead yet, and with the power of the divine tree, he could still be saved before he fully died. The White Monkey King, still alive, used his tail to hand a colorful object to the golden monkey. Understanding the White Monkey King's intention, the golden monkey extended both hands to catch it. It was a multicolored stone, adorned with a strange blue symbol resembling a crown. The golden monkey held the stone tightly in his hands, tears streaming down. This stone was the seal of the king, indicating that the White Monkey King had chosen to pass on his throne to the golden monkey. The White Monkey King, having sustained severe injuries, needed to go to the divine tree to be saved and await recovery. The super-tier strange beasts were not so easily killed, which was why the White Monkey King, despite being in such a terrible state, was still alive. As long as there was breath left, the divine tree could still save him. However, the White Monkey King had been gravely wounded, and recovering his power would be very difficult to return to his original state. The nine-tailed fox appeared before the divine tree to report the battle's damages. Master, this time the 9 great fierce beasts only suffered minor injuries. The ant army and the cockroach army suffered significant losses. The wild boar army has also lost more than half of its fighting strength. But the most tragic is still the monkey clan. They have nearly been completely annihilated. On the scene, only the golden monkey remained holding the king's seal, while his entire clan had almost been destroyed, and the White Monkey King was severely injured, nearly losing his life. The golden monkey could only hold the king's seal in silence, ignoring his 2 close friends, the honey badger and the wild boar, who were comforting him from behind. His face bore no expression. This was likely too great a shock for the golden monkey. The divine tree said to the 9-tailed fox, Gather all the bodies of the deceased strange beasts. As long as there are bodies, I can bring them back to life. But if the corpses no longer exist, then there's nothing that can be done. The battle was truly brutal. The bodies of the monkey clan lay scattered everywhere, all killed by the explosion caused by the 2 red demons. Fortunately, the divine tree had the ability to resurrect lower-tier creatures, so the surviving monkeys were trying to gather their fallen comrades' bodies to await resurrection. In the distance, a figure cloaked in purple was silently watching the divine tree. He looked at the divine tree with sharp eyes and said, It seems that right now, aside from that divine tree, the other strange beasts are still untrustworthy. Suddenly, 3 roots of the divine tree emerged from the ground, attacking the mysterious figure in the purple cloak before he could understand what was happening. It seemed he had been detected by the divine tree and was trying to escape. Immediately after, a wooden dragon appeared right behind him, moving so fast that he had no time to react. The divine tree spoke through the wooden dragon to the mysterious figure. "You know what those creatures are, don't you? Who sent them here?" He immediately replied to the divine tree with a calm expression. "Do you want to find him now? But he is very far away. It seems you know where he is." The divine tree then seized him, demanding he take it to the place of the one who sent the red demons here. The mysterious figure, realizing he had been caught and had to take the divine tree to the location of the red demons, shouted, "Are you serious?" Because where he was now was very far away. The divine tree replied with a serious expression, "I cannot wait even a minute longer." After that, the divine tree entrusted all remaining matters in the Misty Mountains to the nine-tailed fox. The divine tree decided to venture far away this time to find the one behind the attack on the Misty Mountains, seeking revenge for its fallen comrades. The divine tree did as it said and immediately stretched out into the outer space. The man in the purple robe below was astonished and instantly sensed that the divine tree had become stronger than before. A piece of space in front was torn apart by the divine tree, and the massive dragon body slowly entered it. The divine tree, boiling with anger, declared that the bastard behind this ambush would face due consequences. This was his revenge. Their target was Venus, a planet within our star system, which from a distance appeared as a barren and seemingly dead world. The atmosphere there was almost always covered in dust, and under that layer of smoke, the giant spider stood motionless, staring up at the sky. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual. A terrifying stream of spiritual energy was emerging within his detection range. Then, a flash of light appeared in the gray sky. Following it was the sound of glass shattering loudly. The enormous divine tree, riding on the back of the wooden dragon, began to emerge. The moment the divine tree saw the being below, its face darkened, and it declared, "I have finally found you." The man in the purple robe couldn't help but marvel that it only took half a day to reach Venus. Meanwhile, the giant spider realized that this was the mutated tree, but he remained silent and showed no expression. The divine tree, boiling with rage, immediately ordered the great wooden dragon to charge and attack. A howl echoed, and the battle began. The wooden dragon lowered its feet onto the ground, causing it to shatter instantly. The divine tree stood on one side, confronting the black spider on the other side. The two opponents stared deeply at each other. It seemed the size of the black spider was not small either, comparable to the divine tree. The divine tree coldly declared that because the spider took the lives of its subordinates, he would need to pay with his life. Both remained silent, and perhaps the black spider didn't expect the plan to turn out like this. Then he began to speak, saying he never thought you could chase him down so quickly. The divine tree asked why he sent his subordinates to start a war. "If you don't give me a satisfying answer, I'll make you die a more painful death than anyone else." Hearing this, the spider only burst into laughter, squinting his eyes as he laughed. He boldly declared that his subordinates had come to declare war against the divine tree. "Killing your subordinates, so what? Since you're already here, you might as well stay." The divine tree was boiling with rage, cursing this bastard for being so arrogant and bold. The spider couldn't wait any longer and urged the divine tree to start the battle already, saying no matter what the result, it would only come sooner. Then, the black spider's entire body erupted with spiritual energy, a faint red glow enveloping him. Information about this creature appeared, describing it as a Venusian parasite, transcendent fifth order. Talent, can quickly adapt to various environments. Special ability, reproduction, capable of creating life by laying eggs from within its body. Diamond claws, a powerful strike can form air blades. High explosive rounds, a destructive move formed by compressed air. Earthquake, utilizes large earthquakes to cause destruction. The divine tree completed its analysis and concluded that this guy wasn't weak, but not too strong either. The divine tree then proclaimed, "Don't beg for your life later." The black spider laughed again, saying the divine tree was only joking. The conversation ended, and the divine tree unleashed flame blazing. At that moment, the entire space was filled with a blazing golden heat. A massive flame struck the giant spider directly. Oh heavens, what spider wouldn't fear fire? The black spider gritted its teeth and growled in pain, and its groans could be heard from Earth. At the same time, before the smoke cleared, the wooden dragon's head appeared, opening wide with a deep purple hue, ready to bite down on the spider's body. At that moment, the black spider unleashed its diamond claws, the sharp blades slicing the wooden dragon's head cleanly in two. Unfortunately for the black spider, there were too many dragon heads. Each one was 10 times larger than his body. The black spider was startled, realizing this was clearly overwhelming force bullying the weak. But the divine tree didn't have time to play like when it fought the barbarian king in Africa. This time, it was a battle for revenge. So, the 8 dragon heads quickly released as much deadly spiritual energy as possible. The strike blasted the black spider far away, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. The explosion had a radius of several kilometers, and the condensed golden spiritual energy annihilated everything within its range. The man in the purple robe rejoiced, thinking that the divine tree had already won. But the black spider was clearly no ordinary creature. He was still alive, though vomiting continuously. No, he was beginning a rapid reproduction process right in the middle of the battle. In just a few short seconds, a horde of red demons emerged from those eggs and started climbing at the black spider's command. The divine tree calmly activated the Ice Age skill. Icy blue glaciers emerged as tall as mountains and froze everything at an astonishing speed. The red demons hadn't even managed to do anything before they were trapped in the ice, completely immobilized. At that moment, a massive three-fingered hand reached out. Naturally, it was the divine tree's hand that grabbed the black spider. Then the divine tree, like lightning, slammed it down onto the ground. The black spider took the blow, smashing its head hard onto the solid ground below. Blood splattered everywhere, and the black spider coughed violently in its own blood. He could only curse the divine tree as a detestable being. Then unleashed a long-range attack using high-explosive round. The pale pink spiritual energy shot out at great speed, successfully piercing through both the wooden dragon and the divine tree. The man in the purple robe held his breath, wondering if the divine tree could withstand the attack of a fifth-order creature like this. Even the black spider was anxious. Hitting at such close range was perfect. No matter who it was, survival would be difficult. But what greeted him was only a pair of cold eyes. The divine tree was looking at the black spider as if it were already dead. The black spider, terrified, shuddered. Then a powerful blow landed straight on his face, leaving the black spider no chance to dodge. The powerful blow of the divine tree sent the black spider flying far away, its entire body sliding across the ground. The divine tree continued its offensive and unleashed a barrage of elemental orbs. Then, 11 streams of spiritual energy from various elements struck directly at the enemy. It seemed that the black spider had tried to evade, so the divine tree scattered its elemental spiritual energy everywhere. This move clearly struck one of the black spider's weaknesses. The man in purple looked at the scene of destruction in dismay. Shortly afterward, the divine tree's claws grabbed the tattered body of the black spider, and the impact shattered the ground beneath it. Suddenly, the claws of the divine tree transformed into massive, purplish arms, forcefully seizing the diamond-like pincers of the enemy. The grip was so strong that the pincers were immediately crushed. It turned out that the divine tree had morphed into its dominant combat form, with terrifying close combat capabilities. The black spider was now nothing more than prey on a dining table. When the pincers were torn out, the pain made the black spider roar in agony. However, it didn't know that the torture had only just begun. Steel-hard roots coiled around its body. The black spider, panicking, shouted loudly. "What do you want to do?" The divine tree, with a dry voice, said. "The way you treated my subordinates and the white monkey is the same way I will treat you." With that, roots tore through space and lunged forward. They pierced dozens of holes into the black spider's body, tearing it apart like paper, with fresh blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The overwhelming pain interrupted the black spider's screams, and its eyes were on the verge of bursting. After that, the black spider was left completely incapable of fighting, its body ruined, and it had lost all its legs. The divine tree lifted it up and brought it to its face. Then, with one hand, it gripped tightly onto the black spider's face. At this point, the divine tree interrogated it, asking, "Is that giant red eye connected to you? What is your purpose in declaring war against me?" Even though the black spider was on the brink of death, it maintained its regal demeanor, laughing loudly and saying, "It seems like you and the Emperor have already met, haven't you?" The divine tree, furious at this attitude, shook its roots violently. Then it slammed the black spider down to the ground, causing a terrifying shock to its internal organs and brain. With its last breath, the black spider said, "You killed Gyujit. He was the Emperor's pawn left on this planet. The Emperor is now very angry. He's currently coming here from another part of the universe and will soon arrive to kill you." The black spider laughed loudly once more and declared, "Tremble in fear, for you will soon cease to exist forever." The divine tree had heard enough. A stream of blazing spiritual energy shot out from its mouth. Instantly, it burned the black spider with the heat of the sun, and it let out one final scream. Afterward, only a long scar remained on the ground, with the scorching spiritual energy not yet cooled. Having dealt with the enemy, the divine tree turned to the man in purple and asked, "Is the Emperor mentioned by him the same threat you spoke to me about before?" "Oh, protector of humankind, answer me." The man in purple then confirmed. "Yes, that's right." The divine tree then asked, "Who is Gyujit?" The man in purple answered, "He is the Dark King." The divine tree was taken aback by this answer. The man in purple understood that there were still many hidden truths and declared that she would explain everything to the divine tree once they left this place. At this moment, something caught the divine tree's attention. It was a massive blue crystal emerging from the black spider's corpse. How could something like this come out of its body? The man in purple then said, "That's a core crystal. It's a high-level core where the gathered energy of a planet exists. If it evolves, it will become the heart of the world, capable of nurturing the life of an entire planet. Perhaps it relied on the energy of the core crystal to reach this planet. After hearing this, the divine tree immediately picked it up, thinking to itself that it didn't expect to harvest something of such caliber. At this moment, the divine tree let go of the man in purple, and she added that the core crystal not only contained immense power but was also the central material for creating magical formations. It seemed that the divine tree's luck was indeed extraordinary. The divine tree declared that it would confiscate this item and that there was no more business left for them here. The wood dragon reappeared, and the divine tree began its journey back. At Misty Mountain, many injured and dead mythical beasts were being preserved in root cages and enveloped by the divine tree's life energy. The most tragic of all was the white monkey, with only part of its body remaining, and its life as fragile as a candle in the wind. The golden monkey with a royal heart silently observed from below. Behind him were his two close friends, all waiting for everyone to recover. The honey badger, worried, said that the golden monkey had been sitting there for too long. The golden monkey, with a cold expression, just stared at the white monkey, remembering the time when his comrade was brutally beaten. The white monkey couldn't contain his inner turmoil, his heart filled with unspoken thoughts. Suddenly, noisy footsteps came from behind. It was their master, the divine tree, who had returned. The divine tree then threw something onto the ground. It was the head of the enemy behind all this. The divine tree then proudly declared, "I have avenged the white monkey clan." Chapter 280. The divine tree and the golden monkey silently observed their comrades being treated inside the healing cages. The divine tree seemed to understand the golden monkey's thoughts and said that it was not the golden monkey's fault that the white monkey got injured. Protecting one's tribe is the duty of every king. The divine tree raised the king's stone and said that before the king passed away, he had entrusted this king's stone to him, and now the mark on it was becoming fainter and fainter. This is the king's seal that the divine tree bestows upon a worthy individual of each race, serving as proof that they are the strongest. The golden monkey looked deeply at the stone, his face filled with sorrow as he spoke. "In my current state, I truly don't deserve this stone." The honey badger and wild boar could only watch in concern. They had never seen their friend look so despondent before. The golden monkey then stepped forward. He moved closer to the enemy's head in front of him. Using his own head, he rammed it fiercely against the object. The divine tree did not stop him, merely watched silently. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground. The golden monkey had but a fifth-order beast. Clearly, flesh couldn't be tougher, yet he coldly declared, "I will become strong enough to be the mightiest king." With an icy demeanor, he then turned around. He walked straight into the space the divine tree had opened. This training journey would mark a turning point in his life. The divine tree watched quietly, knowing that the carefree and joyful golden monkey of the past had now awakened the beast within. In fact, the divine tree was the most reluctant. The white monkey was an extremely rare top-tier talent. This loss was incomparable, but through this, the golden monkey and many others would mature. The divine tree then found a high place to sit. Now, the divine tree would speak with the person in purple, telling them that it was time to reveal everything. But the response was simply a calm, "I don't know anything." The divine tree immediately waved dozens of branches, gathering spiritual energy. It declared that if the girl didn't tell the truth, the divine tree would truly kill her. After all, she knew their names, so how could she not know what was going on? Faced with dozens of deadly glowing spots, the person in purple remained calm, stating that they simply knew prophecy techniques and could glimpse a bit of the future. Overall, compared to what the divine tree knew now, it wasn't much more. Hearing this, the divine tree realized that she wasn't alone and asked, "What do you mean by we? What is your true identity?" Suddenly, a male figure appeared beside the person in purple. The soul stated that he was dead and now merely a soul inhabiting this girl's body. The person in purple continued, saying that they currently didn't know why the emperor wanted to attack this place, but with the current combat strength of Earth, only Misty Mountain was of some use. However, once war breaks out, they wouldn't be able to win either. "We need to recruit more people." The divine tree's face darkened and it said that it was difficult to gather a powerful army on Earth within a year. "We can only look for reinforcements from other planets." The person in purple thought for a moment and said that with the divine tree's current abilities, it shouldn't be too difficult. The divine tree then became suspicious and said sternly, "If I believe what you say, I still know nothing about you. Are you my ally or my enemy?" The person in purple replied, "I'm no one's enemy, and I'm no one's ally. If you don't trust me, then at most, you can have a battle with me right here. But before that, the Emperor's army will not stop advancing." Fine, this girl was clearly not weak, and the divine tree didn't want to fight senselessly like this, so it asked what kind of future she had seen. The girl in purple searched her mind. It was a terrifying scene, Earth being split in two by an apocalyptic light. The divine tree fell silent, knowing that such power could only come from the giant eye and no one else. The girl then waved her hand, and a glowing orb appeared. She said, "Remember this well. We only have 1 year left. Do what needs to be done." From the small orb, a massive crack split open the space. Before leaving, she added that she might come looking for the divine tree again. The divine tree remained silent, neither stopping her nor asking any further questions. Now, the name that haunted him the most was Emperor, an unknown being who suddenly wanted to destroy this planet. At this moment on the moon, the divine trees would drag and tore through space and arrived. Laurel saw this and immediately called out to the master. "The master has finally returned." But today, the master seemed to be in a hurry, looking rather unhappy, which puzzled Laurel. What could have happened to make the master appear so flustered and rushed? At the fortress established by Qing Chang. Since the moon base was built, all the scientists from Misty Mountain had gathered on the moon. This place was under Yule's control. After all, he had expertise in this area and over a decade of experience operating the flying fortress. Yule nodded to signal the scientists on the other side. They immediately began activating the machine. Surrounding Yule was a circle full of machinery, which started extracting streams of blue energy from his body. Afterward, Yule turned around as if he had just loaded the first bullet. Streams of stray energy lingered in the space. Then, a terrifying burst of spiritual energy shot out from the machine. The one controlling this shot was none other than Yule. After the shot, Yule's entire body was steaming. In front of him, a swirling energy circle was slowly forming. What were they experimenting with? End of chapter 280. At the Misty Mountain Research Center on the moon, Yule, dressed in a cloak and helmet, successfully created a magnificent blue space portal. This made the human scientists extremely excited, as it was the first time humanity could manipulate space and create a portal. Everyone's faces showed immense joy. Despite having created a miracle in human history, Yule did not appear surprised and simply said, "Although I've mastered the principles, I still can't control its size." This experiment was directed by the divine tree, who sent a wood dragon to observe it. The divine tree said, "This experiment is beginning to show results." Upon seeing the appearance of the divine tree, Yule immediately kneeled to show respect. To be able to create such a portal required the assistance of the divine tree. With a serious expression, the divine tree asked him, "How long will it take for the portal to become stable?" If fast, it would only take 2 years. The divine tree expressed dissatisfaction with his answer. 2 years? That long? The emperor will arrive in just 1 year. I can only give you at most half a year. This portal must have significant importance to the divine tree in the upcoming battle against the emperor, hence the urgency for it to be completed as soon as possible. Completing the portal in the shortest time still requires 2 years, yet the divine tree has only given half a year, which is an enormous challenge. The divine tree knew that shortening the timeline from 2 years to half a year would be very difficult, so he decided to send someone to support Yule. The portal must be completed as soon as possible. After hearing all of the divine tree's requirements, the human scientists were extremely bewildered, because even with assistance, it would still take at least a year to complete, and there wouldn't be enough time to test the portal within that year. Yule had a question for the divine tree. "Your Grace, I don't understand. You already possess 9 great spaces and the ability to break through the void, so why is it necessary to develop this space portal?" The divine tree immediately clarified his doubt. "This is different. Once the portal is opened, you can instantly send your troops to the desired location. The 9 great spaces and the void still rely on my speed of travel to reach destinations. Additionally, when confronting a powerful enemy, you can use the portal to quickly gather personnel and execute an attack or defense. Currently, there is only 1 year left to prepare everything, and everything must be done as quickly as possible, as the enemy will arrive here in a year." After understanding the importance of the portal in the upcoming battle, Yule requested permission from the divine tree to return to human society first to seek additional support from advanced scientists. The divine tree replied, "Go, any manpower and resources you need, I can provide them." After receiving the divine tree's approval, Yule bowed in gratitude and returned to human society to seek assistance. The universe outside was still incredibly peaceful at that moment, but it would soon be a harbinger of the fierce battle to come. Suddenly, a phoenix appeared and let out a cry. It then bowed its head respectfully to the divine tree and said, "Master." The phoenix had something to report to the divine tree. There was a strange beast that the phoenix had just discovered, and it wanted to inform the divine tree. The divine tree, curious about this new beast, asked, "Who is it?" Suddenly, a black bird with a body emitting a bright red glow flew towards the divine tree. It turned out to be a crow in the transcendent third order, named Blood Crow. However, the crow currently flying towards the divine tree was just a clone brought back by the phoenix, so it posed no threat. The divine tree immediately recognized it as the same damned crow he had encountered before, but now it was just a clone. The phoenix immediately proposed a great idea. I want to go down to the lower world and injure the mother of Blood Crow, then let this clone absorb the power of the Blood Crow's mother, and finally transform this clone into its main body. The Blood Crow clone currently had no consciousness, only following the Phoenix's directives, and was sitting still on a branch of the divine tree. It was certain that after the clone absorbed the Blood Crow's mother's body, it would become an ally of Misty Mountain and a formidable force. Blood Crow had a formidable ability, duplication. With Blood Crow joining their ranks and using its duplication ability, they would be able to monitor everything happening on Earth in real time. The divine tree had thought about this before. From now on, it would be easier to know what was happening everywhere on Earth. Alright, let's do as the Phoenix suggested. After receiving the divine tree's approval, the Phoenix used the divine tree's void-breaking ability to quickly fly to the Blood Crow's lair at the fastest speed possible. The divine tree was confused about something. Even though they said the clone would absorb, it was still here and hadn't followed the Phoenix. The Blood Crow clone immediately responded to the divine tree. Once the Blood Crow's mother's body is severely wounded, its power will immediately be transmitted to the strongest clone. For now, I just need to wait quietly. The scene shifted to a place on Earth where farmers were busily harvesting their crops, unaware of the impending catastrophe. Suddenly, in the clear blue sky, a vast number of pitch-black crows appeared, flying towards the farmers. The crows quickly flew over the farmers' heads, but as they had not yet noticed, they were still eagerly harvesting their crops. Then, one of them finally noticed and shouted, "Look up at the sky!" The man was horrified by the scene in front of him, his mouth agape, screaming. The crows had covered the entire sky above them. An unimaginable number, far more than could be conceived. The entire blue sky was covered, leaving no trace of light. The farmers still hadn't grasped the imminent danger and had not started to flee. The crows, with their black bodies and eyes glowing red with murderous intent, opened their mouths, creating horrifying cries. In a blink of an eye, everything in front of them was reduced to mere white bones. No living creature or even plant could survive around them. After feeding, the crows stood still, waiting for the latest command from their mother. With blood-red eyes and a fierce red beak, their feathers were still stained with the blood of the creatures they had slaughtered. In a massive building, the headquarters of an alliance consisting of 10 countries. Everyone inside the building was in a state of panic, shouting, "Blood Crow has attacked another town, and all the local residents have been killed. Where is the team that was sent to attack and eliminate them earlier? They've all been killed." A woman in the alliance continued, shouting, "That Blood Crow has reached the transcendent fourth order, and it is now incredibly close to the level of the top 10 fiercest beasts in the world." Suddenly, something made her stop speaking and look at the computer screen. A large red dot suddenly appeared on their satellite, and a new, immensely powerful force was trying to approach Blood Crow. A commander shouted to give orders to everyone. "Turn on the display image!" What appeared on their display screen was the Phoenix of Misty Mountain, moving to locate the mother of Blood Crow. The commander was stunned upon discovering something. It was the divine beast of Misty Mountain, the Fire Phoenix. After a long journey, the Phoenix finally arrived at the Blood Crow's lair, where the mother of Blood Crow was present. When the Phoenix arrived at the enemy's lair, it was very cautious, not daring to attack immediately. Because inside those holes, countless eyes were staring at the Phoenix, an enormous number of Blood Crows hiding inside to protect their mother. Suddenly, a pair of gigantic wings broke through the ground and soared into the sky. It was the mother of the Blood Crows. Its body was vastly different from the other Blood Crows, incredibly large, and it showed no fear when confronting the Phoenix. If one didn't know its abilities beforehand, it would be extremely difficult to deal with it. This was truly a strange creature. The Blood Crow's mother opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, its wild eyes exuding immense power. At this moment, the mother of the Blood Crow and the Fire Phoenix from Misty Mountain encountered each other, and immediately, they exchanged fiery glances. The mother crow, as fierce as a butcher, without saying a word, shrieked and flapped its wings, releasing dozens of sharp, dark spiritual energies. The Phoenix responded by spewing a stream of golden spiritual energy from its mouth. This Blood Crow, originally the most ferocious bird of the 10 coastal nations, wherever it went, brought death to countless lives, leaving 100,000 people as its prey, and terrifyingly, none survived. Ironically, the more people it devoured, the stronger it became, to the point that the 10-nation alliance had to cooperate with the Federation of China, but still could not kill it. The strength of the Blood Crow even reached the level of a world-class grade 10 disaster, and at the place where the two birds were fighting, thick smoke filled the air. Suddenly, a large, swirling flame appeared on the rocky mountainside. The one who arrived was none other than Isa, who had used her flame teleportation technique. As soon as she arrived, Isa was shocked. She saw the giant crow seemed to be at a disadvantage, clinging to the ground. The mother crow, with its beak severed, was gasping for breath, with its blood splattered everywhere. Meanwhile, the Phoenix kept stomping on its body, its sharp claws digging into the crow, then slamming its entire body to the ground. A grade 10 disaster for humanity? The phoenix clearly didn't care and successfully proved who was truly the master here. At this moment, Isa, the first representative of the divine tree, spoke. Indeed worthy of being the second fiercest creature on the continent, you have easily defeated the Blood Crow of the 10-Nation Alliance. The phoenix replied. I am merely following my master's orders. But right at that moment, the mother crow let out a heart-wrenching scream, and its entire body emitted a dazzling red glow. Immediately after, the scattered crow corpses began to respond, collectively releasing red spiritual energy into the sky. The remaining spiritual energy of the mother crow also shot upwards, but the phoenix was not surprised, clearly knowing this was the real challenge. Isa understood the situation too, seeing that the blood crow's energy had begun transferring elsewhere. The real battle was just beginning. On the moon, a crow there suddenly exclaimed, It's here! I can feel the strength of the mother's body surging into me. The divine tree quickly commanded. Now is your only chance. Fight for dominance over your mother's body. Do not let her soul seize your physical form. Then, a column of red spiritual energy shot down from the sky into the crow, and the struggle for control began, a painful fight where the crow could only scream and roll its eyes. Meanwhile, back at the mother crow's location, it spread its wings wide. With all its strength, it shrieked as if desperately grasping for its last chance at resurrection. Naturally, if it failed, it was the end for it. Its power and position as the mother crow would be passed on to another. At this moment, the phoenix could do nothing, unable to intervene, merely watching as the mother crow shrank in size. Clearly, the crow's master had begun taking action. The other crow let out a piercing scream and soared into the sky. In its spiritual space, it stood before the soul of the mother crow, both of them confronting each other. The mother crow quickly recognized the rebellious intent of the younger crow, her eyes narrowing in anger and reproach. The younger crow pleaded, Mother, please bestow your power upon me, and I will lead the family to the highest peak. The mother crow let out a cruel, contemptuous smile and declared, Stop dreaming! Surrender your body to me now! The younger crow, with nothing left to say, bid farewell to its selfish mother. Then, in the spiritual energy surrounding the black crow, a sharp cut appeared, triggering a violent reaction. Even from Earth, the moon looked blood-red that night. The explosion of spiritual energy created a massive cloud of dust, and the divine tree coughed violently, asking, Has it succeeded? Through the dust, the glowing eyes of the crow slowly emerged. It let out a deafening scream, opening its mouth wide, revealing a golden eye within. Its body had transformed, now with two enormous, blood-red wings. The divine tree quickly realized that the younger crow had won, gaining another powerful ally. Clearly, the new mother crow was different from the original. It had 3 eyes, but the third eye was inside its mouth. Someone commented it resembled an anus? I'm not sure. The stats appeared. Immortal Blood Crow, Supernatural Level 4, Innate Talent, 1 Immortal Blood Crow, a beast composed of millions of blood crows, each controlled by the strongest consciousness among them. Special abilities, thousands of clones, every feather can transform into a blood crow. Sense of Doom, can perceive death and disaster. Screech, the unique screech of the blood crow is powerful enough to tear apart souls. Sacrifice, can sacrifice 1 clone to recover from injuries, returning to its strongest form. Cursed eyes, eyes filled with a curse, glaring with deep hatred toward the opponent. The divine tree was thrilled, knowing this beast could sacrifice 1 clone to transfer its injuries and restore itself to its strongest form. In short, the wounds were transferred elsewhere, a truly difficult power to deal with. Of course, the divine tree also knew that if it faced an overwhelmingly powerful mutant beast, this ability wouldn't be very effective. For example, if an enemy could kill it in 1 hit, there would be no way to transfer the injuries. To make it unbeatable, its defense needed to be reinforced to a certain level. Then the divine tree turned to the new mother crow, declaring, Keep growing stronger. The path ahead is one you must walk alone. The mother crow replied, Yes. Then it immediately produced dozens of other crows, all of which flew around wildly, causing a great commotion. Afterward, they all perched on a branch. Oh no, they all perched on the divine tree itself. Be mindful of where you go to the bathroom. At that moment, Cheesy arrived, proudly showing off a spirit stone he had just dug up, exclaiming to the divine tree that he had found it here. The divine tree's eyes flashed with anger, shouting that the stone was planted there by the divine tree itself. Cheesy's hair stood on end. Damn it! What is this? Hundreds of blood-red eyes were staring at him. Suddenly, 2 more spiritual energy sources, 1 black and 1 pink, appeared on the horizon. The divine tree recognized them immediately. It was the purple tiger and the floral butterfly, what had brought them here. Upon arrival, the 2 respectfully greeted their master. The divine tree had to commend them. It was impressive that within just 7 days, they had absorbed all the elemental fruits and even advanced to 4th order. Seeing the potential of Misty Mountain increase significantly, the divine tree should have been happy, but for some reason, it wasn't. A strange, unsettling feeling lingered in its heart. Ever since opening its eye of omniscience, the divine tree's ability to sense spiritual energy and premonitions had advanced dramatically, but no specific records had been made. At that moment, deep in the universe, hundreds of meteorites, both large and small, were hurtling toward them, and one of them had several holes in it. Were these aiming for Earth or the Moon? End of chapter 282. The butterfly of light unleashed its destructive light. 6 beams of light shot out from the 6 white spots on its wings. At this moment, the purple tiger roared, releasing its kingdom of darkness, and the surrounding space was immediately engulfed by its darkness. The mother crow also joined, instantly producing thousands of clones, occupying the space. Perhaps these 3 beasts were testing their powers. Their battle created a massive light reaction in the sky. The Crocodile King, along with Cheesy, was observing from below. Cheesy asked, "So, who do you think will win?" "Well, that's a hard question to answer. That crow is incredibly hard to kill, as it practically has thousands of lives when fighting opponents of equal strength, while the other 2 are no pushovers either, having fully absorbed the precious fruits of light and reaching the 4th order. However, if we must compare, the immortal crow clearly still holds an edge over them." "Look, it's attacking with the eye inside its mouth in a wide-range strike," Cheesy asked again. "What about you, Crocodile King? If it were you, would you be able to win?" The Crocodile King didn't hesitate, immediately declaring himself the strongest. This statement startled Cheesy. He frowned and declared that he didn't agree, that the crocodile was not the strongest here. Faced with someone as boastful as the Crocodile King, Cheesy could only reveal his true self, declaring, "I'm terrifyingly strong, I'm serious. No matter how powerful the enemy is, I'm not afraid. You know, I've never even used my full strength yet." The crocodile remained silent. Instead of arguing about who's the strongest, the Crocodile King turned to speak sincerely. "Old Ninth, even though we don't often hang out, when you went to GR City alone, you were a true man." This statement immediately made Cheesy's radio fall silent, and then he awkwardly praised the Crocodile King, calling him Old Fourth, with embarrassment. Suddenly, Cheesy asked again, "Can you help me with one thing, Crocodile King? That is, to repay my debt of 1,000 bamboo shoots to my older brother." Damn it, this is why I shouldn't hang out with Cheesy too much. Somewhere outside the Earth, where the beautiful planet could be seen close by, it wasn't clear if this was the moon or not. A girl in purple appeared in a cave. She walked along a stone bridge, approaching a massive, bubbling lava pool below. Today, she had to report to someone. She said, "In just 1 more year, you will be free." In front of her was a giant head, with long, disheveled white hair. The flesh of this being was dry and gray like bark. Then he opened his eyes. Perhaps this was the same being who had taken over the body of the girl to act, though he had lied, saying he was dead, but clearly wasn't. The 2 remained silent, staring at each other. Meanwhile, deep under the Earth's oceans, the waves seemed particularly strong today. Beneath the sea, a mutated whale was entering through a large stone door, where the light was always bright. After so many chapters, we have seen this place before, but still don't know what lies beyond it. In the Free Federation's floating city, it had now become an independent fortress. A red demon was being kept here for research purposes, with countless wires attached to its body. A scientist, after closely examining the structure of the creature's cells through a microscope, was shocked, exclaiming that this thing clearly didn't originate from Earth. Though it had internal organs, its deeper structure was entirely different. At the United Nations, under Yul's leadership, they held a press conference on the Red Demon Corps' attack on Misty Mountain and the Sand Kingdom. Yul declared that these creatures were at least transcendent 4th order, and they might only be a low-level legion. He continued to show images of the Red Demon leader, a 5th order being. The people below immediately speculated that this was their leader, given its larger form and wings. Yul confirmed this, adding that from the creature's words, they had learned of even stronger beings. This statement caused a stir below. Stronger than a 5th order could only mean 6th order. The politicians were sweating profusely, as this was extremely bad news. Yul continued, stating that what the Divine Tree wanted him to convey was this. In space, there are countless powerful enemies heading towards Earth, and this is the time for us to prepare for the great war ahead. Don't let the same tragedy repeat itself again. A European politician immediately spoke up, asking if they could trust Yuziyu. This question was a direct challenge to Yul, as if asking whether Yul could be trusted. Yul's eyes narrowed as he sternly replied, "Absolutely." Yul's firm tone frightened the people below, as he continued, "What we need to do now is global preparation for war." At Sky Mountain, a beautiful flower bloomed, showing off its splendor under the world's light. The divine dragon and seahorse god were admiring the flower, but their hearts were filled with worry, for they knew the balance of the future was once again tilting sharply. The divine dragon hesitantly asked, "Do you really think a great war will happen?" The seahorse god couldn't answer this question, so he decided he needed to take a trip to Misty Mountain. On the moon, the laurel tree was reporting to its master, saying that humanity below was showing signs of unrest, with nations enhancing their military power everywhere. Only the divine tree understood that this was a consequence of Yule delivering the divine tree's message to humanity. The divine tree thought to itself that its followers were now strong enough, and they could handle the issues they encountered without the divine tree being there. Then the divine tree ordered the laurel tree to inform the 9 tails that it would be leaving to search for a new place for a while. All matters on Misty Mountain would be handled by the 9 great beasts and the flower spirit. The divine tree added that this time, it seemed like it would be away for quite a while. The laurel tree curiously asked, "Where exactly are you going, master?" "It's that green planet. It's been so long, and the plan to explore it has been delayed for too long now." Just thinking about it excited the divine tree, remembering the time it saw those beautiful elf creatures, didn't it? The divine tree was determined that this trip would yield something, making itself stronger. The laurel tree asked when its master would return. Well, the truth is, even the divine tree didn't know. It could only say that when it returned, it would definitely be stronger. Then the divine tree's eyes narrowed, its face full of determination. End of chapter 283. After receiving the order to take charge of the Misty Mountain, while the divine tree had to go on a distant journey, the 9-tailed fox stood on a mountain peak, looking up at the sky. She knew the divine tree was heading into space to seek help for the upcoming battle, and the night sky, with its shining stars, was truly beautiful. Even though the battle was drawing near, the 9-tailed fox's face showed no trace of fear, perhaps because she genuinely believed the divine tree would find a way to face the fierce battle ahead. The night sky was still filled with glowing stars, and clouds drifted sparsely across the sky. It was a dreamy scene, but this view likely wouldn't last long, as war was approaching. At that moment, the divine tree had transformed into a dragon and flew straight into space, heading toward the green planet that it had mentioned earlier. After a long journey, the divine tree finally arrived, but since it was uncertain what awaited it on this planet, it couldn't afford to let its guard down. The green planet, similar to Earth, was surrounded by an endless green hue and encircled by white clouds. This planet must be quite far from Earth, as even though the divine tree had traveled at incredible speed, it still took half a month to reach it. The divine tree decided to ascend to the 6th level on this planet, likely because this planet possessed a power strong enough for it to absorb. The divine tree said, "On this planet, I can ascend to the extraordinary 6th level." Right after speaking, without wasting any more time, the divine tree immediately sped into the planet to explore, but suddenly, something stopped it. The divine tree was surprised and exclaimed, "What is this?" It turned out that the green planet had a white barrier surrounding it, and that barrier prevented the divine tree from entering. Inside the green planet, strangely, everything emitted a blue glow rather than the green seen from the outside, and the plants here thrived well, just like on Earth. On the green waters, there sat a strange frog with a glowing nozzle on its head and red eyes, sitting on a lotus leaf, a creature unlike anything found on Earth. Suddenly, a leg resembling that of a deer stomped the ground forcefully, causing the surrounding earth to shatter. It was a creature with the upper body of a human and the lower body of another being, a severely injured half-human girl, with blood flowing profusely from her body. Her lifeless eyes were losing consciousness, her face void of emotion, and a long streak of blood ran from her head down to her eyes. Moments later, having lost too much blood, she collapsed hard onto the ground, the impact causing the earth around her to crack and dust to rise. Meanwhile, up in the sky of this planet, blue lights continued to shine across the sky, creating a truly dreamy scene. Suddenly, the sky shattered, forming a massive crack in the air, and the once blue sky transformed into the color of the universe. It was caused by the roots of the divine tree. Since it couldn't enter the planet through normal means, it had to break through space to get inside. However, even so, the divine tree could only extend one of its roots inside and couldn't bring its entire body through. But even so, a wood dragon was too large for the scale of this planet. The divine tree shouted in frustration. "Damn it! It took me half a month to get past this planet's barrier." Finally, the divine tree reached the surface of the planet, a poetic planet bathed in beautiful green and blue lights. To break through the barrier, the divine tree had to lower the power of the wood dragon to the extraordinary 2nd level to break through space and send a wood dragon to explore. At this moment, the true form of the divine tree was still outside the planet, controlling the wood dragon that had made it to the surface. The divine tree said, "This barrier might have been destroyed directly, but there is a spiritual wave linked to it. Destroying it would cause unnecessary problems. Therefore, the divine tree sought out the weakest point of the barrier to break through the void and send a wood dragon to the planet's surface. But every time the divine tree approached the shield, there was a risk of shattering the surrounding space, so it had to lower itself to the extraordinary 2nd level to silently pass through the shield without causing a disturbance. It would take another half-month for the divine tree's entire body to enter the planet, so for now, it needed to act slowly and avoid fighting the powerful creatures of this planet right away. The divine tree then decided to survey the surroundings of this planet first, commanding the wood dragon to move swiftly forward. Suddenly, something caught the divine tree's attention. It was the half-human girl we saw earlier, who had collapsed on the ground due to her severe injuries. She was still unconscious, and her fate remained unknown. The divine tree stood before a creature it had never encountered on Earth. Its entire body emitted a purple light to demonstrate its power before this new being. The girl had been unconscious for a while, her body covered in wounds that were still losing blood. 2 sharp horns protruded from her head. This was the girl's status, extraordinary second level. Innate talent close to nature. Nature's children can harness the power of nature and control vines, even plants. Special ability shapeshift, can merge with various creatures and alter their forms. Healing, can heal others through the power of life force. Divine blessing, a race blessed by the dream god, possessing a spiritual recovery rate far beyond that of ordinary beings. The divine tree gazed at the strange creature before it, a look of doubt on its face. With the upper half of a human and the lower half of a deer, is this a creature from Western legends? Could this be a life form native to this planet? Her body is covered in wounds, it looks like she's just been through a battle. Her pale body resembled that of a normal human girl. After pondering for a moment, the divine tree decided to use the essence of life to save the girl and later gather information about the planet through her. But what if she wakes up and attacks me right away? Right now, I'm only at the second extraordinary level. Despite the risk, the divine tree chose to save the girl to interrogate her about the green planet. On a tree branch, there was a creature resembling a gecko from Earth, but its legs had fins, and its tail was much longer. After being saved by the divine tree, the girl woke up immediately, her body completely healed. But she was shocked to find herself bound. Though healed, her body still bore some scratches that hadn't fully recovered. Right next to her was the divine tree in human form, standing confidently before the beautiful girl, saying, "Awake now?" A strange creature had appeared and bound her, causing the girl to cry out in shock, "What's happening? Why am I tied up? Let me go!" Seeing the girl panicking, the divine tree extended its hand and said, "Calm down, I'm not your enemy." The divine tree had healed her wounds. The girl looked at her body and saw that her injuries were healed, so she calmed down a little. But then she turned to the divine tree and noticed branches sprouting from its body. For some reason, the air around them became tense. Suddenly, the half-human girl yelled at the divine tree, "Are you the one sent by the ancient tree of life to silence me?" The half-human girl charged at the divine tree, shouting, "I will kill you." "Wait. I already said I'm not your enemy." Just as the divine tree expected, the half-human girl indeed attacked, so it decided to suspend her in midair to wait for her to calm down before talking. The divine tree approached her and said directly, "I told you I'm not your enemy. Can't you listen to what I'm saying?" Suddenly, the half-human girl began to whimper, tears streaming down her face. Then she started crying loudly, causing the divine tree to panic and shout, "Damn it! Stop crying like that. Don't make me bully you. I'm a being from another planet, here seeking help. I'm nothing like the ancient tree you just mentioned." The divine tree continued, "I came here to find companions." After hearing everything, the girl seemed to understand what the divine tree was saying and stopped crying, looking at it with more focused eyes. Seeing that the girl had calmed down, the divine tree decided to continue the conversation. "Can you tell me everything about this world?" Though the girl understood what the divine tree was asking, her expression didn't change as she simply replied, "Let me go. What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything." End of chapter 284. This land is truly wondrous, with sparkling dots of spiritual energy everywhere, like a fairyland scene. The divine tree looked around and realized one thing. At night, the spiritual energy became more concentrated. From the mouth of this centaur girl, the divine tree also learned a lot about the new world. As expected, elves do exist here. They are creatures with a perfect system and heritage. Additionally, there are also dwarves, which reminded the divine tree of the Warcraft game it once played. The strongest race here is the dragons, with hundreds of different subspecies, but there are 3 most powerful dragons considered the 3 kings of this species. The divine tree fell into contemplation, greed stirring up, imagining how much this mighty race could contribute if conquered. Fortunately, only 3 of them were considered particularly difficult. Wouldn't this surely be the strongest legion the divine tree had ever commanded? However, there was one thing that surprised the divine tree. The resurgence of spiritual energy in this world occurred 10 years before it did on Earth. And another thing that made the divine tree a bit worried. There truly exists a creature similar to the divine tree here. Well, it doesn't seem very proper, does it? Its name is the ancient tree of life. The highlight that everyone could see was the upgraded eye of heaven, clearly not an easy foe. The centaur girl then said that she had recounted everything to the divine tree, and now she would leave. The divine tree then asked, "Where will you go?" The girl, her face full of rage, answered through gritted teeth, "To take revenge." The divine tree was not surprised. If there was enmity, it must be avenged. It's a normal need. Seizing the opportunity, the divine tree also offered to give her some help, considering it as a return for the information she had shared earlier. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately turned and walked away, even throwing back a comment that a mere second-order transcendent like the divine tree wouldn't be able to help. Better to keep its life safe. Damn it, the divine tree broke out in a sweat of self-esteem, as it had been a long time since anyone dared to look down on the ruler of Earth like that. Suddenly, there was a commotion behind the girl. Many roots shot up with sharp tips like spearheads. The girl had sensed a strong force. Instinctively, she turned back and shouted, only to be met with a burst of pale purple spiritual energy that was extremely overwhelming. The divine tree's spiritual energy was rapidly increasing at an alarming speed, leaving the centaur girl dumbfounded. "Impossible!" she exclaimed. At this moment, the divine tree had leaped to the peak of the second-order transcendent. Terrified, the girl could only hurriedly ask the divine tree, "What is that? What happened?" Not only had the level changed, but the body of the divine tree had also grown massive, with 9 roots exuding spiritual energy all around. The divine tree declared itself to be the living entity representing Earth, the divine tree of Misty Mountain. Sweet words were whispered directly into the girl's ears. "Sign a blood contract with me, and I shall grant you more power." Damn it, the girl was stunned. This was the first time she felt such an overwhelmingly boundless source of spiritual energy. In a beautiful village, seemingly of dwarven architecture, fire was raging everywhere. At that moment, the corpses had been burned clean of flesh, leaving only charred bones amidst the smoke and flames. Suddenly, a bull's hoof stomped on the ground. The figure was a humanoid with a grotesque face, seemingly enjoying the battle. It seemed to be of the same race as the previous girl, but it clearly resembled a demon. Accompanying him was a pack of fierce wolves, growling and awaiting orders. Suddenly, one of the wolves sensed something. A pale purple spiritual energy shot tore through space, rushing toward them at high speed. These humanoids hadn't even realized the danger yet, instinctively turning toward the light. Immediately, the shot pierced through and destroyed the house behind them. A wolf was taken out of the fight with a spiritual energy arrow from a long distance. Then, from the sky descended a massive black claw, exuding a pungent evil aura. All were shocked and frozen. A deafening bang echoed, followed by a large shockwave on the ground, killing all the fierce humanoids and wolves with just one strike. The divine tree quietly observed the dispatched enemies. It noticed that the spiritual energy of these half-human druids was somewhat peculiar, completely different from the previous girl. Suddenly, 2 blue spiritual energy arrows shot toward the divine tree. With silver hair, long ears, and a bow in hand, there was no doubt they were dark elves. Yet right after shooting the arrows, a green spear shot from behind their heads. The unfortunate dark elf had his head severed in an instant. Damn it, the speed of his exit from this world was so fast that his companion hadn't even had time to feel fear. And the attacker was none other than the centaur girl, still holding another spiritual spear, her face as cold as ice. This was the deadly Panis technique. The other one screamed when he saw her. "How dare you show up?" But before he could finish his sentence, the divine tree slammed him hard against the tree, blood splattering. His throat was full of blood, and he could only cough up more, his eyes turning white. Imagine a truck hitting you at 120 kilometers per hour. In the end, he realized that the woman had found reinforcements. At that moment, the remaining centaurs were charging in, and the divine tree saw them. As they charged, they wondered aloud if this was the divine tree of their world. So, this attack was carried out by druids and dark elves. It didn't matter. The divine tree just needed to kill them all. With that, the roots sprang into action, quickly seizing the enemies and crushing them like a python, turning the foes, from druids to mutated wolves, into pulp in an instant. The girl took advantage of the chaos to deal with the remaining wolves using her greenish-blue spear. Now, the spear turned into a blade, and amidst the chaos, she slashed left and right across the battlefield. Those further away were mercilessly headshot by the divine tree. Strangely, even while being brutally suppressed, these druids kept charging like wild beasts. Seeing this, the divine tree told the girl to stop. Was she so bloodthirsty that she was taking on 3 at once? Fresh blood splattered in the air again. The girl's face had turned as dark as a demon's. She could no longer stop. End of chapter 285. 3 centaurs with demonic faces charged forward while howling loudly. It seemed they had lost all consciousness, completely becoming a pack of savage, bloodthirsty beasts. The divine tree could only shout, "Don't kill those children!" Huh? Are those children? But the girl paid no attention and mercilessly slashed down with a powerful strike. Blood soaked the air. The severed heads rolled tens of meters away. Damn it, it was really the head of that demi-human. At this moment, the centaur girl spoke, saying this was just a trick by the enemy to deceive them. The divine tree looked around and realized this was why the girl's village had been destroyed. She herself was wounded and forced to flee, leaving only ruins behind. After everything quieted down, the people below finally dared to open the doors of their shelter. The children below hurriedly recognized their sister Panis and shouted out. Panis embraced the two in happiness and said, "It's wonderful that you're both all right." The divine tree now understood. It turned out that she had rushed in such a hurry to save people. The Elf King wanted to lay claim to the territory of the Idra tribe. The Idra did not dare resist, but they did not join the elves either, choosing to maintain a neutral stance. Thus, everything happened as it did. The elves had bribed many other Idra and then attacked those who refused to submit. And everything that happened afterward, the divine tree already knew. Now Panis formally expressed her thanks but said she did not want to trouble the divine tree any longer, suggesting they part ways here. The divine tree then asked what Panis would do next after it left. Panis looked at the two surviving children, but they were gravely injured and could only lie there. At this moment, Panis truly didn't know what to do next. Suddenly, the space shattered, accompanied by the sound of countless shards breaking. The divine tree knew the girl was desperate and could only continue helping her, reminding her that since she was its apostle, she should go in, and it would help her. The girl saw a powerful wave of spiritual energy surge out from the spatial rift, and she couldn't help but open her mouth in surprise, not knowing who exactly the divine tree was. But the divine tree had no time for explanations, immediately urging her to move quickly inside, saying it did not want anyone to discover its whereabouts. The divine tree's true form was still outside the realm, and now it only needed to pass through the portal to reach the life dimension. There, the divine tree would heal Panis and her group, while at the same time, a gentle green space opened up before the two children. Panis then realized the divine tree's power was not merely at the level of a second-order magical beast. It had surely surpassed the third order. Who exactly was it? The divine tree was in a hurry and did not want to answer, only shouting that she would know later. The divine tree then took the opportunity to bring along another female elf's body and threw it into the space, because if it didn't take this chance, opening the dimension again would be impossible with a body only at second-order peak. Panis was a bit startled. Then she noticed the person was not completely dead. It turned out the divine tree had saved her because it needed to ask some questions. But unexpectedly, Panis raised her spirit sword and directly decapitated the elf girl. The divine tree could only be startled and exclaim, "What the hell are you doing? Damn it, you're a troublesome apostle!" Panis gripped her spirit sword tightly and said, "Either kill her or keep her conscious. Never let her fall unconscious." That made Panis feel frightened. Her face turned pale, and she trembled, urging her master to leave quickly. Meanwhile, on a cliff, a giant mushroom was situated. Inside the mushroom was a strange core. Someone had awakened, accompanied by a fearsome wind howling through the forest. The divine tree and Panis hurriedly left the place. While moving, the divine tree asked Panis, "Who is the god of dreams?" Panis had transformed into an eagle, saying that beneath the ancient tree of life, there were three gods. They were the god of dreams, the god of nature, and the god of war. Panis spoke while sweating nervously, saying these gods governed the order of this world, and then one day, the red demons appeared in vast numbers from the void. From then on, the order of the world changed. Hearing this, the divine tree immediately created an image resembling the demons and asked, "Do they look like this?" Panis confirmed, realizing her master had also seen these creatures. Oh my, even a planet hidden in the void had been invaded by these demons. It was hard to believe. Not only had the divine tree seen them, but it had also fought them in a fierce battle. According to Panis, after the demons appeared, they continually unified major forces and then started wars everywhere. Currently, the elves were also being ruled and controlled by these creatures. It seemed this situation would be troublesome for the divine tree, because if it only hid under the forest among creatures unaware of its presence, that would be manageable. But if the beings who knew of it caught even a scent, they would mobilize their entire army to hunt it down. So the answer to the space barriers surrounding this planet was clear. It was probably erected by the demons to prevent powerful entities from entering the planet they ruled. Now, the divine tree could only wait for its true form to fully infiltrate this planet without being detected, which would take about half a month to complete. Thinking about it made the divine tree sigh. Who would have thought starting out would be so difficult? The game's difficulty had increased significantly, but no matter, the divine tree actually found it interesting. A demon appeared at Panis's village. It and its subordinates were investigating after losing contact with the army sent to suppress the defiant village, only to find an unbelievable scene. All its troops and the villagers had been executed brutally. On a towering peak, the ancient tree of life stood at the top, indeed in a position above all. Beneath it, many powerful creatures had gathered to receive instructions. The tree's posture was rather informal, and the magical beasts below were all silent. The atmosphere was solemn, and suddenly, the ancient tree spoke, asking if everyone was present. And so, their meeting officially began. However, it seemed there was an even darker entity behind the ancient tree. The chapter ends here. The meeting of the ancient tree on the green planet, and the bizarre beasts under its command officially began, with the colossal evil being behind it continuously widening its eyes to gaze forward. All the beasts beneath it remained silent, listening attentively. It was a solemn scene that exuded tension, as the ancient tree began to speak. We will leave this planet and travel to another. Their target is Earth, as an extraterrestrial invasion is about to commence. The strange beings from the green planet are preparing to depart and head towards Earth. This invasion will be led by the elven race, a species resembling humans, possessing intelligence to command other creatures in battle. They had been preparing for this invasion for a long time, and in 1 month, all the strange beasts from the green planet would begin their assault on Earth. On the side of the divine tree, a notification suddenly appeared, causing it to be momentarily confused. It turned out to be a new skill acquired after eliminating the creatures on this planet. Acquired new skill star array. The divine tree was standing on a small island in the middle of a lake with green waters, but it would take a month to fully transfer its body into this planet. Even the divine tree did not expect that it could create such an array, and this skill appeared at the perfect time. If used to protect Earth, it would be ideal. The notification continued. Would you like to spend 40 million evolution points to activate the star array? Without further thought, the divine tree immediately spent 40 million evolution points to activate this new skill, displaying a look of immense joy. Right afterward, the new skill's effect was instantly activated, with strange blue lights suddenly appearing around the divine tree. As the lights continued to increase in number, they soon covered the entire lake surrounding the divine tree, growing stronger and more intense. The rays of light ascended upwards, gradually crystallizing into something. After a period of time, the blue lights eventually formed into dense networks in space, connected by shattered pieces of space. Finally, a complete network was formed around the divine tree, creating a sturdy barrier that shielded it from everything around, resembling stars created and connected together like a galaxy. Nearby, a peculiar creature detected the position of the divine tree through the barrier's light. It roared furiously, its eyes glowing red as it prepared to charge and attack the divine tree. Suddenly, the stars on the barrier created by the divine tree began to shine brightly, forming dazzling white orbs. Immediately afterward, numerous rays of light shot out from the barrier, straight towards the creature that intended to threaten the divine tree within. These beams of light, despite their appearance, possessed tremendous destructive power, leaving large holes on the creature's body wherever they struck. Countless rays shot in one direction, creating a formidable source of damage that incinerated everything in their path. A massive mountain ahead was eventually shattered by the barrier's rays, leaving huge round holes, demonstrating the immense destructive force. The 40 million evolution points spent on acquiring this new skill were indeed worth it. Even the divine tree was astonished by the power of the newly acquired skill, exclaiming, "Is this truly the star array skill?" The divine tree was delighted, its face showing extreme excitement. Despite having learned many powerful skills before, it had never experienced a feeling like today, sensing such immense spiritual power. Even after unleashing such a potent skill, the barrier showed no signs of weakening, with the stars still twinkling in the sky. The divine tree looked up, seeing the blue lights radiating around. Even the spiritual energy continued to increase under the influence of the array. The divine tree immediately thought, what if this barrier were placed in Earth's atmosphere? It could unexpectedly attack those alien beasts. However, creating such a massive barrier would certainly not be easy. Currently, the divine tree's spiritual energy was not sufficient to form a barrier that could encompass the entire Earth. Initially, it could only be placed in the divine tree's 9 main spaces, then gather spiritual energy and accelerate the expansion of these 9 spaces. The divine tree hoped that one day, its 9 large spaces could expand into a vast world. Given the current state of the divine tree, opening these 9 large spaces would be too exhausting, and it would be better not to open them frequently in the future. On Panna's side, a green light pierced through a blue bird, causing it to scream in agony. She then suddenly shouted in delight, "Great, I've found another piece of astral stone!" It turned out that the divine tree had instructed Panis to collect these astral stones from everywhere. However, the divine tree had been immobile for months, seemingly upgrading its strength. The surrounding space emitted brilliant yellow light, shooting straight up into the sky, with an immense spiritual energy continuously emanating. The upgrade process was complete, and the divine tree had advanced to a new stage, regaining almost all its power on this planet. The divine tree shouted in exhilaration, as its core also began to change, returning to its original state. The current body was no longer at the peak of the second stage, but had become much stronger. It took a month for the divine tree to reach the transcendent 3rd level, a long time while the creatures of this planet prepared to invade Earth. When Panis discovered that the divine tree had completed its upgrade, she immediately ran towards him at great speed and shouted, "Master!" Panis had waited a month to see her master, and she exclaimed with joy, "Finally, you've awakened!" Panis suddenly noticed the changes in the divine tree's appearance and spiritual energy. This was the form of the divine tree at the peak of the 3rd stage. Though not the strongest level, it was much more powerful than before. Currently, the divine tree was only in the early 3rd stage, and it seemed completing the 5th stage would not be easy. During the month of the Divine Tree's upgrade, Panis traveled everywhere, collecting numerous astral stones on this planet, each one different in color, distinct from those on Earth. Magic crystals, a unique product of the strange beasts on this planet, were formed by gathering spiritual energy. The Divine Tree discovered a crystal with strange patterns and decided to infuse spiritual energy into it to investigate. Immediately, a huge flame burst out from the crystal, shooting straight into the Divine Tree's face. The Divine Tree screamed in pain. "It's burning me, it's too hot!" The crystals on this planet could be used directly by channeling spiritual energy, unlike the crystals on Earth, which could only be absorbed. The Divine Tree finally understood how to utilize these types of crystals, using wind and lightning crystals to create a powerful combined attack. The attack shot straight into the forest ahead, creating a mist that enveloped everything. Even Panis, born on the green planet, did not expect the crystals to have such a large amount of spiritual power, or perhaps the power depended on the amount of spiritual energy channeled into them. Previously, Panis only used the crystals to make small fires for cooking and creating gas. The crystal's strength seemed to be determined by the spiritual energy infused. The Divine Tree held 2 crystals and realized, "I didn't expect it to be so easy to use, and its power is quite good, even though this is just a low-level crystal. If stronger beasts could be hunted and higher-level crystals obtained, their power would be even more formidable." Interestingly, the patterns on these crystals resembled the patterns of the array the Divine Tree had recently learned. If it matched those patterns precisely, it could draw a powerful array around itself. Then, flames rose from the Divine Tree, reaching hundreds of meters straight into the sky. Not only that, but it also quickly spread out in concentric circles. Now, there is no doubt, the patterns on these stones are indeed a magic formation, and this is a fire formation. Speaking a bit about magic formations within the magic system, they are a type of magic that borrows the power of nature, heaven, and earth, making the spiritual energy generated by a formation tens to hundreds of thousands of times greater than what an individual can achieve. Usually, large-scale formations require multiple individuals to carry them out together. Amazing! The Divine Tree laughed heartily, feeling overjoyed. This was incredible news. As long as it's a magic formation, the Divine Tree will delve deep into researching it, and afterward, an even stronger formation will be created. What the Divine Tree didn't know was that at this moment, some elves were being drawn to the Divine Tree's fiery spiritual energy. However, the silent beings appearing didn't reveal which side they were on, good or evil. And here is Yule's space rift generator. Since receiving the mission to carry out the plan of interdimensional travel, Yule had devoted all his efforts to it, moving back and forth between the floating city and the research center on the moon, becoming one of the busiest individuals, and also one of the most endangered. It should be remembered that using oneself in such experiments is akin to playing with one's life. Even the scientist responsible for pressing the button inside couldn't suppress his anxiety. This time, Yule was directly inside a spiritual energy test tube, with both ends of the tube filled with extremely powerful compressed spiritual energy. It shot through his body, and Yule screamed as he endured extreme pressure, with every cell in his body feeling like it was being crushed. If it were an ordinary person, they would have long since been blasted into dust. Once again, I must emphasize that Yule is still the strongest man among humans. The bald-headed scientist could only grit his teeth, praying for their experiment's success. At this rate, even a deity inside would perish. Suddenly, there was a change within the large test tube space. The spiritual energy, instead of scattering as before, now gathered together, forming and stabilizing, gently swirling toward the center of the circle behind Yule. Amazing! It worked. Their experiment had finally succeeded. Yule panted heavily and turned to look. At long last, the problem of interdimensional travel had been solved. But then, the blue spiritual energy turned red, and Yule was shocked, not knowing what was happening. At the same time, on Earth, a massive space rift appeared in the sky. The curious people were immediately drawn to it, looking up and wondering if the sky had really cracked open. Back to the Divine Tree, the fire magic formation was still being set up by the Divine Tree, with flames reaching hundreds of meters high. Shortly after, the Divine Tree sensed several intruders entering its territory. The Divine Tree turned to warn Panis about the enemy's presence. Panis heard and instantly knew what needed to be done. In the quiet night forest, 4 figures stood on the ground, silently waiting. These elves had pure white eyes, clearly manipulated by those alien creatures. Damn it, it's not just 4, but an entire army of dark elf warriors, silently moving like ghosts. The Divine Tree subtly concealed its presence, hiding behind the bushes to observe, wondering if it had been detected. Clearly, the act of setting up the magic formation had released an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy, which attracted them. That guy must be the leader of the group. To the Divine Tree, he emitted a powerful green aura. But his spiritual energy waves seemed similar to those of the black spider the Divine Tree had defeated last time. Alright, the Divine Tree decided to unleash the Kingdom of Darkness, intending to capture this leader and interrogate him. Darkness quickly enveloped everything around, and by the time the Dark Elves noticed, it was too late. The leader was confused as to why everyone had suddenly abandoned him, and the sky had turned pitch black. He could barely see his own feet. Then, a damaged tree root tightly wrapped around him. Any entity attacked by this move would be isolated, their consciousness falling into a stupor, allowing the divine tree to act freely without the dream god detecting him. The divine tree then forced his victim into a blood contract. It was despicable. The poor victim could only mutter incoherently, completely unaware. Then, he opened his eyes, which now glowed bright green, showing he was under the divine tree's control. The divine tree began his interrogation, asking the elf what he was doing here. The elf immediately responded that they had detected abnormal spiritual energy in the area and decided to investigate if there was any suspicious activity. The divine tree then asked why he had the aura of an alien creature. However, he didn't understand what alien meant, only saying that this was the power bestowed upon him by his god. Wow, this statement left the divine tree astonished. What a despicable group of charlatans, daring to claim their species as divine beings. Meanwhile, the guy kept rambling, saying that their god had given them power to carry out their plans. Alright, the divine tree asked about their plans. And so, the guy confessed everything, including their plan to attack Earth. Back to the space rifts in the sky over Earth. This scene was immediately captured by people on their phones and shared across the internet, once again creating a storm of public opinion. But the sight that followed was even more terrifying. From those space rifts, the first creatures began to appear. Golden armored elf warriors emerged, floating in the sky, and their leader was a transcendent of the Fourth Order. They were immediately targeted by professional cameramen, with the MC girl urging her team to make sure not to miss a single face. And so, these mysterious creatures were broadcast to the entire world. People began to realize that the figure resembled an elf from fantasy worlds. And could that circle behind him be a portal to another world? Then, the elf leader flashed a friendly smile at humanity, signaling that the conquest would officially begin. According to the elf, the divine tree of this world had issued the attack command last month, and at their current pace, they might have already reached Earth. The divine tree asked further about the number of enemy forces this time. The elf replied that 100 elves had been sent, with 10 of them being Fourth Order elves. These were the high priests of the elf race, and as soon as they descended to Earth, they began their rampage, harvesting lives and collecting heads. It was shocking that the elves, a species known for their love of nature and peacefulness, were now acting like demons. Chapter 288 ends here. See you tomorrow. These elves use their power to overwhelm ordinary humans. A single glance can take the lives of dozens. Harvesting heads barehanded like this. It's truly barbaric. A captain flies to a large building, stopping in front of glass walls. Even though it's one-way glass, he can still clearly see the weak humans trembling in fear. Without a word, he attacks with a massive surge of spiritual power, splitting the entire building in half. Needless to say, no one inside survived. Below, the elf leader just stands quietly watching. The lowly task of killing is left to his underlings. Perhaps he's waiting for someone strong enough to show up. Elves are known for their high moral standards and excessive pride. Yet here, they reveal their cruel and inhuman nature. Oh, in reality, aren't they considered another branch of human evolution? Suddenly, the leader and his subordinate are startled, then both look in the same direction. Sure enough, someone has appeared from the void, and the elf leaders immediately stop everything to focus on him. Yul arrives with eyes blazing and a deeply furrowed brow. Oh heavens, look at what these people have done here. Massacring everywhere, causing endless destruction. This scene brings to mind the Great War with the Dark King not long ago. The victims are always innocent civilians. Yul notices that guy holding a handful of severed heads. His rage instantly reaches 10,000 degrees Celsius. One of the elf leaders, seeing that this newcomer is clearly no ordinary person, laughs excitedly, wearing a twisted expression. As he's about to rush forward to fight Yul, the one next to him stops him, leaving him truly puzzled as to why his friend held him back. Clearly, he intends to launch a long-range attack with his spiritual power bow. His excitement builds, and he believes this strike will easily take Yul's life and earn him praise. The arrow, like a hypersonic missile, tears through space as it flies forward. Don't forget, elf archery is a skill passed down through generations and has reached the highest mastery. But suddenly, a massive block of iron appears, intercepting the arrow. At the moment the spiritual arrow hits the large steel plate, countless sparks fly. Yet, no matter how skilled the archery is, the elf's spiritual power isn't strong enough to shatter the 100-ton iron pillar. In the end, the iron pillar drives straight into him, pinning him to the ground with a massive shockwave, making the entire area tremble. As the dust settles, his two companions finally see what happened, finding their friend skewered by the giant steel pillar, lying dead on the ground. Yul finally speaks, his voice filled with sorrow, saying, "This place has never seen a disaster like this. Perhaps this place is one of the Free Federation territories." Now Yul stares down at the ones below, none other than the despicable destroyers. For years, thanks to his efforts and the dedication of tens of thousands of extraordinary warriors, they had managed to keep all dangers at bay, miles away from this land. That's why this place had never experienced any battle. It was a land of peace and prosperity. But now, the land he worked so hard to protect has been ravaged like a graveyard. Damn it, Yul can no longer contain his anger. With blood-red eyes, he screams, "I will torture you until you wish for death." Right after that, countless pieces of earth and broken building fragments are pulled into the air by Yul. His distance is so great that the ones below can only look up, as Yul shouts, "You beasts!" The elves and their supreme leader show no fear. Instead, they wear twisted expressions of excitement. As for the supreme leader, he remains expressionless. Perhaps he is a cold and sinister person, maintaining a chillingly blank face even as his comrades are killed. The divine tree is still interrogating the captured elf, asking if it's true that only 100 of them came to Earth and when the full-scale assault will take place. The elf replies that it will be in half a year. To celebrate the grand arrival of the king, they will bring the entire demon race, elves, dwarves, dragons, every creature capable of fighting, to Earth. They will sweep across Earth and offer it up to the great emperor. Hearing this, the divine tree can only furrow its brow, realizing that this planet is far more warlike than expected. There will be no mercy for any life here. The divine tree's plan suddenly becomes much simpler: kill them all, and accept only the strong as apostles. As for the elves the divine tree captured, he will turn them into puppets. The divine tree's conversation took place within a dark space, so Panis couldn't possibly hear it. But as her master had been inside for quite a while, she anxiously asked if he was all right. The divine tree then turned to her and said that he now needed to go somewhere else. Panis was surprised, but the divine tree said nothing further. What the divine tree urgently needs to do now is to change his appearance and conceal his spiritual power. Otherwise, he will soon be detected. Then, he immediately maneuvered his long, sprawling body with a thunderous movement and left. Currently, his body here is connected to his main body through void roots. Though he knows this process will be extremely painful, the divine tree believes he can do it. With that, the divine tree lets out a roar, calling upon the power of light. Like a brilliant sword, it pierces down from the void, severing the void roots from himself. Holy shit! La 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 la, the pain is indescribable, 100 times worse than the pain of evolution, and the mighty divine tree cries like a child getting a shot for the first time. Thus, the divine tree's body is truly cut off. Meanwhile, his main body remains out there in the void. The core of the divine tree had entered a standby state long ago. His branches, his entire body has ceased functioning, perhaps to minimize the chance of his main form being targeted in space. Now, the spatial root on this planet is a completely independent entity. But the divine tree is still in pain, his entire body numb, feeling as if 1,000 needles are stabbing his rear, while an iron boot keeps kicking it hard. Panis had seen everything, displaying a face that was hard to tell whether it was worried or amused. Clearly, the great master had just been crying. Perhaps at this moment, she realized that this mysterious master also had emotions like a normal being. However, because the roots had separated from the entity, its strength had also diminished somewhat, and now it had to reluctantly maintain a level at the transcendent third order. Then the divine tree began to twist its roots. In an instant, it transformed into a silver-haired elf, adorned with cool golden tattoos. Is this enough to resemble a dark elf, right? However, the most amazed person at this moment was Panis, who looked at her master and kept swallowing saliva, thinking that her master looked really delicious now. Next, the space behind the divine tree shattered, the sound of breaking glass echoing throughout. What was taken from the warehouse was a creature that was sound asleep. It was one of the kings of the sea, a remarkable evolutionary origin. Right now, the consciousness of this creature was gone, and it was just a walking corpse. Speaking of this creature, it was a powerful monster with the ability to replicate the powers of its opponents, along with passive and innate skills quite similar to those of the divine tree. That was also the reason the divine tree had kept it as a treasure, and now it was about to become an antique. The divine tree believed that with this, he would surely achieve something great here. End of chapter 289. In the territory of the elf tribe, a scene of incredible peace and beauty appears, with everything covered by vibrant and magical lights. A woman who seems to be the queen of the elves is wondering about the entire team that was sent to the place of the divine tree, which has completely disappeared. Another elf below reports that when they sent the second team, they found no bodies there. It seems divine tree might be the cause of the strange disappearance. They discovered that not far away, a vast area of terrain had been completely transformed, as if a fierce battle had just taken place there. The elf queen continues to shout, "Keep searching for me. We must find that mysterious spiritual being." They are determined to uncover the identity of the divine tree, likely due to the massive spiritual energy it emitted earlier. Immediately after, another elf rushes in to report, holding something in his hand. The elves sent to Earth for conquest are gradually losing their lives, as their life stones are fading, signaling that their lives have ended. Back on Earth, an elf is being held by the head with one hand by someone. The power gap is truly immense. It is Yule, standing before 100 elves from another planet with powers far superior to that of ordinary humans. Yet, he alone can fight them all. At the scene, there are many elf corpses killed by Yule. Then Yule squeezes his hand tightly, directly crushing the head of another elf. Whether it's spiritual power or physical strength, he is on another level entirely. The elves who initially mocked humans, viewing them as inferior creatures, could no longer maintain their confidence. Their gazes had shifted to fear in the face of Yule, the strongest human. Refusing to back down, another elf shouted loudly, flexing his large, muscular body, determined to defeat Yule. The difference in appearance was immense. Even though the giant elf stood right behind Yule, he didn't even bother to look back, showing complete disdain for his opponent. Yule turned his face and began to taunt the elf, saying, "Is someone as ugly as you even considered an elf? This is far from my image of what an elf should be." The giant elf roared, baring his sharp teeth, his eyes glowing, a stark contrast to the image of the noble elves from the stories we've heard. Then, he threw a powerful punch at Yule, causing the ground and rocks around to shatter and create a cloud of dust. Despite such a fierce attack, Yule remained unscathed, still looking down on the elf as if he were just a bit larger than the other elves, posing no real threat. The difference in strength was still immense. To demonstrate this power gap, Yule directly moved an entire metal building, hurling it straight at the giant elf. Faced with such overwhelming strength, the elf couldn't resist at all. A massive building crashed into the giant elf, causing an earthquake that crushed all the surrounding earth and rocks. Not giving him a chance to fight back, Yule continued to manipulate 4 other enormous buildings to attack. The 4 giant towers advanced straight toward the giant elf, while he could only helplessly endure. Just like that, the 4 giant towers plunged into the ground, creating a tremendous tremor. Yule stood still, his gaze filled with hatred for the elves, as they had killed many humans on Earth. His entire body exuded a deadly aura. Surprisingly, despite enduring many fierce attacks and sustaining numerous injuries, the giant elf was still able to stand up. It seemed he was a creature with great resilience. Even Yule couldn't help but exclaim, "This guy is truly resilient. No wonder he's the leader of this invasion of Earth." Although it was said he was holding up well, the accumulated damage forced him to let out weak breaths, his strength gradually waning. Then, he raised one hand to the sky, gathering a source of green energy in the air, though it was unclear what he intended to do with the little strength he had left. Suddenly, Yule noticed that something unusual was about to happen. The green light from the elf suddenly enveloped his entire body and shot straight up into the sky, creating a long green line. Then, suddenly, the space above the elf tore open, forming a void in the air. Yule widened his eyes, looking up at the sky. Another door had been opened above, and it made him wonder what the elf was planning to do. From the portal that the elf had opened, then the entire body of that creature fell to the ground, much larger than the giant elf. It had ears resembling those of elves, but its entire body was a gray-black color, unlike any elf race we had ever known. Immediately after, the creature opened its mouth toward the giant elf, and blue tentacles emerged from its mouth, stabbing directly into the body of the giant elf. Suddenly, the creature's body opened up, revealing horrifying purple eyes, similar to the gaze on the face of that massive being. It seemed that the elf and the giant creature were preparing to merge into one to create a new power to resist Yule. The creature's body began to swell, with countless eyes opening all over it. Yule no longer held a look of disdain as before. Instead, he was beginning to feel more tense. The creature was growing larger and larger, its current size vastly different from what it had been at first. Suddenly, the eyes on the creature's body emitted blinding purple light that shot out in all directions. Yule seemed to have noticed something strange, losing his calm demeanor and confidence from before. It turned out that the elf was summoning this creature to self-destruct, creating a massive explosion aimed at destroying Yule along with his own death. That was why his body was continuously swelling. Once it reached a sufficient size, he would explode. In the city, although it lay in ruins, there were still many people who had not been evacuated. If he successfully detonated, the casualties would be unimaginable, and the entire city could be completely annihilated. Yule immediately flew toward him, needing to stop him before he exploded. At his fastest speed, Yule soared straight toward the elf, ignoring the fact that he could be destroyed by the explosion, all to save the people still in the city. The giant elf wore a sinister smile. It was too late. Suddenly, a massive purple explosion erupted, illuminating a vast expanse of the sky. Yule, although knowing it was too late, still tried to fly toward the center of the explosion, determined to make an effort until the very last second. Suddenly, the Nine Tails appeared and said, "The spiritual power has been blocked." Immediately after, the giant elf's purple explosion was halted by a red barrier created by the Nine Tails. The elf, now helpless, shouted in despair, "The spiritual power can't penetrate that defense. What have you done to me?" The Nine Tails hovered in the air, their body radiating brilliant red hues, signaling victory in this battle. The Nine Tails said, "I have sealed off all the spiritual power around you. You can no longer emit spiritual energy outside. The elf was left with no choice but to explode helplessly, unable to take anyone with him in death. A scream of despair rang out, but it was truly deserved, as they had killed many innocent people. The explosion continued inside the Ninetales barrier. Although no one was injured, the light was incredibly blinding, making the entire sky glow. If it hadn't been contained, the city would have likely been left as a desolate wasteland. The explosion ended, and no one was injured except for the elf who had exploded. The sky remained a blood-red color. At the scene, there was only a massive crater left from the explosion, and the elf was nowhere to be seen. The Ninetales flew up to Yule to say something. Not only the Ninetales but another character also appeared here. Gather all their corpses. I can trace their location. Back at the Divine Tree's place, he was moving somewhere with his guiding bird. The bird shouted, "Master, where are we going now?" The Divine Tree, in the form of a dark elf, replied, "To where the dragons are." It seemed the Divine Tree intended to recruit powerful allies under his banner. A blinding flash of lightning struck down into a patch of forest. No, it wasn't that. The Divine Tree and Panis were stepping through a barrier of lightning, with countless dazzling white bolts filling the space around them. Panis couldn't help but break into a sweat, as it was clear that ahead lay a land of death, where nothing awaited them but total annihilation. The Divine Tree explained that this was the lightning barrier. All beings below Third Order Transcendent would be killed by the lightning, while even Fourth Order beings would suffer severe injuries. Clearly, this was a highly effective magical wall against intruders. Alright, now the Divine Tree will dive in by himself and command Panis to hide. Then he used his roots to tightly bind Panis, causing her to moan in pleasure, probably thinking there would be a tight binding and candles placed on her. The Divine Tree stomped his foot hard, shattering the ground. At this moment, his speed had reached an extreme level, close to the speed of sound. This was necessary to get through the Thunder Forest, minimizing damage to the smallest possible extent. But look, the Divine Tree still appeared too small against those gigantic lightning bolts. At this point, the Divine Tree had to taste the power of the white lightning. It was truly painful. Indeed, even a Fourth Order being would struggle to survive. Saying that, he summoned a golden lightning bolt, transforming it into a spear in his hand. Then he used his strength to launch this lightning spear forward. The direction of the launch was towards the sky above. As soon as the lightning spear of the Divine Tree reached a sufficient height, it exploded with a loud bang. A powerful golden lightning bolt struck down from the sky. Alright, the Divine Tree can now move freely. Because of the dark clouds above, the cause of the Thunder Forest was split in two, revealing a safe path in the middle. Now the Divine Tree could leisurely proceed. The knowledge that his teachers had imparted in school was indeed useful. Panis was released, and upon seeing this scene, her eyes sparkled with admiration, thinking that her master was too formidable. Could it be that he was already higher than the Fourth Order early stage? The Divine Tree cheerfully asked Panis what level she thought he was currently at. She immediately struck a cool pose like a prophet, declaring that the Divine Tree must have reached the middle stage of the Fourth Order. Only that could explain the earlier display. The Divine Tree looked directly into Panis's eyes, his charming face asking her, "Really?" Damn, this handsome face once again stirred Panis's primal instincts, causing her entire body to flush red. Her master was too handsome. What was this dark elf figure? It was irresistibly alluring. And so, these two flew for 3 days and 3 nights. The Divine Tree, feeling impatient, asked if they were close to the Dragon Island. Panis flew ahead and sincerely advised her master to forget about that island, as the dragons were too powerful and would not cooperate with them. Not to mention, within the dragon tribe, there was an ancient dragon with extraordinary strength, surpassing the ordinary. It was rumored that it had already reached the Fifth Order. At this point, I would like to explain further. Even though this planet experienced the return of spiritual energy 10 years earlier than Earth, it might still be in stage 1 or 2, because it does not have entities like the Dark King that stimulate the tides of spiritual energy, resulting in a slower rate of mutation here. Clearly, a transcendent creature of the Fifth Order in this world is something akin to a god, without any rivals. This was not too surprising for the Divine Tree. However, it ignited his insatiable greed, making him even more determined to convince the dragons. Seeing her master exhibit excitement in his eyes, Panis became even more frightened and asked if he did not feel hesitant at all. The Divine Tree looked at his subordinate and questioned him in a stern voice, asking if he did not believe in his strength. Oh, while he really wanted to say he did, the truth was quite the opposite. The Divine Tree found it inconvenient to reveal everything. He could only tell Panis that those at the top of this world would either cooperate with him or oppose him. So instead of waiting for them to become adversaries, the Divine Tree would proactively invite them to cooperate first. If that didn't work, he would eliminate them. After her master's firm declaration, Panis suddenly felt braver and stronger, thinking that he even wanted to kill the ancient dragon. It didn't matter how strong he was, just his will alone was admirable. Then she declared that she would always stand by her master's side, no matter the situation. Afterward, Panis realized that it was a confession, and she swooned with happiness and embarrassment. Taking advantage of the moment before those elves sent stronger beings to hunt them down, the divine tree accelerated rapidly. He needed to reach Dragon Island as soon as possible. This planet had a total of 7 large territories. One of them was Dragon Island, and this species currently stood at the top of the food chain. The Elven Forest was also one of those 7 territories. Today, the queen summoned her son. The beautiful elf queen lamented to her child that she sensed a powerful dark elf had just emerged. However, all the search teams they sent out had not returned. Therefore, finding that dangerous elf was crucial. Otherwise, this world would face great turmoil, so now she could only rely on her outstanding child. The young elf boy furrowed his brow upon hearing his mother's words and immediately accepted the mission. He would summon more guards to investigate, and would also notify the elders of the elf tribe to prepare for any potential situations. At the place of the ancient tree, the war god was questioning the ancient tree about why he had summoned them, crossing his arms in a very arrogant manner as he spoke. The dream god reminded him to reconsider his behavior, as the ancient tree was the first mutated being in this world, after all. As soon as those words were spoken, Wardam immediately changed his tone to a cold one, telling the dream god to know who he was speaking to. The nature god, in the form of a 4-legged beast, intervened, saying everyone should stop arguing because it was clear that something important had caused the ancient tree to summon them. The ancient tree then spoke, revealing that he had detected a powerful entity appearing in the north of the Thunder Barrier, and hoped that the gods could investigate. And he also reminded them not to be careless, as the ancient tree still did not know the strength of the opponent. The dream god and the nature god obediently agreed. Meanwhile, the war god turned away, declaring that the ancient tree should not order him around. He knew what he needed to do. He did not forget to turn back and remind everyone that he was cooperating with the ancient tree of life only because that great figure had agreed to grant him half of this planet, so there should be no misunderstandings here. Then Wardam shot off without another word. The nature god understood the situation. When Wardam was expanding his territory, he had been stopped by the ancient tree sending the elf tribe to confront him, and since then, he had been harboring resentment. The ancient tree told the dream god that now he could only rely on his power to observe every movement in this world. This was clearly a compliment, and the dream god immediately declared that he would find that name at all costs. Meanwhile, the divine tree and Panis were still diligently making their way to Dragon Island. End of chapter 291. Finally, the green ocean appeared before them. After many long days passing through the lightning barrier, the two from the divine tree group had come closer to Dragon Island than ever before. A few more days passed, and Panis began to complain that they'd been at sea for days and still hadn't found Dragon Island. But a spark of focus lit up in Divine Tree's eyes as he encouraged Panis, saying they'd find it soon. Another 10 days went by, and the sea in this area was no longer calm but surged with high waves. What did this mean? They were close to the island. Panis, perched atop his master, saw something terrifying. They were heading into a sea filled with countless destructive waterspouts weaving together, and Panis hurriedly urged his master to go around. Divine Tree didn't go around. Instead, he charged straight in, knowing that detouring wasn't an option. There was no way around. Speed increasing to the extreme, Divine Tree carried Panis as they pierced straight into the vortex ahead like a bullet. And then, Dragon Island appeared. Wait, was this a statue? It turned out that behind those ferocious whirlwinds was a barrier, and only by destroying this barrier could they enter Dragon Island. And finally, the two of them succeeded. Divine Tree and Panis immediately scanned the surroundings, trying to assess the situation. In truth, this female bird was wide-eyed with fear, showing no significant expression. Meanwhile, Divine Tree stood before a stone dragon statue and confirmed that this was indeed Dragon Island, as the place was enveloped in a faint purple spiritual aura. Soon, someone came to greet them, opening its mouth wide and letting out a fierce roar. It was a golden Asian-style dragon, radiating a strong, pale golden light from its entire body. Standing before these two tiny beings, it began to growl threateningly and asked why these two little mice dared to intrude on Dragon Island. According to Panis, this might be the Golden Dragon, one of the 3 kings of dragonkind, and it only asked as a formality, as it immediately attacked them with its dragon breath. A wave of deadly, scorching spiritual energy surged forth, but Divine Tree managed to raise a shield with his left hand just in time. With his right hand, he instantly created a bright yellow lightning spear, and since it dared to attack him so suddenly, he deemed it deserving of death. Then, he hurled the lightning spear forcefully at the dragon. The proud dragon blocked the strike with one hand, considering it a trivial attack. But something went wrong. Fear flickered in the Dragon King's eyes. Somehow, the lightning spear pierced through its claw and struck its body directly. A powerful blow. It pushed the dragon backward. Divine Tree snorted, acknowledging that this opponent was no weakling, but to him, it was nothing more than a lame chicken. Suddenly, the Dragon King countered with a spiked, yellow object, as large as a building. The hit immediately drove Divine Tree straight down to the ground like a bullet, causing an explosion on impact. Then, the golden dragon's foot came crashing down on the ground. It turned out the earlier attack was from its tail, which was a spiked club, and Divine Tree's attack had caused the Dragon King's right leg to bleed profusely. Divine Tree walked out from the smoke and dust, showing no sign of injury. The golden dragon, enraged and with veins bulging, roared asking why, after the last time, this wretched elf dared to show up here again. Oh, so the elf and these dragons had a grudge in the past? That must be why the dragon attacked without hesitation. Divine Tree then spoke, saying there had been a misunderstanding. I'm not part of the group you're referring to. The Dragon King didn't believe him, assuming it was just a deceitful trick of the vile elves. Being called vile made Divine Tree irritated, and he declared that although he might look like an elf, he wasn't one. The Dragon King didn't say more and continued gathering spiritual energy in its mouth, while ordering Divine Tree to leave. Alright, there was no other choice. If he wanted this dragon to listen, he'd have to defeat it. Divine Tree's whole body began to glow, enveloped in a golden magical aura. At this moment, Panis also transformed back into a centaur. She quickly created a spiritual weapon with her right hand and charged forward, ready to fight alongside her master, just as the dragon prepared to unleash a terrifying breath attack, clearly much stronger than before. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "Stop!" The golden dragon paused its attack, slightly startled. Divine Tree also stopped. The newcomer was just as powerful as the one before them. It was another Asian-style dragon, with a body as red as blood. The red dragon told the golden dragon that their grandfather wanted to meet this elf. And so, to the dragon's nest, the most dangerous place on this planet. Divine Tree and Panis were taken to meet the most powerful being, but along the way, countless hostile dragon eyes were fixed on them. Panis could only tremble. She had never passed by so many dragons before, and they were far from friendly. On the contrary, they looked at her as if she were a mere pest, believing they could kill her at any moment. So tense from watching both sides, Panis bumped into her master's firm back. It turned out they had arrived. Divine Tree looked up. A massive creature with clear, piercing eyes was staring right back at him. This was the ancient dragon, the most powerful being on Dragon Island, entirely white and radiating an extraordinary aura. No one knew how old this ancient dragon was, only that dragons become stronger with age. The ancient dragon then spoke, saying, "Please forgive Jean. This place was invaded by elves half a year ago." Ah, so that's the reason. For Divine Tree, this was actually good news. The old dragon raised its head, revealing several large scars, and declared that it knew full well that the being before it didn't belong to this planet. The ancient dragon had sensed Divine Tree's presence the moment he arrived. These words left Divine Tree deeply impressed. This creature was indeed formidable, perhaps not as strong as Divine Tree but capable of a battle that could shake the heavens. Only such a being could have a perception of spiritual energy that defied logic. The ancient dragon also declared that it knew why Divine Tree had come, and so, it stated its willingness to cooperate with him. End of chapter 292. This old white dragon knew from the start that the Divine Tree was not a creature of this planet, and somehow, he also knew that the Divine Tree's purpose in coming here was to seek allies for an upcoming battle. It's no wonder he's a creature nearly as powerful as the Divine Tree itself. His perception and spiritual power are far beyond that of other beings on this planet. Even the Divine Tree was wide-eyed in astonishment when witnessing such a creature. However, to maintain his dignified and aloof appearance, he showed no emotion whatsoever and simply stated he would be brief for the old dragon. In a year, the Divine Tree and the creatures of Earth will once again face an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. Thus, he came to Dragon Island in hopes of gaining the dragon's assistance. Without a moment's hesitation, the old dragon agreed outright to the Divine Tree's request for help. The old dragon's decision was so quick, beyond anything the Divine Tree could have imagined. He thought he would need to engage in an epic battle to win them over. Surprised, he asked, "Really?" But the old dragon responded, "No, I'm kidding." The red dragon standing beside them was at a loss for words, saying, "There you go again, always joking at times like these." Meanwhile, the yellow dragon was laughing to tears at his grandfather's prank. This Dragon Island does not exist on the planet Kanglan, nor does it exist in the void. It lies in the layer between the planet Kanglan and the void. It is a completely different world, a place where Dragon Island exists. Only now did Panis understand, exclaiming, "That's why so many races on this planet have tried and failed to find Dragon Island." But only half a year ago, this Dragon Island was invaded by elves, and many dragons on the island were killed by them, resulting in heavy casualties. The old dragon opened his clear blue eyes and said that he, too, was severely injured in that battle. Then, the old dragon raised himself up, revealing the terrible scars on his body. To leave such deep wounds on a 5th-level dragon, that creature must have been extraordinarily powerful. Witnessing this made Panis grimace in fear, with sweat pouring down. The enemy would indeed be formidable. This is exactly why the yellow dragon showed such intense hostility when he saw the divine tree in the form of an elf. What truly worried the old dragon was that the elves alone couldn't possibly reach this place. There had to be a powerful force behind the invasion, a creature both strong and intelligent enough to find Dragon Island, like the divine tree. The dragon god told the divine tree that if he could find out who was behind the invasion, without letting the old dragon finish, the divine tree immediately asked if he would join him. The old dragon replied, no, instantly, causing the divine tree great annoyance. Despite his age, he seemed to greatly enjoy teasing others. The divine tree appeared to be genuinely angry, his entire body radiating a blinding golden light as he demanded that the old dragon stop joking because he was seriously here to propose an alliance. The old dragon realized that once the divine tree appeared on Dragon Island, they would only survive if they agreed to cooperate. The divine tree's killing intent was clearly no ordinary matter. The divine tree maintained a determined gaze and asked again if the old dragon was certain about what he had just said. As expected, the old dragon, unable to break his habit, replied that he was joking. Damn it, if he didn't teach this old dragon a lesson, he'd never quit these pranks. Now utterly infuriated by the old dragon's jokes, the divine tree's entire body lit up, and he shouted, "Let the battle begin, between you and me!" The red dragon, seeing this, called out and told the old dragon that he joked enough and should be serious now. Panis rushed over to hold the divine tree back, urging him to stay calm, saying, "He's only joking." Truly, a prankster and a hothead. Then, the old dragon told the red and yellow dragons to go elsewhere because he wanted to have a private conversation with the divine tree. Alright, now the old dragon told the divine tree not to mind what he had just said and to come with him outside to talk. The divine tree clung to the old dragon as the two quickly moved to another location to discuss their cooperation seriously. Finally, only Panis and the other dragons on Dragon Island remained, and all eyes turned toward Panis. They began talking about Panis. "Is this a centaur? I've never seen one before. Such a small creature, can it really be eaten? I really want to lick it." Hearing their conversation, Panis trembled in fear, unsure if these dragons were joking or serious. She frowned, thinking to herself, wishing the divine tree would hurry back because these dragons were way too mischievous. Back on Earth, at a hidden base within the Rocky Mountains, an elf captured by humans was being used in some kind of experiment. His body was covered in wounds, and it was unclear if he was still alive. Linhoa then used her special technique, creating golden threads of light from her hands that moved toward the elf. The light traveled over and touched the elf's forehead. Linhoa said, "That golden spiritual energy is the thread connecting this elf to his world." Currently, the stream of energy was slowly moving upward toward the ceiling into a hole that resembled a portal. Below, Linhoa stood next to Yul. It seemed they intended to create a gateway connecting to their world. From what they could gather from the elf's mind, the next attack would happen in 40 days, and the beings on this planet would need to be prepared for it. Linhoa looked up and thought that just this alone would not be enough. "We need to change our battle strategy for the upcoming fight." Back on Dragon Island, it's unclear how the negotiations between the divine tree and the old dragon are progressing and whether the divine tree has achieved his ultimate objective in coming here. The other dragons were all gazing toward the highest point on Dragon Island, watching the historic negotiations between the old dragon and the divine tree. Where would the future of this island lead? The yellow and red dragons looked up as well, sensing that the divine tree and the old dragon had been talking for a long time since they moved to a different location for their discussion. Somewhere high up, perhaps the highest point on Dragon Island, the divine tree and the old dragon were still deep in conversation, with no final decision reached yet. A tall mountain loomed, and from below, one could only see the massive form of the old dragon, while the divine tree was no longer visible. The white dragon sighed. "This Dragon Island is truly beautiful." The divine tree, however, was in a hurry and had no time to admire the island as the old dragon did. He only wanted to hear the old dragon's final decision. The divine tree continued, "If I pause, the enemies around me will swarm in and tear me to pieces." The old dragon lowered his head, fixing one eye directly on the divine tree, and said, "I'll die soon." The divine tree took the old dragon's words as another joke, thinking he was just trying to fool him one more time. But this time, it seemed he was telling the truth. He went on to talk about the wound on his abdomen, a fatal injury. In fact, it was a miracle he survived after taking the full force of that blow. Spiritual power has been revived on this planet for decades, and the dragon race has existed here for countless centuries. Every race on this planet continues to rise, and no matter how powerful the dragons may be, they, too, will eventually fall. If the old dragon leaves now, how can Dragon Island continue to fight against other races in the future? With his extraordinary abilities, the old dragon could sense the immense spiritual energy within the divine tree. Even though the divine tree had lowered his power level to an extraordinary level of 4, his entire being still exuded an incredibly powerful aura. The dragon god believed that sooner or later, the divine tree would become an existence surpassing all beings, a creature even stronger than a god. The old dragon continued, "Defeat all those who have harmed the dragon race and this planet. I swear in the name of the ancient white dragon, Jorwick." The divine tree looked up, his gaze showing admiration for the old dragon. Finally, the old dragon made his decision. From now on, the dragon race would be entrusted to the divine tree. The old dragon's eyes were now filled with determination, with none of the joking or laughter from before. It seemed this conversation had achieved the outcome the divine tree desired. Somewhere not far from Dragon Island, suddenly, from the sky, a blood-red hand tore through space and emerged. It was the servant of the ancient tree on this planet, a being considered almost godlike. Dragon Island now truly seemed to be in danger. End of chapter 293. The old dragon opened its mouth and raised its head to the sky, and immediately, a golden orb appeared, glowing brighter and brighter. The divine tree could only watch in silence, seeing that the spiritual energy the old dragon poured into the orb grew more intense. Perhaps this was the legendary dragon pearl. If that's the case, this is truly a rare event. When would a dragon ever willingly give up its pearl? They treat that gem as their very life. Once finished, the old dragon handed the orb to the divine tree, saying that it contained all of his power. If the divine tree absorbed it, the power of the old dragon would become its own. At this moment, the dazzling light had already drawn the attention of all the dragons outside. The red dragon knew that his grandfather had made a final, monumental decision. Of course, it wasn't as though the old dragon was giving such a precious gift to a stranger without reason. The main reason was that he only had a year left to live. The wounds he sustained were too severe. Although they had healed on the surface, his body continued to deteriorate internally. When he died, there was nothing left but the grim fate of the entire dragon clan facing extinction. His grandchildren were all unqualified, lacking both wisdom and skill. Fortunately, he met the divine tree, a powerful being like this, who could offer the dragon clan a new hope. However, his loved ones would inevitably grieve. Giving away the dragon pearl was akin to sacrificing himself. At that moment, Panis called out to her master, perhaps aware of the greatness of the dragon pearl. The divine tree stood before the brilliantly shining golden dragon pearl, feeling a bit hesitant to take it, perhaps? This old dragon really was a fast dealer, making decisions so decisively that even the ambitious divine tree felt a bit taken aback. Just kidding, the divine tree immediately absorbed the dragon pearl into its body and shouted, "Leave the dragon clan to me." The old dragon had made his decision. Believe it or not, it was the best choice, made at precisely the right time. Suddenly, a terrifying aura pressed down on them. The entire Dragon Island felt as if it were being crushed under a massive weight of 1,000 tons, the space around them distorted, and everything swayed. Who could possibly create such overwhelming pressure? The red dragon braced herself with all her strength, or else she would have been forced to the ground. Just who was it? Right then, a chilling voice echoed, "So, this is where you're hiding." The newcomer was none other than the god of war, Wardom. He knew the divine tree hadn't been here for long. He hadn't expected things to go this smoothly. Alright, then let's destroy the entire Dragon Island. Panis and the red dragon quickly realized that this figure was one of the three gods, and the most belligerent one at that, Wardom, the god of war. Just thinking about him sent a chill through both of them. A primal instinct awoke in Panis, causing her to break out in a cold sweat, and any thought of resistance vanished from her mind. Who is the god of war? He's the demon lord, and wherever he goes, destruction follows. Even children stop crying at the mere mention of his name. Without another word, he moved to strike the opening blow. A faint purple aura began to spread across the entire Dragon Island. What was astonishing was that, despite Dragon Island's massive size, the barrier swiftly overtook the previous barrier surrounding it. Within seconds, it completely engulfed the area, a high-level barrier, functioning as an ultra-durable cage that no one possessed the power to break. The golden and red dragons understood that he intended to seal off the whole island. He was indeed a tyrant. Wardom coldly declared that this time, no one would escape. Immediately, he released his red demons. Judging by the markings on them, these were elite red demons. There were countless of them. Turns out, they were his minions all along. Then he ordered them all to charge forward and slaughter, to avenge the previous assault. Wait, was he the one who attacked Dragon Island before? Setting that aside, the massive swarm of red demons headed straight for the dragon nest, where the aura of the divine tree emanated. The dragon faction didn't stand idly by. The golden and red dragons rallied their kin, rising up to fight with thunderous roars. Oh heavens, the firepower was cataclysmic. Panis could only transform into a bird and flee. The dragon clan had numerous third-order transcendents, and even some fourth-order ones, so this was clearly not a place she could fight. But before she could fly far, a stray spirit-powered projectile suddenly exploded near her. Panis was blasted back, slamming into a nearby tree. It wasn't a stray shot. A red demon had deliberately targeted her. At that moment, Panis was too shaken to escape. Luckily, a bright golden blast of spiritual energy suddenly shot into the demon, blowing it aside. The red dragon urgently told her to return to her master's side. But Panis shouted, "Watch out!" It turned out someone had blocked their path. It was Wardom. He declared that there was no escape, as this place had now become a sacrificial altar. If the red dragon wanted mercy, she would have to submit at his feet. In contrast to Panis's fear, the red dragon remained calm. She immediately rejected the god of war's offer. Then she called on Panis to fight with her. With no other choice, Panis raised her bow. Though she knew she wasn't skilled enough for the battle, there was no avoiding this fight to the death. And if that was the case, she would give it everything she had. Wardom shouted, "You lowly insects!" as he prepared a deadly sphere of spiritual energy himself. If it hit, these two wouldn't stand a chance, they'd be dead without question. But something flew towards him at high speed. What? He was forced to use his newly created energy sphere to form a temporary barrier to block the incoming attack. Quick thinking on his part. Yet the attack didn't stop. It kept soaring upward into the sky. Damn it, Wardom had anticipated this scenario. There was only one being capable of posing a direct threat to him. At that moment, the massive, pristine form of the ancient dragon swept past, creating a fierce gust. Without delay, the elder dragon began gathering magical energy in its mouth, preparing for the next attack. Wardom looked on with excitement at the appearance of the white dragon. This was a battle between the Dragon King and a god. Even without his dragon pearl, the Old One's remaining power was monstrous. A single blast of his energy could cover the sky. End of chapter 294. Rewinding a bit, right after absorbing the dragon pearl, a massive pillar of spiritual energy shot up into the sky from the divine tree. It seems the power fusion process has begun. The old dragon knew the divine tree couldn't act at this moment, so he decided to handle everything else himself. The red demon's bombardment ravaged the ground, leaving smoke and dust everywhere. The old dragon stepped onto the battlefield, his eyes shining like stars. This time, the enemy was clearly one of the strongest beings on the planet, and he knew it well. Wardom mockingly scoffed, saying he thought the Dragon King was that old man who died 6 months ago. Seeing him still alive and well was truly unexpected. The old dragon, enraged, shouted that even in death, he'd take Wardom down with him. Wardom dashed forward, declaring that this old man was all bark and no bite, just a flickering candle in the wind. Panis, on the other hand, dropped to her knees on the ground. Her whole body turned ashen with fear, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down all over. For the first time in her life, she was facing a power so overwhelming it felt impossible to escape death. The old dragon took a punch to the face, a blow so strong it could shatter a mountain. Struck by that hit, the old dragon's massive body collapsed to the ground, crushing an entire piece of land. Yet, as he fell, he managed to counter with a sharp arrow of spiritual energy, slicing through the air toward his foe. Unfortunately, with his physical speed, Wardom dodged it. No. His neck had been grazed by a slice, and blood began to flow. Inside, he was stunned. He was sure he had dodged it. But when he looked over, the old dragon was already hovering in midair, surrounded by dozens of razor-sharp spiritual shards. This was the dragon sword technique. The golden dragon immediately recognized the renowned skill his grandfather had used to conquer countless foes in the past. The old dragon roared, "Die!" and simultaneously launched all the blue blades at his enemy. Wardom instantly realized the danger. This old man was trying to skin him alive. With such an overwhelming barrage of attacks, dodging was impossible, so he decided to face the blades head-on. The strike carried considerable damage, forcing Wardom to scream as he braced himself. Then, he used the strength in his arm to knock the dragon swords aside. Of course, fresh blood sprayed from his wounds as he did. Looking down, his index finger had been sliced. His whole hand scraped raw. Dealing with this old man was no easy feat, but the attack continued. More dragon blades flew toward him. The old man's firepower was overwhelming his enemy, giving him no chance to retaliate. Several blades struck the red demons behind him. Needless to say, their bodies were instantly sliced in two upon impact. Wardom was drenched in his own blood, having sustained numerous injuries, which only fueled his rage. He gritted his teeth and cursed. But how could this be? Wasn't this old man supposed to be weakened by now? He yelled, declaring that the old dragon shouldn't get so arrogant. He raised his right hand, and his spiritual energy transformed into a blazing fire. In the blink of an eye, his energy transformed into a massive battle axe, the very same axe he had used to slash the Dragon King twice before. The old dragon continued relentlessly firing dragon blades at him. Then he crafted an upgraded dragon blade, larger, stronger, denser, and sharper. Truth be told, the Dragon King was growing weary, but he still shouted at Wardom, saying the Dragon Island wasn't a place he could just come and go as he pleased. Wardom, however, declared that this time he would cut the old dragon in half. With that, he swung his massive battle axe down. The axe blade collided with the dragon blade, causing everything around them to evaporate. In this clash, whoever had the stronger spiritual energy would be the victor. And once again, it happened. The old dragon couldn't understand. Just like before, Wardom's axe somehow pierced through his upgraded dragon blade. Damn it, the axe was aimed straight for his head, and its power was absolute. Taking that axe blow, the old dragon let out a piercing scream of agony. His massive body crashed to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. And so, the Dragon King, the strongest on the planet, had been defeated, now lying beneath Wardom's feet. Wardom acknowledged that the old man's last attack had indeed been far stronger than before, but he was still the stronger one, and he swung another axe blow, aiming straight for the old dragon's eye. The strike immediately left a deep gash near the old dragon's left eye, and Wardom was thrilled. The red dragon, witnessing this, could only cry out in anguish, calling for his grandfather. Then he shouted, "Let him go!" But at that moment, the space beside him shattered. A pitch-black dragon appeared right next to the red dragon, pinning him to the ground. As he arrived, he greeted the red dragon, "Long time no see." The newcomer was none other than the black dragon of the dragon clan, a traitor. The red dragon couldn't believe he dared to return here. Meanwhile, Wardom's axe was now drenched in blood. Clearly, the old dragon's scales were tougher than usual, making it quite difficult to execute him. "All right then, let's see how many more strikes you can withstand." The old dragon could only watch helplessly, too drained to resist any longer. While Wardom was caught up in the thrill of tormenting his defeated foe, something suddenly sliced the back of his neck. What the hell? Surprise. It was Panis. She had shot an arrow into his neck, telling him to let the old man go. Though still fearful, Panis couldn't bear to watch such a heartbreaking scene any longer. End of chapter 295. The battle to defend Dragon Island is still raging intensely. Although the Dragon Clan is strong, the Red Demons are no pushovers either, and they keep appearing in large numbers. The Golden Dragon, with just a single dragon roar, can easily pierce through the demons in front of it. The Dragon Clan seized the momentum, putting all their strength into rescuing the elderly dragon lying weakly on the ground, their eyes filled with fury. But these red demons aren't just for show. They use destructive beams from their eyes to prevent the other dragons from getting close to the elderly dragon. Even though the dragons have very tough scales, they can't withstand the demon's destructive beams and are knocked backward without being able to defend. Though not particularly powerful individually, the red demon's vast numbers and regenerative ability make it difficult for the Dragon Clan to reach the elderly dragon. These fearless puppets charge into battle until they can no longer move. The golden dragon, frustrated, veins bulging on its face, bares its sharp teeth and roars, "Don't block my way." Seeing the elderly dragon barely clinging to life right in front of him, yet unable to do anything, fills him with a sense of helplessness. The elderly dragon, with its massive body covered in wounds inflicted by the god of war, can only lie there awaiting death, no longer able to resist. Meanwhile, the god of war, after being hit by an arrow from Panis, has started to pay attention to her. Although the arrow felt like nothing more than a scratch, it was enough to irritate him. He turned to look at Panis with cold, piercing eyes. The difference in strength is immense, but she still desperately uses her last bit of strength, holding on to the faint hope of saving the elderly dragon. The god of war saw that Panis, merely at the second stage of extraordinary power, dared to attack him. He couldn't understand why this creature was so eager to seek death, and then he pointed a finger at Panis. His attack was so fast that Panis had no time to react, seeing only a mysterious purple light before her. With just one strike, he sent Panis flying backward. The power was immense. Even though she knew it was suicide, she still tried to attack. After taking the full impact of the god of war's attack, Panis lay motionless, blood pouring from her mouth, her fate uncertain. The jade dragon witnessed everything, but, blocked by the black dragon, could do nothing but scream her name in despair. The black dragon was determined not to let the jade dragon pass. This battle would be one-on-one, whoever was weaker would die. The golden dragon was still struggling to find a way through the dense crowd of red demons, trying to reach and save the elderly dragon. To keep things interesting, the god of war raised his axe high and shouted, "Old man, all of them want to save you, but this time, you're done for." With those words, he swung his axe down towards the helpless elderly dragon, his gaze filled with killing intent, intending to finish his opponent in a single blow. The jade dragon could only stand helplessly, watching with tear-filled eyes, shouting the elder's name in despair. She desperately wanted to save him but was powerless to act. Just as the axe blade was about to strike the old dragon's face, suddenly, a mysterious golden light appeared, moving as fast as the speed of light. And it was none other than the divine tree. After absorbing the dragon's egg, his power had become immense. One kick sent the god of war flying, unable to defend himself in time, his entire face distorted. He hadn't even understood what had appeared, but was overwhelmed by the speed and power of the kick. Just like that, he was sent flying at high speed in one direction. Indeed, the protagonist often appears last, and with each appearance their strength increases. The divine tree gently landed on the ground after delivering a powerful blow. At the same time, he managed to save Panis, who was struggling between life and death. Anyone who dared harm her would pay in blood. After such an impressive appearance, his body, having absorbed the dragon's egg, became far stronger. His body was filled with power, and his face clearly showed his anger toward those who invaded the dragon island. The black dragon saw this and wondered why a dark elf was here, and how he could possess such overwhelming strength. With one punch, he crushed the red demon's head. The golden dragon wondered why the divine tree, at only transcendent fourth order, dared to face the god of war, who was at transcendent fifth order. However, even so, he had saved the old dragon's life. The golden dragon thought the divine tree was just looking for death, but didn't realize that his current strength had long surpassed transcendent fourth order. The old dragon asked if the divine tree had fully absorbed the dragon's eggs. The divine tree replied that he hadn't finished absorbing them yet. He had only temporarily reached fourth order for now. But he couldn't just stand by and watch the old dragon be killed for giving him the dragon eggs. His human nature would not allow him to do that. The island was also isolated from the outside world now, unable to integrate with it. The red demons continued to appear from the sky, as if they would never be defeated. They had successfully blocked many dragons with their overwhelming numbers. The divine tree frowned. It seems the gods in this world are also corrupted and rotten. Hearing the divine tree's comment, the god of war, amidst the smoke and dust, couldn't stand it and immediately responded. From the smoke, the god of war, after taking such a powerful blow but without a scratch, claimed that what the divine tree said was wrong. His body wasn't even scratched. He said it was simply a mutual exploitation. He was about to lecture for a moment, but seeing the one who just kicked him away at such a terrifying speed left him utterly surprised. As a god of war, being hit like that by a fourth-order dark elf, someone at fourth order who wanted to challenge a fifth-order god of war? The black dragon shouted, "A dark elf? The dragon island is really so weak that it has to rely on such a race?" The god of war continued to babble about the divine tree's fourth order, thinking this battle was unbalanced, and everything had been decided from the start. He then summoned his axe again, determined to kill the old dragon first. The old dragon told the divine tree to stand behind him so he could help block the attack, but he feared that with his current injuries, after this move, he would most likely not survive. He shouted, "Die!" His eyes filled with murderous intent. Not allowing him to gloat for too long, the divine tree immediately moved in front of him and blocked his attack with one hand, just before he could strike. The strength of both sides caused the ground around them to crack, and the power they unleashed was undeniable. But how could a transcendent fourth order stand up to a fifth order? The murderous intent from both sides was overwhelming. But the dragons, who had looked down on the divine tree's fourth order, were now stunned and couldn't believe their eyes. Even the golden dragon, who had initially scorned him, had to scream in shock. How could he block the god of war's strike? Was this really the power of a transcendent fourth order? The god of war widened his eyes in shock. Just a moment ago, he had been constantly mocking the divine tree, yet now, the divine tree had blocked his attack with one hand. This was truly beyond his imagination. Seeing him frozen in surprise, the divine tree took the opportunity to provoke him. "I'm just blocking your attack. Do you really need to be this surprised?" After saying that, the divine tree immediately counterattacked with a powerful golden light. The attack was direct, and the god of war couldn't react in time. Once again, he was sent flying down into the ground. How could he not withstand an attack from a transcendent fourth order? But where did all the mockery from before go? After taking the full brunt of the direct attack, he struggled to get up, with trees knocked down in his wake from the force of his fall. That attack was actually just a punch from the divine tree. How could such a normal punch cause such massive damage? The black dragon, in a panic, yelled. He punched him away. Could the limbs of a normal human really do that? The god of war, whose body he thought to be indestructible, was now injured by a punch from a dark elf, with a deep dent left on his chest. The divine tree, now smirking with satisfaction, showed the face of a victor. Though still a transcendent fourth order, his strength had long surpassed that level. Wardome hovered in the air, feeling like he had understood one thing. The reason why the ancient tree and the elves were so eager to chase this one down, it was clear this person was no simple foe. He had underestimated him, but that was fine, the battle had only just begun. Saying this, he swung his spirit-powered battle axe, letting out a horrifying roar. Meanwhile, the black dragon had struck the red dragon away with its tail. Panis should probably find a better place. This spot wasn't ideal for her to fight. But now, the red dragon could only curse helplessly. The black dragon was much stronger than her, and that was a fact. Now seeing Wardome unleash his deadly attack once more, the red dragon couldn't help but marvel. Wardome's spirit energy was overwhelming. But something more important, she needed to retreat with Panis now. The old dragon roared, ordering the red dragon to run. The divine tree also turned around, shouting at the old dragon and everyone else to flee. What the? Wardome was about to deliver a truly serious axe blow and didn't want his prey running off. Hey, you're playing Russian dolls, and now you're running? It's too late, he shouted, slashing down. His power radiated in all directions, and seeing the divine tree's reaction earlier, he thought it was trembling. It was as if he had shone a flashlight on the divine tree, and it couldn't dodge. Only, the divine tree had no intention of dodging. A thunderous explosion tore through the ground in a wide radius. Wardome kept a careful watch, trying to see how much damage his prey had taken. But why was the smoke pulling into one spot? What happened? Suddenly, the divine tree burst out from the smoke vortex at an unimaginable speed, eyes gleaming like a leopard pouncing on its prey. What a surprise, the divine tree had revealed its true form, and that was all the damage the attack had managed to inflict. And then, Wardome was struck with a blow like a thunderbolt, slamming him into the ground like a bullet. But he was fast enough to raise his hand against that deadly punch, all in the blink of an eye. And now, he'd grabbed the divine tree's hand, shouting, "Down you go," before slamming the divine tree into the ground. Then, he unleashed his Gatling gun technique, a flurry of blood-red spirit-powered punches, aiming to turn the divine tree into a pool of blood. Each punch carried terrifying power, and soon the entire area was crushed beneath his force, the ground trembling. But suddenly, the divine tree slipped free and circled behind him, right arm raised, though Wardome didn't seem surprised. A red hand spread open, catching the blow. The divine tree was shocked. How could he react that fast? And now, his entire body surged with powerful spirit energy as he grabbed the divine tree's hand once more. Wardome let out an excited roar, then countless golden spirit energy beams shot from his body, each one like a sharp spear. The divine tree's fate was clear. Damn, Wardome's style was overpowering, constantly pressuring his opponent. The divine tree could only use one arm to shield itself. The divine tree was blown back, crashing straight into a mountainside. Wardome was indeed worthy of being called a god. His power was tyrannical, and he still held a piece of the divine tree's arm. Meanwhile, the divine tree slowly stepped out from the rubble, only missing a part of its body, which wasn't a problem. It could simply reconstruct it with its roots. The old dragon watched in astonishment, unable to believe the divine tree survived that blow. These two, both were beyond the old dragon's wildest expectations. The issue was, since this arm had turned into roots, Wardome began to suspect, asking if the divine tree had any connection with the ancient tree. He was now sure the divine tree was no elf. The divine tree declared that it didn't know who this ancient tree was at all. But that doesn't mean it's unrelated, because sooner or later, I'll replace it. As these words left his mouth, Wardome burst out in amused laughter. He immediately conjured a spirit energy sphere blazing like the sun. He said he'd just heard the funniest thing today. It had truly been a joyful day. And of course, he was pleased that someone wanted to destroy the ancient tree, as he'd never liked that twisted tree. At this point, the dragon clan erupted in panic, knowing this madman intended to destroy the entire dragon isle in one strike. Damn it, what he created was no different from a nuclear bomb, massive and unfathomably powerful with spirit energy radiating out. Panis suddenly felt her remaining lifespan ticking down to 0, sweat pouring like rain. The black dragon swore loudly, saying this wasn't part of the deal. Damn it, the dragon isle would be his one day, so could Wardome not do this? But it was the white dragon who was most alarmed. The island he'd protected for hundreds of years was about to turn to ashes. He could only roar, Don't let him throw that at the dragon isle. Alright then, the divine tree would step up and handle this. The old man's shouting was piercing. The red dragon thought he'd gone mad. Why rush in like that? Even Panis shouted out for her master, knowing he wasn't strong enough to handle this. As expected, Wardome threw the spirit energy sphere at the divine tree. His usual strategy, trees always feared fire. Let your arrogance vanish with this. Instantly, the divine tree summoned its root. If this was his true form, this attack might be no problem. After all, he had once withstood a massive meteor. But with this body, he could only gamble once. Dozens of root tendrils shot toward the sphere to slow it down, but it seemed the roots snapped and slipped off. The divine tree roared with determination, putting everything he had into it. Look, the explosion seemed about to erupt. The whole island darkened, with only one spot shining. There, the divine tree was using all its strength to hold the sphere. And as the explosion erupted, the small divine tree was completely engulfed within. End of chapter 297. The divine tree uses all its strength, trying to resist the terrifying force of the energy sphere from Wardom. It seems like it hasn't erupted yet, but it's suppressing the divine tree into the ground. Damn it! All the roots have been destroyed. As expected, this body's power still isn't enough to cope. This makes the divine tree furious. With no other choice, the divine tree stomps its foot into the ground. However, this is a different foot, not the one in the middle, of course. Transformation. King of the seas, king of the black shell. Is that your trump card? One side laughs maniacally, while the other roars. Since the divine tree transformed, its power has increased a bit. The key thing is that the king of the black shell can absorb and copy the opponent's power. But will it be enough to stop this attack from the enemy? The ground is torn apart, and both the space and the island are shaking violently. The two dragon grandchilds, along with Panis, can only hold their breath and watch. In the end, the ground is gouged out dozens of meters deep, but there are no explosions. What the f***? The divine tree and the king of the black shell are still intact. What the hell just happened? Panis is astonished. She had prepared herself to die alongside her master, yet her master managed to stop it. She rushes over, wide-eyed, and praises her master's strength. But the divine tree seems to be in pain, gritting its teeth. Hearing this, the divine tree laughs and says, I don't even know how much I can do. I can only give it my all. The great thing is that after using that move, Wardom must have exhausted all his energy, so Panis believes that now, together with the dragon clan, they can defeat him. What a naive girl, the divine tree tells her that he hasn't used all his power yet. These words make Panis' mood drop. She didn't expect that such a destructive blow wasn't even his full strength. At this moment, Wardom laughs loudly, utterly excited. He declares that the previous move was just a mere blow. He can unleash as many of those as he wants. Damn it, this guy is creating dozens of energy spheres at once, and they're all growing larger. Has he gone mad? Even the old dragon no longer feels fear, because fear has lost its meaning. This is utter annihilation. Panis is stunned, she can't move. And now, that guy's energy is even altering the magnetic field of this place. Everything is being sucked up. The red dragon and the golden dragon are also being pulled up. But the red dragon tells the golden dragon to try to break free and get everyone to run, because now saving the dragon island is impossible. If they don't run, the dragon race will be extinct. The black dragon immediately approaches Wardom and complains. Dom! Are you really planning to destroy this place? This man laughs out loud, declaring that this place doesn't matter, so of course it will be destroyed. Damn it, this battle really can't last any longer. Level 4 fighting against level 5 is truly impossible. There's only one way left. That's to reconnect with the main body once more. Last time, for the sake of convenience in action, the divine tree had severed the void root. The divine tree thinks for a moment, then immediately shouts in anger. Wardom, I won't let you destroy this place. The old dragon is now desperate. He closes his eyes, knowing that the barrier around Wardom has blocked anyone from escaping this place. Not only that, it also prevents the energy connection with the outside. Now, the old dragon opens up another space. He urges the divine tree and Panis to hide inside. This is the dragon clan's private space. He had used this method last time to evade the pursuit of their enemies. This is amazing. Panis immediately suggests they escape together with him. But the old dragon, his eyes filled with sorrow, says that he has been in charge of Dragon Island for several centuries, taking over from his predecessor. Now Dragon Island has become like this. Like a captain, he cannot flee. He can only fight until the very last moment. The divine tree declares that he will fight alongside the old dragon, but he is unexpectedly shoved into the space by the old dragon. The divine tree curses loudly. Old stinky man, what are you doing? However, the old dragon still tries to encourage them with a word. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Damn it, that's the same look from Titanic. And finally, the space slowly closes. The divine tree and Panis float in that space, unable to act in time. Meanwhile, Wardum has seen this, but he believes the old dragon's effort is just like throwing water into the desert. With Dragon Island lost, the dragon race will be scattered, and he will hunt down every single dragon. However, the old dragon believes that this is different. The seed of hope is still there, and it will sprout. We can start over. Wardum believes the old dragon is about to die and has gone mad, spouting nonsense. Suddenly, the old dragon stomps on the ground, causing a massive tremor. His entire body erupts with energy, lifting the ground beneath him. A massive piece of land is raised out of the ocean. The black dragon is shocked, realizing the entire Dragon Island is shaking violently. Could it be the old dragon is about to use his ultimate move? Then, the whole Dragon Island quakes and rises out of the water. It turns out Dragon Island is a giant dragon. The moment it awakens, it lets out an earth-shaking roar. The old dragon declares, "Fight me one last time!" Wardum furrows his brow, but to him, this effort is still futile. Meanwhile, inside the Dragon Clan's space, a column of energy pierces through. The divine tree grimaces in indescribable pain. At this moment, he can only tell Panis to get far away. Then, the energy column breaks through Wardum's barrier. Finally, Panis and her master make it outside. End of chapter 298. Back then, the old dragon told the divine tree that he would not die. Was that just a comforting lie? This is Dragon Island before the divine tree and Panis. It's unrecognizable now. The sacred beast guarding the island has been slain, and the entire island is nothing but ruins. The old dragon is over there, but he remains silent. His eyes are tightly shut, not a sound escapes him. The divine tree and Panis approach. He is the symbol of Dragon Island, and he chose death over surrender. "Hey, old man! How dare you lie to me?" Though they hadn't known each other long, the divine tree regarded the old dragon as a trustworthy friend, his first friend in this world, excluding Panis. The old dragon's death was something the divine tree didn't want to witness. Dragon Island has been flattened. Panis, noticing her master's silence, asked, only to be terrified out of her mind. Her master erupted with terrifying spiritual power, a mixture of darkness and lightning. His killing intent pierced the heavens. "Wardum, you must die." In that moment, the surrounding space shattered simultaneously. The Dragon Clan appeared all at once, emerging from their own dimensional realm. Upon arrival, they were met with the sight of their elderly island leader, standing dead in the sky. The red dragon cried out for his grandfather, weeping uncontrollably. In the end, he did well, didn't he? The golden dragon lowered his head, wailing as he declared that he would hunt down Wardum for revenge, even if it cost him his life. The collective wailing of the Dragon Clan rose in unison, an indescribably heartbreaking sound. But the red dragon hurriedly stopped his elder brother, insisting that rushing off now would only lead to a meaningless death. The golden dragon refused to listen. Failing to avenge this grudge would make him unworthy of being a dragon. The divine tree immediately asked the golden dragon if he knew where Wardum was. This question instantly ended the golden dragon's argument. Panis, however, was alarmed, fearing that I would set off to seek revenge. Indeed, the divine tree declared that he would avenge them immediately. The golden dragon brothers were stunned. Even an outsider like the divine tree seemed more eager for vengeance than they were. But how could he possibly muster the strength for revenge? Hearing this, Panis loudly protested, warning her master that if they sought revenge now, the other two gods would not sit idly by. Not to mention, the demon clan, dwarves, and elves would also join the fray under the gods' command. And there was still that ancient tree. Starting a war with the gods meant declaring war on the entire planet. Even the powerful Dragon Clan had fallen. What chance did he have? And even if, by some miracle, they managed to kill Dom, what would happen next? A world without one of its gods would descend into chaos. The divine tree tore apart the island's barrier. Panis had a point, but there was one thing she got wrong. Gods? They are no gods. These words left Panis and the Dragon Clan in disbelief. Someone dared to deny the gods of this planet. The divine tree boldly proclaimed that he would become the true god of this world, replacing those imposters. Look at him, he was utterly serious. And now, with the white dragon gone, the divine tree had become the leader of the Dragon Clan. As per their agreement, the Golden Dragon brothers had no objections. The divine tree ordered the red dragon to gather the remaining dragons and kept Panis by his side to serve as a communication link with the red dragon. Without further words, the divine tree leapt onto the golden dragon's back and bid Panis to take care. Then, the divine tree and the golden dragon departed immediately. At the headquarters of the ancient tree, several subordinates were still delivering their reports. The ancient tree demanded to know why Wardum had destroyed Dragon Island. His reason was simple. The Dragon Clan was too stubborn, even in the face of death. Keeping them alive would only be troublesome. The ancient tree completely disagreed. Destroying Dragon Island without wiping them out, and especially letting that outsider escape, had only created more enemies for them. Suddenly, A terrifying pressure bore down on Wardom, causing the ground beneath him to crack. He was forced to kneel. Damn it! As domineering as Wardom usually was, all he could do in this situation was endure, sweating and gritting his teeth. There was nothing else he could do. If not for the upcoming war, the ancient tree declared, he would have killed Wardom right then and there. Wardom wasn't one to take this lying down. He silently cursed the ancient tree as a bastard. Silently, of course. The god of nature spoke up, saying their next step should be to hunt down every remaining dragon. That's right. It was necessary. With the presence of spiritual energy, all creatures grow stronger over time. Thus, the ancient tree assigned this task to the one best suited for gathering information, the god of dreams. The god of dreams, ever obedient, agreed immediately. As for the cunning Wardom, the ancient tree ordered him to return to his territory and never leave without explicit permission. Wardom had no choice but to comply. However, the ancient tree still wanted to know if Wardom had found anything on this mission. Wardom, of course, had seen something strange, something that even claimed it would replace the ancient tree itself, and he decided to report. Nope. In an ancient forest of the elf clan, there was a melancholic bird. Naturally, it wasn't the worms it ate daily. Was it? The golden dragon swiftly flew to the elf clan's territory, a lush, seemingly endless green forest. The divine tree asked the golden dragon how much longer it would take to reach Wardom's territory. The golden dragon replied that if they flew non-stop, it would take about 15 more days. Damn it, still so far away. But the divine tree had no other choice. This was already the golden dragon's top speed. Wardom, clean your neck and wait for me. End of chapter 299. The divine tree realized that traveling to Dom's territory would take too long. 15 days could accomplish many things, especially with Earth drawing closer to the Great War. The divine tree was burning with impatience. Left with no other choice, he created a large, shimmering green gem and told the golden dragon to absorb it. That gem was the essence of life. The golden dragon, though known for its stamina, had reached its limits. Without hesitation, it swallowed the gem, and immediately, a radiant burst of light erupted. Damn it! The dragon exclaimed. As soon as it absorbed the gem, it felt rejuvenated, overflowing with energy. It then asked what kind of miraculous medicine it had just consumed. With that, the two resumed their journey. But this time, the golden dragon moved significantly faster than before. Meanwhile, the red dragon carried Panis on its back. Though Panis had no idea where they were headed, the red dragon explained that they were heading to an old dwelling of the dragon race. There, they could avoid the pursuit of the dream god. Suddenly, a massive beam of light emerged from the ground and shot straight into the sky. Unluckily, the red dragon was struck by the attack, and it was clearly no minor blow. The impact caused her to crash heavily into the ground. After the fall, both of them were panting heavily. Panis, filled with worry, wondered if the red dragon was alright. At that moment, she sensed a murderous aura approaching from behind, a source of overwhelming and deadly spiritual energy. Panis turned around in terror, straining to see what kind of terrifying entity was drawing near. With heavy footsteps drawing closer, the massive form of a colossal beast came into view, none other than the god of nature, a beast resembling a bull, perhaps a black-maned lion, but without a face, adorned instead with dozens of horns on its head. Its entire body radiated a powerful, dark crimson spiritual energy. Panis immediately fell into disarray, her vision blurring. This creature was also a god, the god of nature, with power that could overwhelm all existence. Yet, he said nothing, silently observing the two of them. Flashback to an earlier moment. The god of nature and the god of war were having a private conversation in a hidden location. At that time, the god of war shared the truth about his situation. He spoke of encountering someone who was only at the fourth transcendent order but whose power far exceeded that level. As he spoke, excitement was evident on his face. Because of the circumstances, he was forbidden from leaving his territory. Thus, he entrusted this investigation to his close friend, the god of nature. The god of nature then asked where this dark elf was. Dom had admitted that he didn't know, but he was certain of one thing, that dark elf was the ruler of humanity on Earth. Now, the god of nature had captured someone connected to this matter, a purple-haired centaur girl. But before anything else could happen, the red dragon suddenly lunged at the god of nature, biting down on him. The surprise attack nearly swallowed the god of nature's head whole. The red dragon, fully aware she was no match for him, acted only to urge Panis to escape. If one must die, at least let one live, she thought. Panis screamed in terror, calling out to the red dragon in desperation. The god of nature unleashed his aura, declaring that no one would escape. 7 days later, the golden dragon had already carried the divine tree a great distance. They maintained an astonishing speed throughout the journey. At this pace, they soon reached Dom's territory. In just 2 more days, they would arrive at his lair. The divine tree was startled, for he saw a city ahead, a sight he had never encountered before in this place. The golden dragon reported that this was the city under Dom's rule. The divine tree couldn't hide his surprise. The city's beauty was nothing like its master. There were no signs of suffering, war, or smoke anywhere in sight. Below, a large, corpulent figure with a cold expression stood, overseeing the process of harvesting spirit stones as the city's manager. As always, today was another day of abundant harvests. Green-skinned ogres, acting as his subordinates, kept watch over the workers, who were none other than the captive elves. A young man approached to pay his taxes, but he threw down only a small spirit stone. It paled in comparison to the much larger stones around it. The obese monster noticed immediately, angrily demanding why this spirit stone was so small this time. The young man could only explain that the monsters in the area had all been killed, and since they couldn't hunt the larger beasts, there was no other way. The monster didn't accept this, snapping that "there's no other way" wasn't an excuse. Without warning, the young man was attacked. A blow grazed his left side. Blood immediately gushed from the wound, and he clutched his abdomen in pain while the monster burst into maniacal laughter, using its tongue like a whip. The monster declared that collecting spirit stones was to prepare for the conquest of the blue planet. If everyone was like this man, would there really be no other way? Coldly, he called for the next person in line. Damn it, the next person's stone was even smaller than the last. Knowing his place, the man could only tremble and beg for mercy. Drenched in sweat, the monster's veins bulged with rage, concluding that he had been far too lenient with these servants. Above all, the monster seethed with rage, furious that none of these elves respected Lord Dom's orders. Rising from his seat, he kicked up a cloud of dust. The elf below, summoning all his courage, loudly questioned why he had once been required to pay taxes only once a year, but now it was 3 times a month. Was this truly Lord Dom's will? The monster lashed out with his tongue, stretching hundreds of meters, roaring that a lowly being like him had no right to question orders. Even explaining it would be pointless. He would simply take his life. But just as he was about to strike, a black tree root smashed into him, knocking him to the ground. Everyone was stunned and terrified, unable to believe what was unfolding before their eyes. The elf, his eyes wide and blank, was nearly unconscious from shock. Before them stood a massive dragon, glaring down at them with dagger-sharp eyes. The green ogres recognized the creature for what it was, a dragon. But before they could act, the golden dragon unleashed a breath, obliterating them all in an instant. The divine tree had arrived, bringing justice to this place. End of chapter 300. The golden dragon had finished off the guards. Now, he soared into the sky, surveying the crowd below. By the way, there were an overwhelming number of spirit stones here. Meanwhile, the monstrous frog, the overseer of this place, was lifted high into the air by the divine tree. The frog growled and threatened that if the divine tree dared to take him hostage, Lord Dom would never forgive it. No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous punch slammed straight into his face, crushing his large, bloated features inward. This fool didn't understand one thing, and the divine tree needed to knock some sense into him. The divine tree was here to settle scores with Dom. Now, the divine tree demanded answers to its questions in exchange for sparing the frog's life. Far away, in the elf forest, the commotion here had caused a ripple of disturbance. Panis had been captured by the nature god. On this side, however, the elves seemed uneasy, unsure whether the new arrivals were enemies or allies. As for the overseer, he had been beaten to a pulp, fresh blood pouring from his mouth as he struggled to breathe with his shattered lungs. His body was tightly constricted by roots, his bones and internal organs nearly crushed. He confessed that Lord Dom had ordered an increase in spirit stone collection. It turned out he had been acting under orders, but surely, he should at least know what the stones were being collected for. As expected, the frog revealed the truth. It was to prepare for the upcoming Great War against the Blue Planet. With this massive amount of spirit stones, they could amplify spiritual power and gain a tremendous advantage on the battlefield. The divine tree then asked how many more fortresses like this lay ahead. The frog whispered that there were 3, possibly more, though he wasn't entirely sure. Finally, he begged the divine tree to release him. The divine tree spoke coldly, saying that the divine tree agreed to release him, but they didn't know how. Damn it. The frog had no idea who the divine tree referred to were. This didn't seem good at all. It was the roots. The roots began to tighten and flipped the frog onto his back. Then, with a loud thud, they slammed him hard into the ground. The divine tree tossed a sharp knife, which landed firmly in the ground. They resumed their journey. The golden dragon addressed the divine tree as commander and asked if they were heading straight for Dom now. But the divine tree had other plans. He decided they would first visit the remaining 3 strongholds, a decision that surprised the golden dragon. Meanwhile, the frog was urging the villagers to lift him up and set him upright. However, someone had already picked up the knife. Help him? Not a chance. Look, this was the perfect opportunity to repay him for his injustice and cruelty. And so began the scene of torment and retribution against the frog. The next stronghold had an ancient appearance, with the dark, eerie architectural style of the undead. Didn't it? Inside, a demon spider rushed to report to Dom that 3 out of the 4 spirit stone gathering points had been destroyed. 3 lords had been killed, and all the spirit stones had been taken. Dom's eyes flashed as he asked if the final slave city was still intact. The demon spider reported that it was, but judging by the direction of the intruder's journey, It was likely their next target. The demon spider believed that to have conquered 3 strongholds in such a short time, the opponent must be incredibly powerful. Dom immediately thought of that elf. It could only be him. However, Dom couldn't leave his current location for now. Dom ordered the demon spider to take 3 of his personal guards and head out. There was no way he could allow the same fate to befall the last slave city. Dom felt utterly powerless. Because of a command from the ancient tree, he couldn't leave this city. Seething with anger, he crushed his stone throne with his hands. Meanwhile, at the slave city, the population mostly consisted of slaves. They were brought there after wars, enduring long periods of hunger and suffering. Today, yet another person had died. Who was he? No one even remembered. Food supplies had long been seized by the city lord. The cooks were forced to prepare enormous feasts and massive jugs of wine to offer the city lord. If they delayed, they would be mercilessly killed. The strongest among them had to carry out trays of leftover food like this, which had to be discarded and not shared with anyone. Even the cooks lamented, unsure how much longer they could continue such grueling work, as the city's food supply had already run dry. Meanwhile, the city lord was devouring food like a starved beast. The goblet he drank from was the size of an entire house, and if the wine pourer accidentally spilled a single drop, damn it, they'd be beaten to death on the spot. The city lord roared that food was precious and couldn't be wasted. After all, the people in the city had nothing to eat. Damn, as if he actually cared about his citizens. He even lectured them, saying it took an enormous amount of rice to brew that wine, and this glutton was none other than Kasim, Dom's son. He devoured food like a madman, constantly urging them to bring more. Suddenly, someone entered and presented him with a letter from the great Dom. Kasim opened it to find that his father had warned him to be cautious of enemy attacks. I wonder who his mother is. Probably some old witch with a long, wart-covered nose, and 1,000 years old. But just then, roots unexpectedly shot up from beneath his dining table. The cooks were astonished, though none of them were harmed. They were baffled. What were these roots? The entire palace of Kasim was now tightly entwined by the roots of the divine tree. At the same time, the castle was torn to shreds, reduced to dust and sand. But Kasim remained, boldly declaring there was nothing to fear. Even if a few pests had snuck in to cause havoc, he claimed. He didn't feel a thing. Let me clarify, this person is Dom's mother. Apologies to everyone for the confusion in the previous chapter. After taking a full force blow from the divine tree and still standing tall, credit where it's due, she truly lives up to her title as the mother of the god of destruction. Emerging from the dust and smoke, Kasim flashed a wicked grin, as though victory was already in her grasp. Up next is the battle between the divine tree and Dom's mother. Unlike Dom's muscular and powerful physique, his mother is an obese glutton who spends her days eating, but her strength is anything but ordinary. Kasim grinned savagely at the divine tree, her bloodthirsty eyes gleaming with malice. Her nose was absolutely grotesque. She had realized that the divine tree was the enemy Dom had warned her about. Not recognizing him would have been strange. After all, she was attacked immediately after the warning. The divine tree, on the other hand, also recognized the old hag as Dom's mother. No wonder they looked so alike. In that case, he might as well take care of their entire family today. The old hag glanced at the divine tree's body and let out a contemptuous laugh, not even acknowledging him as a real opponent. Someone so insignificant, what could he possibly accomplish? As soon as she finished speaking, she swung her massive iron mace toward the divine tree. The force behind it was impressive. The mace was enormous but frighteningly fast. The divine tree remained serious. Though she was the mother of his enemy, he still didn't take her seriously. He stood completely still, not even bothering to dodge her attack. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the sound of galloping hooves echoed as a group rapidly approached. These were the soldiers dispatched to assist Kasim in battling the divine tree. But they were nothing more than goblins riding deer, hardly a match for the divine tree. As they advanced, the goblins reassured one another that Kasim was incredibly strong, so there was no need to worry too much. They also expressed curiosity about who had dared to invade Dom's territory. Despite their words, the expression on their leader's face betrayed his unease. Sweat poured down his brow. Perhaps he was aware of the kind of power their opponent possessed. Just as expected, by the time they arrived, it was too late. A vast expanse of the area had been flattened. The battle must have been intense, with buildings demolished as if abandoned for years. The leader froze in place, stunned. Though he had anticipated the outcome, the sheer scale of destruction was beyond his imagination. His wide eyes filled with fear. This was bad. Suddenly, countless roots erupted from the ground, catching the goblins off guard. No prizes for guessing whose roots these were. The roots coiled around their bodies, leaving them powerless to resist. They were left questioning what on earth was happening. The leader, however, seemed to notice something in front of him. His eyes locked onto a horrifying sight, and his sweating intensified. Before him was a sky covered in vines, and at its center was Kasim's battered body, hanging limply in the air, bound by the divine tree's roots. Kasim had been utterly defeated. Her entire body was bruised and unconscious. So much for all her big talk earlier. In the end, she was nothing more than an arrogant fool. The divine tree, radiating the aura of a victor, stood tall and imposing before Kasim's broken form. Then, the divine tree clenched its hand. The goblins suddenly felt the roots constricting tighter around their bodies. Without hesitation or mercy, the divine tree crushed the reinforcements' bodies, leaving no survivors. There was no need for interrogation. These pests were beneath his notice. The divine tree decided to take Kasim along. Being Dam's mother, she might serve as leverage if used as a hostage. He planned to deliver her lifeless body as a meeting gift to Dam. Brutal? Certainly. But considering what Dam had done on Dragon Island, it seemed justified in the grand scheme of things. Suddenly, a strange blue light shot down from the sky, catching both the divine tree and the golden dragon off guard. From within the faint glow, Dam's silhouette began to materialize. Since he couldn't leave his territory, this projection was his only means of communicating with the divine tree. What emerged was a three-dimensional hologram of Dam. Recognizing this, the divine tree refrained from attacking the illusion when it first appeared. The hologram started moving, speaking in a calm tone, saying he hadn't expected the divine tree to pursue him all the way here for revenge. In response, the divine tree coldly announced his intention to bring a meeting gift. When he finally found Dam, none other than the incapacitated body of Dam's mother, Kasim. Though immobilized, Kasim mustered the strength to cry out, "Save me, son!" It was a pitiful sight, admittedly, but compared to the atrocities Dam committed on Dragon Island, it paled in comparison. The divine tree fixed Dam with a gaze brimming with killing intent. "Do you want me to kill your mother before I meet you?" he asked coldly. Despite his mother being captured and facing the threat of death, Dam remained unshaken. Instead, he calmly replied that the divine tree shouldn't act rashly, as Dam had his own meeting gift to reveal. Then, within the blue light, the images of Panis and the Crimson Dragon appeared. Both were heavily injured and had clearly been captured by the god of nature. Seeing this, the divine tree visibly faltered. His expression darkened, tension radiating from him. He had truly believed they had made it to safety, but reality proved otherwise. The golden dragon, unable to contain his rage, roared furiously. "Crimson Dragon! Panis!" Dam calmly declared to the divine tree that if he wanted to retrieve them, he would need to trade his mother's life. Dam warned him not to harm her. For all his cold-bloodedness and cruelty, the destroyer god did seem to have a strong sense of filial piety. Baring his sharp fangs and flashing his icy gaze, Dam announced that he would wait for the divine tree at his city. With that, the blue light dissipated, leaving no doubt that the coming confrontation would now center on an exchange of hostages, escalating the conflict far beyond mere vengeance. The divine tree, surprisingly, offered a word of praise for Dam, acknowledging that Kasim had indeed raised a remarkable son. Kasim, however, grumbled in irritation. "Stop hanging me upside down like this. It's unbearable." With Kasim in tow, the divine tree and the golden dragon made their way toward the agreed meeting point. The high-speed journey while being carried upside down left Kasim miserable, pleading to be allowed to walk instead. Meanwhile, Panis was enduring relentless abuse at the hands of her captors. Her body, already covered in wounds, was subjected to further torment as they ruthlessly beat her without mercy. She collapsed backward, blood pouring from her mouth. But her suffering didn't stop there. Dam ordered his subordinates to string up both Panis and the Crimson Dragon in a highly visible spot on the city's walls. Though he maintained a facade of composure, Dam's true feelings betrayed him. At some point, he had unconsciously crushed the rocks in his grasp. Turning to his forces, Dam commanded the entire city to prepare for war. Panis, on the brink of death, still prayed not to drag the divine tree into her plight. She seemed to understand all too well that this was a carefully laid trap by Dam, designed to destroy the divine tree once and for all. Dam stood atop the city wall, exuding the regal aura of a true lord. His muscular and imposing figure was a stark contrast to the plump and ungainly appearance of his mother. Kasim, beyond Dam, a host of subordinates awaited the arrival of the divine tree. At the forefront, 3 wolves bared their fangs, radiating raw power. The air vibrated with the roars and growls of countless other beasts, their excitement palpable. These creatures, like starved predators, craved the chaos of battle. Surveying his formidable forces, Dam declared with unwavering confidence that he would end the divine tree's life here and now. Elsewhere on the planet, the god of nature observed Dam's city from afar. Despite his role in capturing Panis and the Crimson Dragon, it appeared he had no intention of partaking in the imminent battle. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in a pristine white robe emerged from behind him. The mysterious individual, shrouded from head to toe, addressed the god of nature in a calm voice. "You've done well." Recognizing the figure, the god of nature replied warily, "It's you?" The newcomer was revealed to be the god of dreams, whose humanoid form gave little away beyond a subtle otherworldly presence. It became evident that the god of nature had informed Dam of the divine tree's presence on Dragon Island. Knowing full well that Dam would destroy the island upon learning this, the god of dreams questioned his motives. "You knew this would happen, so why did you tell him?" In response to the god of dreams' questioning, the god of nature burst into a hearty laugh and said that his island was not destroyed. The god of dreams had previously assumed that the ancient tree might go so far as to kill Dam in order to lure the White Dragon King. But instead, Dam was merely barred from leaving his own territory. He wasn't killed. Now, The focus shifts to finding a new enemy for Dam, and the only one left is the Divine Tree. The God of Dreams realized that a final battle between Dam and the Divine Tree was inevitable, and once it played out, the God of Nature would step in to deliver the finishing blow. This would allow him to seize all of Dam's territory, proving once again that the God of Nature was not just any deity but a cunning and ruthless one. End of chapter 302.